Chapter 4, A One Orchard Experimental Base. Boring short video manager office. Yang Yaoyao knocked on the door gently, then opened the door and walked in. Director Yang, what's the matter? Li Shun put down the information in his hand and looked up at Yang Yaoyao, who came in. Mr. Li, this is the promotion and development plan we put together this morning for boring short video subject live broadcasts. You can take a look. Yang Yaoyao heard the inquiry and hurriedly handed the plan in his hand to Li Shun. She and Lu Weiwei quickly started formulating this plan after they discussed the method of promoting subject-based live broadcasts. Not long ago, they put together the plan. After confirming that there were no problems, he took the plan over and asked Li Shun to approve it. After all, they are just the directors of a department of boring short video. It is better not to execute some important decisions and plans without authorization. Promotional plan for subject-based live broadcasts. Li Shun was a little surprised when he heard this. He did not expect that Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei would come up with a publicity plan for subject-based live broadcasts on their first day of employment. He did not know whether this publicity plan was reliable. You sit down first. He pointed to the seat in front of the desk, took the promotion plan over, and read it curiously. After a while, Li took a deep breath and looked up at Yang Yaoyao, who was sitting at his desk, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Before reading this plan, I was still wondering whether it was reliable. After all, it has only been more than half a day since I got to work. Even if the plan was made, it was relatively hasty or had many loopholes. But what he didn't expect was that this plan was actually very complete, from the publicity method to how to select the anchors to how to implement it in the end. Everything written in this plan is very detailed. Of course, more importantly, the possibility of implementing this publicity plan is also very high, and it does not conflict with the current development and publicity strategy of boring short video. In this plan, there is no meaning of independent publicity through boring short videos. It is entirely about using the benefits and rarity of the position to drive independent publicity among employees who want to join the company. Mr. Li, are there any problems with this publicity plan? Seeing that Li Shun didn't speak for a long time, Yang Yaoyao asked a little uneasily. Is there any flaw in the plan they wrote? No problem at all. This publicity plan is perfect, and I strongly support it. If you need any help or needs, you can put it forward. As long as this publicity plan is implemented as soon as possible, the boring short video subject category, the live broadcast section, has returned to its previous state. Li Shun came to his senses when he heard Yaoyao calling. The publicity plan was approved without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Li, I have one need. Can you add 1 to 2 employees? After this plan is implemented, 1 to 2 people will be needed to sort out the information of those who want to join boring short videos as anchors, and then let our boring short video review department will review it as soon as possible. Yang Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Li Shun nodding in agreement. Then she carefully stated her request. In fact, she and Lu Weiwei could do the current work, but they would have to postpone some of the work. But this will slow down the progress of the publicity plan. If you want to implement it as soon as possible, it is necessary to implement the publicity plan and add 1 to 2 employees. New employees, this is easy to handle. I'll notify the HR department later. Just inform the HR department of the employees you want. They will select and recruit you as quickly as possible. To the company, Li Shun Smila. Isn't it just recruiting new employees? It's so simple. Since the establishment of Tomorrow Group, the salary and benefits of employees of Tomorrow Group have been spread bit by bit. People who want to join the Tomorrow Group can be said to have already started queuing up. In their current recruitment, except for some special talents, ordinary employees basically don't have to wait for resumes. There are too many resumes in the personnel mailbox to count. If you want to recruit people, you just need to select a few suitable candidates from those resumes and conduct interviews. I understand, Mr. Li. Yang Yaoyao nodded, then talked about the details of the publicity plan a few more times and left the office directly. Watching Yang Yaoyao leave, Li Shun sighed with emotion. Mr. Chun is indeed Mr. Chun. Just by looking at a report, you can tell that Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei are talents. He had some doubts before. Now it seems that I am completely short-sighted. On their first day of employment, Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei came up with a promotion plan for boring short video subject-based live broadcasts. This is not what talent is. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Wu Yu walked in with a smile on his face. Brother Shin, it's almost time to set off. Oh. Li Shin heard this and picked up the phone and took a look at it. Okay, let's leave now. He made an appointment with Professor Yuan Chenghua to meet at 5 o'clock. It was about 2 hours away from Tomorrow Group. However, in order to avoid any accidents on the road and cause him to be late, he decided to leave quickly. Professor Yuan has a lot to do every day. It can be said that it is very rare to find time to talk about boring short videos. It would be unjustifiable if they were late for an appointment. He stood up and tidied his clothes a little before leaving the office with Wu Yu. By the way, are the gifts ready? As he walked, he turned around and asked Wu Yu, who was following him. It's ready. It's already in the car. Wu Yu answered quickly. That's good. Li Shin nodded with relief. Jiangqing City. Suburbs. Orchard Test Base. This is it. Li Shin parked the car in a parking space and looked at the plaque of the Orchard Test Base in front of him to confirm that he had not found the wrong place. Turn off the engine and get out of the car. Wu Yu took out all the gifts from the trunk, and there were more than 20 gift boxes. Let's go. Li Shin reached out and took half of the gift box and walked towards the gate of the Orchard Test Base. Before coming, Yuan Chenghua has already told him that outside vehicles are not allowed to enter the Orchard Test Base, and even outsiders need permission before they can enter. He came to the door and told the guard where he came from. The two of them waited quietly outside. Within a few minutes, they saw a young man running out of the Orchard Test Base. When he came to the door, he saw Li Shun and Wu Yu waiting outside and asked with a smile, "You must be Mr. Li and Mr. Wu." Chapter 402 Jade. Yes. Li Shun nodded. After the young man confirmed, he said a few words to the guard in the guard room. Soon the door at the door slowly opened. Please follow me. This is a temporary ID card. Please take it with you. You must wear an ID card when you are in the test base. The young man handed the 2 ID cards to Li Shun and Wu Yu, and then took the lead to walk inside. Li Shun and Wu Yu took the ID cards and put them on their necks directly. Since we are here, we must abide by the rules here. After about a few minutes, the young man led the way to a room and then knocked on the door gently. Professor Yuan, the person has been brought here. Come in. Listening to the voice coming from inside, the young man carefully opened the door and then turned to look at Li Shun and Wu Yu standing aside. You two can go in. After hearing this, Li Shun and Wu Yu walked in with the gifts in their hands. Mr. Li and Mr. Wu, whoever comes can take a seat. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Professor Yuan had already walked out from his desk. Looking at Professor Yuan, Li Shun hurriedly spoke. Professor Yuan, just call us Xiao Li and Xiao Wu. Being called Mr. Li by a highly professional professor was a bit unbearable for him. Then call us Xiao Li and Xiao Wu. Professor Yuan smiled slightly and did not argue about the name. But when his eyes fell on the gift boxes in the hands of the two, his brows knitted tightly. What do you mean? I cooperate with you because I can really promote agricultural knowledge, not because of any gifts. Professor Yuan, don't get me wrong. This gift is not for you, but for the Orchard Experimental Base and all the scientific researchers who have contributed to agriculture. They are dedicated to the development of agriculture and specialize in agricultural technology. They are unsung heroes. We came here today to express our gratitude for their contributions to the development of agriculture. There are not many gifts, only a small box per person, and it is not very expensive. I just want to express my feelings. Li Shin noticed the change in Professor Yuan's expression and hurriedly explained. Before coming, he had learned about Professor Yuan's personality in detail and also learned about it through the live broadcast room and those students who broadcast agricultural knowledge. This Professor Yuan likes jade objects very much, but he is also very upright and never easily accepts gifts from others. Once someone gave a very valuable jade product to please Professor Yuan, but it was rejected by Professor Yuan in the end. After learning some information about Professor Yuan, Li Shun changed his gift-giving strategy. He didn't give gifts to just one person, but to all the researchers in the base. Sure enough, after he said this, Professor Yuan's expression eased a lot, and he spoke softly after a moment of silence. Then thank you on their behalf. As he said this, he looked at the young man who led the way. All these gifts will be distributed to those researchers, just as a token of appreciation. Okay, Professor Yuan. Hearing this, the young man quickly took the gift boxes from Li Shun and Wu Yu, and then left the office. Of course, not all the gift boxes were taken away, and 2 of them were left behind. Li Shun looked at the 2 gift boxes he had left behind and looked up at Professor Yuan. Professor Yuan, we thank those researchers, and you are naturally within our scope of appreciation. There are 2 more gifts, just a small token of appreciation, not a sign of respect. As he said this, he handed the 2 gift boxes in his hand to Professor Yuan. Yuan Qinghua looked at Li Shun, then at the 2 gift boxes, then smiled helplessly and reached out to accept the 2 gift boxes. Okay, I accept your kindness, but I won't do this next time. Professor Yuan is right. I promise I won't do it next time. Li Shun hurriedly promised. Please sit down, let's discuss business. Yuan Qinghua casually put the 2 gift boxes on the desk, and then poured a glass of water for Li Shun and Wu Yu respectively. Li Shun and Wu Yu hurriedly took the water cup. Yuan Qinghua sat on the chair behind the desk and saw that Li Shun and Wu Yu had also taken their seats and slowly asked, I have learned about your boring short video during this period. I found that the number of people watching the live broadcast room is not very large, and it seems that there is no effect of live broadcast promotion. Since cooperating with the boring short video, he also started live broadcasting under the guidance of students, and those students also started live broadcasting. But after observing for this period of time, he found that the number of viewers in all live broadcast rooms was not very large. If no one watched, it would not be effective in promoting agricultural knowledge. Then this live broadcast is somewhat contrary to his original intention. Professor Yuan, you are right. There are indeed not many people watching agricultural knowledge live broadcasts. But the reason is not that no one watches the dissemination of agricultural knowledge, but the user group of our boring short videos is currently a small number, far less than those popular short videos. But there is a saying that goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. I believe that boring short videos will get better step by step and may even surpass those popular short videos, and we are also working hard in this direction. And I came here today to discuss with you, Professor Yuan, to see if there is any way to spread this boring short video to the ears of those farmers who make a living from agriculture. Li Shun directly said what he was thinking. Do you want us to help promote it? Yuan Qinghua's eyes fell on Li Shun. Li Shun nodded in response. Yes, if possible, I hope Professor Yuan can help with this. When we were working on the agricultural live broadcast section, we actually led to a live broadcast section, that is, the subject live broadcast section. In the beginning, no one watched the subject live broadcast section, just like the agricultural live broadcast section. But now the subject live broadcast section has more than 80,000 viewers every day. How did the subject live broadcast do it? Listening to Li Shun's story, Yuan Qinghua was a little curious. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. It would be great if so many people watched the live broadcast room that spread agricultural knowledge. Li Shun looked at Professor Yuan's curious expression and smiled slightly. It was able to develop to more than 80,000 people watching, of course, because someone promoted it, and the person promoting it was the anchor of the subject live broadcast. Their promotion method was very simple. First, they sent the news of the boring short video subject live broadcast to some parents' groups of tutoring. After the promotion in the tutoring group, they thought of going to the gate of each school to distribute flyers about the boring short video subject live broadcast. In this way, the number of viewers of the subject category increased little by little to more than 80,000. Of course, I said this not to make the anchor of the agricultural live broadcast do the same. I just want to see, Professor Yuan, are there any similar promotional methods that can achieve the same effect? In this effect, I define it as matching. Just like the promotional targets of subject live broadcasts, they are parents who help their children with homework. They have a demand for this live broadcast. In this case, these people are very sticky to watching subject live broadcasts. As long as they think it is useful and their children are still in school, they will watch subject live broadcasts. So what I hope is that Professor Yuan has a way to contact those agricultural farmers. If so, see if this channel can be used to promote the boring short video agricultural live broadcast section. Chapter 403 Agricultural Science Popularization. Listening to Li Shun's words, Professor Yuan fell into deep thought. The promotion method of subject live broadcast made him understand a little. It's the same promotion if it's to find the parents of those students to promote, but it's just randomly distributing flyers on the street. Even if it has a promotional effect, it attracts a group of people to register for boring short videos and become boring short video users. But will they really watch subject live broadcasts? That's absolutely impossible. After all, the result of random promotion on the street is that anyone has the opportunity to register for boring short videos. You let a person who has entered the work and has no children watch subject live teaching. How can he watch it? Thinking about these clearly, he gradually understood the meaning of Li Shun's words. If agricultural live broadcasts can also have a similar effect of promotion, he is willing to do it. The memory in his mind kept flashing, looking for ways to promote. Soon a project appeared in his mind, and a look of joy appeared on his face instantly. Looking up at Li Shun, I found a way to promote it. Professor Yuan, please tell me. Li Shun was also surprised. He came here to ask today, but he was not sure whether Professor Yuan had a way to promote it. Even if there was a way to promote it, would Professor Yuan be willing to help promote it? It's like this. In recent years, agricultural disasters have been frequent. Some are natural disasters, and some are just caused by farmers' lack of agricultural knowledge and improper management. In this regard, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences discussed at a meeting and finally decided to organize several propaganda teams. They will go to some areas in the country where agricultural disasters are frequent and go there to teach farmers some relevant agricultural knowledge. Now, several propaganda teams have set off. I have contact with them. Some of them are students I have brought out. I will communicate with them later and ask them to help promote it. They will not refuse. And after I deal with the Orchard experimental base, I will also take a group of students to form a team to go out to promote agricultural knowledge. Professor Yuan spoke slowly. As for promoting boring short video agricultural live broadcasts while promoting agricultural knowledge, he believes that as long as the agricultural live broadcast is explained and the future use is clear, those people will not refuse. Thank you, Professor Yuan. Li Shun was delighted. Professor Yuan's propaganda method was similar to the subject live broadcast of handing out flyers to parents at the school gate. Thank you, I just want more farmers to know about the boring short video agricultural live broadcast section so that they can get the necessary agricultural knowledge through the live broadcast room and reduce crop disasters. Professor Yuan smiled and shook his head. He supported this boring short video because it could benefit the farmers. Li Shun listened to Professor Yuan's words and couldn't help but admire him. Then, they chatted for a few more words in the office, and then walked around the Orchard experimental base. Among them, every time they passed a test area, Professor Yuan would patiently introduce it. Li Shun and Wu Yu both listened patiently. For such a professor who was dedicated to agricultural development, even if he was distracted a little, it would be disrespectful to Professor Yuan. Thank you, Professor Yuan, for your explanation. We have learned a lot today. But it's getting late, so we'll leave first. After seeing the Orchard test base, Li Shun said goodbye and left. Professor Yuan, we know the way. We can just walk by ourselves. No need to see you off. After watching Li Shun and Wu Yu leave, Professor Yuan returned to his office. He went to the water dispenser to get a glass of water and took a sip. His eyes suddenly fell on the 2 gift boxes on the desk, and he walked over with the water cup curiously. He picked up a gift box and opened it. There was a box of tea inside. Looking at the brand and appearance of the tea, with his many years of experience, he knew that this tea was not cheap. The 2 little guys were willing to spend more than 20 gift boxes, and it was estimated that they spent a lot of money. Thinking in his heart, he put the tea back into the gift box and prepared to put it in the cabinet. But when he picked up the other gift box, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The weight of the 2 gift boxes was actually a little different. Yuan Chenghua looked at the other gift box lightly. The 2 gift boxes are the same. Why are the weights different? Curiously, she opened the other gift box and saw that there was no tea inside, but a jade pot. Yuan Chenghua looked at the jade pot in the gift box, stunned for a moment. then shook his head and laughed. He put the jade pot back into the gift box, together with another tea gift box in the cabinet under the desk. Chongbai Jinyuan. Mom, you see, it's in a community just a few minutes walk away. Don't worry. Yang Yaoyao took her mother to the house she rented. After get off work today, she and Lu Weiwei moved the luggage to the residence. Her mother was a little worried, so she came to see. Dong Hong listened to her daughter's words and walked around the room. There is no kettle. I will bring you the kettle at home later. There is not even a refrigerator. How can you be convenient? As she walked, she talked about the shortcomings of the room. Yang Yaoyao was a little moved and helpless when she heard it behind her. Mom, you don't have to worry about these. We will buy the kettle later and the refrigerator. And other things, we will prepare them on the weekend so you don't have to worry. Listening to her daughter's words, Dong Hong looked at the room and finally said with some worry, Tell me what you need. Your dad and I will help you. If you want to eat something, tell your family. It's not far away. Mom will send it to you when it's ready. I know, Mom. I will definitely tell you what I want to eat, so don't worry. Yang Yaorao hugged her mother's arm and said affectionately, Okay, then I won't bother you. I have to go back to cook. You can tidy up here and go over to eat later. Dong Hong gave her last instruction and left the room. Yang Yaoyao sent her mother to the elevator, then came back to pull the luggage to the bedroom and began to put the clothes in the closet. Weiwei, after we finish packing, let's go downstairs to the supermarket and buy some daily necessities. While packing, she shouted to the other bedroom, If I don't hurry up and prepare those things, my mother will definitely start to worry again if she sees me. Okay, pack up and we'll go down together. Lu Weiwei's voice came from another room. Jiangqing City. Normal University. Girls' dormitory. Shinro arranged the bedding on the bed and put it in the prepared luggage bag. Let's go downstairs. The car we found has arrived at the school gate. I have packed Chongbai Jinyuan and am waiting for you to go there. Seeing that Shinro had packed the bedding, Zhanglan picked up the two luggages beside her and walked out of the dormitory. Shinro picked up the bedding she had just packed, picked up another small suitcase, and followed her out. Before closing the dormitory door, looking at the dormitory where she had lived for nearly 4 years, she suddenly felt a little sad. Chapter 404, A Company. The School Gate. Shinro and Zhanglan put all the luggage in their hands into the trunk of the car. However, due to the limited space in the trunk, 2 pieces of luggage were placed in the back seat of the car. Get in the car. After explaining the specific address to the driver, the vehicle started slowly. I don't know how long it took. The driver slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Zhanglan confirmed the address and made sure it was correct, then paid directly, got out of the car, and took down the luggage. Let's go, the community is just ahead. Zhanglan carried 2 pieces of luggage and said to Shinro beside him. Shinro looked at the familiar layout of the community and nodded, picked up her luggage, and followed Zhanglan. The two of them had just walked to the gate of the community. Zhanglan picked up the access card, opened the community door, and walked in first. Shinro was carrying her luggage, and just as she was about to approach, she saw 2 girls walking over not far away, also holding a bunch of things. I took advantage of the situation and waited for a while at the door to prevent the community door from closing. Thanks. Seeing this, Yang Yaoyao hurriedly thanked her and walked quickly into the community, holding the daily necessities she had just bought from the supermarket. Thanks. Lu Weiwei also thanked her and walked in. Shinro responded with a smile, and when the two of them approached, she entered the community and caught up with Zhanglan, who was waiting in the community. Yaoyao, look at the brand on the girl's chest just now. It seems to be the Tomorrow Group. Lu Weiwei looked ahead at Shinro, who was carrying her luggage, and whispered to Yang Yaoyao beside her. You noticed it too. I thought I was wrong. Yang Yaoyao nodded. She had noticed it just now. However, the girl's badge just now was somewhat different from the one they got today. It seems smaller, but the workmanship seems more refined. After the two finished speaking, they looked at each other. His eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect to meet an employee of the Tomorrow Group in this community. Let's go and ask. If we go to work in the future, we can still be together. Lu Weiwei thought for a while and said, Can. Yang Yaoyao no de. The two of them unified their thoughts and quickly chased after Yang Yaoyao, who was walking in front. Hello, are you an employee of Tomorrow Group? Shinro was carrying her luggage and following Zhang Lan towards the community. Suddenly, she heard a voice coming from behind. She stopped and turned around to look back curiously. She soon discovered that the person questioning her was the two girls she had just opened the door to let in. "You know me?" Looking at the two girls in front of her, Shinro spoke in confusion. "But then I thought about it. These two girls should also be employees of Tomorrow Group. And since she is Mr. Chin's assistant, it doesn't seem surprising that these employees recognize her." But soon, the two girls shook their heads in unison. One of the girls pointed to the badge on her chest. "We just joined the company yesterday and are not familiar with the employees in the group. I confirmed it by seeing the badge on your chest." Name badge. Shinro lowered her head and glanced at the badge on her chest, feeling suddenly enlightened. After getting off work today, she went directly back to the dormitory and started packing her luggage. She didn't even think about changing her clothes, so her current outfit was still the same as when she went to work. After thinking about this clearly, he smiled slightly and looked at the two girls in front of him. "What company are you joining in the Tomorrow Group?" Boring short video. Yang Yaoyao answered and then introduced. "My name is Yang Yaoyao, and this is Lu Weiwei. Since we are both employees of Tomorrow Group, we can work together in the future." "Well, yes, my name is Shinro, and this is Zhang Lan, but she is not an employee of Tomorrow Group. She is a good friend of mine." Shinro smiled and nodded, and introduced Zhang Lan next to her. In this way, the four of them walked towards the community together. But not long after, Shinro looked at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei, who were still traveling together, and asked in confusion, "How many buildings do you live in?" "8 buildings." Yang Yaoyao replied smoothly, and then asked a question. "What about you?" "There are also 8 buildings." Shinro smiled and spoke. "I thought to myself, no wonder we have always been on the same road. It turns out that we are in the same building. What a coincidence." Soon the four of them were in front of the 8th building, and then entered the same unit door. "Enter the elevator." When they clicked on the same floor, the four of them looked at each other at the same time. "You also live on the 9th floor?" Yang Yaoyao asked with disbelief in her eyes as she watched Zhang Lan press the elevator button on the 9th floor. "Yes, door 2 on the 9th floor." Zhang Lan nodded in reply. Only seeing the changing expressions of Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei, he realized something was wrong and spoke tentatively. "Are you at gate 1 on the 9th floor?" "There are 2 households on one floor. They are at door number 2. If they live on the same floor, the other party is at door number 1. "Really?" As she asked, Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei nodded at the same time. After getting confirmation, the four of them showed incredulous expressions. "This is too much of a coincidence." Bye. The elevator had stopped at the 9th floor. The four people came to their senses and walked out of the elevator. "Come over any time when you have time. We are all employees of Tomorrow Group, and we can discuss work together." Shinro looked at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei and smiled. "Okay." Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei nodded at the same time. The few of them exchanged a few polite words and then opened the door and entered their own rooms. Early in the morning, Chunglin decoration. In the conference room, Supervisor Chi Bu was talking non-stop on the podium. During this period, everyone's performance has declined. If it weren't for Supervisor Wang Yang, our branch would definitely be the last in this performance competition. I don't want to say much. Performance is also related to your salary. The higher the performance, the higher the salary. Can't everyone work hard for their own salary? After a while, Supervisor Chibu paused, turned a water cup on the table, and took a sip, and then continued to speak. "I won't say any more words of admonition. In short, if you want to make more money, you should get more orders. Next, let me tell you about the good news. The decoration office in Kyoto will send 2 more decoration teams to decorate 2 more stores because Nanha Coffee has recently added 2 more stores. But considering that Shinjun has to supervise 7 decoration teams and 7 design drawings alone, it is a bit difficult to do so, so the headquarters decided to send a designer to go. Of course, this time he will only get a share of the decoration of 2 stores. But we have communicated with Nanha Coffee and said that if there are no accidents, the number of decorated stores will gradually increase. If you want to go, you can sign up with Wang Yang, and Wang Yang will be responsible for the selection. As the voice of the supervisor Chibu fell, all the designers in the conference room set their eyes on Wang Yang. Wang Yang felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by so many designers, and then set his eyes on the supervisor Chibu. Brother Chi, you can decide the candidates. I'll do whatever I want. In this decoration company, he only got along well with Chen Jun, and he didn't have much friendship with others. In this case, it doesn't matter who goes, he can get a share anyway. Okay, then I'll choose. Supervisor Chibu nodded, and then continued. I've said everything I should say, and then let Supervisor Wang Yang say a few words to everyone. Brother Chi, what can I say? Wang Yang waved his hand hurriedly. There's nothing to say, just a few words. You are already the supervisor of the company, and you have to exercise yourself. Otherwise, you don't even have the dignity of a supervisor who will listen to you. Chibu patted Wang Yang's shoulder with an expression of "you can do it." Wang Yang's eyes hesitated, and just as he was about to think about what to say, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Take the call first and then talk after the call. Jibusimilit. This Wang Yang is the treasurer of the company. Now there are several branches that have requested the headquarters to transfer Wang Yang. This is a big crisis. He naturally has to treat Wang Yang well. Otherwise, if Wang Yang is not satisfied with him one day and applies to go to other branches, he will have no place to cry. Chapter 406, The Elderly's Home. Li Ting listened to Luo Zhao's words, walked slowly to the elderly, and then asked them to do some simple movements and sing a few songs. Soon, frowned, walked back to Luo Xiao, looked at Luo Xiao, and said with some embarrassment, Do you want these elderly people to form a song and dance troupe? Is it not possible? Don't worry, these elderly people have all been to the hospital for physical examinations. They don't have any major diseases. They have some minor problems, but they have consulted doctors and there are no problems. It will not affect their normal life and work. Luo Xiao hurriedly explained. As the elderly were sent in batches, he would take them to the hospital for physical examinations as soon as possible and then arrange suitable jobs according to their physical health. For example, some weak people would be arranged to work in the garment factory to do some sweeping and cleaning, which does not require too much effort. And these elderly people in front of them are all elderly people with very good health who were selected after the physical examination. Li Ting shook her head helplessly when she heard this. It's not a question of whether the body is healthy or not, but these elderly people have never danced before and their bones and ligaments have been fixed. They can't do some difficult dance moves. Can't they train slowly? They can't train. If they are in their 30s, there is still a chance to train, but these elderly people are probably in their 40s or 50s. It is not feasible to train those difficult moves at this age. If they are forced to train, it will cause harm to their bodies. Li Ting explained that. Is that so? Luo Xiao frowned slightly. Going forward, to find the wheel would cause harm to the bodies of these elderly people, which would definitely not work. Mr. Chun took these elderly people here mainly to help them. If he hurt these elderly people for training, it would undoubtedly violate Mr. Chin's original intention. And it was not the result he wanted. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Li Ting and tried to speak. Then why don't we train those difficult movements, just do some simple basic dance movements, and then rehearse a dance. If we only train some basic dance movements, there is no problem, and we can rehearse a dance, but this dance will lack some excitement. If we participate in the competition, it will be difficult to get a place. Li Ting looked at the elderly people in the room and said slowly. Then it's settled. Just do those basic dances. Teacher Li, take a look at these elderly people. Which of them are suitable? Luo Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded in response. These elderly people were taken from poor mountainous areas. It is simply unrealistic to find some elderly people with dance skills. And Mr. Chin's requirement is to select members of the elderly song and dance troupe from these elderly people. So we can only abandon those difficult dance training. Then let's go with those three. Li Ting pointed to 3 elderly people. Luo Xiao saw this and wrote down the names of the 3 elderly people. Then he took Li Ting out of this apartment and went to another apartment, where there were also 8 elderly people standing. When he brought Li Ting to select candidates for the elderly song and dance troupe, he put the elderly people in good health into groups of 8 and waited in an apartment. After all, There were only two elderly people living in one apartment. If they were not gathered together, it would be too strenuous for them to run from room to room. That's it. After entering 3 apartments in a row, the candidates suitable for the elderly song and dance troupe had been selected. Okay, Teacher Lee, these are the only elderly people at present. If there are more elderly people in the future, I will bring you here to select. I'll trouble you to train these elderly people. After leaving the apartment, Luo Xiao looked at Li Ting and said. Li Ting nodded subconsciously, but she had a little doubt in her heart at this time. Where did Luo Xiao find these elderly people? And looking at the reactions and restrained looks of these elderly people, they didn't seem to be those elderly people in the city. It was more like the elderly people in the village when she went home for the new year. Thinking in her heart, she was about to ask when she heard Luo Xiao's mobile phone ringing. After a while, Luo Xiao hung up the phone and turned to look at Li Ting. Teacher Li, another group of elderly people have arrived at the apartment. I'll go pick them up. As he said that, he walked towards the elevator. Another group of elderly people have arrived at the apartment. As Li Ting listened to Luo Xiao's words, a bad picture flashed through her mind. Looking at Luo Xiao walking towards the elevator, she couldn't help but have a terrifying thought in her mind. This Luo Xiao shouldn't be a human trafficker. But she soon put this thought behind her. How could a human trafficker be so blatant? Thinking in her heart, she quickly followed him. She wanted to see what was going on. Soon, the two of them entered the elevator and went to the first floor and walked out of the apartment. 2 business cars were parked outside the door, and in front of the business cars stood several elderly people and 2 women. Mr. Song, Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Luo Xiao looked at the elderly outside and hurried to meet them. No trouble. These years, the elderly have just entered the big city, and they're a little restrained. You need to pay more attention. Sudan gestured to the elderly behind him and said, Don't worry, we have already prepared for this. Luo Xiao smiled confidently, and as soon as he finished speaking, 2 middle-aged women walked out of the apartment quickly. They came here soon. Mr. Luo. The 2 women looked at Luo Xiao and greeted him. Yes, these old people are left to you. Luo Xiao nodded lightly, and the 2 middle-aged women heard the words and walked to the old people and began to talk in a low voice. Soon, the old people who were very restrained gradually began to relax. Then, followed the 2 middle-aged women into the apartment. Song Xiao looked at this scene and asked curiously, Who are they? Oh. They are psychological teachers invited here because these old people have just come from the poor mountainous areas. Not only do they have physical health problems, but they also have some mental illnesses. So now they will do some psychological counseling for these old people every day. Luo Xiao looked at the 2 women who had brought the old people into the apartment and explained. Since the old people entered the apartment in batches, these old people have been under great psychological pressure because they have lived alone in the poor mountainous areas for a long time and suddenly entered a strange environment. In order to solve the psychological problems of the elderly, he specially invited a psychological counseling team to provide psychological counseling for those elderly people every day. Mr. Luo is thoughtful. Since the elderly have been sent here, we will leave first. Song Xiao nodded, and then said goodbye and left. They were also very tired during this period of travel, and now they just wanted to go home and have a good rest. Li Ting saw Song Xia and Sudan leave, and then turned to look at Luo Xiao. Are those elderly people brought from poor mountainous areas? This is what she just learned from the conversation between the 2 sides, but she still doesn't understand why Mr. Luo brought these elderly people from poor mountainous areas. Is it just to select candidates for the elderly song and dance troupe? But there are many elderly people with dancing skills in the city. It is not reliable to select elderly people from poor mountainous areas. Moreover, a psychological teacher was hired for this purpose, and the investment cost was much higher. Chapter 407 Editing End. Yes. After hearing Teacher Li's question, Luo Xiao replied. But these old people are basically not suitable for setting up a singing and dancing troupe for the elderly. Li Ting asked the doubts in her heart. I know. Luo Xiao nodded. How could he not know that these old people were not suitable to form a singing and dancing troupe for the elderly? But their purpose is not to be an elderly song and dance troupe at all, but to solve the life problems of the elderly in these impoverished mountainous areas. The singing and dancing troupe for the elderly is only part of the solution to the lives of the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. If the elderly song and dance troupe can achieve profitability, it can also indirectly alleviate the problem of funding for poor elderly people. After all, there are only expenses and no income. One day, this project of this team of poor elderly people will disintegrate bit by bit. This is probably Mr. Chen's ultimate goal. Then why are you still doing this? Li Ting was even more puzzled. Luo Xiao looked at the confused Li Ting and smiled. Because our original intention is not to set up a singing and dancing troupe for the elderly, but to help the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. The singing and dancing troupe for the elderly is just to find something to do for some healthy elderly people. Of course, if the singing and dancing troupe for the elderly can make a profit, I will also be very happy. Would like to see it. Hearing Luo Xiao's answer, Li Ting was suddenly stunned. The original intention was not to set up a singing and dancing troupe for the elderly, but to help the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. This sentence directly exploded in my mind, and all the previous incomprehensions and doubts were cleared up at this moment. Looking at the young Mr. Luo, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. So for those elderly people from impoverished mountainous areas who have been taken over, other than setting up an elderly singing and dancing troupe, what arrangements do you have? There are many. Liu Xiao glanced at Li Ting lightly. This teacher had already joined Lampi Film and Television and became the instructor of the senior singing and dancing troupe. There was nothing to hide, so he continued to speak. In addition to being selected to join the senior singing and dancing troupe, the elderly people with no health problems like the ones you just saw will also be assigned to companies to engage in light labor such as cleaning. Of course, some elderly people who are unable to work will also be brought in the future, but we, Mr. Chun, have already begun preparations for the construction of senior apartments. Once the construction of the senior apartments is completed, those elderly people will be taken to live in the senior apartments. At that time, some caregivers will be hired to take care of them. Li Ting couldn't help feeling a little ashamed as she listened to Luo Xiao's story. It turns out that the young Mr. Luo founded the singing and dancing troupe for the elderly to help the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. But she had not wanted to come before. In the end, she only agreed due to the temptation of money. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh and looked at Luo Xiao. I didn't know before that you established the singing and dancing group for the elderly to help the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. I'm sorry for that. Since it is to help the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas, I am also willing to do my part. I can agree to remove 1/3 of the previously negotiated remuneration. 1/3 of the highest affordability. Because she also needs financial resources to maintain her own life and family expenses. Teacher Li was joking. Since the remuneration has been negotiated, there will be no changes. You are now the instructor and the leader of the senior song and dance troupe. How far the senior song and dance troupe can develop depends on its support. You. Of course, I hope you can do your best to make the senior singing and dancing troupe a profitable project, so that we can also help more elderly people in impoverished mountainous areas. Luo Xiao waved his hand. Although he gave Li Ting a lot of remuneration, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket compared to the expenses of setting up the singing and dancing troupe for the elderly. And he even believes in the saying that if you want a horse to run, you must give it grass. He wants Li Ting to do her best to run the senior singing and dancing troupe, and she must give a satisfactory reward, so that the other party can do her best. Just like Mr. Chun, the employees under the group are given high treatment, and those employees work hard and seriously in order to keep their jobs. Because once they leave the Tomorrow Group, they will not be able to find a job with such benefits in other companies. Seeing Luo Xiao's determined expression, Li Ting did not refuse. Thank you very much, Mr. Luo. I will definitely do my best to create this senior singing and dancing troupe. Forget thanking me. It was Mr. Chun who really did such great things, and I was just an executor. Luo Xiao looked at the direction of Tomorrow Group's existence with deep admiration in his eyes. After dealing with the affairs of these elderly people in impoverished mountainous areas, he realized how much Mr. Chun had done for charity. The elderly apartments alone that are ready to be constructed will require tens of millions of funds, not to mention other places. If Mr. Chen does not do these things, then the money for charity will be Mr. Chen's own. Mr. Chen? Li Ting looked at Luo Xiao doubtfully, wondering who Mr. Chen was. Mr. Chen is the president of the Tomorrow Group. Our Lampion Film and Television is just a company under the Tomorrow Group, and this charity matter is an order issued by Mr. Chen. Well, it's good for you to know this now, and you will be slower in the future. Slow to understand. Halfway through Luo Zhao's words, he felt that it would take a long time to explain clearly, so he gave up. Anyway, after Li Ting enters the company, even if he doesn't say it, she will slowly understand it. Li Ting nodded slowly as she listened to Luo Zhao's words, but secretly remembered Tomorrow Group and President Chun in her heart. Luo Xiao glanced at the time, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Thinking that there were still some things to deal with in the film editing at the company, he said a few words to Li Ting and left quickly. Teacher Li, there are still some things to do at the company, so I'll leave first. I'll trouble you to take care of the matters of the elderly song and dance troupe. Tomorrow Group, Blue Film. Luo Xiao parked the car in the parking lot and quickly returned to his office. Not long after, Wangbin knocked on the door and walked in. How is it? Is the film editing finished? Looking at Wangbin coming in, Luo Xiao asked. It's finished. This is the finished film. You can take a look. Wangbin sat opposite the desk, took out his mobile phone to play a video, and handed it to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao took the phone and watched it carefully. In fact, he would usually pay attention to the edited clips, but this was the first time he watched the edited film. Time passed by little. Luo Xiao took a quick look at the edited movie and then returned the phone to Wangbin. Wangbin took the phone and looked at Luo Xiao expectantly. How is it? Is it okay? Chapter 408 New Script. Luo Xiao quietly looked at Wangbin with an expectant look on his face, and after a while, he couldn't help but laugh. Very good, very good. Whether it's the special effects or the plot, the editing is exactly how I imagined it. Brother Xiao, you scared me to death. I thought there was something wrong there. Wangbin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had just seen Luo Xiao just looking at him like that without saying a word. He thought there was something wrong with the editing. Since there is no problem, let's submit it for approval as soon as possible. After the approval is completed, we still need to contact the theater. There are still many things we need to do. Luo Xiao tapped the table gently and spoke slowly. Well, I'll let someone handle it later. The relationship has been found there. As long as our movie doesn't involve sensitive issues, it will be approved soon. Wangbin nodded. Before the movie was even edited, he had already started asking people to handle the approval process. Luo Xiao felt relieved after seeing that Wangbin had already arranged everything for the movie. Then he took out a script from the desk drawer and put it on the table. Well, then I'll leave this to you. By the way, I've already chosen the new script and will give it to Mr. Chan to take a look at later. Wangbin looked at the script on the table with some hesitation in his eyes. Brother Xiao, why do you think Mr. Chen insists on making science fiction movies? Isn't this a very risky choice? Science fiction movies are in a very awkward position in the current movie market. The first is that science fiction movies require a lot of special effects, which means that a large amount of money is needed in terms of financial investment. The sci-fi movies released in the past few years have not received very high ratings. They are highly anticipated every time, and then they are said to be bad movies by many netizens on the internet. So much so that in the past 2 years, no director has taken the risk to make a real science fiction film. There are not many science fiction scripts in the script market today. The script in front of them was a result of them searching the script market for a long time before they found a fairly good script. At this time, Mr. Chen actually chose to make a science fiction film for his second film without any hesitation. This was something he didn't expect. How do we know Mr. Chen's thoughts? Luo Xiao shook his head. The two discussed a few more words in the office, and Wangbin left to deal with the movie. Luo Xiao sat in the office for a while, then picked up the script on the desktop, got up and left the office, preparing to report the new script to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Looking at Mr. Chen sitting at his desk, Luo Xiao walked over. Well, what's the matter? Chun-mo casually closed the game interface on his computer and turned to look at Luo Xiao, who came in. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao quickly handed over the script in his hand. Mr. Chun, the script has been selected. Please take a look. Oh, let me take a look. Chun-mo became interested when he heard this and reached out to take the script handed over by Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao had already submitted a script to him for review a while ago, but he took a second look and passed it. That movie is a romance movie. For romance movies, except for the salaries of some actors, there are basically no other expenses. But this time, the preparations for the movie were only required to prevent any accidents during the settlement. Naturally, we have to choose some high-investment movies. In his opinion, high-investment movies are science fiction movies. He also took the opportunity to learn about the science fiction movies in the world in recent years and found that there was no successful science fiction movie. This was undoubtedly a reassurance for him. High investment, low return. Isn't this what he needs? Thinking in my heart. Then he opened the script handed over by Luo Xiao and read it. After a while, he closed the script with satisfaction. Good. As expected, Luo Xiao did not disappoint him. The script he selected was still as bad as ever. By reading the entire script, the only thing he can confirm is that this is a true science fiction movie. But the plot in the script is somewhat unsatisfactory. This is the general plot of the entire script. The end of the world has come, and a series of disasters such as acid rain, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and cold winters have followed. In order to survive, people began to work together to build Noah's Arkansas. The male protagonist is a scientific researcher who was framed, while the female protagonist is a scientific research enthusiast. The two have a common goal, which is to build a real Noah's Arkansas. The plot started well. The male protagonist was framed and forced to leave the scientific research team. By chance, he met the female protagonist who was picking up rubbish in the ruins and preparing to build an ark. The male protagonist used his professional knowledge to help the female protagonist solve many technical problems. If it develops in this way, it will create some difficulties and more twists and turns for the two of them, and finally it will rise to the level of carelessness. For the sake of human survival, the male protagonist and the female protagonist will risk their lives to confront the villains in the scheming scientific research team. In the end, he finally defeated the villain of the scientific research team, successfully built a super ark, and brought a group of humans into the ark. Finally, he escaped the disaster caused by the end of the world and continued the fire of mankind. But in this script, after the male and female protagonists meet, the route begins to go awry. Building the ark has become the background wall, and it even begins to describe the emotional drama between the two. It is a proper science fiction romance film. What's more interesting is that the two of them actually magically built a spaceship in the end and left the Earth directly. Of course, the manufacturing process was not described. It just appeared suddenly at the end, which was very abrupt. But this is the script he wanted. The more abrupt it is, the more it shows that this script is bad. Perfect. Very perfect. Slowly put the script down, looked up at Luo Xiao sitting opposite, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this script is very good, but it would be better to add more special effects in the middle stage. The more gorgeous the special effects are, the more exciting they are. Chun-mo spoke slowly. He wanted to use this script to consume more system funds, so he must make more special effects and make them more gorgeous. Of course, this is based on the bad plot. Now that he has read the script, the plot is very bad, so there is no problem. And in order to deal with possible changes, he naturally has to increase the budget of the script as much as possible, and then increase the investment of funds. I know, Mr. Chun. I will find a way to increase the special effects in the middle stage. Luo Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mr. Chun nod. Then, Mr. Chun, when should we start preparing for the filming? Well, we can start preparing now. The direction of actor selection is still the same as the previous script. No traffic stars are needed. Now those drama school students have joined Blue Film, so we can reuse the actors of our own company. Even if we want to find other actors, we must abide by the previous rules. There are no amateur actors in this selection. As for the filming time, it will probably be in early September. Chun-mo looked at Luo Xiao and spoke slowly. Now those drama school students have just filmed a bad movie. After the movie is released, those students will not only be amateur actors, but their reputation may also deteriorate. Yes, they are all amateur actors. Maybe some people who watch the movie will find that this is a bad movie and don't care who the actors are. Anyway, continuing to use those drama school actors is a very correct choice. Chapter 405 Teacher Sue's Theory. Wang Yang took out his mobile phone and answered the call directly. Right, that's right. Then I'll go over there, okay. Hang up the phone. Wang Yang looked at Chibu, and before he could say anything, Chibu had already spoken first. The decoration was done by you? Yes. Mr. Chen's order? That's right. You want to go there now? Wang Yang nodded. Then what are you waiting for? I'll see you off. Supervisor Chibu said anxiously, then turned to look at the conference room designer and spoke quickly. This is the end of the meeting. Dismissed. Sing. He took Wang Yang and quickly left Chenglin decoration. Come to the car. Chibu got the navigation ready, slowly started the vehicle, turned to look at Wang Yang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said casually, By the way, how far have you passed your driver's license test? The third course is over, and I'm preparing for the fourth course. Wang Yang replied. Since Wang Jun went to Kyoto, he has signed up for a driving school. Now he can get a driver's license as long as he comes to the fourth class. That's coming soon. The headquarters has already said that as long as you get your driver's license, a car will be assigned to you immediately. The limit is 200,000. You can go to the 4S store and choose it yourself. Thank you, Brother Chi. Wang Yang thanked him and said that he knew it was Chi Bu who mentioned this matter to the headquarters. Time passes. The end of July soon came. Jiangqing North Station. Song Xia and Su Dan slowly walked out of the train station. Looking at the busy traffic ahead, they couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After being away for so long, I'm finally back. Song Xia, I think I probably understand the meaning of Mr. Chen asking us to pick up and drop off those old people. Sudan turned his head and looked at the few old people following behind him, and said with some emotion, Didn't you say, let us accumulate some merit? Song Xia looked confused. Mr. Chen seemed to have said this before asking them to set off. Could there be other reasons? However, during this trip, her mentality changed somewhat. Looking at the lives of those people in those impoverished mountainous areas, she couldn't believe that in contemporary society, there was still such a group of people who were still struggling for food and clothing. Seeing this, she suddenly realized how happy her previous life was, and she also felt a lot in her heart. Although this journey was hard, her soul seemed to be sublimated. Accumulate merit? Sudan looked behind him and saw the old people who were at a loss because they suddenly entered a strange environment, and smiled to himself. If accumulating merit is really useful, do you think there will still be these poor old people? Song Xia was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then shook his head. If there is such a thing as accumulating merit, these old people would have been used by others to accumulate merit. Sultan looked at Song Xia's expression and sighed slightly. Then there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chen asked us to go out this time. Accumulating merit is just an excuse to keep more of one thing. Something? What? Song Xia looked at Sultan in confusion, unable to think of anything that needed to be preserved. Sudan turned to look at Song Xia and said with a very serious expression, Conscience. Mr. Chen wants us to keep our conscience. Mr. Chen wants to tell us that no matter how far we develop Nana coffee in the future, we should not forget our conscience. Looking back, all of Mr. Chen's businesses, except for the current Songshui games, are almost all losing money. Do you know why? Is it true that you can't make money? Not at all. Mr. Chen is sticking to his conscience. Just like boring short videos that have been promoting positive energy and live teaching content, wouldn't it be more attractive if we had some marginal content? There are also garment factories. All the machines are the most advanced automated machines. The fabrics used are also of good quality, and no corners are cut in the workmanship. There are also staff canteens and staff dormitories. If Mr. Chen makes a mistake, the remaining money will belong to Mr. Chen himself. So everything is due to Mr. Chen's own conscience. It was Mr. Chen who curbed his desires and gave up a lot of benefits. What benefited were us employees and those who bought the company, customers of the product. Mr. Chun just wants us to maintain this kind of conduct through this trip. Song Xia listened to Sultan's words and nodded with some emotion. But what are we going to do? They can maintain these qualities, but they're just running a coffee shop. They can't set up a foundation like Mr. Chun did. With their strength, there is simply no way they can do it. Sudan looked up into the distance and spoke slowly. What we have to do is very simple. That is, we should not focus all our attention on how to turn Nana coffee into a profit. We should look more at the things around us and do as many good deeds as we can. Just like these old people in front of us, these old people have never been to a big city and they know nothing about life in a big city. They don't know how to take the subway, how to scan a code with their mobile phone, etc. They don't know a lot of things. They are a group of people who are out of touch with society. We can do something about this matter, such as posting a notice at the door of the coffee shop, indicating that any employee of the coffee shop can provide help for it. Of course, there are many similar things that can be done. When we return to the company, we can hold a meeting when we have time to brainstorm. Well, let's discuss it when we return to the company. Song Xia nodded. Just then, two business cars drove over from a distance and stopped in front of the two. A driver rolled down the window. It's Mr. Song and Mr. Su, right? I was sent by Mr. Luo to pick up the elderly and take them to the apartment. Yes, the elderly are all here. Sudan nodded, then turned around and gestured to the several elderly people behind him. Okay, leave it to us. The two business car drivers got off the car and walked towards the elderly with a gentle face, wanting to take them to the business car. However, the elderly seemed to be a little scared and did not move their bodies, but looked at Song Xia and Sudan nervously. Song Xia and Sudan saw this, sighed, and said to the two drivers, "They have just entered the big city, and they're a little strange and scared. Let's go with them." As they said, the two came to the elderly and whispered a few words to comfort them. Then, under the guidance of Song Xia and Sudan, they went directly into the business car. Dongqing apartment. Luo Xiao walked into Dongqing apartment with a woman in her 30s and soon came to an apartment. Open the door and enter. In the room, there were 8 elderly people standing in the living room. Teacher Lee, the elderly are all here. Take a look. Is there anyone suitable to join the elderly dance troupe? Luo Xiao said respectfully to the woman next to him. This woman is called Li Ting. She used to be the leader of a dance troupe. She is proficient in classical dance, folk dance, modern dance, etc. She also has a good vocal foundation. She is the perfect instructor for the elderly dance troupe. He invited her many times, and finally, with the blessing of money, he finally invited her. In any case, with this excellent instructor teaching, this dance troupe will not be too bad. Chapter 409 Suitable Actor. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll go back and start preparing for the movie. Luo Xiao nodded, then stood up and left the office. He took the elevator back to his office, sat on the office chair, and fell into deep thought, thinking of Wei Yan's analysis last time. This time, Mr. Chin's performance seemed to be the same as last time, and he said that he needed to add some gorgeous special effects in the middle of the movie, which showed that Mr. Chin was not satisfied with the middle part of the script. And if I deny him in person, I'm afraid it will hit him, so I remind him from the side. That's it. Luo Xiao nodded confidently, took the script in his hand, and slowly opened it to read it. Since Mr. Chun is not satisfied with the middle part of the script, then he will try to modify it. Kyoto. In a villa, a bald man kept flipping through the information in his hand. After a while, he sighed for a long time and threw the information in his hand on the coffee table in front of him helplessly. Director Yu, haven't you found the right person yet? This is the 3rd batch. If we don't hurry up and decide on the roles, the crew will not be able to shoot, and I'm afraid it won't be able to be released in time for the Spring Festival. The middle-aged man sitting on the side saw the middle-aged man sighing, and his expression was also somewhat helpless. He has collected information on 3 batches of actors, including old, young, acting, and traffic. All kinds of candidates are ready, but no one meets the requirements. No! Yuzheng looked at the somewhat scattered actor information on the coffee table, shook his head slowly, and was a little anxious in his heart. Just as the middle-aged man said, the movie they shot this time is a comedy, which is going to be filmed in August, and the movie will be shot as quickly as possible to catch up with the new year and Spring Festival. After all, at that time, both the number of people watching the movie and the influence are very large. Moreover, he had been preparing for this comedy for a long time. He was very confident about the script. As long as he found the right actors and presented the plot and effect he had envisioned, it would definitely become a dark horse in the New Year's movie. However, he encountered difficulties in casting. One of the protagonists was played by himself, which was no problem. However, the selection of another important protagonist was difficult. This role is the soul of the script. Only by fully exerting the envision of this role can the comedy effect be presented. So he was very strict in selecting this role. But in all the actors' information he checked, either they had acting skills but their image and temperament did not match, or there were some traffic stars without any acting skills. In short, in his selection during this period, no actor met his needs. But as time went on, if he could not find the right actor, he would not be able to catch up with the release of the film during the Spring Festival. This undoubtedly made him very conflicted. Now he has two choices. The first is not to be so strict in selecting actors. Just choose one that is almost suitable so that the crew can start filming as soon as possible and let the movie be released during the Spring Festival. But there is a disadvantage, that is, because the actors are not so perfect in the script, even if the effect of the movie is shot, it will definitely not be as perfect as expected. The second is to give up the movie being released during the Spring Festival. Continue to select suitable actors until you find an actor who meets his requirements, and then prepare for the filming of the movie. But the disadvantage here is whether those actors who meet his requirements can be met, and even if they can be met, what if it takes a long time? Then this movie will not enter the filming for a long time. Director you, if it really doesn't work, just choose one that is almost the same. I think there are a few actors who are still good and suitable for this script. There is no need to be so strict in the selection of actors. The middle-aged man sitting on the side saw that Yu Zheng did not respond for a long time and couldn't help but persuade him. The release of movies during the Spring Festival is a very large wave of traffic, and he doesn't want to miss it. Yu Zheng came back to his senses after hearing this, turned his head, and looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the side and spoke slowly after a moment of silence. Wait another 20 days. If no suitable actor appears in 20 days, just choose the actor who was mentioned before. He was still a little unwilling to find an actor who met the requirements, but these 20 days were the last time he gave himself. He also roughly estimated that even if the crew started filming after 20 days, the movie could be released during the Spring Festival. After all, it was just a comedy movie. He didn't need to do any special effects. He just needed to shoot well and edit it. So it took a lot of time to shoot. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded helplessly after hearing this. He knew Yu Zheng's expectations for this comedy, so he didn't refute Yu Zheng's request. And if he could really find an actor who met the requirements, he would be very willing to see it. August 1st. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chunemo looked at the crazy increase in system funds and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly, but he didn't feel much about it. After all, at the beginning of every month, he would experience the torture of this kind of system fund skyrocketing. But now he is somewhat used to it, and he has planned the expenditure of system funds this month. He is not too worried. First of all, there is the reconstruction project of Chongfeng Garment Factory, and he has to invest a sum of money every month. Then the new branch of Nanha Coffee in Kyoto has also been decided. There is also the construction plan of the elderly apartment, which has been prepared and requires investment. Finally, there is Baishu Law Firm. Wang Yang has already measured the decoration, but the design drawings have not yet come out. When the design drawings come out, the decoration costs will also be a large expense. There are also purchases of office supplies, desks, and chairs, which can also spend part of the system funds. Of course, in addition to the above major expenses, there are some other small expenses. For example, the purchase of canteen ingredients, monthly employee group building dinners, employee driver's license tests, replacement of glasses, and a series of expenses. Chinemo took out a computer and simply calculated the amount of all expenses, and then counted the total revenue of all companies in Tomorrow Group. Finally, he compared the income and expenditure. Chinemo breathed a sigh of relief. although the overall income was slightly higher than the expenditure. But it didn't have any impact on him. He had many ways to consume the extra system funds. So, he only needed to maintain the current income and expenditure, and the full conversion of system funds this time was basically stable. Chun-mo leaned back comfortably in the boss chair and drank a sip of coffee with a comfortable look on his face. This time, he really couldn't find anything else that could affect his settlement. Chapter 4, 10 Midnight. It's really stable, Chun-mo thought confidently, because even if something unexpected happened, he still had two backup ways to spend money. Purchase of an apartment building, plus renovations. Another one is investment in science fiction movies. Either of these two ways of spending money can make hundreds of millions of expenditures. So even if something happened to one of his companies this month, it would eventually lead to profits. He also has a way to consume the sudden profits. This time there was nothing that could stop him from converting the system funds in full. Blue film and television. Manager's office. Wang Bin found Luo Xiao and said excitedly, "Brother Xiao, everything went well with the film review. I calculated the time, and we can release it as soon as 8.15. Well, yes, is there any communication with the cinema?" Luo Xiao put the script aside and looked up at Wang Bin. I was also a little surprised by Wang Bin's efficiency. Wang Bin immediately showed a wry smile after hearing this. The theater aspect is not ideal. Why? They don't accept our movie and can show it in theaters. Luo Xiao frowned slightly. If things were really what he thought, there would be some trouble. If theaters don't like their movies and don't accept their movies to be released in theaters, it will be difficult to solve. After all, no matter how good your movie is, if it cannot be released in theaters, there will be no people to watch it, let alone the box office. That's not true. Wang Bin shook his head slightly and then explained. The main reason is that our movies don't have any popular stars or powerful actors, so the directors of those theaters are skeptical about our movies. So in terms of movie schedules, our movies are basically shown at midnight after 12 o'clock. Wang Bin was a little helpless. He still knew that there were not many people going to the movies during that time. Moreover, their movies were not even promoted. There are only a small number of people, and there is no publicity, so there will definitely be fewer people watching their movies. This will undoubtedly have a great impact on the movie box office. Is that so? Luo Xiao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. One way or another, this result is at least better than if the movie cannot be released in theaters. But he was also a little worried if the movies were all scheduled for midnight screenings. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of the two young men from the capital who invited them to dinner after the filming in Kyoto. One of them, Chun Song, said at the time that they had a theater at home and could help arrange the movie if it was released. I thought about it in my mind. In the end, we can only place our hopes for the movie on Shin Kong. Although I don't know if Chun Song still remembers what he said at that time if I contact him now. I still have to contact him. Do you still remember that we had dinner with Chun Song in Kyoto? You can try asking him to see if he can help. You don't need to schedule the movie to the best time. It just needs to be better than the midnight show. By the way, why did I forget about Chun Song? He said at that time that he wanted to help when our movie was released. I will contact him later. Wang Bin nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Oh. Luo Xiao nodded, then looked down at his phone. It was almost 12 o'clock. It's already lunchtime. Let's go, let's have lunch first, and then we'll study it when we come back. Well, Mr. Wei and the others have also been paying attention to the affairs of our theater. We can just talk to them during dinner. Wang Bin nodded. The two got up and walked straight outside the office. Tomorrow's cafeteria. After Luo Xiao and Wang Bin finished their meal, they looked around and saw Wei Yin and the others in the distance. So he walked over. Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang, you're a little slow today. Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin walking over and joked casually. We were discussing something and forgot to check the time. Luo Xiao put the dinner plate on the table and sat down. By the way, the release of the movie has been decided, and it will be on the 15th of this month. August 15th? Upon hearing this, Wei Yin turned on his phone and glanced at the calendar. The 15th happens to be Sunday, which is the company's day off. In this case, I will organize the company's employees to go over and support me. You can also make boring short videos here. Li Shun echoed from the side. They had already planned on coming to support it. After all, this movie was the first film of Blue Picture Film and Television, and it was also Mr. Chin's first step into the film and television industry. As a member of the Tomorrow Group, they naturally wanted to go over and support them. Moreover, they also knew from Luo Xiao before that this movie had not been promoted, so there must be very few people watching the movie in the early stages of its release. So they want to support it even more. Let's talk about it in the manager group and try to organize as many employees as possible to go watch movies on Sunday. Of course, Sunday is employees' rest time, so don't force employees to watch it. Put this matter aside, explain that if you want to go, you can sign up. Wei Yin touched his chin and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen has always advocated not taking up employees' rest time, so they cannot go against Mr. Chen's wishes. Thanks. Luo Xiao listened to the words of Wei Yin and others and said with gratitude. Although even organizing the entire group's employees to go to the cinema to watch movies would not increase box office revenue much, this intention is enough to make them happy. Thank you no matter what. We are all members of the same group. Isn't it right to help each other? Wei Yin waved his hand indifferently. That is, Li Shun and others also nodded in agreement. Soon a few people finished their meal. Wei Yin took advantage of the situation and sent the news to the group that the new movie of Lampy Film and Television would be released on August 15th. Soon someone started to reply to the message in the group. Song Xia. Got it, the midnight show is just right. We'll go to the cinema to watch it when we get off work. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Jiang Chung. Got it, I will notify the staff of the news. Once the number of people is counted, we can directly book the movie tickets in advance and go watch it together. Yao Beigua. Since it is Mr. Chen's first movie to be released, I will definitely support it. I will take the club members to watch it when the time comes. Pang Tao. Got it, but we haven't recruited all the staff here yet, so we can't bring many people to watch. By the way, there are many villagers in the village who work in the pet park. We can organize them to watch together, and we can also promote the villagers. In pet park emotions, Li Shun. Everyone, please note that which company goes to which theater to watch a movie. Everyone must agree to buy tickets in advance. Otherwise, if everyone goes to the same theater, it will be troublesome. Luo Xiao. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 4:11 Chin Song and Du Ziding's decision. Kyoto. Tinga Game Club. Chin Song sat back in his office chair, slowly hung up the phone, and then turned to look at Du Ziding. Mr. Chen's movie will be released on August 15th. Well, isn't that great? We can go and support it then. Du Ziding nodded upon hearing this. He was concerned about Mr. Chen's new movie, and he had also discussed it in detail with the two managers of Blue Film. But I'm a little confused. Chin Song looked puzzled. Confused? What's the confusion? Du Ziding looked at Chun Song puzzledly, not knowing what Chun Song was confused about. Chin Song looked at Du Ziding and asked, do you think someone would not do any publicity after filming a movie and then put it on the shelves in the theater? That's unlikely. No matter how good a movie is, if there is no publicity, no one will know it. Du Ziding shook his head lightly. How could it be possible not to promote a movie after filming it? Which movie doesn't do publicity before it is released now? Some directors even want to make the movie known to the whole country so that the movie can sell well on the first day of release. How can it be possible without promotion? Mr. Chen did not promote it. Chen Kong spoke Salao. Wang Bin of Blue Film and Television just called him and told him the release time of the movie, and then talked about the current situation of the movie. Not at all. Du Ziding est que d'un certain lit. Not at all. Chen Kong noted this. Du Ziding fell into silence for a while. After filming the movie, there was no promotion at all. What exactly did Mr. Chen want to do? After a while, he came back to his senses and looked up at Chin Kong. Then what are you going to do? He knew that Chin Song was going to put Mr. Chen's movie into his own theater and arrange it to be played in the prime time. But now Mr. Chen's movie has not been promoted at all, which will undoubtedly affect the theater's attendance rate. Chin Song sighed deeply when he heard this. I choose to continue to support it. Aren't you worried that the movie is not well made, very rubbish, and will affect the box office revenue of your theater? Du Ziding looked at Chun Song curiously. Chun Song's Tianda shopping malls are all over the country, and there is a Tianda cinema in every Tianda plaza. If all AtoZ cinemas across the country play Mr. Chin's movies during prime time, it is undoubtedly a very risky behavior. After all, it has not been long since Mr. Chin established Lampion Film and Television. And when he drank with the two managers of Lampion Film and Television last time, they also knew about the configuration of this movie. First, when Luo Xiao was shooting this movie, he had only shot 2 movies before, and both ended in failure. Second, the actors used in this movie are all amateur actors, and they will not bring any traffic at all. Third, as I just learned, this movie has not been promoted at all. A director who has failed twice, no acting experience, no actors with any traffic, and no publicity. These 3 points combined, anyone would feel that there is no expectation for this movie. If Chin Sung just wanted to give Mr. Chin a face and then simply help him, it would be understandable. But if all the theaters in the country were betting on that uncertain movie, it would be a little unreliable. I am a little worried, but through the last time I drank with Luo Xiao, I could feel that the two of them were very confident about the upcoming movie. Of course, the more important point is that even if the movie is not well made and fails, I will only lose some money. But in my family, will I be short of that money? It's just a little less profit. And it's better to help in times of trouble than to add icing on the cake. I guess Mr. Chin didn't invest in movie promotion because he didn't have extra funds to promote it. Recently, I know that Mr. Chin's clothing factory is being demolished and rebuilt, and the entire industrial park has become Mr. Chin's clothing factory. Such a large factory, the reconstruction of the industrial park undoubtedly requires a huge amount of funds to support it. It is very likely that Mr. Chun has invested all the funds of the group in the reconstruction of the garment factory, so there is no extra funds to promote the movie when it is released. And I will ignore the risk of the movie at this time and let all AtoZ cinemas across the country play Mr. Chin's movie in the golden period. This is undoubtedly a timely help. Once what we do is known by Mr. Chun, we can undoubtedly gain Mr. Chin's friendship. Once we have Mr. Chin's friendship, won't our future cooperation with Sangshua Games be smoother? Chun Sung talked incessantly, with a faint smile on his face. He felt that this was an opportunity to build a good relationship with Mr. Chun. Du Ziding listened to Chun Sung's explanation and nodded in agreement, but soon looked at Chun Sung with some doubts. Will your father allow you to do this? He just remembered that AtoZ Cinema was not Chun Sung's, but Chun Sung's father Chun Tianlin's. Chun Tianlin can be said to be an old businessman. Will he allow Chun Sung to be so willful about such risky behavior of the cinema? He has been wanting to retire for the past 2 years and then train me and hand over the Investec Group to me. If he doesn't agree, then don't let me go back to work at the Investec Group. He still wants to retire. There are no doors. Chun Sung said with an indifferent expression. Taking over a group company requires a lot of things to deal with, and he is not willing to do it. Forehead. Listening to Chun Sung's words, Du Ziding was stunned for a moment, and then thought of himself. So why not myself? His father was not like that. From time to time, he would urge him to take over part of the company's affairs, and then hand over the group company to his hands step by step. Why? Du Ziding couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Chun Sung couldn't help but sigh when he heard Du Ziding sigh. Then the two looked at each other, and then smiled helplessly. Since I want to gain Mr. Chin's friendship, I have some methods, but I can't let you do everything. For a long time. Du Ziding raised his head and spoke slowly. What can I do? Chun Sung looked at Du Ziding in confusion, wondering what else Du Ziding could do to gain Mr. Chin's friendship. Didn't you say that Mr. Chin may not have much funds to promote boring short videos, so I will find a way to help promote the movie. When Du Ziding said this, he smiled slightly. Don't forget. Chapter 412 Law, Firm Benefits. Magic City. Shanghai Theater Academy. Mr. Luo just called to inform us that the movie we shot will be released on August 15th. Jiang Shui looked at the people in front of her and said excitedly, as an important role in the movie, I naturally look forward to the movie I shot being released. Everyone else looked excited when they heard the news about Jiang Shui. By the way, many classmates asked me when the movie we shot will be released and wanted to support it. Su Tang suddenly spoke. During this time, students would come over from time to time to inquire about the movie. There is even a mentor. Ask him for information. Indeed, I've been asked by many people. I have never confirmed when the movie will be released, so I didn't tell them. Same here. Well, now that I know the exact release time of the movie, I can tell those who ask about it. Zhang Shuel listened to the words of several people and nodded slightly. She was also asked about it. However, those who inquired were mostly curious, and many did not want to support their films. After thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. I learned from Mr. Luo that the movie we shot this time was not promoted, so the box office may not be very satisfactory in the early stages of release. I hope you are prepared. But I do have some ideas here. Since there is no promotion from Blue Film and Television, why don't we promote it ourselves? Should we promote it? How should we promote it? A man asked in confusion. In the movie, he played a role that didn't have many roles. For campus promotion, we can promote it on the campus Tiaba. Zhang Shui spoke slowly. However, this publicity doesn't seem to have much effect. Even if everyone in the school goes to watch the movie, it won't have a significant impact on the movie's publicity or box office revenue. No, we promoted it on the school forum, of course, not to increase box office revenue, but to let people in the school watch it and find our shortcomings and deficiencies in our acting skills. After all, this is a drama school. Everyone has their own opinions on acting. We can use the problems they pointed out to find out what areas we still need to improve. Of course, in order to increase the enthusiasm of comments, we can give out some small gifts to those who participate in comments or provide opinions. Zhang Shui slowly said what she was thinking. Hypely promoting a movie is not something they can do at the moment, but it can still be done by promoting it on campus. Moreover, many of the students are studying acting and can effectively point out their shortcomings in filming. In this way, they can also find out their own shortcomings in these evaluations, and then correct them to improve their acting skills. That's not a bad idea. Su Tang heard Zhang Shui's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Hearing this, others also followed suit. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhang Shui smiled slightly and then clapped her hands. Then it's settled. It will be released in 14 days. We have to start taking action as soon as possible. A few days later, Baishu Law Firm. In a conference room, 100 recruited trainee lawyers stood neatly. Tang Xiu looked at the 100 trainee lawyers standing neatly and nodded slowly. After the location of the law firm was determined some time ago, she began to recruit trainee lawyers. In order to realize the plan of survival of the fittest, she directly set the number of trainee lawyers to recruit to 100. And these 100 intern lawyers were also the outstanding interns she selected from many resumes. You have all seen the layout of the entire law firm just now. All the rooms we just visited belong to our Baishu law firm. However, because there are still renovations, there are no desks and chairs here yet. So before the renovation is completed and the office desks and chairs are moved in, everyone will need to work from home for the rest of the time. But you can rest assured that there are corresponding subsidies for working from home. But working from home does not mean that you do nothing. I will explain various cases to you through online meetings every day, as well as some necessary legal knowledge. After Tang Xiu's words fell, there was a small discussion in the conference room, but it soon returned to calm. Looking at the conference room that had regained its calm, Tang Xiu continued to speak. I believe that the welfare benefits of Baishu Law Firm have been clearly stated in the recruitment introduction. Of course, there are some hidden benefits in the company, which you will know later. What you need to know now is that Baishu Law Firm, the benefits we provide you are something other lawyers can never offer you. A few of you must have gone to other lawyers for interviews before coming here for the interview. I won't go into details about the treatment they offered. For those who don't know, you can ask. But since we offer such high treatment, we are not here to do charity. We also have our own requirements. When Tang Xiu said this, his eyes swept over the many interviewers one by one. She abandoned the traditional interview method and directly gathered all 100 interviewees together for a collective interview. It's not an interview, it's a mutual selection. She selected these trainee lawyers in the conference room, which means that these people still meet his requirements. And what she has to do now is to explain the requirements of Baishu Law Firm. That is, to let these interviewees make a choice. If they think they can accept it, they can stay and sign the contract to become employees of the company. If they don't think they can accept it, they can leave directly, and she will continue to recruit interns who meet the requirements until the quota is filled. Listening to Tang Xiu's words, All the interviewees in the conference room looked at Tang Xiao curiously, wondering what the so-called requirements were. Tang Xiao noticed the curious eyes of many interviewees and continued to speak. After joining Baishu Law Firm, in order to cultivate talents who can stand on their own feet as soon as possible, the law firm will adopt a system of survival of the fittest. This system is very simple. I will conduct an inspection and assessment from time to time. Any unqualified employees will be eliminated and leave the law firm until the last 50 people are eliminated. Of course, these 50 people are not fixed. If you are really outstanding and ranked outside the top 50, we will also make a reasonable choice based on the situation at the time. After the voice fell, there was an uproar in the conference room. Tang Xiao looked at this scene calmly. Chapter 413, Shinro's Worry. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he sat down at a square table that had been prepared in the conference room. Beside the square table, a whole stack of blank contracts was prepared. There was silence in the conference room at first, and then there was a burst of chaotic discussion. Immediately afterwards, some interviewees began to choose to leave the conference room. After a while, the conference room gradually returned to calm. Tang Xiao briefly checked and found that 12 employees had left the conference room. After the 12th employee left, no interviewer chose to leave. Looking at the remaining 88 interviewers waiting quietly in the conference room, he spoke calmly. If no one chooses to leave anymore, then they can queue up to sign a contract. As Tang Xiao's words fell, a simple formation was quickly arranged in the conference room, and the first interviewer slowly walked towards Tang Xiao, who was sitting at the square table. This is a contract. There is a regulation on it that deals with the survival of the fittest system. You can take a careful look at it. If you think there is no problem, then you can sign the contract. Tang Xiao looked at the interviewer walking over, picked up the contract from the square table, and handed it over. The interviewer quickly took the contract, read it quickly, and signed it. Time passes slowly. Soon all 88 interviewees signed the contract. Tang Xiao sorted out the contract a little, then stood up and looked at the 88 interviewers in the conference room. At this time, they can no longer be called interviewers. They're already employees of Baishu Law Firm. Now that everyone has joined the company from now on, everyone is an employee of Baishu Law Firm. However, how many people can be retained in the end depends on your own abilities. You are all interns who have just graduated from university. There may be some gaps in your legal knowledge and abilities, but they will never be too different. So the key to whether you can stay is whether you work hard enough or not. Self-discipline. Tang Xiao glanced at the 88 employees who had joined the company, and then continued to speak. There are still some things that need to be explained to you. At present, apart from me, the leader of the entire law firm is you. In the future, the various vacant positions in the law firm will also be selected from you. As for how to choose, naturally, those with outstanding abilities will be given priority. In the conference room, when the 88 new employees heard Tang Xiao's words, their eyes showed excitement. If you have worked hard to study and improve your business capabilities before, it is to keep this job and not be eliminated. So now they have a greater motivation, which is to strive to perform better and then become a leader in a law firm. Wouldn't that be a better thing? Tang Xiao looked at the conference room filled with many fighting employees and smiled. This is the effect she wants. However, she has only recruited 88 trainee lawyers. She is short of the target of 100 and needs to recruit 12 more. Immediately afterwards, in the conference room, she told some things about working from home and then immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. After Chun Mo checked all the information on the desktop, he sat back on the boss's chair with a relaxed expression. Since August, he has been very energetic and checks the information and income and expenditure of each company every day. The purpose is to prevent a company from suddenly experiencing a sudden surge in revenue, and he does not discover it in time, which will lead to his settlement failure. But now 10 days have passed. All companies under the Tomorrow Group are still under his control, and there are no surprises. As long as this continues for 20 days, his full conversion of 30 million system funds will be basically stable. He put all the information he had just read aside and was about to play a game to relax. Shinro came over with a piece of information. Mr. Chun, this is the information report from Baishu Law Firm. Please take a look. As he spoke, he handed over the information in his hand, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. During this time, Mr. Chin has to pay attention to the information of all companies under the Tomorrow Group almost every day, which makes her very uneasy. In the previous companies under the group, some insignificant matters were left to her to handle. And these days, Mr. Chin actually wants to take a look at it in person. She was a little worried that she had made some mistakes when handling these matters before, which made Mr. Chin a little uneasy about his handling of the work. Chin Mo took the information and saw Shinro still standing there, refusing to leave, so he spoke in confusion. Is there anything else? Mr. Chun, did I make any mistakes during my work during this period? Shinro hesitated for a moment and finally asked, What a mistake. There is no mistake. Mo was even more confused and didn't understand what Shinro was asking. Where else did the error occur? Do you know what your biggest mistake is? It's not making a mistake. Oh. Shinro nodded, still feeling a little uneasy, and returned to her office. Shinmo looked at Shinro, who was leaving a little strangely, and then opened the report handed over by Shinro and looked at it. After a while, he slowly closed the report with a faint smile on his face. This Tang Xiao is pretty good. She was given a minimum quota of 50 interns, but she actually recruited 100. 100 interns is 50 more than his limit, which means 50 more intern salary expenses. Not bad. Finally, he did something that suited his heart. Looking at the information he had read on the desktop, he was completely relaxed and clicked on the game icon of Extreme Survival on the computer. Manhwa Coffee Headquarters. Conference Room. Sultan stood in front of the conference room, looking at the coffee shop manager who rushed over to the conference room, and the coffee shop managers in Kyoto who were in the video conference. Everyone is here, so let's start the meeting. Today's meeting will not talk about the reform of coffee, nor the relevant policies of coffee shops. Today we will only talk about two words: conscience. Maybe you will wonder why I would talk about something that has nothing to do with coffee, but you are wrong. The word conscience has a lot to do with us, and it is also the original intention that we at Nana Coffee have always maintained. Because this is the Tomorrow Group, and it is also what Mr. Chun has always advocated and promoted. Chapter 414, Nana Coffee's Charity. Sultan paused for a moment, and the coffee shop manager in the conference room also began to prepare notes to record the next content. Many store managers in the video conference also began to take out notes and prepare. Sultan took a brief look and saw that everyone was ready before continuing to speak. As a coffee shop, we naturally cannot set up a foundation like Mr. Chun or do some charity things beyond our own abilities, but we can definitely do some conscientious and loving things to the best of our ability. The first thing is the love seats. We can place 2 rows of love seats on both sides of the entrance of the coffee shop, which can provide a place for the elderly passing by or those who are tired from work to take a short rest. The second thing is love mineral water. We can put a mineral water machine at the door of the coffee shop and put disposable paper cups. This way, thirsty pedestrians who can't find a convenience store for a while can get it. You can pick up a glass of mineral water from us to quench your thirst. The third thing is love assistance. Some time ago, I saw a lot of elderly people or farmers who suddenly entered the big city. They were not familiar with the rules of the big city and couldn't find their way around. They didn't know how to take the subway. I don't know how to scan the QR code to pay. In response to this situation, our store employees must answer the question patiently and do not allow any expressions of disgust or impatience. This point is emphasized here. I hope that all the store managers of your coffee shops will pay attention to it and pass the content of the meeting to every clerk after the meeting, even if there are new clerks in the future. These things should also be taught to the new store clerks as part of the training. Sultan stood in front of the conference room and spoke seriously. Regarding the above series of loving things, she and Songxia had discussed with many people these days and finally summarized them. Of course, there will be other loving things in the future, and they can also be added appropriately. These small acts of love do not consume much for Nana Coffee. After the love seat is established, there will be no other expenses. Although mineral water is a consumable, even if someone drinks it every time of the day, it will not consume much money. But these small gestures can warm a lot of people. Okay, these are the charity events that need to be done now. After the meeting is over, everyone will implement them as soon as possible. The Sultan recalled what he had prepared for this meeting, confirmed that he had not missed anything, and declared the meeting to be over. Of course, the meeting did not end here, but the rest of the time was given to Song Xia. Song Xia walked to the front of the conference room and looked at the managers of the many coffee shops in the conference room. Since the establishment of Nana Coffee, she has held many meetings. She was a little nervous at first when facing the gazes of many coffee shop managers in the meeting room, but now she is calm, without any psychological fluctuations. He cleared his throat gently. What Mr. Su just said is very important. I hope everyone will keep it in mind. What I will say next has nothing to do with Nana Coffee. You can just listen to it. There is no need to take notes. After hearing Song Xia's words, many store managers in the conference room closed their notebooks and looked curiously at Mr. Song in front of the conference room. They didn't know what happened outside Nana Coffee to make Mr. Song behave like this. Pay attention to. Song Xia looked at the curious eyes of many store managers and smiled. This matter is about Blue Film and Television, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group. As the film and television company established by Mr. Chen this year, the first film and television film will be released soon, on the 15th of this month, which means there are still 5 days left. And we at Nana Coffee are both companies under the Tomorrow Group, so we naturally have to contribute to the new movie. I hope that on the day the movie is released, everyone can go and support it. After all, Blue movies are a big hit at the box office and will ultimately benefit. It's the Tomorrow Group, and as the Tomorrow Group becomes stronger, it also has a lot of benefits for our Nana Coffee, doesn't it? Of course, what I said is not to force all Nana Coffee employees to go to the cinema to watch the movie. Whether or not to support and watch the movie is entirely up to everyone's volition. The store managers will pass these words on to each store. Just the clerk. Of course, if the movie is really good, I hope everyone can promote it to their relatives and friends. Okay, that's all I have to say. Let's adjourn the meeting. After Song Xia finished speaking, she looked at Sultan and made sure that the other party had nothing more to say, and immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. Kyoto. Late at night. Tange Game Club. In the empty game room, a man with disheveled hair was looking at the computer screen very seriously. After a while, finally making a move, he sat back on the gaming chair with a relaxed look on his face and took a sip of the Red Bull on the table. How's this operation going, bro? Jiang Jio put Red Bull aside, looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and said with a smile on his face. Just now, he completed a very extreme operation. Even in ordinary times, this operation would be difficult for him to complete, and he still felt a sense of accomplishment. Live broadcast room barrage. The anchor is awesome. I'm sorry. The anchor should turn off this operation immediately. It's boring. Ganjioti, that's Ganjioti. I've watched so many streamers on Extreme Survival, but Ganjioti's is the best in the end with show effects and skills. Of course, I was Ganjioti's first wave of fans. At that time, Extreme Survival had just come out, and there were not many registered players. The free group was full of robots. It was Ganjioti who started the live broadcast and gave us a custom room to play. I also followed the streamer at that time. The main reason was that I was on night shift at that time. Other interesting streamers were off the air, but Ganjioti didn't stop, and he stayed with me all the time. It was great. The person above, you must have fallen in love with the streamer, right? Is this what love means to be loved? Ganjioti looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. At the beginning, it was still very serious and complimentary, but in the end, it slowly changed its taste, especially the one who worked the night shift. He clicked on the personal information and took a look. His grandmother was a man. He was very upset. In order to avoid further comments and development in an unpredictable direction, he spoke quickly. Everyone, please be careful about your words and actions. There is nothing wrong with my sexual orientation. Some brothers with impure motives can give up the idea. Also, it's already 12 o'clock. I'll draw another prize. The prize is still a movie ticket. The movie will be released on August 15th. Brothers who win the prize can go and watch it. As for the lottery method, it is still as simple as before. I took a screenshot of the barrage. The top of the screenshot, Chapter 415 Join Blue Films. Movie tickets again. Emperor Ganjio has already been collecting movie tickets for one day. I don't know how good this movie is. I have never heard of the movie Demons Fallen. I also went to the theater to check, and it has indeed started to go on sale. But I found that except for Tianda Cinema, there are pre-orders for Demons Fallen during prime time. For sale, the midnight slot for pre-sales in other cinemas is a bit strange. I also watched it. This movie has not been promoted. And after looking at the cast, I didn't know any of them. Even if I checked online, I couldn't find any information. I don't know if you've seen it, but tens of millions of dollars were invested in the movie. It's really strange that so much money was invested but not promoted. I'm a little curious. Now some big anchors in Hood Alive are also promoting Demons, Conquering the Demons. I don't know what the situation of Demons, Conquering the Demons is. I have decided that even if I don't win the prize in the live broadcast room, I will go to the cinema to see it, for no other reason than to satisfy my curiosity. Jiangjio looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled lightly. No matter what, his live broadcast promotion has basically been considered a success. I quickly took a screenshot of the barrage in the live broadcast room. From the barrage of screenshots, I took a screenshot of the top 10 people in the barrage and sent it to the management. Congratulations to these 10 winning brothers. Please pay attention to the private message back in later. The management will take the initiative to contact you. It's already 12 o'clock, and it's time for the Water Friends competition. In addition to the original rewards, this time it also includes movie tickets. Everyone can actively participate. The first Water Friends competition mode is the Ghost mode. The link will be distributed to the Water Friends group later. Brothers who want to participate, please pay more attention to the news in the group. As Jiangjio spoke, he turned on Ghost mode on the game interface and sent the game link to the Water Friends group. Soon, the room in Ghost mode was occupied by Water Friends. Jiangjio confirmed the candidates and started the game directly. Changbai Jingyuan. Wow, Sister Zhonglan, you are actually a singer. You are so amazing. In the living room, Lu Weiwei listened to Zhonglan's story and shouted with surprise. I don't really count as a singer, it's just a hobby of music. Zhonglan smiled slightly. Her music studio had started anew, and she had not released any songs yet. She was not considered a singer at all. Oh, you will become a singer sooner or later. Your previous partners were so unloyal. To be poached by an entertainment company like that is really too much. Lu Weiwei said a little indignantly. It's okay. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places. I understand what they do. Zhonglan smiled lightly. At the beginning, she was a little sad and confused. They had agreed to work together to make the music studio bigger and stronger. But in the end, they ended up because of the intervention of an entertainment company. He gave up the original agreement. But as time passed, she figured it out. The ultimate ideal of those three people may not be music, but they hope to realize another dream of theirs through music, which is money. Therefore, if the entertainment company comes over and allows them to make money faster, of course they will be willing to go there. After figuring this out, she no longer struggled with those things. She only needed to focus on her music dream. The meal is here. Yang Yao Yao and Shinro walked in carrying 2 bags of food from the door. Although they could cook in the kitchen, they finally chose takeout, which was more troublesome. Arrange the takeaways neatly on the dining table. Several people were eating and chatting. Although they knew that each other was an employee of Tomorrow Group when they moved, and they had some contact with each other, today was the first time they had dinner together. By the way, the first movie of Blue Film will be officially released on August 15th. Let's go and watch it together. After Shinro took a bite of her meal, she looked at the other 3 girls and spoke slowly. Okay, I'm quite curious about what the first movie of Blue Film will be like. Yang Yao Yao nodded and said. Mr. Lee of Boring Short Video had already mentioned this in a meeting 2 days ago. They also knew that the movie released was the first movie of Blue Film and television, and it was also the first movie of Tomorrow Group in the film and television industry. Whether it was out of wanting to support or out of curiosity, they all wanted to go over and take a look. Then it's settled. We'll go there to see it together on the 15th. Shinro smiled and nodded. As Mr. Chen's assistant, she naturally hopes that the more people will support the movie, the better. By the way, Sister Zhanglan, haven't you ever thought about joining an entertainment company? It's quite tiring to be alone. I saw that Tomorrow Group's Blue Film and Television is quite good. Although it is not famous now, it is at least very good to its employees. We'll limit what employees can do. It feels pretty good. I definitely want to get to know him. In this case, we will all be employees of Tomorrow Group. Lu Weiwei looked at Zhang Lan sitting opposite and suggested that since joining the boring short video, she had learned more about the Tomorrow Group. What surprised her most was the attitude of Tomorrow Group towards its employees. They really gave them enough treatment, holidays, benefits. Everything was already full. Join Blue Film. Zhang Lan fell into deep thought. Her biggest resistance to the entertainment company was that the entertainment company might ask her to do something that would affect her music for some benefits. But according to Shinro and Yang Yaoyao's feelings about Tomorrow Group, it seems that they will not do anything that will affect her music. If that's the case, joining Blue Film seems to be possible. After thinking for a long time, she looked up and spoke slowly. I'll think about it. The song she was composing now was about to be finished. Whether she wanted to join Blue Film or not, she had to finish the song first. Then, Sister Zhanglan, you must think about it seriously, Lu Weiwei said with a smile. Shinro sat next to Zhanglan and looked at her. She knew Zhanglan, and she also knew what Zhanglan's concerns were about not wanting to join the entertainment company. She thought about it and spoke slowly. I'll go find Luo Xiao tomorrow to find out what he thinks of you joining Blue Film. Thank you. Zhanglan looked at Shinro and thanked her. She knew what Shinro wanted to ask for her. What are you thanking me for? When you become a big star, please sign more autographs for me. Chapter 416 movie release. August 15th. Changbai Jing Yuan. 6 o'clock in the evening. Brother Chen, I brought you dinner. Yang Duo held the vegetable basket and said in a sweet voice. Chen Mo smiled and took the food basket from Yang Duo. Yang Duo skillfully put on her special slippers and ran into the living room quickly. Wait for a while, then wash your hands and come over to eat. Chen Mo looked at Yang Duo, who ran into the living room and knew what this little guy wanted to do without even thinking. However, Dong Hong basically asked Yang Duo to come over and deliver the food after cooking, so this little guy must have not eaten. Okay, Brother Chen. Yang Duo obediently ran from the living room to the bathroom. After washing her hands, she ran to the dining table and climbed onto the seat. Chen Mo neatly placed the food in the vegetable basket on the dining table. The whole family had dinner like this. Brother Chen, do you want to go to the movies tonight? Yang Duo took a mouthful of rice and looked at Chen Mo innocently. Movie? What movie? Chen Mo asked subconsciously. Mom said it's Mr. Chen's movie. We're going to watch it together tonight. Isn't Brother Chen going? Yang Duo bit her chopsticks. Go see my movie. Chen Mo frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. It is understandable that Yang Dahai and his family would like to support his film when it is released. And there were only 3 of them, so it didn't make any difference to him. I didn't pay much attention to it. Soon after dinner was finished, Yang Duo quickly ran to the living room, skillfully turned on the TV, and watched cartoons. Chen Mo simply put away the tableware and returned to the living room. About 2 hours later, Dong Hong came and knocked on the door. Yang Duo reluctantly followed and left. Dong Hong also took away the food basket. In the living room, Chen Mo continued to watch TV for a while, feeling a little bored, so he turned on the computer and played games for a while. Time passed slowly. When it was around 11, I quit the game and turned off the computer. Slowly walking to the bedside, looking at the dots of lights in the community, I suddenly thought that Yang Dahai and his family were going to watch a movie today. Want to take a look? Chen Mo was a little hesitant. For a bad movie, he was not going to watch it, but she was a little curious. After a while, he finally decided that it would be better to go and take a look. I went to the closet and changed my clothes, then went to the underground garage and found my big G. Because it was a holiday, Yang Dahai and his family also wanted to go see a movie, so he drove there by himself. I chose a pretty good movie theater through the navigation and drove directly there. He had read Luo Zhao's information report and knew that the movies this time were all at midnight. This news is undoubtedly good news for him. The midnight time slot is simply great. There is no publicity for the movie, and since it is a midnight time slot, there will definitely be fewer people watching it. It may not take a few days, but the theater will see that his movie has no income, so it will be removed from the shelves. Chinemo thought happily and drove straight to the cinema. Changfeng Clothing. Two shuttle buses parked neatly at the entrance of the staff dormitory. Everyone queue up to get on the bus and see if anyone is left behind. This car is full, go get another one. A leader of Changfeng Garment kept directing employees to get on the bus. Soon all the employees were on the shuttle bus. The leader quickly ran to Jiang Cheng and reported, "Mr. Jiang, all the employees going to the movies have already got on the bus." "Well, let's go." Jiang Cheng nodded when he heard this. Since it was confirmed that Mr. Chen's first movie will be released soon, he notified everyone in the clothing factory of the movie's release, mobilizing everyone to support the movie or promote it with relatives and friends at home. Of course, all of this is based on the principle of employee voluntariness, and employees will not be forced to watch movies or go to publicity. But what surprised Jiang Cheng was that after he told the news, almost all employees said they wanted to watch the movie, and they were very active. Of course, there were also some employees who couldn't go to the movie due to some special matters. But these people felt very apologetic and said that after finishing their work, they would definitely bring their families to support Mr. Chen's movie. Jiang Cheng was also very surprised to see the employees of the garment factory take the initiative to watch the movie. He was originally thinking about what he could say to mobilize the employees of the garment factory to actively watch the movie. But he didn't expect that these employees would be so active before he mobilized them. But later, he also understood the psychology of those employees from the side, and then he understood what was going on. The most important point is that since the clothing factory was rebuilt and the clothing produced every day, it has gradually become more pet clothing. And because the pet park is not yet opened, there are no plans to sell these pet clothes yet, so those pet clothes are currently backlogged in the warehouse. It was okay at first, but as time went by, the employees in the clothing factory also realized something. That is, the garment factory is not making money at present. After all, the pet clothing produced is piled up in the warehouse, which means that the pet clothing has not been sold. If it is not sold, doesn't it mean that the garment factory is not making money? If the garment factory is not making money, it will directly affect many employees. They are worried that the garment factory will go bankrupt one day because of not making money. Where can they find such a good job? So when they heard that Mr. Chen's movie was released and needed everyone to support it, these people did not think about it and directly expressed their support. In any case, Blue Film Film is also Mr. Chen's company. As long as Blue Film Film is profitable, it means that Mr. Chen has made money. If Mr. Chen makes money, then even if the garment factory has been losing money, it is estimated that it will last for a while longer. With this mentality, these employees of the garment factory did not think much and directly chose to support Mr. Chen's movie. Some employees have even said that after watching the movie, they will also take their families to support it. This is probably the charm of Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen has not shown any anxiety about the garment factory losing money. He has always been calm and has never shown any dissatisfaction with the garment factory losing money. But these employees were the first to get restless, as if they were afraid that the garment factory would go bankrupt due to losses. But think about it, the current garment factory gives. Chapter 417, these guys are a real worry. In the underground garage of a shopping mall, Chun Mo slowly parked the G-Class in the parking space and closed the car door with a dull look on his face. Just when he was leaving the community, he subconsciously checked the movie tickets for the movie The Legend of the Demons in the cinema he chose and found that there were no empty seats. After discovering this situation, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. This movie of his has not been promoted, and there are no famous actors. It should not be so many people going to watch it. Even if some people are curious about this movie and choose to buy tickets, there should not be a situation where there are no tickets. Chun Mo was confused, and his bad premonition became stronger. He found two more cinemas in a row, one of which also had no tickets, and the other had a few empty seats. He bought one without thinking. At this time, he no longer thought about the movie. He just wanted to know what was going on and why so many people watched his movie that was not promoted and had no reputation. After closing the car door, He walked towards the elevator of the underground garage with an expressionless face. On the fifth floor of the mall, a group of people were waiting on the rest seats in front of the cinema. Brother Shin, we can enter the screening room in more than 10 minutes. I don't know how Mr. Chin's movie is. Is it good or not? Wu Yu sat opposite Li Shun and asked curiously. I asked Mr. Luo, and they seem to be very confident about this movie. Moreover, they have invested tens of millions. Even if the actors are amateurs, they should not be too bad. Li Shun pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. He didn't know how this movie was, but no matter what, whether it was good or bad, as a member of Tomorrow Group, he would support it. Well, and I found that Hood Alive seems to be promoting Mr. Chin's movie. I know this. Mr. Du of Tinga Club has been cooperating with Sangshua Games, and Hood Alive is from Mr. Du's family. They are also promoting on Hood Live to express their gratitude to Mr. Chin or to get to know Mr. Chin. I just don't know how effective it is. It should be good. Hood Alive has a large number of users, and the anchors who promote movies are all anchors with more than 1 million fans. The promotion effect will not be too bad. Wu Yu spoke slowly because of his hobby. He has many live broadcast platforms on his mobile phone. Of course, while satisfying his hobby, it is also for work. After all, they're also a live broadcast short video platform, and it is necessary to understand the opponent. The box office data should appear tomorrow. When the time comes, you will find out by asking Mr. Luo. It's a pity that our boring short video has too few users and there is no way to promote the movie. Li Shun sighed, a little regretful. If boring short video develops faster, it will definitely be better than others to promote movies with its own platform. Hey, that person seems to be Mr. Chin. Wu Yu looked up at a figure walking in front of him and exclaimed, Mr. Chin? There, /. Li Shun was surprised when he heard this. He turned around and looked in the direction of Wu Yu's gaze. He saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Who else could it be but Mr. Chin? Seeing this scene, Li Shun and Wu Yu looked at each other, and then quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Chun. He came closer and greeted him respectfully. Why are you here? Chun Mo looked at Li Shun and Wu Yu in front of him with a surprised expression. He didn't expect to see these two people in the cinema, but thinking that Yang Dahai's family went to the cinema to watch a movie, then Li Shun and the other 6 must not run away. Sure enough, after he thought about it clearly, Li Shun had already spoken. Mr. Chun, isn't our group's movie being released for the first time? We came to support it, and most of our employees of Boring Short Video are here. Li Shun said, pointing to the people sitting in the rest area in the distance. Those people are all from our Boring Short Video. Yeah. Chen Mo followed the direction of Li Shun's finger and found that the seats in the rest area were already full, and some people were even standing. No wonder there were no tickets. It turned out that they were all taken by Li Shun and Boring Short Video. Looking at this scene, he instantly thought of the 2 cinemas that had no tickets. The situation of those 2 cinemas was the same as in front of him, and the movie tickets were all bought by the employees of his group. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Shun indifferently. Other companies have also brought company employees to watch movies like you. Yes, Mr. Chun, most of the employees of all the companies in Tomorrow Group came tonight to support Mr. Chin's first movie to be released. Li Shun said with a smile on his face. Thinking in his heart, Mr. Chin must be very pleased to hear that the employees of Tomorrow Group came to the cinema to support his movie. Employees of all companies. Chen Mo couldn't help twitching his mouth when he heard Li Shun's words. He no longer counted how many employees there were in Tomorrow Group, but there must be several thousand people. If all these people went to the cinema to watch movies, it would be normal for several cinemas to be full. After all, the current movie schedule in the cinema is only midnight, and those employees can only come to the cinema during this time period, so it is easy to buy out all the movie tickets for a cinema. These old 6 are really worried all the time. If they organize all the employees to come to the cinema to watch movies, wouldn't he lose less system funds? Mr. Chun, are you here to watch a movie too? Li Shun saw that Mr. Chin did not respond for a long time, so he asked again. Yeah. Chen Mo looked at Li Shun, nodded expressionlessly, and then walked to the service desk of the movie and took out the movie tickets. He was speechless about these old 6, but he was somewhat relieved in his heart. When he found that there were no seats in the cinema before, he still thought that something had happened to the movie, or that Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, the two guys, had secretly promoted it. If that was the case, there must be many people going to the cinema to watch The Legend of the Demons. Even if The Legend of the Demons was a bad movie, it would take 2 or 3 days for it to spread and let other people know. And these 2 or 3 days were enough for him to make some money at the box office, which meant that he lost a lot less. But now I see that it is not the case. The cinema tickets are sold out. They were all bought by the employees of Tomorrow Group. This shows that Luo Xiao. Chapter 418, this movie. A near miss. Chun Mo took the movie ticket and sighed secretly. Li Shun and Wu Yu followed closely behind. Soon, it's time to get movie tickets into the theater. Chun Mo looked at the seat number on the movie ticket, found a seat, and sat down. Li Shun and Wu Yu also sat aside. Chun Mo turned around and looked at Li Shun and Wu Yu in surprise. Here are your seat numbers. He didn't expect that if he bought a ticket, he would be able to stay with these two old men. Unlucky. No, but the entire screening room is made up of people from our company. There is no need to sit according to the seats. Everyone can just sit wherever you want. Li Shun smiled and spoke. When buying tickets, they are all bought together. Although the seats are far away and near, the ultimate purpose is just to come and support Mr. Chin's new movie, so no one cares about the quality of the seats. Chun Mo heard Li Shun's explanation and looked at the employees who came in. Sure enough, they didn't look at the seat numbers, and they were all seated randomly. In this way, he was the only one in the entire theater who took his seat according to the movie's seat number. Unlucky. Chun Mo secretly complained again, and soon the entire screening room entered a dark environment, and then the projector at the front lit up and started playing some advertisements. Soon it was time to play. The ads on the screen disappeared and turned into a formal movie. After a simple opening animation and some subtitles, the official movie plot begins. The entire theater fell into silence, and everyone began to look at the movie being played in front of them. The plot progresses bit by bit. The special effects are well done. Chun Mo looked at the beginning of the movie. In a lush forest, a group of creatures, whether they were monsters or elves, appeared. Judging from the movie's title, Demons Conquering, they were probably monsters. But these monsters are very lifelike and natural, and even when they make some movements, they don't feel stiff at all. It's obvious that this movie is very well done in terms of special effects and animation. Chun Mo looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The special effects and animation are so good, it shouldn't attract people to come and watch. But he quickly shook his head and smiled. No matter how good the special effects are, as long as the plot is bad. There is no plot, or the plot is too bloody and unattractive. It's enough for the audience to give the movie a negative review. In the original world, there are also some movies with very good special effects, but the plots are garbage and unattractive. Maybe they were well publicized at the beginning, and coupled with some star power, they did attract some viewers to watch them. In the first few days of a movie's release, the box office may be high due to publicity and star power. But after a few days of fermentation, the movie's evaluation will soon reach the public's ears. Once negative reviews spread, people who want to go to the movies will hesitate or wait a few days to read the reviews before going to watch. So, as long as a movie is bad, no matter how well it is promoted, it will not continue to make money at the box office. As for the movie Demons, he had read the script before. Just because of the garbage plot in the script, no matter how good the special effects were, it didn't stop it from being a bad movie. Since it was a bad movie, he had nothing to worry about. The plot of the movie continues to play out. Chun Mo couldn't help but frown more and more tightly. He discovered a problem. That is, the plot played in the movie at this time was completely different from the plot he saw in the script he read. The plot in the script is just a story about a team of partners fighting demons together, and the plot is very flat without any twists and turns. It's just a bad movie plot. But so far, the plot being played in the cinema was not the same as the plot in the script. What's going on? Why is the plot of the bad movie that was promised gone? Moreover, the plot played in the movie at this time felt inexplicably familiar to him, but for a while he couldn't figure out where it was familiar. Chun Mo raised his hand and rubbed the center of his brow, feeling suddenly frightened in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the movie playing in front of him. as if he wanted to find the source of that familiar feeling. The plot progresses little by little until the male protagonist becomes pregnant in the plot of the movie. Chunemo suddenly woke up. Isn't this the same as the movie Monster Hunt in his previous life? From the beginning, she was pregnant, and she was still the Demon King. He could no longer remember the details of Monster Hunt, but he still understood the general plot of Monster Hunt. Chunemo looked ugly and continued to watch the rest of the movie. Ha 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 ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the screening room, laughter could be heard from time to time. Listening to the laughter, Chunemo suddenly felt that it was particularly harsh. At this time, 3/4 of the movie had been played, although he had not watched the remaining quarter of the plot. But judging from the current plot, isn't this monster subduing a replica of monster catching in the previous world? Chunemo couldn't help but shudder in his heart. If this monster subduing chronicle is really like the monster catching chronicle in the previous life, it would be troublesome. He couldn't remember how much the box office of Monster Hunt was in his previous life, but it was vaguely around 2 billion. 2 billion, Chunemo murmured in his heart, and his body couldn't help but tremble. If this Demon Hunt really made 2 billion yuan at the box office like Monster Hunt, then wouldn't his settlement this time be ruined again? He leaned back on the seat somewhat weakly. His eyes were dull, and his eyes were looking at the movie in front of him, but he didn't know what was playing in the movie. He slowly came back to his senses after a long while. Looking at the movie that was about to come to an end, the corners of his mouth moved twice, and the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back. Luo Xiao Wangbin, you really can do it. I asked you to make a bad movie, and you made a copy of Monster Hunt for me, right? Yes, really can do it. He thought that choosing amateur actors would have no filming experience, and the movie shot would definitely have no acting skills. But throughout this movie, not a single actor had any problems with acting. Especially the protagonist Wang Bin. Isn't he an extra? How come the effect is so good? And Luo Xiao, aren't you a director who made 2 bad movies? Why do you change your style when it comes to me? And the movie that is playing now, and Chapter 419 Film Review. Chunemo sighed secretly in his heart. This time he thought he could easily convert the system funds in full. But I didn't expect such a huge crisis to occur. But now we can only look forward to it. This demon subduing story will not spread so fast. As long as the box office of Demons remains within 400 million in the remaining 14 days, he will be able to convert it in full. The 400 million box office cannot be all his. He still needs to pay taxes, theater shares, and other expenses. The rest belongs to the film and television company, and his backup spending plan can come in handy here. It seems that we need to contact Mei Yun at the Qingdong apartment as soon as possible to complete the procedures, and then contact Wang Yang to decorate the entire apartment, so that the system funds can be spent to the maximum extent. As for new scripts, wait until the system funds grow to a certain level, directly invest in new scripts, and then spend them. After confirming the next plan, Chunemo sighed secretly. At this time, the movie has come to an end, and the originally dark screening room suddenly became brighter. Chunemo squinted his eyes and left the cinema without paying attention to Li Shun and Wu Yu sitting beside him. Brother Shin, what's wrong with Mr. Chen? He looks unhappy. Wu Yu looked at Mr. Chen's back and said with some confusion, "What do you know?" That was Mr. Chen's intention. A boss was. Li Shun looked at Wu Yu and said without hesitation. He and Wei Yin had already studied thoroughly the changes in Mr. Chen's expression. So that's it? Wu Yu suddenly realized that he remembered that Wei Yin had also said this to him. When I was watching the movie, I saw that Mr. Chen's body was shaking. I thought something had happened to Mr. Chen. Now it seems that the movie was very interesting. Mr. Chen must have been holding back his laughter. He was holding back his laughter until he was shaking. It's possible, but don't tell other people about this kind of thing. Mr. Chen also needs face. Li Shen Nudda. There were many interesting plots in the plot of the story of subduing demons, and he couldn't help but laugh while watching it. In order to maintain the dignity of the CEO, Mr. Chen actually suppressed his smile. It was really hard work. I know this, but this demon's conquering is indeed very interesting. I will recommend it to my friends when I get back. Wu Yu smiled slightly and commented on the movie. It's really beautiful. Li Shin agreed. And when he saw that everyone in the screening room had almost left, he also got up and walked outside the screening room. Wu stood up and followed. The employees passing by the boring short video on the way also heard the words of conversation. This Demons Conquering is okay. It is indeed Mr. Chin's movie. It's really beautiful and interesting. I'll recommend it to my sister when I get back. Me too. I'll bring my family over to watch it tomorrow. Unfortunately, it is a midnight show, and I will have to watch it very late. It would be nice if the film could be scheduled earlier. It's just that this movie theater is really ignorant. Such a good movie is scheduled to show at midnight. It's really. Listen to the words employees discuss among themselves. Li Shun and Wu Yu looked at each other and smiled. No matter what. This Demons is a good movie. Kyoto. Tange Game Club. Esports Indoor. Zhang Jiao plays the game during the live broadcast and occasionally interacts with the barrage in the live broadcast room or gives some explanations through the situations faced by the game characteress. After a while, after the game ended, he easily won the first place in the game. He sat back on the gaming chair with a smile on his face and took advantage of the situation to check the time. I found it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. After calculating the time, during this time period, the movie Conquering the Demons, even if it was a midnight show, must have finished playing. Thinking of this, he looked at the barrage seriously. Sure enough, I found some barrage comments about demon subduing. Brother Gio, I saw the movie. I thought it was a bad movie made by an unknown actor, but I didn't expect it to be surprisingly good. I have also watched it. The special effects are very careful, the plot has twists and turns, and it looks very interesting. I have arranged for my family to watch it tomorrow, but I can only go to the Investex Cinema, and other theaters will show it at midnight. Anchored today and tomorrow, well, it's already today. Is there still a lottery? I plan to draw 2 more movie tickets and take my girlfriend to watch them tomorrow. Demons Conquering is really good to watch. I suggest brothers in the live broadcast room to go and watch it. It is highly recommended. Highly recommended. I've watched about half of the movies currently released. If it's good to watch, Demons can be ranked first. Zhang Jiao smiled when he saw the barrage comments about Demons Conquering. He also watched Demons Conquering, but he watched it earlier. It was the Tianda Cinema arranged by Mr. Chun, so he finished it early. Came back early. Brothers, movie tickets will continue to be drawn in the next few days, but after today's live broadcast, it is almost time to end the broadcast. When I get up tomorrow morning, I will start the live broadcast and draw the lottery for everyone. Also, this movie, The Legend of the Demons, is really good, and I highly recommend you to watch it. However, The Legend of the Demons is currently only shown in Tianda Cinema during the prime time, and other cinemas are currently showing it at midnight. So if you don't want to stay up late to watch it, you can go to Tianda Cinema to buy tickets. Tianda Cinema has 2 showing times, one at 8 p.m. and one at midnight. If you want to see it earlier, go by the 8 p.m. time slot. Zhang Jiao spoke slowly. Promoting The Legend of the Demons is a task assigned by Qin Xiao, but after watching The Legend of the Demons today, he also thinks The Legend of the Demons is very good. After saying that, he turned off the broadcast directly. In a room in a luxurious community, a middle-aged man was typing quickly on the keyboard facing the computer screen, his eyes focused and excited. Time passed little by little. The sky was already dawning, and the weak sunlight had already fallen into the study through the window. Yunliang took off his glasses, raised his hand to rub his sore eyes, and leaned back in his chair and breathed a long sigh of relief. After several hours of work, he finally finished the film review. He put his glasses back on and smiled with satisfaction at the review. He believed that as long as he sent out this review, it would definitely create a big topic. Chapter 420, First Day Box Office. Yunliang thought secretly in his heart, looking at the film review he wrote overnight, and finally, after confirming that there was no problem, he directly posted it to the Douyin film review platform. According to his own experience, this movie will definitely become a hit. At least among the several movies currently shown in theaters, this The Legend of the Demons is definitely the best movie. Except that the actors are all new to him, there is nothing wrong with other places. Whether it is acting, the use of lenses, or special effects, they're all excellent. Although it is unknown why, this movie has not been promoted, resulting in the fact that many people do not know about it. If he had not been a little disappointed with the movie he watched tonight and had no desire to write a film review, he would not have been curious about The Legend of the Demons, and he would not have found that The Legend of the Demons was a good movie. And when he sent out the film review at this time, those fans would definitely be curious about this movie after seeing his film review. Curiosity will drive them to watch it. And after confirming that the movie is good, it will definitely be a great improvement for his prestige or credibility in the film review industry. After all, according to the current situation, he is the first to write a review of The Legend of the Demons. If The Legend of the Demons really becomes popular in the future, then he, as the first to post a review, will also benefit the most, at least in the review. Yun-Liang smiled faintly, confirmed that the review had been successfully posted, yawned, and went back to the bedroom to sleep. Doyuan review. Not long after Yun-Liang posted the review, comments began to appear below the review. Well, The Demons Strike Back, what kind of movie is this? How come I've never heard of it? When did Brother Liang start recommending a movie that I've never heard of? Is there nothing left to recommend? He's recommending all kinds of movies. There's not a single famous actor in The Demons Strike Back, and it's fine if there's no famous actors, but I've never seen any of the names in the cast list. The Demons Strike Back? I saw it in the cinema yesterday. It was a midnight show. It was scheduled for the midnight show. How good can it be? It's probably just a bad movie. It seems that Brother Liang has fallen. How much money did he get to do a review of this movie against his conscience? That's right, I haven't heard of the names of these actors. They're all amateur actors. I guess they've never made a movie before. How can such people make a movie with good acting skills? That's just a lie. I watched The Legend of the Demons. It's very good. I watched it at Tianda Cinema, not at midnight, but at 8 o'clock prime time. I wanted to send a private message to Brother Liang, asking him to write a review of The Legend of the Demons, but I didn't expect that Brother Liang had already finished writing it. The people above are the water army hired by The Legend of the Demons. How good can a movie with a cast of amateurs be? Do you think we will believe it? I can prove that it is indeed good. I saw someone promoting it on Hood Alive and went to watch it out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to be really good, better than other movies currently released. Another water army. Moda Drama Academy. Zhang Shui and Su Tang paid close attention to the feedback on the forum. Since they decided to promote the movie in school last time, they have been taking action. The movie was released last night, and many people from the academy went to watch it. They were very happy with the result. Although their promotion was limited to the Magic City Drama Academy, they were very happy to contribute to the film and let more people watch it. After watching the movie last night, they basically didn't rest much and kept watching the situation on the campus forum. They wanted to see what feedback the students in the school would give on the movie. Although they watched it last night, and it seemed very good and there was no problem. But the authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear. Their own feelings cannot be used as a basis. The biggest basis is to see how others see and comment. They looked at the comments on the forum one by one. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Shui and Su Tang looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They read the comments on the forum about The Legend of the Demon King one by one, and each one was very serious. What reassured them was that none of the comments were disparaging words about The Legend of the Demon King. This undoubtedly shows that there is no problem with the movie they shot. In the eyes of the audience, those who were making movies for the first time were normal, and there were no flaws in their acting. Tang, it seems that the movie we shot was very successful, Zhang Shui said with a smile. She had always been a little nervous about the movie she shot. Even during the shooting process, she was very strict. In order to shoot a shot perfectly, she had to reshoot it many times. But she was still unsure in her heart. She was not sure what the effect of the movie would be when it was edited and shown, and whether there was anything wrong with the acting. However, after seeing the comments on the campus forum, she finally felt relieved. It seems to be like this. Su Tang nodded, and looking at those praises or some positive comments, she was undoubtedly relieved. By the way, we said before that as long as people watch the movie and express their opinions, we will give out some small gifts as a token of gratitude. We have already bought the small gifts, and we will contact them and send them to them later. Well, send them a private message first. Zhang Shui directly found the first comment, then clicked into the other party's private message interface and sent a message. No matter what, the promise must be fulfilled. Tomorrow Group, Blue Film. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were sitting in the office, looking at a piece of data in their hands. Brother Xiao, this data seems to be okay. Wang Bin looked at the data report in his hand and said with a surprised face, well, it's much better than expected. Luo Xiao put the data report in his hand aside and said happily. He predicted that the box office on the first day would be around 200,000. After all, a movie ticket is only about 30 yuan, and the total number of employees in Tomorrow Group is only a few thousand people. With the promotion of Hut to Live, it is already very good to have a box office of about 200,000. But what I didn't expect was that this data showed that the first day of The Legend of the Demons, Chapter 421 something is wrong. Don't worry, I sent someone to submit the information after Mr. Chen finished the call. Wang Bin smiled and said, that's good. Luo Xiao nodded, then took out a script and pushed it in front of Wang Bin. This is a new script, the theme is science fiction, and the protagonist is still you. Also, Mr. Chen said that there are some problems with this script in the middle period. I have always wanted to adjust it, but I have never been exposed to science fiction movies, and I don't know how to adjust it yet. You can learn about it first, but the script must be changed. If you think there is something inappropriate, you can also make appropriate suggestions. Wang Bin heard this and picked up the script directly. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chen Mo looked at the box office report of the bad movie yesterday submitted by Shinro and frowned slightly. 800,000 film remuneration. This is not right. According to the ticket price of the movie ticket and the number of employees in Tomorrow Group, 200,000 is the maximum. How can there be a box office of 800,000? What's the matter with the extra 600,000 box office? Chun Mo rubbed his brows. This is a box office of 600,000, which is definitely abnormal. He did not ask for any publicity for The Legend of Demons. Maybe the release of the movie will attract some people to buy tickets for The Legend of Demons, but the number cannot be so large. There must be something he doesn't know, and this matter is very likely to destroy his settlement, so he must find out. Thinking of this, he directly pressed the call bell beside him. Not long after, the door of the office was opened. Luo Xiao walked in slowly, and his eyes fell on Mr. Chun, who was sitting at the desk. Mr. Chun, do you have any instructions? He was just about to discuss the new script with Wang Bin, but just after discussing a few words, Mr. Chen called, sit down. Seeing Luo Xiao coming in, Chen Mo felt angry, secretly exhaled, and spoke coldly. I've seen The Legend of the Demons. Why is the plot different from the one you gave me last time? Did you change the script? This incident was the key factor that led to The Legend of the Demons turning from a bad movie to a good one. The original bad movie plot was changed into a copy of Monster Hunt. When Chen Mo thought of the box office of Monster Hunt in the parallel world, he felt heartache. He didn't know whether the box office of The Legend of the Demons could reach 2 billion, but even 1 billion was not acceptable to him. What's more, it was still a critical moment for settlement. If it was not done well, the full settlement of system funds this time would be ruined again. 30 million. This was the most likely opportunity for him to convert the system funds in full. After all, he had checked all the companies under the Tomorrow Group before and basically ensured that these companies did not have any large income. In addition to his 2 backup spending plans, it was foolproof no matter how you looked at it. But he never expected that the problem would come from the movie he was most confident in. How could the script of that good bad movie suddenly become a copy of Monster Hunt? He really didn't understand. Luo Xiao smiled modestly when he heard Mr. Chen's question. Mr. Chen, the script is still the same, but I made some small changes, and then it became like this. Some small changes. Chen Mo looked at Luo Xiao, and the anger suppressed in his heart couldn't help but burst out directly. Is that a small change? How can the plot in the movie and the plot in the script be the same? He took a deep breath, looked at Luo Xiao with a smile on his face, and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Didn't I say I was very satisfied with the script? Why would I want to change the plot? Oh, this is what Wei Yin and Li Shun analyzed based on your expression at the time. They said that you didn't think much of the script, but you didn't want to embarrass us in front of us. So you deliberately said that the script was good. In fact, there are still problems with the script, so I started to change the plot in the script, that's all. For the appearance of The Legend of the Demons, Wei Yin and Li Shun also made a lot of contributions. Luo Xiao had a face that wanted to take credit. What he said was also true. If it weren't for the analysis of Wei Yin and Li Shun, he wouldn't have realized that there was a problem with the script. Now that I have finished reading The Legend of the Demons, thinking back to the previous script, it is simply a bad script. Today, when he came to Tomorrow Group, he also investigated the employees' reactions to The Legend of the Demons. Those employees all said that The Legend of the Demons was very good and interesting. While he was relieved, he couldn't help but be very grateful to Wei Yin and Li Shun. Therefore, in front of Mr. Chun, he naturally had to mention the contributions of Wei Yin and Li Shun, so that Mr. Chun would know that this demon-conquering records was not only the credit of their blue film. Bei Yin, Li Shun. Chun Mo was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe after listening to the names Luo Xiao said. I didn't expect that the rebel and Lao Lu were involved. No wonder. No wonder. They really don't give me a moment of peace. And Wei Yin, I thought you had turned over a new leaf, but you were still doing something behind my back, right? And Li Shun, he's been really dishonest recently. A boring short video that would definitely lose money, but you turned it into a subject-based live broadcast, and then bought me study materials and stationery. It's not enough for you to work on your own company. You're also trying to get involved in other companies. They're all pretty good. It seems that morning exercises didn't tire you out, and you still have the energy to make plans for Luo Xiao. No. You must find a way to punish these guys. Otherwise, he'll feel uncomfortable. Now morning exercises have doubled, and if they double again, the scope of the running circle may have to be expanded. Chun Mo pinched his brows and temporarily suppressed the punishment. The important thing at the moment was to figure out the reason for the extra box office. He calmed down a little and looked up at Luo Xiao again. I looked at the box office of the movie today. As far as I know, most of the employees of Tomorrow Group went to watch The Legend of the Demons last night. But if only the employees went to support the movie, the box office would only be around 200,000. How did it reach 800,000? Where did the extra 600,000 come from? Chapter 4, 22 Apartment Spending Plan. Mr. Chun, this matter is all thanks to the partners of Sangshua Games. Luo Xiao said with a grateful look. What does the partner of Sangshua Games have to do with your blue film and television? Chun Mo frowned and looked at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao saw Mr. Chun frowning and quickly explained. Mr. Chun, you know the Tange Club, right? Chun Mo nodded slightly. How could he not know in the Tinga Club that those two guys organized the Extreme Survival offline competition, which directly accelerated the number of users downloading Extreme Survival? Seeing Mr. Chun nod, Luo Xiao continued to speak. There is a Mr. Du from the Thaj Game Club named Du Zeding. His family's business has Hood Alive. A few days before the movie was released, some of the big anchors of Hood Alive were promoting Demons Conquering every day. The extra 600,000 box office is mostly due to Hood 2 live broadcast. By the way, Tianda Plaza is owned by Chun Song and his family from Tange Game Club. So Tianda Cinema in Tianda Plaza has arranged our movies into 2 slots, prime time and midnight. And it's still being promoted. Coupled with the positive reviews from people who have watched the movie Demons, I estimate that today's box office will definitely exceed yesterday's 800,000. Luo Xiao had an excited expression on his face and seemed very confident about today's box office revenue. Chun Mo looked at the excited expression on Luo Xiao's face, lowered his eyes, and waved helplessly. Well, I know about this. You can go down first. Okay, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao nodded, then stood up and left the office. After watching Luo Xiao leave, Chun Mo covered his chest and sat back on the boss's chair. He keeps talking about Tange Game Club. Chun Song and Du Zeding of the Tange Game Club felt very speechless. It's obviously my movie being released, but why does it look like your movie is being released? They also promoted me and arranged films for me. It's really caring. But what makes him even more powerless is that these two guys are not employees of his company, and there is nothing he can do to stop them. No! He had to contact Mei Yun at Dongqing Apartment as soon as possible to discuss the apartment, and wait for the movie box office to make money before spending it all at once. After buying the apartment, you need to contact Wang Yang to arrange the decoration of the apartment. There are more than 300 rooms in an apartment. If they are all renovated, it will definitely be a very large expense. Then there is the investment in new movies. Thinking of the new movie, Chinemo rubbed his head helplessly, thinking that he had confirmed the script a few days ago, so Luo Xiao would have changed it for me again. Oh, please wait a moment about this new movie, and then check with Luo Xiao in a few days. Look at this guy. Is he changing his script? If there are no unauthorized changes to the script, then confirm the investment. This is the safest way. After confirming this, Chinemo slowly sat up from the boss's chair, first found Mei Yun's phone number, and dialed it. Chengdong apartment. Don't think about it anymore. The rent here is already the cheapest around. If you go to other places, I'm afraid you will have to spend a lot more money. Mei Yun looked at the men in front of him and slowly spoke to persuade them. Tenants quitting the lease is a common thing. If they are in other apartments, they won't think anything of it, but for their Qingdong apartment, it is a very bad thing. Due to the poor development of Qingdong, it is difficult to find tenants in Qingdong apartments. Therefore, once a tenant cancels the lease, it may not be possible to find a tenant for a long time, which means that the rented-out room will be vacant. Therefore, whenever a tenant quits the lease, he will try his best to retain the tenant or reduce the rent appropriately. Mr. May, our unit has moved to the north of the city. If we continue to live here, it will be very inconvenient to go to work in the future, so we have no choice but to rent somewhere else. A man said helplessly. If he could continue to rent here, he would be very willing to rent it. But if there is no way to move the company to a new one, plus the time for washing and eating breakfast every day, they have to get up more than 2 hours early every day, which undoubtedly reduces the IR rest time. But if you don't take the bus, but take a taxi, the daily transportation expenses will be a huge expense. After careful calculation, I still think it is better to move to a place closer to the company. Mei Yun sighed helplessly after listening to the man's explanation. He has no solution for this reason for terminating the lease, because he cannot solve the problem of the other party's inconvenience at work. He sighed helplessly, looked at the people in front of him, and took out a few contracts. This is the termination contract. Sign it. The room will be inspected later. If there is no damage, the deposit will be fully refunded to you. Mei Yun looked at the man in front of him. They rented 2 rooms in total. The water heaters and washing machines were provided by the apartment. He needed someone to check whether these appliances were damaged and whether there was any large-scale damage to the rooms. If not, he will naturally return the deposit without any retention. A man took the contract, opened it, looked at it and made sure there was nothing wrong with it, and signed it directly. Mei Yun also called the apartment staff, and after confirming that there was no problem with the room, he refunded the deposit directly. Thank you, Mr. May. When several men saw that Mei Yun had returned all the deposits, they hurriedly thanked him. They are retiring early and have not yet reached the rental period in the contract. If Mei Yun acts in accordance with the contract, they will have nothing to say even if they are not relinquished. Thank you. Just tidy up the apartment for me before I leave. Mei Yun waved his hand feebly, watched the men leave, and sighed helplessly. These people have already breached the contract if they quit the rent early, and he does not need to return the deposit at all, but these people are also workers, and maybe a deposit of several hundred is nothing to him. But for those who work outside, it can be said that it is not much more or less money. Therefore, as long as there is no major damage to the apartment room, he will return the deposit even if there is a breach of contract. Why? Mei Yun shined helplessly. Now as the development in the north of the city is getting better and better, even the south of the city is getting better and better. It has been developed so much that the east side of the city is getting worse and worse, and not many people will choose this side. As a result, the number of tenants withdrawing from Dongqing apartments has increased a lot in recent years, while few new tenants have moved in. If this continues, sooner or later this apartment will no longer be open. Buzz! Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Mei Yun picked up the phone and took a curious look at the caller ID. Chapter 423, How Does This Tea Taste? Mr. Chun. Looking at the caller ID, Mei Yun was stunned for a moment. Since the last time he met Mr. Chun, he asked for a business card and saved the phone number in his mobile phone. It was just that the two had not contacted each other for such a long time. Mr. Chun suddenly called him, and he didn't know what was going on. The thought flashed through his mind, and Mei Yun answered the phone directly. Hello, Mr. Chun, what's the matter? I want to buy your apartment. Come over to talk about it. Ah, Mr. Chun, what did you say? Mei-yun couldn't help rubbing his ears and asked in disbelief. Buy your Donching apartment. If you have any ideas, you can come to tomorrow group to discuss. Chun Mo explained patiently. Okay, if you have any ideas, I'll go over right away. Mei-yun suddenly came back to his senses and spoke quickly. After saying a few simple words, he hung up the phone directly. Mei-yun sat in the recliner in disbelief, thinking back to the phone call just now, and couldn't help rubbing his face to confirm that all this was true, and then he showed an excited expression. It was incredible that some people actually wanted to buy the Donching apartment. He had posted a lot of advertisements for apartment sales over the years, but no one chose to buy it. At the beginning, some people still asked about it, but after learning about the location of the Donching apartment, they all gave up the idea of buying it. He had no hope of selling the Donching apartment, but he never expected that Mr. Chun, who he had met once, would directly choose to buy his Donching apartment. Although he didn't know why Mr. Chun would buy his apartment, it was definitely good news for him. After thinking about it clearly, Mei-yun didn't dare to waste too much time and got up and walked out directly. Tomorrow group. At the door of the president's office. This is Mr. Chin's office. Just knock on the door and go in. The front desk led Mei-yun to the door of Mr. Chin's office and said slowly, "Thank you." Mei-yun looked at the front desk and thanked him. "You're welcome. This is my job." The front desk smiled slightly, and without saying anything more, turned around and left directly. Mei-yun looked at the front desk, who turned around and left, and sighed slightly. The group is the group. Even the front desk is so well-mannered, and the appearance is also very good. Turning around and looking at the closed door of the president's office, he knocked gently. Not long after, the office door was gently opened, and a young woman appeared. "Hello, is it President Mei? President Chun is waiting inside. Please follow me." Shinro looked at Mei-yun and said softly, then turned and walked inside. When the front desk sent Mei-yun up just now, she had already notified her, so she was not worried about making a mistake. Mei-yun hurriedly followed in when she saw the layout of the office. The first impression was that this office was so big, and the simple and elegant decoration, it was not cheap at first glance. "President Mei, please sit down. The tea has just been brewed. You taste it." Chun-mo stood up and looked at Mei-yun, who was walking over, and said with a smile, "President Chun, I've kept you waiting for a long time." Mei-yun also smiled and replied. The two of them sat together on the sofa in the reception area. Shinro poured a cup of brewed tea for each of them and walked away. Mei-yun took the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Longjing. He had drunk this tea several times before. It was very precious. It seemed to cost several thousand yuan per tael. Most people couldn't afford it. Sure enough, the president of the group was different. He used such precious tea leaves to entertain guests. "How does this tea taste?" Chun-mo smiled at Mei-yun. "This tea was changed last month. Of course, it was spent on the system. The name was naturally to entertain customers and improve the group style. To entertain a customer, they used tea leaves worth several thousand yuan per tael. Doesn't this show a lot of sincerity to the customer? When customers see it, they will also think that this group is very powerful." So since he knew about this tea, he didn't say anything and directly cleared out the Longjing in the boutique tea shop, about 30 kilograms in total. Of course, he has drunk a lot recently. After all, he can spend thousands to tens of thousands of yuan in one drink, so why not? Anyway, it was all system funds that were spent, so he didn't suffer any loss. Mr. Chin has good taste, but this tea is not cheap. Mei-yun slowly put the teacup on the table and sighed. "Haha, money is something outside of the body. You should still enjoy it." Chun-mo smiled slightly and then changed the subject. "Let's discuss business. I want to buy Donching apartment, and the procedures need to be completed as soon as possible. I wonder what Mr. Mei thinks." "Mr. Chen, I naturally want to sell this Donching apartment, but there are some things I still need to explain to Mr. Chen." Mei-yun looked up at Chun-mo and spoke slowly. "At present, due to the development of Doncheng, there are not many tenants in Donching apartment, and as Nancheng is also under construction, this will definitely reduce the number of tenants in Doncheng apartment further. This is probably the situation that Donching apartment is facing now. If Mr. Chen thinks there is no problem, I can handle the sale procedures at any time. Of course, in terms of funds, I think Mr. Chun should at least take out 1/3. No problem. I think this apartment in the east of the city is good. As for the funds, I will pay in full before the end of the month. What do you think? Another problem is that the current tenants in the apartment need to find a new place to live as soon as possible. I will renovate the apartment and ask the tenants to move out as soon as possible. Chunemo said, with an indifferent expression. He didn't care whether Dongqing apartment was losing money or not. He didn't buy Dongqing apartment to rent it out again, but to use it as dormitory for employees. After all, Dongqing apartment is still very close to the corner pet park. When the corner pet park opens, there will be more and more employees there. At that time, the place for employees to stay will be a problem. At this time, after purchasing the East City apartment, a place to stay at the corner pet park was secured. Once you buy the apartment, you need to contact Wang Yang as soon as possible to carry out decoration. Decoration is also a big project, and it must be done as soon as possible. He needs to know the cost of the decoration before settling the bill, and then pay it directly. Only in this way can the system funds be spent to the maximum extent. Of course, the tenants living in the apartments are also a problem, but this requires Mei Yun to communicate with those tenants to solve the problem. If necessary, he will. Some compensation will also be given accordingly. Pay in full. After Mei Yun heard this word, he was stunned. Ever since he entered the Tomorrow Group and looked at the decoration of the Tomorrow Group and the Longjing that cost several thousand yuan, he knew that Mr. Chun was not short of money. But Mr. Chun is not so bold as to actually want to buy his apartment in full, which is 80 million. Mei Yun took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Chun sitting opposite, and spoke curiously. Mr. Chun, may I know what you want to do with this apartment? Listening to Mr. Chen's request just now, he felt that Mr. Chen seemed to be very urgent, which made him curious about the real purpose of Mr. Chen's purchase of this apartment. Chapter 424, Buy Them All Back. What is it used for? I use it as a staff dormitory. Chen monta casually replied. There was no need for him to hide such things. He would know it sooner or later anyway. Staff dormitory. Mei Yun was completely stunned. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought it was a staff dormitory. 80 million yuan to buy an apartment building. The purpose is to use it as a staff dormitory, and it has to be decorated. This is too extravagant. It's too good for the employees. However, when Luo Xiao of Lampion Film and Television went to Dongqing apartment to arrange those poor elderly people, he also learned some things about Mr. Chun from Luo Xiao. Doing charity events is very good for the company's employees. Now spending 80 million yuan to buy an apartment building and use it as a staff dormitory for employees is not ordinary good for employees. After thinking about this clearly, Mei Yun looked up at Chun Mo with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chun, yes. Since the apartment matter is settled, I will get the procedures and contracts done as soon as possible in the next 2 days, and then I will arrange the tenants in the apartment as soon as possible. That's good. Happy cooperation. Chun Mo smiled and nodded, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Mei Yun gently. Mr. Chun, there is nothing to do. I will go back to deal with the apartment first. Mei Yun was excited, and the Dongqing apartment that had troubled him for many years was finally solved at this moment. I'll take you there. Chun Mo stood up, and then suddenly thought of something, and called to Shin Ro, who had been waiting not far away. Xiao Ro, bring 2 boxes of Longjing tea just now. Soon. Shin-ro took out 2 boxes of tea from the tea cabinet, and then took out a gift bag and put it in. Chun-mo took the gift bag of tea, and then gave it to Mei Yun, who was following him. Mr. Mei, it seems that you like this tea very much, and I happen to have a lot of it here. Then, thank you, Mr. Chun. Mei Yun looked at the tea leaves handed over by Mr. Chun, hesitated for a moment, and then took it. If he refused the tea given to him by Mr. Chun, such a big CEO, he would be too disrespectful. He secretly sighed that Mr. Chun was too generous. These 2 boxes of tea weighed at least 1 kilogram. That's tens of thousands of dollars. But think about it, tens of thousands of dollars don't seem to be a big deal in the eyes of Mr. Chun, the CEO. Mei Yun sighed in his heart. He didn't care what the 2 boxes of tea were worth in Mr. Chen's eyes, but he accepted Mr. Chen's favor and would return it when he had the chance. Chun Mo carried Mei Yun to the elevator and returned to the office. Looking at Shinro, who was standing in front of the tea cabinet, he asked casually, "How much tea is left?" "Mr. Chin, there are only 15 boxes left." Shinro spoke weakly. He knew the price of the tea. One box weighed half a pound and cost 20,000 yuan. At that time, more than 60 boxes were purchased, but only 15 boxes were left in just over a month. This consumption rate was too fast. But there was a reason for the speed. No matter who came to the office to discuss something, they would give 1 or 2 boxes of tea when they left. Only 15 boxes are left? You can contact the owner of a boutique tea shop to see if there are any new Longjing teas in the store. If so, buy them all back. Chinemo waved his hand and said casually, "Although sending 2 boxes of tea only costs tens of thousands of yuan, it is nothing for the system funds of tens of millions or hundreds of millions. But if 1 box is not enough, then send a few more boxes. A little bit adds up to a lot, which is also a considerable expense." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Shinro nodded and then returned to her office. Chinemo returned to his desk and sat back in the boss chair. There was thought in his eyes. Now the matter of Dongqing apartment has been arranged almost. After Mei Yin completes the formalities, he can sign and pay the money. And now the most important thing to pay attention to is the box office of The Legend of the Demons. Soon, on the second day, the box office of The Legend of the Demons finally appeared, which increased a little compared to the previous 800,000. The box office of The Legend of the Demons on the second day was 1.4 million. Then on the third day, the box office was still on the rise compared to the previous day. On the third day, The Legend of the Demons was 2.1 million. Chinemo sat in the boss chair, looking at the box office of the second and third days, and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the increase in the box office, the growth, is within his acceptable range. The average daily growth of 600,000 to 700,000 is acceptable to him. If this growth trend continues, he may not need the second investment plan for new movies. Chen Mo thought to himself, and then put the box office report in his hand aside. At least for now, the box office is growing as he expected, but there are still 11 days before the settlement, so he can't relax his vigilance. He must always pay attention to the changes in the box office, so that he can ensure that the funds are accurately consumed. Tomorrow Group, Blue Film, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at the box office report in their hands and frowned slightly. This box office revenue is far from what they expected. According to their expectations, this Demons of the Conqueror, with the promotion of How to Live and the quality of the film itself, can definitely increase the box office by multiples. Brother Xiao, the box office growth rate is a bit slow. Wang Bin looked at the box office data and said with some concern, "Well, it is indeed a bit slow, but How to Live has been promoting it all the time, so it shouldn't grow so slowly." Luo Xiao also frowned slightly, a little confused. The two sat in the office for a long time without saying a word, not knowing what was going on with the box office. For a long while, Luo Xiao came back to his senses, glanced at his phone, and found that it was already 12 o'clock. Time for lunch. "Let's go eat. Didn't Wei Yin run a business before? Maybe he knows more about this kind of thing. Well, it's always right for everyone to discuss it." Wang Bin nodded. The time he and Luo Xiao had been managers was still too short, and the handling and judgment of some things were not intuitive. Wei Yin is different. He has been running the old business for many years, and his judgment on some things must be farther than theirs. The two looked at each other, then stood up and walked out together. Soon, the two came to the canteen of tomorrow, and after eating, they found Wei Yin and others and walked over. "Mr. Wei, I have a question to ask you first." "Go ahead." Wei Yin put down his chopsticks and looked up at Luo Xiao. "It's like this." Luo Xiao expressed his doubts in his heart. "Is that so?" Wei Yin shook his head and smiled when he heard this, and then continued to speak. "This question is very simple, and those publicity are not ineffective." Chapter 425, No More Tickets. What's the meaning? Luo Xiao was a little confused when he heard this and didn't know what Wei Yin meant. Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao's confused gaze and explained. "The reason is very simple. Publicity also requires a fermentation process. It does not produce results immediately after you publicize it. For example, if you want to watch a movie and someone recommends a good movie to you. How good do you think this movie is? If you have no idea, most people will not be motivated by someone's recommendation. Thoughts to watch soon? But if this publicity has been fermenting for a long time and many people have begun to recommend this movie to you, you will definitely also think that this movie should be really good and you must watch it. People follow the crowd. When he sees many people buying the same thing, even if the thing is not very practical, he will think of buying one. So don't worry yet. As long as the publicity is there, the reputation of our movie is also there. When the publicity reaches a certain level, it will definitely explode. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin listened to Wei Yan's words and nodded slightly. With Wei Yan's words, he felt somewhat relieved. Garden Petal Platform. A lot of different words have begun to appear in the comments below the movie review of Demons Conquering. Brother Liang is awesome. This movie is really good. I just watched it last night. Brother Liang is still the same Brother Liang. The movies he recommends are good ones. Conquering Demons was a hit. Is it interesting to hire so many actors for a movie that is not well known now? How much does one cost? Take one with me. Sailor, I just watched the movie yesterday. It's good? It's several times better than other movies currently in theaters. I thought Brother Liang had changed. He even recommended a movie without any famous actors. I thought it was starting to waste money. But didn't you expect that this Demons Conquering is really good looking? Recommended? Highly recommended. Demons Conquering should be in August. It is the best movie to watch. If you want to watch a movie, I suggest you go see this movie. Brothers, I'm going to check it out tonight to see if it's good or not. I'll come back to evaluate it after watching it. Inside the room, Yunliang looked at the movie review of Conquering Demons that he posted. According to him, who has been a film critic for so many years, the development of Demons to this point has already indicated that this movie will take off. Because he is not the only film critic. When he posted a review of Demons, other film critics would definitely notice it, and then they would find that the comments below the Demons review were so lively. I will definitely be thinking about it, and check out The Legend of Conquering Demons to see if it's really good. This will lead to more film critics publishing film reviews of Demons, and each film critic will have a group of fans. Plus, Demons Conquering is really good looking. I believe that in a few days, this demon subduing that has been unknown will definitely appear in everyone's field of vision quickly. 2 days passed in a flash. Shombai Shopping Mall. A couple held hands and took the elevator directly to the top floor. They looked around for a week and then went straight to the cinema in the distance. Come to the ticket office of the theater. Hello, give me 2 movie tickets for Conquering Demons. The man looked at the conductor at the ticket office and spoke softly. Hello, Demons Conquering is only available at midnight. Are you sure you want to wait? The salesman looked at the man and smiled. Isn't it available during this time period? My friend saw it at 8 o'clock. Why is it only available at midnight? The woman on the side couldn't help but speak. I'm sorry, our cinema's movie schedule for Demons is always at midnight, and there are no other movie schedules. The conductor explained patiently, but couldn't help but murmur in his heart. In the past 2 days, why have so many people watched Demons Conquering? Just tonight alone, no less than 60 people have asked about Demons Conquering. It seems that this matter needs to be reported to the supervisor. After listening to the salesman's words, the woman took out her mobile phone and seemed to be sending a message. Soon the woman looked up and looked at her boyfriend. My friend went to Investex Cinema. The man looked at the time after hearing this, and then spoke slowly. We won't be rushing back to Tianda Plaza at this time. Why don't we find a place to have some food first, and then come over to watch the midnight show after we finish the meal? The woman nodded, and the two headed towards the elevator again. While walking, a faint grumbling sound reached the salesman's ears. What a shabby theater, playing such a good movie at midnight. Don't you want to make money? Dear, calm down, this cinema is not good. We will find another one later. Stop talking. I asked you to buy online, but you didn't buy online. I'm so angry. Tianda Cinema. Several women walked together to the ticket office of Tianda Cinema. Here are 5 movie tickets for Demons Conquering. Sorry, the movie tickets for Demons Conquering are no longer available. The conductor looked at the 5 women in front of him and said sheepishly, No more? How is that possible? One of the women said in disbelief that she remembered that when she came to watch Conquering the Demons 2 days ago, not even half of the people in the cinema were watching. So today she was shopping nearby with her friends and happened to pass by the Tianda cinema. She planned to bring a few friends to watch a movie together. But 2 days ago, not many people watched Demons Conquering, so why are there no tickets today? He looked at the conductor suspiciously. I'm talking about Conquering Demons. I remember that 2 days ago, there were not many people in the theater to watch it. How come there are no tickets now? Please take a closer look to see if you saw it wrong. Hello, I read that right. There are indeed no more movie tickets for Demons Conquering. The conductor looked at the 5 women and said with a smile, since yesterday, movie tickets for Demons have been selling very well. So much so that today, the movie tickets were sold out early. What about the midnight stall? I remember there is a midnight stall. Sorry, the midnight stall is also sold out. The salesman shook his head apologetically. The woman turned her head when she heard this. He looked at his companion apologetically. Sorry, I didn't expect that there would be no tickets suddenly. It's okay. Since the tickets are sold so well, it at least shows that the movie is really good. Can you come and watch it tomorrow? A woman smiled and spoke, and several people left the Tianda cinema together. Tomorrow group. Blue film and television. Luo Xiao looked at the latest box office report and finally smiled relaxedly. After several days of fermentation, the box office growth of Demons suddenly accelerated. Just yesterday, the box office was more than 4 million, and today it has doubled to 8 million. This is a leapfrog growth. As expected of Wei Yin, his judgment was really accurate. As expected, after a few days of fermentation, the box office of Demons Conquering began to rise significantly. Wangbin looked at the box office report and said with a relaxed expression, he was very worried a few days ago when the box office growth was very low. After all, once a movie is released at a low box office, it may be taken off the shelves within 1 to 2 weeks. Now that the box office has grown significantly, he is finally relieved. Otherwise, Wei Yin is Mr. Chen's most valued person. Luo Xiao smiled and nodded, then spoke lightly. Send today's box office report to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen must be very pleased with such a good thing. We have lived up to his expectations. Chapter 426, How to Change this Script. Luo Xiao had a look of emotion on his face. Ever since he took over Lan Pian Film and Television, he had been feeling a certain amount of pressure. Chen Mo is not only Mr. Chen, but also his old classmate. Since an important company has been placed in his hands, it is a sign of trust in him. Ever since he made 2 bad movies, even his family members no longer trust him. But Mr. Chen was different. He didn't question him because he made 2 bad movies. Instead, a huge company was directly handed over to him. What a huge trust it was. For this trust, he didn't dare to be sloppy when filming The Legend of Demons. He didn't miss a single shot and tried his best to make everything perfect. Now that the movie is released, the box office has grown dramatically. According to the current box office growth rate, the box office of Demons should not be too low. At least Mr. Chen's qualifications will not be lost. Yes, we have lived up to Mr. Chen's expectations. Wang Bin was a little sad, with endless gratitude in his eyes. He was just an extra who couldn't get along before, but Mr. Chen didn't dislike him and actually let him be the protagonist of the movie. Anyway, without Mr. Chen, he would not be what he is now. He was very grateful to Mr. Chen for this. He was very happy that Demon Subduing could be a success. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chun Mo leaned back on his office chair and carefully confirmed the situation of each company under the Tomorrow Group. Now that the settlement date is less than 10 days away, he must be alert and not be careless in case one of his companies suddenly experiences a large amount of income due to his negligence. Wouldn't that be a big loss? After a while, Chun Mo organized all the company's information and put it aside, with a relaxed expression on his face. Fortunately, these companies were quite obedient and nothing happened that was beyond his control. So for now, the biggest change is Blue Picture's demonstration. But for now, the amount of box office growth of demonstration is still within his tolerance. As long as he kept doing it, he would be satisfied. As for whether the box office of Demons will grow rapidly after the settlement, it is not something he is considering now. At least the current settlement must be successful first, and the 30 million in this settlement can be saved before the business is done. Chun Mo thought secretly in his heart. Mr. Chun, this is the box office report submitted by Blue Film and Television. Shinro came over at some point and handed over a report with a smile that couldn't be hidden in her eyes. She has also reviewed this box office report, which of course also includes the box office reports of the previous few days. Through a simple comparison, she could also see that the box office growth last night had already grown by leaps and bounds. If this rapid growth continues, then the box office of Demons will definitely become more and more popular. Chunemo looked at the box office report handed over by Shinro, sat up slightly, and reached out to take the box office report. Read the report at will. Hey! Just when I saw last night's box office report, my pupils shrank slightly. More than 8 million box office. There's something wrong. Thinking of this, I quickly found out the box office records of the past few days, and then put them together for comparison. Chun Mo frowned slightly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. After this comparison, he suddenly discovered a problem. Since the day before yesterday, the box office growth rate has been showing an increasing trend. He didn't pay much attention to it 2 days ago. After all, the box office revenue has always been within his tolerance. But today is different. This time the box office growth has doubled. Suddenly, the box office revenue increased from more than 4 million to more than 8 million. Such a rapid growth suddenly made him feel uneasy. Why did the box office grow so rapidly today? Is there some unknown change? Chun Mo frowned slightly and looked up at Shinro. Mr. Chun, Lanpian Film and Television did not explain any changes. I will wait to find out more. Shinro hurriedly spoke after hearing this. Well, then find it as soon as possible. The faster, the better. Chun Mo waved his hand feebly. The box office, which had been growing normally, suddenly experienced another leap-forward growth. If the reason was not found, it would really make him a little uneasy. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'm going to check it out right now. I'll report the results as soon as possible. Shinro nodded quickly, then nodded quickly and returned to her office. Watch Shinro leave. Chunemo looked at the box office report on the table again and couldn't sit still. The rapid growth of the box office at this time made him very uneasy. No matter what, the new movie could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, if the box office of Demons grows too rapidly, he will have to invest the extra system funds into new movies. Thinking of this, he directly pressed the call bell of Lampy Film and Television and asked Luo Xiao to come to the office with the script of the science fiction film. It took Luo Xiao so long to prepare a new movie. To be on the safe side, he still needed to confirm whether the movie's script had been changed. In fact, he wanted to directly order Luo Xiao not to change the new movie script without authorization. But after having this idea, the system directly gave a reminder. Since the host has not had much contact with the film industry, he cannot be too involved in film preparations. He can provide some opinions as appropriate, but cannot make decisive orders. Professional things require professional people to do them. Listening to the system sound, Chunemo was speechless. As the president of a group, I want to give orders to the company's employees, but I want to be a boss who dictates what's going on. He sighed helplessly. Since you can't give direct orders, you can only give vague reminders. Otherwise, that guy Luo Xiao will change the new movie script without authorization. Just like the current monster subduing. If I directly changed it to monster catching, then he would cry to death. This time he also reflected on the mistakes he had made. It's just that I have too much trust in Luo Xiao, and there is also the problem of the script. The script also plays a fundamental role in the quality of a movie. If the foundation is solid, it also determines the lower limit of the script. Even if it is a little worse in other places, the movie will not be too bad. So this time we must focus on, pay attention to the script. The foundation must become very weak. Blue Film and Television. After Luo Xiao and Wang Bin finished talking about the box office of Conquering Demons, they began to study the script of the new movie. Brother Xiao, how should I change the script? It's a bit difficult. Wang Bin said with some distress that he knew nothing about science fiction movies. He felt that after changing the plot, he was a little helpless in the science fiction parts. Luo Xiao also shook his head helplessly. In the 2 movies he made before, he had never been exposed to science fiction movies, not to mention that there are almost no science fiction movies in the film and television industry nowadays. So he has almost no reference materials. These days, whenever he has time, he will think about how to change science fiction movies, but he still has no clue. Ring, ring, ring. The call bell suddenly rang. Luo Xiao saw this and hurriedly answered the call. The call bell only connected to the president's office. As soon as the call bell rings, it must be Mr. Chen calling him. How dare he neglect it? Chapter 427, Do you think Mr. Chen will allow us to change it? Mr. Chen, what do you want me to do? Luo Xiao quickly answered the call bell. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll bring the script over right now. After a while, Luo Xiao nodded, then hung up the call bell and looked up at Wang Bin sitting opposite. Mr. Chen came to me and asked me to bring a new script. Maybe you wanted to talk about the new script. Luo Xiao spoke slowly, with some anxiety on his face. Last time, after Mr. Chen read the script, he reminded him that there were some problems in the plot in the middle of the script that needed to be changed. But after so much time, the script is still the same and he hasn't changed anything. Mr. Chen would definitely be disappointed if he saw this. When Wang Bin heard this, he immediately thought of this and looked at Luo Xiao and comforted him softly. Don't worry, Mr. Chen won't tell you anything, and the script can't be changed instantly. It also takes time, especially for science fiction movies, so we will change it slowly, as long as the movie we make is a good MOV. I know. Luo Xiao nodded slightly. No matter what, he would treat every movie with care and strive to make all the movies from Lampy film and television good-looking. Live up to Mr. Chen's trust. Thinking in his mind, he quickly left the office with the script in hand. Mr. Chen has already called him, and he cannot keep Mr. Chen waiting. President's office. Chinemo looked at the reception area and then gave up the idea of entertaining Luo Xiao in the reception area. He was very disappointed with this guy. He thought that after the other party made 2 bad movies, he would continue to make bad movies and carry them forward. But I never expected that even if this guy didn't make bad movies, he would actually make a remake of Monster Hunt. Chinemo rubbed his head helplessly. He suddenly felt that this was not the first time this happened. The same goes for Song Xia from Nanha Coffee. He decided to make her the manager of Nanha Coffee because of her experience in running a loss-making milk tea shop. But now, not only did he lose an industry that could consume a lot of money, but he may also face huge revenue in the future. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the office door, and soon Luo Xiao walked in cautiously. Mr. Chen. Luo Xiao walked to the desk carefully. Chinemo looked at Luo Xiao, who came in and nodded lightly. Did you get the script? Bring Mr. Chen, the script is here. Luo Xiao hurriedly handed over the script he had brought. He was very worried. He didn't know if he would disappoint Mr. Chen if he didn't change the script. His eyes fell on Mr. Chen, and he saw that Mr. Chen had already opened the script and was looking at it page by page. Time passed little by little, and occasionally there was the sound of turning the script. Luo Xiao held his breath, fearing to disturb Mr. Chen, and became even more uneasy. Well, the script hasn't been changed? Yes. I don't know how long it took. Chinemo slowly closed the script and looked at Luo Xiao with a satisfied expression. He originally thought that Luo Xiao would change the script he selected without authorization, but now it seems that he is quite honest. However, we should not take it lightly, and we still need to remind you emphatically. As long as he expresses his love for this script, Luo Xiao will almost understand what he means. I like this script so much. Doesn't it mean that I value this script very much and am very satisfied with it? In this case, Luo Xiao would not have the idea of changing the script. Mr. Chen, this script. Luo Xiao was a little surprised when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He had expected that Mr. Chen would say something disappointing or ask questions about why he didn't modify the plot in the middle of the script. But what Mr. Chen just said was completely beyond his expectation. There was no disappointment or questions, but instead compliments. This surprised him. Oh, this script is very good. I like it very much, especially the plot in the middle of the script. It's so perfect. It's really good. By the way, once the script is finalized, the cast of the crew must be finalized as soon as possible. Maybe before the end of the month, I will invest in this movie. In early September, you can almost start shooting. Chunimo looked up at Luo Xiao and said seriously. I thought to myself, he has already said it to this extent, so Luo Xiao should understand what he means. Luo Xiao became even more confused after listening to Mr. Chen's words. The last time Mr. Chen read this script, he said that there were some shortcomings in the middle of the script, but now he feels that this script is perfect. Does Mr. Chen want him to change the midterm script or not? This made him very conflicted, and he didn't even know whether he wanted to change the script. Do you understand? Chun Mo frowned slightly when he saw Luo Xiao remain silent. He already made it so clear that he almost told him that the script was very good and he should not change it. Could it be that this guy hasn't understood it yet? Mr. Chun, I understand. Luo Xiao heard Mr. Chen's question and hurried back. Regardless of whether you understand it or not, let's accept it first. It's almost noon anyway, so I'll go to the cafeteria later to ask Wei Yin. Based on Wei Yin's understanding of Mr. Chen, he should understand what Mr. Chen means. As long as you understand, let's deal with it quickly. When Chen Mo saw Luo Xiao's answer, he smiled slightly. Just understand. Okay, Mr. Chen. Luo Xiao nodded quickly, then quickly stood up and left the office. Watching Luo Xiao leave, Chen Mo took out his cell phone and looked at the time and found that it was almost 12 o'clock and it would be time to eat soon. The matter of contacting Wang Yang should be discussed after dinner, and the decoration matter should be implemented as soon as possible. And this time it was related to whether the settlement could be successful. He needed to personally arrange the decoration this time and consume as much system funds as possible. While she was thinking, Shinro had already walked in from her office carrying a food basket. Mr. Chun, your lunch. As Shinro spoke, she took her lunch to a dining table by the window and took out the food at the same time. Soon, the entire dining table has been filled with dinner plates, with a total of 8 dishes. Every dish is delicious, and looks appetizing. Chinemo walked to the dining table and looked at today's dishes, feeling a little happier. As the president of the group, he still has certain privileges. Employees eat 6 dishes a day, but he eats 8 dishes a day, and Wang Maonian cooks it himself. Certainly, this was not his personal request, but Wang Maonian's own decision. Since it was the employee's own decision, the system could not say anything. He pulled out the chair and sat down directly. He took out a hand towel and wiped his hands. His eyes fell on Shinro, who had already placed the dinner plate and was about to leave, and spoke lightly. There are many dishes. Let's sit down and eat together. Shinro was stunned for a moment and looked at the food on the table. There was indeed a lot of food. She looked at Mr. Chen again, hesitated, then gently pulled out the seat and sat down. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Tomorrow's canteen. Luo Xiao looked expectantly at Wei Yin, who was sitting across from him. After he came out of the office, he saw that it was time for dinner, so he went directly to the canteen tomorrow. Then he went directly to Wei Yin and asked about what he had just experienced in Mr. Chen's office and the doubts in his heart. Mr. Wei, do you think Mr. Chun wants me to change the script, or does he not want me to change the script? Chapter 428, Renovation of Daunting Apartment. Wei Yin listened to Luo Xiao's question, smiled slightly, and said confidently, Of course I want you to change it. Why do you say that? Mr. Chen just said that this script is very good, especially the midterm plot. Luo Xiao didn't expect Wei Yin to give an answer directly after listening to his story. It seems that you still don't understand Mr. Chen's character. This matter is very simple. Wei Yin shook his head and smiled, turning to look at Li Shun. Will you explain it? Then let me do it. Li Shun put down the keyboard in his hand and looked up at Luo Xiao. First of all, Mr. Chen pointed out that the plot in the middle of the script needed to be changed, but you did not change the script during this period. Then when you read the script for the second time, you said that there was no problem with the plot in the middle of the script. It is obvious that Mr. Chun is considering your face and did not say it directly. He let you understand it yourself by saying it in a sarcastic way. But it's not your fault. You just joined the company not long ago and went out to shoot. You didn't have much contact with Mr. Chun. When you have been in contact with Mr. Chun for a long time in the future, you will slowly understand what Mr. Chun meant. After Li Shun finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Wei Yin. Brother Yin, what I said is right, right? That's right. Wei Yin nodded, looked at Luo Xiao, and smiled. You don't need to be too anxious to understand what Mr. Chen meant. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask us at any time. Thank you, Mr. Wei, I understand. Luo Xiao looked at Wei Yin and Li Shun with gratitude, and he probably understood some of Li Shun's explanation just now. Looking back now, Mr. Chen's words at that time did have some meaning to remind him. Alas, it seems that I still need to communicate more with Wei Yin and Li Shun. Jiangcheng Driving School. Wang Yang walked out of the examination room slowly with a smile on his face. Today is the driving school's fourth test, and he finally finished the test. Next, just wait for a while, and the driver's license will be issued. After leaving the driving school, a car soon drove up to the side with the window down. Supervisor Chibu leaned out and looked at Wang Yang. How is it? Did you pass the fourth test? Luckily, I passed it, Wang Yang said, and he had already walked to the co-pilot's side, opened the car door, and sat in. Okay, then wait for the driver's license to come, and you can go to the 4S store to pick up the car. Chibu nodded slightly, and then said with a helpless expression, haven't you contacted Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group recently? No, Wang Yang, I'm not saying anything bad about you. The gifts have been given during the holidays. You should strike while the iron is hot and build a good relationship. Otherwise, you will become estranged again after a long time. Look, during this period, there are no other orders except the decoration orders for lawyers. Maybe Mr. Chin will give some orders to other designers. Brother Chi, even if it is a group company, it is impossible to have so many decoration orders. In fact, we have received enough orders. Wang Yang spoke slowly. Although he has not contacted Mr. Chen recently, he has some understanding of Mr. Chen's industry. At least for now, there is no place to decorate. And Mr. Chen is such a big president, he must have a lot of things to do. It is not good for him, a small salesman, to contact him frequently. You! Chibu looked at Wang Yang with a helpless expression. Brother Chi. Wang Yang was halfway through his words when his cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Yang heard the sound, took out his cell phone and checked it, and waited until he saw the caller ID. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was flattered. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Chun. He didn't expect that one day Mr. Chun would take the initiative to call him. Soon, Mr. Chen's voice came from the phone. Dongqing apartment needs to be renovated, and I need you to go there. 1 hour, is that enough time? Dongqing apartment. Wang Yang quickly navigated to the location of Dongqing apartment and found that it only took 40 minutes from here to Dongqing apartment. After confirming this, he quickly replied, Mr. Chun, that's enough time. Okay, then 1 hour, see you at Dongqing apartment. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up. Mr. Chun from Tomorrow Group? Chiba looked at Wang Yang uncertainly. Yes. Wang Yang nodded. Mr. Chen said that Dongqing apartment is being renovated and asked me to arrive an hour ago. Dongqing apartment, several apartments need to be renovated. I don't know, Mr. Chen said after the time. Okay, Dongqing apartment, right? I'll take you there. Hearing this, Chibu did not continue to worry about the apartments, but directly changed the navigation and headed straight for the East City apartment. As for the apartments, although he had never met Mr. Chun, judging from the other renovations, Mr. Chun was definitely a very generous person. I'm afraid there should be quite a few apartments to be renovated this time, at least 10 rooms. About 40 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the East City apartment through positioning. This is it. Chibu looked at the apartment in front of him, parked the car in the parking space, and then opened the door and got out. Wang Yang also walked out from the co-pilot. There are still 20 minutes until an hour. Let's go to the apartment and wait. Wang Yang glanced at the time and then walked toward the apartment. About 10 minutes later, a big black G stopped at the door of the apartment. Chun Mo opened the door, got out of the car, and walked straight into the apartment. As soon as he reached the door of the apartment, he saw Wang Yang and an unknown man approaching him. Mr. Chun. Wang Yang looked at Mr. Chun, who was approaching, and hurriedly greeted him. Chun Mo nodded slightly and looked at the man next to Wang Yang. Who is this? Mr. Chun. You are really Chibu, the director of our company. Director Chi, this is Mr. Chun. Upon seeing this, Wang Yang hurriedly introduced him. Mr. Chun, I have admired his name for a long time and finally met him today. Chibu stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Hello." Chunemo stretched out his hand and shook hands briefly, then turned to look at Wang Yang. "Let's go in. Let's discuss the decoration." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Wang Yang nodded. "Mr. Chun, I was just dealing with tenant matters. I'm a little late. I'm sorry." Just then, Meiyin walked out of the apartment, looking like he was running all the way. Because the apartment has been bought by Mr. Chun, he has been dealing with tenant matters recently. Just now, a tenant refused to move out. He spent a lot of time and promised some compensation before the tenant agreed to leave. But it was because of this incident that the time to come out was delayed. "It's okay. You came just in time. Take us to several rooms in the vacant apartments. We need different room types. Don't miss anything." Chun Imo waved his hand indifferently and didn't care too much about this aspect. "Okay, Mr. Chun." Seeing that Mr. Chun didn't show any dissatisfaction, Mei Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Saying, he turned around and led the way toward the apartment. Just when he reached the corridor, Chun Mo paused. Chapter 429, All Renovated. Seeing Mr. Chun stop, Mei Yun asked carefully, "Mr. Chun, do you have any questions?" Chun Mo glanced at Mei Yun and shook his head slightly, then turned to look at Wang Yang. "The lights in this corridor are a bit dim. During the renovation, I changed them to brighter ones. It's best to turn on the lights as if it were daytime. Also, the decoration in this corridor is a bit old-fashioned. I have to renovate them all and replace them with brighter ones. Modern decoration style, simple and elegant. In addition, the two walls of this corridor are too clean, so they look a bit empty. Put some ornaments or hang paintings and other decorations." When Wang Yang heard this, he quickly took out a small notebook from his arms and recorded it carefully. Chunemo quickly scanned the layout of the corridor again, and after confirming that there was nothing to spend money on, he turned around and motioned for Mei Yun to continue on his way. After hearing this, Mei Yun took a deep breath, turned around, and continued to lead the way. He didn't expect Mr. Chun to be so serious that even the decoration of the corridor would need to be renovated. And was this corridor really dark? Mei Yun looked up at the chandelier in the corridor and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "It's not very dark." But if compared with the daytime, it does seem to be a bit different. Soon, turn a corner and enter an empty room. "Mr. Chun, this is a small apartment of 63 square meters. Take a look," Mei Yun said respectfully. Chunemo looked around in the room. The decoration of this entire room is rather old-fashioned and needs to be renovated. The decoration style is the same as that of the corridor. It is all decorated in a modern style, and all the lamps have to be replaced. Then there is the furniture configuration. All the furniture does not need synthetic wood. It is all made of solid wood. Otherwise, the synthetic wood contains too much formaldehyde and is not suitable for living. There are also electrical appliances. I will replace them according to the size of the room. Appliances with maximum style. Well, there's also this window. It feels like it's leaking a little bit. Please replace it all. Chun Emo walked through each room and finally described all the places that needed decoration. Wang Yang followed closely behind with a small notebook, recording quickly. "Mr. Chun, do you have any other requests?" Wang Yang took notes and looked up at Mr. Chun. "Well, that's all for now. You know my decoration requirements, so there's no need to say more." Chunemo looked at the room and found that there was nothing more that could be spent. "Don't worry, Mr. Chun. All materials will be high-end and environmentally friendly, and I will supervise the work regularly, so there won't be any mistakes." Wang Yang spoke it confidently. He had decorated Mr. Chun countless times, and he still understood Mr. Chin's requirements very well. "That's good." Chunemo nodded slightly, then turned around and arranged for Mei Yun to walk around several other apartments. After a while, Mei Yun took Mr. Chun and others to the last apartment in the apartment. "Mr. Chun, this is the last unit in the apartment." "Well, that's all. Just follow what I just asked." Chunemo simply walked around the room and found that the layouts of these apartments were slightly different, so he couldn't find any other places for additional consumption. "I know, Mr. Chun, the total decoration area includes an outside corridor and 4 rooms of different types, right? I will take measurements and make a design drawing and arrange for the decoration team to come over and decorate it as soon as possible." Seeing that Mr. Chun had no other requests, Wang Yang put away the notebook in his hand and spoke quickly. Wrong. Chen Mo listened to Wang Yang's words and shook his head. When Wang Yang saw this, he asked doubtfully, Mr. Chen, are there any other rooms that need decoration? Chen Mo looked at Wang Yang, who looked confused, and suddenly realized that he had never said that he wanted to renovate the entire apartment. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth to explain. But the 4 different apartment types just now are all the rooms in the entire apartment. The 4 apartment types just now are all the apartment types in this apartment. When the time comes to decorate, all the same ones will be changed according to the requirements just now. Just decorate it. And the hallways, all the hallways throughout the apartment. Ah! Wang Yang was stunned when he heard Mr. Chen's words. For all the rooms in the entire apartment, the minimum number must be about 300 rooms. This is a huge renovation project. With more than 300 rooms, the renovation cost is already a very high number. And the decoration commission he can get is definitely not low. Since he is also a supervisor, the commission he can get is much higher than before. Chibu, who had been following him all the time, was also at a loss of consciousness. He thought that having more than 10 rooms would be a big deal, but he never expected that it would be an entire apartment. If this order is really signed, I'm afraid Qinglin Decoration Headquarters will also be shocked. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Chinemo looked at Wang Yang, who looked shocked, and asked calmly. No. Wang Yang quickly came to his senses upon hearing the sound and quickly shook his head. Then I'll leave the decoration to you. Someone will come over to discuss the decoration with you, as well as the decoration budget and decoration drawings. I need to design them as soon as possible. Chinemo saw Wang Yang shaking his head and spoke calmly. By the way, during the renovation process, there will be people living in the apartment at night, so don't disturb their rest. Now that some poor elderly people live in the apartment, Mei Yun can evict the other tenants, but it is impossible for these poor elderly people to move out. Therefore, we can only wait for the renovation to arrange the poor elderly people to live in several unified rooms. For example, temporarily arrange the elderly people to live in rooms on the first floor, and then the decorators will decorate from the top of the building first, so as to avoid any collision between T2 decorations. I understand, Mr. Chun. I will make the decoration budget and design drawings as soon as possible. I will also seriously communicate with the person in charge you arranged for the decoration. Wang Yang nodded quickly and couldn't help but feel a little excited. The decoration of an apartment is a very big order. Well, in that case, the decoration here will be left to you. Chun Mo nodded slightly, turned, and walked outside the room. He came here just to make the decoration cost more. Now that his goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay. But who should be arranged to do the decoration work with Wang Yang and others? After all, renovating such a large apartment will definitely require one person to be responsible. Responsibility. Mr. Chun, I'm here to see you off. Seeing that Mr. Chun wanted to turn around and leave, Mei Yun hurriedly followed him. Hearing Mei Yun's words, Chun Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Chapter 430. Come and do it with me. No matter who comes to meet Wang Yang, it is better to let Mei Yun meet Wang Yang. After all, this daunting apartment belongs to Mei Yun's family. He knows the structure of this apartment better than anyone else. In addition, there are still some tenants who have not completely moved out. Mei Yun will definitely have to stay in this apartment for a while. At this time, it would be better to directly ask Mei Yun Lai to take charge of the decoration docking this time. Moreover, the name Mei Yun suits his taste very well. It would be nice if the invitation could bring him some good luck. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Mei Yun, who was following him, and spoke calmly. After the matter in this apartment is settled, what are you going to do? What are you doing? I don't have much idea about this. It depends on what the family is planning to do. I can just go over and help. Mei Yun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He has always obeyed his family's arrangements. This time the daunting apartment is sold. The family will definitely use the funds to invest in other places. So, you just had to wait for news from home? Since you don't have any ideas, then join the Tomorrow group and come and work with me. Chen Mo heard Mei Yun's answer and invited him directly. Mei Yun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Mr. Chen would invite him to join the Tomorrow group. He didn't know how to decide for a while. From the beginning of his career, He has always followed the arrangements of his family and done whatever they asked him to do. Because of his family background, his life is worry-free, even better than that of many people. He had never thought about doing something by himself, but Mr. Chin's words just now gave him an idea. Why doesn't he make his own choice? It would be too boring to always follow the family's arrangements. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Mr. Chin. I wonder what kind of work Mr. Chin will arrange for me if I join the Tomorrow group. Well, there may not be any formal arrangements at the moment. You may be required to handle the decoration of the apartment at the moment. After the decoration of the apartment is completed, we will consider arranging other positions for you. Chinamo thought for a moment and didn't think of a better position for Mei Yun. However, the group will definitely continue to develop tomorrow, and there will always be a position suitable for Mei Yun. After hearing this, Mei Yun fell into hesitation. After a while, he took a long breath and seemed to have made a decision. I choose to join the Tomorrow group. He thought for a moment. He had been following his family's arrangements for these years, and this time he wanted to make his own decision. Welcome, come back to Tomorrow group with me later, and we will sign the contract. Chinemo smiled slightly. For this Mei Luan, the name alone was enough reason for him to recruit him. Okay, but there is one thing I want to talk to Mr. Chun, and then you can decide whether you want me to join Tomorrow group. Mei Yun nodded. Now that the decision has been made, it doesn't matter when the contract is signed. But he suddenly thought of a problem of his own. Over the years, he has operated a total of 3 industries. In the end, each industry could not continue due to various reasons. This daunting apartment is the 3rd property. Mr. Chun did not buy this apartment. As there are fewer and fewer tenants in the apartment, there will definitely be a day when it cannot be opened. And because of his name, many people in the family are saying that it is his problem. His name was too unlucky, which was why those industries ended up being unable to operate or losing money. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't explain it at all because the 3 industries were indeed not very good in his hands. And a large part of the reason why he had just decided to join Mr. Chin's Tomorrow group was to prove that it was not because his name was unlucky. However, after thinking about this matter for a while, he still needed to talk to Mr. Chin. You say. Chinemo looked at Mei Yun, quietly waiting for the other party's answer. That's it, Mr. Chun. Mei Yun briefly told the story of running 3 industries. So, I am somewhat unlucky. Mr. Chun should choose carefully. Chun Mo's eyes lit up as he listened to Mei Yun's story. This was the talent he needed. Reuse. Certain reuse. Mei Yun, your idea is wrong. You are superstitious, you know? As a young man in the new era, how can you be superstitious? You have to believe in yourself. The losses in those industries are not your fault. You have to be confident. Those people say your name is unlucky. That's because they are uneducated and do not understand science. But I am different. What is unlucky and unlucky? I want your talent. Tomorrow group wants it. I will sign the contract later. Chun Mo patted Mei Yun on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Mei Yun's eyes suddenly became moist as he listened to Mr. Chen's words. So many years. Finally, someone supported him so much. Of course, his parents supported him at first because this was the name they gave him when they were bored, and they didn't believe in evil at first. But when things changed in the development of Dongqing Apartments fell into a deadlock. Their parents couldn't sit still and had been thinking about changing his name. But he knew that once he changed the name, he would have confirmed the fact that the name was unlucky, which would also mean that he was unlucky as well. So he has resisted changing his name in recent years. So much so that even now, including the closest family members, they think his name is a bit unlucky. Mr. Chin was the first person in recent years to say so firmly that the name was not unlucky, which moved him very much. Looking at Mr. Chun, who was younger than him, he said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard after joining the company." Well, it's enough for you to have this heart. However, our Tomorrow group does not advocate involution, so you should relax a little and don't put too much pressure. For now, just deal with the apartment decoration matter first. Chunmo looked at Mei Yun and secretly complained. There was no need to work hard. He could just quietly be a mascot. Saying. Then he turned to look at Wang Yang and Chibu. You have all heard what I just said. From now on, the decoration matters should be coordinated with Mei Luan. I understand, Mr. Chun. Wang Yang nodded and exchanged contact information with Mei Yun. When Chun Mo saw that the two had exchanged contact information, he walked directly towards the big black G that had already driven over. Upon seeing this, Mei Yun hurriedly followed. Get in the car and close the door. Yang Dahai started the car directly. Take the car and rush towards the direction of Tomorrow Group. After about a few minutes, Chun Mo looked at a large, half-built building in the distance with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He remembered that the last time he passed by here, the building looked like this. It was still like this when he saw it today, with no sign of any construction. He couldn't help but have some guesses in his mind, and turned to look at Mei Yun. What's going on with this building? Chapter 431, Perfect Loss Plan. This is an unfinished building that has been around for many years. The developer has long since ran away. This property has been stuck here without anyone taking care of it. Mei Yun looked at a building in the distance with a sigh in his eyes. When they were building East City Apartments, this building was also being built. It was all because of the news that Dongcheng would be a key development area in Jiangxing. Because of this news, many people began to invest in Dongcheng in advance. Their East City apartment is one, and this unfinished building is also one. When this unfinished building was 1/3 of the way through construction, the news of the development of the East City fell through, and then it became the development of the North City. This led to the fact that the sales situation of this property was not very good when all the procedures were completed and pre-sale was carried out. After all, the target of this building at that time was high-end real estate, so the pre-sale price was more than 10,000 yuan. However, because the development of Dongqing failed, few people were willing to spend a lot of money to buy a real estate with no surrounding areas and no development. If the pre-sales are not satisfactory, there will be no funds to withdraw. Nowadays, when developers build a real estate, they do not have much construction funds themselves. Instead, they need to rely on the funds collected from pre-sold houses to maintain the construction of the real estate. No funds returned means that the developer does not have more funds to build the building. In the end, the economy collapses and the developer has no money to build, so he simply runs away. Sure enough, it's an unfinished building. Chun Mo listened to Mei Yun's answer and understood in his heart that he had already guessed it just now. Looking at the unfinished buildings that were getting further and further away in the distance, he couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. However, before implementing this idea, some issues still need to be confirmed. What's the current situation of this unfinished building? Is there no one to take over it? Take over? How could anyone take over? Mei Yun shook his head slightly. If Mr. Chun hadn't appeared in Dongqing apartment, no one would have taken over. Not to mention some half-finished buildings. Tell me what the reasons are. What problems will you encounter when taking over this property? Chun Mo continued to ask. He wanted to understand clearly and see if this property was worth buying. It is okay to spend money, but you must also ensure that there will not be a lot of income after taking over the property. Mr. Chun, are you going to take over this unfinished building? Mei Yun heard Mr. Chen's words and vaguely guessed the meaning of Mr. Chen's words. While I have this plan, please tell me about the current situation of this unfinished building. Chun Mo smiled slightly. Mei Yun's eyes were a little anxious when he heard this, and he hurriedly spoke. It would be better not to take over Mr. Chen's unfinished building. Why do you say that? Chun Mo became interested instantly. This kind of thing that he was usually not allowed to take over was more beneficial to him, and it was exactly what he needed. Mr. Chen, the first thing is the problem of this unfinished building. If you take over, there are many things that have to be dealt with. After all, this building has been under construction for many years. If it is rebuilt, it will need to pass the quality inspection before it can be rebuilt. Also, this property has already been pre-sold once. Although the results of the pre-sale are not very satisfactory, there are still some people who bought this unfinished house. If Mr. Chun takes over this property, those who bought it will what to do with the people in the house. He has already paid the money. If you don't give them a house, they will definitely find a way to cause trouble. If you give them a house, Mr. Chun, you will sell fewer houses. In addition to the problems of unfinished buildings themselves, there are also problems in the Dongqing area. Now North City has almost been developed, and the next development target is Nanjing. If Dongqing wants to wait for development, I don't know how long it will take. If we take over unfinished buildings at this time, we will still encounter a problem. That means no one will buy the pre-sale. Even if the construction is completed, it is estimated that no one will buy a house here. After all, there are no shopping malls, no schools, no transportation, nothing at all. So, instead of taking over the unfinished buildings here, it would be better for Mr. Chun to go to Nanchang to get a piece of land and redevelop a real estate. I also learned about it before, and there is still a lot of land that is being tendered there. And Nanchang is already in the development stage, so there will no longer be the wrong news about the development of Dongqing. Meiyin simply told all the information he knew. As for the land bidding in Nanchang, it was entirely because the family wanted to invest the money from the sale of the Dongqing apartment in Nanchang. After all, the development there had been confirmed. Relatively speaking, it will be very safe. Is this so? Chun Mo listened to Mei Yun's story and secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Take over the quality inspection of the real estate? He doesn't seem to need this. In order to consume more system funds, of course half of the construction project is no longer needed. Just tear it down and rebuild it. Do you need any quality inspection? There are also those pre-sold properties, which are not a problem at all for him, who wants to spend money. Now that he has taken over this property, he must be responsible for those who have purchased the house. After all, some people spend their whole life's efforts to buy a building. If the house is lost, it will be a loss to the whole family. All the hard work is gone. However, considering his next plan, he may not give houses to those who buy houses and may refund the original price of those people's money for buying houses. How much money you paid for it will be refunded. After hearing Mei Yun's analysis of Dongqing, he already had a plan. That is to take down the unfinished building, then knock it down and rebuild it. Then all the houses to be rebuilt will be large ones with an area of more than 200 square meters. The community will be made higher end, and everything, including greening and other things, will be fully equipped. We also handle the property management ourselves and provide very comprehensive services. The rooms are luxuriously decorated and can be moved in with a bag. In this way, there would be no problem in setting the price of his house at a higher price. With such a good decoration configuration, selling it for 50,000 per square meter is not too much. In this way, a house of more than 200 square meters will cost more than 10 million. There is also a property fee. With such excellent service, a 5 yuan property fee is not excessive. With such a high amount of consumption, no one will buy it, right? After all, no one bought a house worth 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per square meter before, not to mention that now it is more than 50,000 yuan per square meter, plus high property fees. With such a large expense, ordinary people would definitely not choose to buy here. Even if they wanted to buy, they might not be able to afford it. And rich people will not buy here even more. There are no facilities around it. It costs more than 10 million to buy a house here. It is better to buy a house in a good location. So just take down the unfinished building and build it according to your own plan. After it was finally built, no one bought it, so all the money invested in building the property was lost. This is a perfect money-losing plan. Chapter 432, Profligate Merchant. Chun Mo thought happily in his heart, and he also thought of who would be in charge of building this building. That is Mei Yun. With the buff blessing of Mei Yun, plus the current development of Dongqing, his plan to lose money is absolutely foolproof. After confirming these, Chun Mo turned to look at Mei Yun. I have thought about it. I am ready to take over the unfinished building, and I will let you take over the person in charge of the unfinished building. Mr. Chun, do you really want to take over the unfinished building? It's really a bit risky, Mei Yun said worriedly. Chun Mo smiled and shook his head and gently patted Mei Yun's shoulder. Haven't you heard that the higher the risk, the higher the return? So go ahead and do it. I believe you. During this period, you deal with the decoration matters, and by the way, learn about the unfinished building. When the time is right, I will invest in the unfinished building. Investing in this unfinished building is a very good plan, but for now, he still can't use it. As for dealing with this settlement, it is definitely too late. After all, some procedures for taking over this unfinished building cannot be completed in just a few days. So now he has to arrange Mei Yun to handle these things first. When there is too much money one day, He will directly invest in the unfinished building. And according to his plan, it will definitely take a huge amount of money to build the planned building. Only when his system funds really increase a lot one day, he can invest in the unfinished building. Mei-yin looked at Mr. Chen's serious expression and understood that Mr. Chun had made a decision. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will go and understand it carefully. The vehicle drove slowly and soon arrived at Tomorrow Group. Arriving at the top of the building and entering the office, Chun Mo directly asked Shun Ro to give Mei-yin a contract to join Tomorrow Group. Sit down and have tea. Chun Mo led Mei-yin to the reception area. For Mei-yin, the mascot, he naturally had to treat him well. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Mei-yin looked at the tea leaves, which were still long jing from last time, and secretly sighed that Mr. Chen's taste in life was good. The two sat in the reception area and chatted briefly about the apartment and the unfinished building. Not long after, Shinro came over with 2 contracts. Chun Mo took the contract and then handed it directly to Mei-yin. At present, you can only arrange a contract to join the Tomorrow Group, but after the apartment renovation is completed, a construction company will be registered, and then you will be the manager of that construction company. Okay, Mr. Chun. Mei-yin took the contract without hesitation. He simply looked at the contract and signed it directly after confirming that there was no problem. Since then, he has become a member of the Tomorrow Group. Kyoto. Chun Sung slowly parked the car in the garage of a villa and then walked into the gate of the villa with his chest held high. When he came to the door of the villa, he pressed the fingerprint lock and the door opened instantly. He changed into a pair of slippers and walked in directly. As soon as he approached, he heard the surprised voice of a middle-aged woman. Shout Sung, you're back. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were back? I could make you something delicious. Chun Sung looked at his mother with a look of surprise, feeling helpless. Mom, can you please not call me Shout Sung? People might think I'm a vegetable if they don't know me. Okay, I won't call you that. If you want to eat something, Shout Sung, I'll prepare it for you. The middle-aged woman smiled gently. Chun Sung looked even more helpless when he heard that and looked around the room. Where's my dad? Your dad is in the study. I'll go see. Chun Sung looked at the study and then walked over directly. Shout Sung, you haven't told me what you want to eat yet. The middle-aged woman asked expectantly. Except for onions, everything else is fine. After Chun Sung finished speaking, he had already walked to the door of the study and walked in without knocking. In the study, a middle-aged man turned around with dignity, looking at Chun Sung, who came in with some seriousness. Didn't I tell you to knock before entering? It's polite. Oh, I know. You're different, aren't you? Why do you have something in the study that you can't see in public? Or did you do something to offend my mother in the study? Chun Sung pulled a chair over and sat down. Don't talk nonsense. If your mother hears this, I won't be able to rest for the next few days. Chun Jinan looked at the door of the study and said cautiously. Besides, I think you have something to hide. You have something to hide. Don't you know your mother's character? Chun Jinan said helplessly, then straightened his face and looked at Chun Sung seriously. How long do you plan to play outside? What do you mean by finished? That's called doing business. There's also the matter of Tianda Cinema. What do you think of my choice? Does The Legend of the Demon King have the potential to become a hit? The box office should be as high as 8 million now, and nearly 5 million of it comes from our Tianda Cinema. Chun Sung shrugged indifferently, then spoke seriously. I came back today just to tell you that I want Investec Cinema to increase the film schedule of Demons. I think it will definitely become a hit in the future. Okay, I've already let you know about this matter. Chun Jinan said without any hesitation. Profitier. After Chun Sung heard his father's words, he couldn't help but complain. A few days ago, he wanted to have Conquering Demons released at the prime time of Investec Cinema. The old man was strongly opposed to it at the beginning. If he didn't use the last resort, it would be impossible to agree. Of course, he also joined forces with his mother. But now, before he came over to speak, the old man had already arranged for someone to do it. This is nothing more than seeing the commercial value of The Legend of Subduing Demons and being a profiteer. Isn't this exactly what you need? Chun Jinan looked at Chun Sung with a half-smile. But the Tomorrow Group is developing very fast. It wouldn't be a bad thing if you make some friends with it. In your words, since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave. Chun Sung was a little helpless. He thought it would take a lot of effort to request more film arrangements today, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Let's go after dinner. Your mother misses you. Chun Jinan ignored Chun Sung's words and spoke to himself, but his tone was very firm, leaving no room for rejection at all. Seeing this, Chun Sung hesitated for a moment and then spoke calmly. Good. Shumbai Cinema. In the office, a middle-aged man looked at several members in the conference room. Have you seen the box office record of Demons Down? Based on the movie's box office growth trend, I judged that this movie has a high probability of becoming a hit movie, so I decided to make Demons Down a movie. Do you have any objections to the film schedule being adjusted to the primetime slot? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes wandered over several members of the conference room. After a while, seeing no one objected, he continued. Since everyone has no objections, the filming schedule for Demons Conquering has been decided. At the same time, across the country, similar scenes were played out at almost the same time in other theater offices. Chapter 433, Promotional Remuneration. 2 days later, early morning, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chun Imo looked at the box office report of Demons Conquering in front of him. His body couldn't help but tremble, and the report in his hand had been deformed unconsciously. He did not expect that the box office was still 8 million 2 days ago. In these 2 days, it began to grow at a very rapid rate. From 8 million 2 days ago to 14 million, and then to 22 million yesterday. According to this growth rate, by the end of the month, the box office growth rate of Demons will definitely grow to a terrifying rate. This is definitely an extremely severe challenge for him to settle the system funds in full. Then he threw the report aside and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. No! Spend money, you still need to spend money. He suddenly felt that the daunting apartment, coupled with the investment in the new movie, was already a bit unsafe, and he still needed other places to spend money. Thinking of this, he was about to call Shinro. They saw that Shinro had opened the office door on the side and walked in. Mr. Chun, the reason why the box office has grown so rapidly has been found. As Shinro spoke, she handed over the information in her hand. After 2 days of investigation, he finally found the reason for the rapid growth of the box office. Oh! Chun Imo heard Shinro's words and quickly took the information. As long as he can figure out the reasons for the rapid box office growth, he might be able to find a way to curb the box office growth. So I quickly opened the information and read it carefully. After a while, he closed the document helplessly. In Shinro's report, he found several reasons that led to the rapid growth of the box office, and he found that he had no way to change them. The first is the issue with the quality of Demons. It has already been released. It is impossible for him to take the movie off the shelves and then re-edit it. Even if he wants to do so, the system will not allow it. There is also the promotion of Hut to Live. He has no control over the affairs of Hut to Live. Then there are the changes in the theaters. Just the day before yesterday, almost all theaters arranged the screening of Demons to the prime time and increased the number of films. Of course, in this report, he also discovered a 6th child. Although he didn't know him, he remembered this person. There is a film review blogger named Yun Liang. On the first day that Demons was broadcast, this film review blogger wrote a review of Demons and posted it on Yuanban. The blogger Yun Liang already has a lot of fans, coupled with this film review and the quality of Demons itself. It is enough to show that the box office of Demons can grow so fast, and this film review blogger named Yun Liang is also inseparable. With a long sigh, he reluctantly put the information aside. Since changing the box office growth rate of Demons, it can only increase the speed of his money. At least for now, he still has a chance to fully convert system funds. Of course, he needs more ways to spend money to increase the probability of fully converting system funds. Thinking of this, he looked up at Shinro, who had not left yet. Since the establishment of the group, apart from purchasing a number of buses, the group has not added any new buses. Yes, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded quickly. He was also involved in the last purchase of a bus, so he remembered it very clearly. In this case, it is time to increase the number of group buses. There is also Zhao Bowen from Sangxue Games. When he was the director, he also made great contributions to the company. He can also arrange a matching car. The price will be set at 650,000 to 700,000. And you, as my assistant and the face of the company, it is unjustifiable not to have a car. The amount of the car is the same as those of the managers, 750,000 to 800,000. Yeah, I'll just leave it to you to handle the car distribution. Shinro was quickly recording the tasks assigned by Mr. Chun, but when she heard that the matter was also related to her, she was stunned. Then he hurriedly spoke. Mr. Chun, I can't drive, so it's useless even if I get a car. If you don't know how to drive, can you learn to drive? Song Xiao from Nana Coffee doesn't know how to drive either. Isn't there a car for everyone? So you should also have a car for you. This is not your business alone. This is a facade issue for the entire Tomorrow group, you know? Chun-mo looked at Shinro with a serious expression. Shinro noticed Mr. Chen's serious expression and nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll handle it right away. Oh, Chen Montak nodded. After Shinro left, she called Fong Chong from Tsang Shui Games again. He is now very disappointed with Fong Chong, who developed Extreme Survival. Not only did this guy create an extremely profitable game, he also deceived his trust. Before Extreme Survival came out, he was very determined about Fong Chang's talent, but after seeing Extreme Survival go online, he now earns more than 100 million a month. This Fong Chong simply stabbed him hard in the back. Soon after, Fong Chong knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, look for me. Fong Chong walked to the desk feeling flattered. Mr. Chun had not seen him alone for a long time. Chun-mo looked at Fong Chong, who was smiling, and pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Sit down and talk. After Fong Chong sat down, he continued to speak. You have always been responsible for the cooperation with Tinga Game Club. Yes, Mr. Chun. Is there any problem there? Fong Chong asked nervously. Problem? Chun-mo listened to Fong Chang's words and secretly complained in his heart that the problem was huge. If you hadn't cooperated with Tinga Game Club would not have held offline competitions for Tianlong and Extreme Survival. As long as these two offline competitions were not held, the income of the two games would not have grown so rapidly. Without cooperation with Tinga Game Club, Du Zeding's Tiger Head Live would not have promoted Demon Conqueror for no reason. If they hadn't promoted Demon Conqueror, the box office of Demon Conqueror would not have grown so rapidly. All the causes and consequences are because of your cooperation with Tinga Game Club. However, he couldn't explain all this to Fong Chong, and there was no problem in saying it now. The most important thing at the moment is how to spend more system funds, and the current settlement is the real business. Thinking of this, he glanced at Fong Chong and said, No problem, it's just that How to Live has been helping to promote The Legend of the Demons. As the boss behind Blue Film, it is natural to repay the favor. So, I need you to contact Mr. Du of Tinga Game Club, and I need to pay the promotion fee. Chapter 434 Human Relationships. After Chun-mo finished speaking, he quietly looked at Fong Chong, who was sitting opposite. Although he didn't like the Tange Game Club, he wanted to spend more system funds. I can only go against my own heart and pay a certain amount of publicity expenses to How to Live. After all, settlement comes first. If you can really convert your personal funds in full, even if you go against your own heart, it doesn't seem to matter. Mr. Chen, thank you. I've already contacted you, and they said it's not necessary. Fong Chong spoke slowly. After learning that How to Live was helping to promote Demon Subduing, he discussed with Wei Yin that he wanted to thank him and also contacted the Tange Game Club to express his gratitude. However, Mr. Du from the Tange Game Club directly rejected their thanks, saying that it was just a matter of convenience and there was no need to thank them. They don't need it. It's just that they're being polite. If you insist, you'll accept it. As for the publicity fee, let's give it 10 million. Chun-mo said calmly. 10 million is already the maximum amount allowed by the system. After Fong Chong heard the amount stated by Mr. Chun, he opened his mouth in shock. He did not expect that Mr. Chun would be so generous. He directly gave 10 million in promotional expenses for a live broadcast platform. But this is probably the reason why Mr. Chun is so successful. He is not only generous to his employees, but also to his partners. Then he calmed down, looked at Mr. Chun, and spoke carefully. But Mr. Chun, what should I do if Mr. Du from That Day Pavilion insists on refusing to introduce me and thank me? Last time, they wanted to thank them, But Mr. Do's refusal was very firm. He was worried that this time, the other party would still refuse firmly. This is not simple. If he refuses to accept thanks, then we should terminate cooperation with him. Chinemo said calmly. He had to accept this thank you whether he accepted it or not. If you really refuse, you can just break off the cooperative relationship. Mr. Chen, isn't this too tough? Fong Chong asked worriedly. Don't be tough, just go back and handle it as soon as possible. Chinemo looked at Fong Chong, who looked worried, and said with an indifferent expression, if you don't be tougher, your settlement will be in danger. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll take care of it now. Seeing this, Fong didn't dare to refute anymore, so he stood up and left the office. Enter the elevator. He returned directly to the floor of Song Shui Games, thought about it, turned around, and walked straight to Wei Yan's office. He still couldn't figure out why Mr. Chun was so obsessed with thanking him. In order to be grateful, he even said words that broke off cooperation. This made him a little confused, and he always felt that doing so would hurt the relationship between the two parties. So he was going to ask Wei Yan what Mr. Chen's intention was. Entering Wei Yan's office, he briefly explained what had just happened. Wei Yan listened to Fong Chang's story, touched his chin, and thought for a long time before his eyes lit up. I think I understand why. What's the reason? Fong Chang looked at Wei Yan curiously. Wei Yan had a smile on his face and a trace of respect in his eyes. Mr. Chen doesn't want to owe any favors. Favor? Fong Chang was thoughtful. That's right, it's a favor. You know what kind of debt is the hardest to repay, and that's a favor debt. Hoto Live broadcast helps promote demon subduing, although Mr. Du said it was done casually, so don't take it seriously. But in fact, our Tomorrow group owes Mr. Du a favor. And the most feared thing about the cooperation between the two companies is that there is a favor debt in the middle, which will lead to personal emotions being mixed into every cooperation. That's why Mr. Chun is so determined to pay for the publicity just to return the favor. Wei Yan explained patiently, with a confident light in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. I see. Then I will contact Mr. Du as soon as possible and pay the publicity expenses. Fong Chang suddenly understood, then got up and left Wei Yan's office. Wei Yan watched Fong Chang leave. Not long after, Su Yuan knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Wei, this is the concept design of several characters in Freedom War. Go to the desk. Su Yuan handed over the information in his hand. Since the start of the Freedom Fight project, he began to design the game characters in Freedom Fight. After all, this game is positioned as a 5v5 multiplayer competitive game. In terms of game characters, there is definitely a need for a lot. It cannot be like other online games, where a few traditional game characters such as wizards, warriors, swordsmen, etc. are enough. In order to ensure the freedom of the game, he envisioned that the initial number of characters in this game should be around 20, at least so that both sides of the battle would have different heroes to choose from. And he also thought about the skills and characteristics of each hero and designed some restraint and anti-restraint effects. In this way, there will be some psychological games when both sides choose heroes. But this restraint cannot be set too high. Otherwise, the restraint will be too strong, and the restrained party will not be able to play the game at all, which will greatly affect the balance of the game. So these things have to go through some balancing. Let me see. Wei Yan reached out and took the character concept design drawing handed over by Su Yuan and looked through it carefully. It has been more than a year since he joined Songshui Games. After more than a year of continuous learning and taking over new game projects, his knowledge and understanding of games have reached a certain level. Although it is impossible to be as professional as Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen, they still have some unique ideas in the concept and understanding of the game. Therefore, whenever the project team's research and development on Freedom War reaches a certain level, he will personally take a look at it. First, you can once again improve your knowledge of the game in the process. The second is that he can also express his own opinions or suggestions about the game. Of course, he will not force the other party to do what he wants, but will discuss with the other party whether his suggestions are feasible. After implementation, will the game be better improved? Flipping through page after page of character concept designs, Wei Yan frowned slightly, then relaxed. The concept map of this character design is already said to be very complete. The character's name, positioning in the game, and the characteristics and functions of each skill have been written as comprehensively as possible. As long as the character is modeled according to this concept, the design of the character has basically been completed. There are 6 character concept designs in total. Each one is perfect and thoughtful, with no flaws visible. But he always felt something was wrong. He couldn't think of anything wrong for a while, but he just felt like something was missing. Chapter 435, Missing Some Souls. Wei Yin stretched out his hand and rubbed his brows, thinking seriously about what was wrong and what was missing. Su Yuan sat opposite the desk, and seeing the expression of President Wei, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After waiting for a long time, he finally couldn't help asking, "President Wei, is there any problem there?" Wei Yin came back to his senses after hearing the voice, looked up at Su Yuan, and shook his head. "These characters are well designed, and there is nothing wrong, but I always feel that something is missing, as if something is missing. As if something is missing." Wei Yin tilted his head and rubbed his temples, and suddenly his eyes lit up and blurted out, "Some souls are missing. That's right, some souls are missing." Soul, but how to add souls? Su Yuan was a little puzzled when he heard this. How to make a game character have a soul? Wei Yin touched his chin, pondered for a while, and spoke slowly. "It's a bit too general to call it a soul. The characters in these games are just characters. They are pale and have no stories of their own. I think if we design a background story for each character in this game and let all the characters have some ties or faction confrontations behind them, will it make this game more colorful? For example, why is the demon warrior you designed called the demon warrior? Could it be that he was a very upright warrior before, and then because of some changes, he had to become a demon? And this daughter of light, at first glance, is on the side of justice. So what kind of opposition is there between the camp where this daughter of light belongs and the demon camp? And what is the relationship between this daughter of light and this demon warrior? We can build a huge worldview, and then every character in the game has its own position and its own faction in this worldview. In this way, this is no longer a simple game, but a world, a story of a world." After Wei Yin finished speaking, he looked at Su Yuan quietly, waiting for Su Yuan's opinion. Su Yuan didn't come back to his senses for a long time, still immersed in the words that Wei Yin just said, and the whole person seemed to have a new understanding of the game. Soul. This is the soul of the game. So the game can be designed like this, as if a new door opened in front of Su Yuan. After a while, Su Yuan slowly came back to his senses, looked at Wei Yin, and spoke excitedly. "Mr. Wei, I understand. I will design the background stories of these characters and the structure of the worldview." Well, I think you should focus on the game. The design of the worldview and the background story of each character can be designed by a professional. As for the people, you can ask Luo Xiao of Blue Film and Television. He may know some screenwriters in this area. Wei Yin looked at Su Yuan with an excited face and knew that his idea was not a problem. However, let Su Yuan concentrate on the background story of a game. It would be too much of a loss. Professionals should be professionals. "I understand, Mr. Wei." Su Yuan nodded, then got up and left the office. After leaving the office, after thinking for a while, he went straight to the elevator. He planned to go directly to Blue Film and Television to ask Mr. Luo for advice. Blue Film and Television. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at the script in front of them with a look of distress. Although they had confirmed from Wei Yin that Mr. Chun wanted him to change the plot in the middle of the script, there was still a fundamental problem that could not be solved. That is, they were completely helpless with this science fiction script. "Brother Xiao, what should we do? Mr. Chun has ordered us to prepare the movie as soon as possible, but we haven't even finished the script yet. How should we proceed to the next step?" Wang Bin looked at the script in front of him and said anxiously. Luo Xiao also frowned and couldn't think of a way to change it for a while. Dong dong dong. The door of the office was suddenly knocked. "Come in," Luo Xiao said casually, thinking that some employee came in to report on work. "Hello, Mr. Luo. Hello, Mr. Wang." After Su Yuan entered the office, he hurriedly said hello. These two managers often ate with Mr. Wei, so he naturally knew them. He had also eaten at the same table because of work. "It's you." Luo Xiao looked at the person and quickly recognized him. Are you the supervisor of Mr. Wei's project team? Mr. Luo has a good memory. My name is Su Yuan, and I am the supervisor of Mr. Wei's project. I came here today to ask Mr. Luo for a favor. Of course, it's not a personal matter, but a work matter. Su Yuan looked surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Luo still remembered him. What favor? Just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help. Luo Xiao said seriously. Mr. Wei had helped him so many times. If there was any favor he could help back, he would naturally be willing to do it. Mr. Luo is like this. I want to create a worldview for the game, as well as the background story of the game characters, so I need a professional screenwriter to do these things. I wonder if Mr. Luo has any suitable candidates. Su Yuan quickly stated his needs. Screenwriter. Luo Xiao was thoughtful. Through Su Yuan's words, he suddenly thought of himself. His script had not been changed. Why should he think about it himself? Wouldn't it be better to find a professional screenwriter? Why should he insist on changing it himself? It must be because he changed The Legend of the Demon King very successfully, so he felt that he could also change the science fiction script. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao suddenly became clear and looked up at Su Yuan. I will handle the screenwriter matter. I will notify you when there is news. He has filmed 3 movies. Although he doesn't know any screenwriters, he still has channels to find screenwriters. Thank you, Mr. Luo. I have something to do at work, so I will stay for a while. Su Yuan hurriedly thanked him, with a look of surprise on his face. Well, you do your thing. Luo Xiao nodded, waited for Su Yuan to leave, turned on his mobile phone, found a phone number, and dialed it. In a screening room, The Legend of the Demon King has ended, and the people watching the movie have slowly stood up and walked outside. Director Yu, most of the people have left, and we should leave too. Li Tianyang looked at Yu Zheng, who was reluctant to leave, and spoke slowly. However, the other party still did not move, and was still staring at the cast list in front of him, his body trembling. Seeing this scene, Li Tianyang could not help but get worried. He reached out and pushed the other party's shoulder. Director Yu, are you okay? Feeling that his shoulder was pushed, Yu Zheng slowly came back to his senses and turned to look at Li Tianyang with excitement. Found it, found it. Chapter 436, I want this actor. Director Yu, calm down. What did you find? Li Tianyang looked at Yu Zheng's excited expression and was confused. He didn't know what the other party had found for a while. Yu Zheng gradually calmed down and looked at Li Tianyang, who still said with a somewhat excited tone, Actor, didn't I say before that my comedy lacks a suitable actor? But just now I wanted to find one. That actor is very suitable for me in terms of image, temperament, and acting skills. The request was simply perfect. During this time, he has been worrying about the casting of the comedy, because it is almost the end of the month. If he can't find a suitable role, in order to make it to be released during the Spring Festival, he will have to choose a role that is not suitable. Actor took on the role. Moreover, he has been searching personally during this period, but still has not found a suitable role. He has given up a little, feeling that the actor he wants to find may not exist. And Li Tianyang happened to invite him to watch the recently popular Demons, so he accepted it after thinking about it, in order to relax. But he never expected that while watching the movie, he found a very suitable actor. The moment that actor appeared, he knew that was the actor he had been looking for. He is not tall, has a silly smile, and looks a bit simple. This was exactly the casting requirement for his comedy movie, and the actor's acting skills were also good and met his standards. Have you found the role you want in this movie? It's the protagonist. Li Tianyang looked at Yu Zheng and asked with some surprise, but after watching a movie, he found a suitable actor's role. It must be the actor's role in the movie. It's not the protagonist, it's a supporting role. Yu Zheng shook his head slightly. He admitted that the protagonist's acting skills in this movie were very good, and the acting skills of other supporting actors were also very good. But only one of the supporting roles fits his requirements perfectly. Wouldn't it be great to find the cast, and then contact them? Li Tianyang said with a face of joy. He knew that Yu Zheng had been looking for a suitable actor, but had never found one. This time he finally found one, and he was naturally happy for his friend. Yu Zheng nodded, then frowned and said, I saw that this movie is from Blue Film and Television, but I have been working in the film industry for such a long time, and I have never heard of Blue Film and Television. Moreover, this movie is also very strange. I don't know all the actors. He's an amateur actor. Really? Litianyang Nudda. He also discovered this. This movie does not have any popular stars or actors with acting skills. I don't know if the film and television company did this intentionally. If this is the case, it shows that the film and television company is very confident in shooting the movie, otherwise it would be impossible not to hire a popular star. Moreover, the name of the film and television company Blue Picture Film and Television was vaguely familiar to him, and he didn't know if he had heard of it before. In the screening room, the people watching the movie had almost left, and Li Tianyang and Yu Zheng also walked outside while talking. Yu Zheng checked the information about Blue Film and Television on the mobile phone software. After a while, Wei said with emotion, I didn't expect that this Blue Film and Television background has a good background. There is a group company behind it. However, I have never heard of this group company before. I wonder if there is anyone in the industry who I know who can help me contact it. Are there any group companies? Let me take a look. When Li Tianyang heard this, he looked over curiously. Suddenly, I saw the words Tomorrow Group in the company introduction of Lampion Film and Television. Tomorrow Group? Li Tianyang thought for a moment, and suddenly he realized why this blue movie seemed familiar. Mr. Chun, who had served as a fashion model for his men's clothes before, was not the president of Tomorrow Group. When he asked people to investigate Chun Mo's information, he also saw the name of Lampion Film and Television in the information, so he had some impressions of the name Lampion Film and Television. Director Yu, I do know something about this Tomorrow Group. Oh, do you have any way to contact the person in charge of the Blue movie? Yu Zheng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Tianyang with surprise. He was just thinking about how to contact the person in charge of Lampion Film and Television, but he didn't expect that Li Tianyang knew about the Tomorrow Group. Li Tianyang thought for a while and spoke calmly. I'm not very familiar with it, but I can give it a try. I'm not sure whether it will work. What he said was true. After all, his connection with the Tomorrow Group was separated by Linda. If you want to contact the person in charge of Blue Film and Television under the Tomorrow Group, you still have to contact Linda. So he wasn't sure whether he could be contacted accurately. Okay, you contact me first. If that doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. Yu Zheng nodded. For that actor, he must find him in his crew. Even if he pays more, there will be no problem. Nana coffee. On a seat in a corner. Two women sat across from each other. Xiao Hui, let's see how this coffee is. I've had it before, and it was very good. Huang Xiaoli took the coffee from the waiter and handed a cup to Ji Xiaowei, who was sitting opposite. Since the last time Ji Xiaowei won an order worth tens of millions at a time, his path to promotion has increased. In this regard, she was very grateful to Ji Xiaowei. Without Ji Xiaowei's order, it would have been impossible for her to be promoted. Thank you, Director Huang. Ji Xiaowei subconsciously took the coffee handed over by Huang Xiaoli into her hand and took a sip. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This coffee is delicious, but it's a bit too expensive. She just saw the price of the coffee Huang Xiaoli ordered. A cup of coffee cost 188, which she did not expect. Although she also received a hefty performance commission through 2 orders of tens of millions, she still couldn't accept the fact that a cup of coffee cost 188 yuan. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. To be honest, because of your 2 big orders, I already have a chance to advance. Huang Xiaoli waved her hands indifferently and then looked at Ji Xiaowei with a serious expression. If you can pull in 2 more big orders like this, my chance of promotion will definitely be secure. When I get promoted, my position as a supervisor will definitely be vacant. Missing. At that time, based on my promoted position and your performance report, I can be sure that the supervisor position will be yours. Sister Lee, you're joking. I also want to take a few more big orders like that. But even for a group company, the number of cars it can buy is definitely limited. I probably won't buy any more cars in a short time. Ji Xiaowei shook her head lightly. Her 2 orders had a lot of luck, but luck can't always be there. She is very self-aware of this. When Huang Xiaoli heard this, she also shook her head with a wry smile. The next few times I made such a big order, it seemed that it was really not very realistic, and I was thinking too much. Come and let's have coffee. Not to mention that their snacks are also good and very cost-effective. Ji Shaohui nodded slightly and took another sip of coffee. However, the mobile phone on the table rang at this moment. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but I didn't think much about it and connected the call. Chapter 437, another 10 million order. Hello? After answering the phone, Ji Shaohui said politely, Yes, that's right. Okay, tomorrow morning, right? Okay, I'll definitely be there. No problem. After a while, Ji Shaohui slowly put the phone on the table with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. What's wrong? Huang Xiaoli noticed the change in Ji Shaohui's expression and asked worriedly. Ji Shaohui came back to her senses after hearing the words, looked at Huang Xiaoli sitting opposite. Her lips moved slightly twice, and then slowly spoke. Just now, the president's assistant of Tomorrow Group called and said that they would buy a car at our 4S store tomorrow and asked if I was in the store. Is it the Tomorrow Group? Huang Xiaoli's eyes also flashed with disbelief. Didn't that group just buy a batch of cars not long ago? Why are they buying cars again? Then she looked at Ji Shaohui with some expectation. How many cars do they plan to buy this time? They said they wanted to equip the buses, but I didn't ask how many they wanted. Xiaohui spoke softly. She had just been shocked by the sudden news, and she didn't have any extra thoughts to ask how many cars to buy. Okay, let's prepare some tomorrow. We can't neglect such a big customer anymore. Huang Xiaoli didn't continue to dwell on this issue, but thought about the reception of the people from Mingri Group tomorrow. After all, the last reception was a bit sloppy, and it must not happen again this time. Okay, Sister Li. Xiaohui nodded. The next day, in the morning, Yongsheng 4S store. Shinro got off a black G-Class, and Zhao Bowen got off from the other side, carefully following Shinro. Assistant Shin, what did Mr. Chen say when he said he would give me a car? That is, as the director of Sangshua Games, you have also made a great contribution to the game of Tianlong, so I thought of giving you a car. Shinro turned her head to look at Zhao Bowen and said lightly. She has long been accustomed to Mr. Chen's kindness to employees, let alone giving a car to the director. Even if one day Mr. Chen said that every employee in the company would be given a car, she would not be surprised. Just like when she came to buy a car today, Mr. Chen saw that she could not drive, so he directly arranged Yang Dehai to drive a black G-Class to deliver it directly. This is Mr. Chen's special car. Letting her use it like this is enough to show Mr. Chen's tolerance for these employees. Zhao Bowen smiled foolishly when he heard this. Since the establishment of Tomorrow Group, he became the person in charge of Tianlong Games, and the whole work has become much more leisurely. So that even if there is something wrong with Sangshua Games, it will not fall on his head. In addition, the Tomorrow Group is growing stronger. He thought that Mr. Chen almost forgot about him. But yesterday, he suddenly received the news that Mr. Chen wanted to give him a car, which made him unable to sleep. In addition to what Assistant Shin said just now, he realized that Mr. Chen had never forgotten him. He must work harder and make the game, Tianlong, better and better, so that he can live up to Mr. Chen's respect for him. Hello, Assistant Shin. As soon as Shinro walked into the 4S store, she saw two women with smiles on their faces. She had an impression of these two people. One was a salesperson at Ji Shaohui's 4S store, and the other was Huang Xiaoli, the head of the sales department. She had contact with Mr. Chen when she came to buy a car last time. Shinro nodded slightly, and her eyes fell directly on Ji Shaohui. Let's go to the reception room. Before coming, she had already chosen the car model she wanted to buy. Because of the quota, she and Zhao Bowen chose it after they had chosen it and had Mr. Chen's approval. The public car only needs to choose one model, and she only needs to choose the number required by Tomorrow Group. So this time, she didn't need to choose at the 4S store, and she could just go to the reception room to sign the contract. Okay, Assistant Shin. Ji Shaohui nodded, and then quickly led the way in front. Huang Xiaoli followed closely. Assistant Shin followed with Zhao Bowen, and soon they came to the reception room. I don't know what car Assistant Shin wants to buy. Ji Shaohui entered the reception room and turned to look at Shinro. All the models I chose are here. You can take a look. Shinro smiled and took out a document from the file bag and handed it directly to Ji Shaohui. Ji Shaohui reached out to take the document handed over by Shinro, opened it and read it carefully, and soon a look of surprise flashed across her face. At the beginning, she saw a 760,000 car and a 680,000 car, and then a 570,000 business car. After a rough look, the total price was more than 1.7 million. But after she looked through it carefully, she suddenly realized that she had overlooked a number. That is, there is another number behind the 570,000 business car. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoyi's heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and she looked at Shinro with some uncertainty. Assistant Shin, does this 15 mean 15 cars? Yes, it means 15 cars. Shinro nodded slightly. Okay. Okay, Assistant Shin, I'll give you a contract right away. Ji Xiaoyi nodded quickly, excited. 15 commercial vehicles worth 570,000 yuan. That's 8.55 million yuan. Plus a car worth 760,000 yuan and a car worth 680,000 yuan. That's nearly 10 million yuan. Another order of 10 million yuan, although not as much as the previous two, but the amount is also very large. Thinking in his heart, the person has quickly come to the post, took out the contract, and started to deal with the contract. Huang Xiaoli, who was standing aside, saw Ji Xiaoyi's expression and couldn't help but be curious. She walked slowly to Ji Xiaoyi's side and picked up the information that Shinro had just handed to Ji Xiaoyi. Not long after, Huang Xiaoli slowly put the information in her hand back on the table, but the excited expression on her face could not hide the joy in her heart at all. Another order of nearly 10 million yuan. With this order, isn't her promotion one step closer? Time passed by little. Ji Xiaoyi looked at the contract in her hand and breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at Shinro, and handed the contract in her hand over. Assistant Shun, the contract has been prepared. You can take a look. If there is no problem, you can sign the contract. Yes. Shinro nodded, took the contract handed over by Ji Xiaoyi, opened it and read it carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, she signed it directly. Then she took the contract and completed the final payment. Assistant Shun, the procedures have been completed. Ji Xiaoyi handed the procedures that had just been completed to Shinro. Shinro took a look at the procedures, confirmed that there was no problem, and left the 4S store directly. Corner Pet Park. Peng Tao and Su Jingming sat in the office built in the pet park. The two looked at each other with thoughts in their eyes. For a long while, Peng Tao slowly said, "Brother Su, what do you mean by Mr. Chun buying the Dongqing apartment? Won't our plan to build a staff dormitory at the rescue station be useless?" Chapter 438. Mr. Chun knows our situation. Su Jingming listened to Peng Tao's words thoughtfully, but soon his eyes lit up. "I think I know what Mr. Chen meant. What is Mr. Chen's intention?" Peng Tao looked at Su Jingming in confusion. Su Jingming smiled slightly. "This question is very simple. Mr. Chen should know that we are planning to build a staff dormitory, and it takes a lot of money to build a staff dormitory. Mr. Chen should be worried that our funds are tight, so he bought the Dongqing apartment as a staff dormitory. In this way, we can save a lot of money, and the extra funds can be used in other places. Is that so?" Peng Tao suddenly realized and felt that it made sense. Since the last plan to build a road, a large parking lot, office buildings, staff dormitories, etc., and then simply calculated the funds required, they found that the funds were indeed a bit tight. They were still thinking about whether to discuss with Mr. Chen 2 days ago to see if they could invest more money. But they were worried that if they went to Mr. Chen to discuss the funds, would Mr. Chen think they were incompetent? So they were always hesitating. But unexpectedly, while they were hesitating, Mr. Chen directly bought an apartment building and used it as a dormitory for the corner pet park. In this way, they saved the money to build a dormitory for employees and instantly resolved the problem of financial constraints. Thinking of this, Peng Tao couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes and looked at Su Jingming opposite with some emotion. "I think Mr. Chun should have known the situation we are facing and also knew that we are short of funds. So he bought the apartment building as a dormitory for employees in order to alleviate our financial constraints." "Yes." Su Jingming nodded in agreement, with a trace of shame on his face. "I guess Mr. Chen has seen our pet park's affairs for a long time, but we are still hesitating here whether to find Mr. Chen. I think it's really petty." "That's it." I guess Mr. Chin knows everything about what our pet park does. Pang Tao sighed. The two looked at each other and then smiled bitterly. In that case, let's remove the staff dormitory from the plan and invest the funds in other plans. Yes. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo looked at last night's box office report and slumped in a chair with some weakness. 34 million. The growth rate of the box office has no tendency to slow down at all. After a while, gradually came to his senses, opened the chat software, and saw that Wang Yang had sent the decoration budget and design drawings. So fast. Chinemo was surprised, but he soon figured it out. Although Donching apartment has more than 300 rooms, there are only 4 different rooms, so only 4 rooms need to be designed. Finally, the overall budget will be made, and the time required will not take too long. But hurrying up is exactly what he needs. As long as the decoration budget comes out, he can use it to spend the system funds. Thinking about it, he has already clicked on the design drawing, took a simple look, and after confirming that there is no problem with the design drawing, he closed the design drawing. Of course, this is not what he cares about most. What he cares about most is naturally the decoration budget this time. After all, this is related to whether he can settle the system funds in full this time. He opened the folder of the decoration budget, skipped the detailed expenses of the decoration, and his eyes fell directly on the last. 115 million. Seeing this price, Chen Mo nodded slightly. This budget is similar to what he expected, so Wang Yang did not save him money. More than 100 million, plus the price of buying the Donching apartment, and some other expenses, the total consumption has exceeded more than 200 million. The investment in the new movie has not yet been finalized. It is not too much to invest several hundred million in a science fiction movie. After all, it is a big production. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, with a faint smile on his lips. He has made up his mind to pay all the current system funds to the expenses of the Donching apartment first, and finally, he will invest all the extra system funds in the new movie. However, he's just tried it out. The investment in this movie is not without restrictions. The highest investment cannot exceed 800 million. 300 million, plus the 200 million expenses of the Donching apartment. A total of 1 billion expenses. It is already the 8th day, and the total box office is only more than 90 million. And there are still 7 days before the settlement. The box office has increased by more than 400 million in 7 days. At the current growth rate, it is still very difficult. After confirming this, Chinemo finally relaxed. At present, it seems that the probability of full settlement is still very high. 4 days later, Jiangcheng, in a Nana coffee shop. Dick, I'm sorry. I'm busy these days. Linda looked at Li Tianyang sitting opposite and said apologetically, "It's okay, but I have something urgent today, and I still hope Linda can help." Li Tianyang waved his hand indifferently. "Director Li, please tell me if I can help. I will definitely help." Linda nodded slightly. "Because I've been busy these past 2 days, I have never had time to agree to Director Li's invitation, and I still feel a little guilty. After all, Director Li had helped her a lot before. It's like this. A director friend of mine took a fancy to an actor in Demons of the Demons. After getting to know him, he found out that Demons of the Demons was produced by Lampion Film and Television, which is a company under the Tomorrow Group. We don't know much about the Tomorrow Group, but isn't the Chinemo you brought here to shoot men's clothing the president of the Tomorrow Group? If you can get in touch, you can help us get in touch." Li Tianyang explained the matter carefully. In the past few days, Yu Zheng was already very anxious because he had not been able to contact Linda. After all, the filming is about to start at the end of the month. If the actor's matter is not resolved as soon as possible, the filming progress is likely to be delayed. Moreover, Yu Zheng was also asking someone to contact Lanpian Film and Television, but Lanpian Film and Television was a newly established film and television company, and it was difficult to find P. Opal with connections to Lanpian Film and Television. That's it. Linda nodded upon hearing this, with a trace of uncertainty on her face. To be honest, I don't have much contact with the president of Tomorrow Group, but I am familiar with his assistant. I can help you contact him, but I'm not sure if I can help you get on the line. At that time, when Mr. Chen custom-made suits, he basically handed it over to Mr. Chen's assistant. So in terms of familiarity, she was more familiar with that assistant. Chapter 439, science fiction, romance. As long as we can get in touch, even if we can't sign online, there's no problem. Li Tianyang smiled slightly and had a helpful attitude when asking for help. As for whether he can succeed, that's not something he can ask for. Okay, Director Lee, I'll contact you right now. Linda nodded. I already picked up the mobile phone on the table, found a contact method, and dialed Jiangcheng Driving School. After Shin Ro signed the registration form, she left the driving school registration hall directly. After buying the car a few days ago, Mr. Chen gave him an order to sign up for a driving school in the next few days. There is no way. She had no choice but to come to the driving school registration hall today and submit her name first. As soon as I walked out of the driving school registration hall, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Shinro took out her phone and looked at the caller ID and was slightly stunned. Linda, isn't this the guy from the suit shop? Why did you call her? Shinro answered the phone in confusion. Hello, I'm Linda. As soon as the call was connected, Linda's voice came from the phone. Yes, I know. What can I do? Shinro spoke softly. It's something. Linda told the story slowly. I don't know. Can Assistant Shin help me get in touch? That's it. I'll give you the contact information of the manager of Blue Film and Television. As for how to cooperate, you can just discuss it. Shinro thought for a moment and then spoke directly. Since the other party wanted to discuss cooperation, there was no need for her to refuse. However, she was not the person in charge of Lampion Film and Television, and it was not easy for her to get involved in Lampion Film and Television. So she simply gave the other party the contact information of Lampion Film and Television's manager. As for the final outcome of the negotiation, that was their own business. Then it's up to you, Assistant Shin, Linda said gratefully. Inside Nana coffee shop, Linda hung up the phone and looked up at Li Tianyang. I need the contact information of the manager of Blue Film and Television, but it's up to you whether we can negotiate. Okay, thank you very much. Li Tianyang thanked him. Director Li, you don't have to be polite. You have helped me a lot before. My small favor this time is nothing. Linda smiled and shook her head. Tomorrow Group, Blue Film and Television. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses was sitting on an office chair, holding a script in his hand and watching it carefully. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were sitting not far away, waiting quietly. This young man is the screenwriter they hired. No, there seems to be something wrong with saying that he is a screenwriter. It should be said that he is the author of online novels. As for why we invited an online novel author instead of a screenwriter, it's entirely because science fiction movies are in decline now. So few people are willing to write science fiction scripts. Therefore, the screenwriters of science fiction novels simply did not find any suitable ones. Later, I had no choice but to find an author who was writing science fiction novels on the recommendation of a screenwriter. After some communication, the other party was invited to Lampy Film and Television. Although I don't know if I can help change the script, at least it is an opportunity. You can't go wrong if you give it a try. I don't know how long it took. The young man adjusted his black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and put down the script in his hand. How about Writer Who? Is there anything wrong with this script? Seeing the young man put down the script in his hand, Luo Xiao hurriedly spoke. Hu Bian looked up at Luo Xiao, thought for a moment, and spoke calmly. Mr. Luo, are you sure you want to change this script? To be honest, I don't think there is any need to change this script at all. Why do you say that? Luo Xiao asked in confusion. Hu Bian heard this and said without hesitation. Looking at this script from my perspective, apart from the novel ideas in the script, I didn't see any other highlights. Especially in the middle period, the male protagonist and the female protagonist actually staged an emotional drama, which was really it's abrupt. You know, this is a science fiction disaster movie. They actually fall in love in the middle of the plot. It's so bloody. Hu Bian kept talking about the shortcomings in the script. Luo Zhao's eyes gradually brightened as he listened to Hu Bian's words. There is a problem in the middle of the plot. Science fiction disaster movie about love. That's right. It's a science fiction disaster movie about falling in love. It's funny. The disaster is already imminent. Who still wants to fall in love? This plot is simply unreasonable. Why didn't he think of it before? Luo Xiao seemed to have an epiphany and instantly understood the flaws in the script. At this time, he couldn't help but think of Mr. Chun. When he read the script for the first time, Mr. Chun directly pointed out the shortcomings in the script, which was the plot in the middle of the script. This shows that when Mr. Chun saw the script for the first time, he already saw the problems with the script. As expected, Mr. Chun is Mr. Chun, and his vision is vicious. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao looked up at Hu Bian. Can you change the script? There is no problem with changes, but if you want to change it to perfection, the script needs to be overhauled. In the end, only an idea may remain. Hu Bian looked at the script on the table and spoke slowly. No problem, but I need it as soon as possible. Can you do it? Luo Xiao nodded without hesitation. There were problems with the script and changes were inevitable. And since Hu Bian can see the problems in the script at a glance, he must have a certain level of ability, so you can feel free to leave it to him to make changes. Okay, this script imagination has given me some ideas and a rough plot idea. I can almost complete the changes within 2 days. Hu Bian smiled and spoke. When he read the script, he already had some ideas of his own, so it was easy to change it. Just connect the ideas of this script with his plot ideas, and the entire script will be completed. 2 days. Luo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He could still accept the 2 days and did not exceed the time limit given by Mr. Chun. Okay, then it will take 2 days. By the way, if you think our blue film and television is not bad, you can choose to join our blue film and television. The treatment we give is very good. If you don't know yet, I can show you our salary package. As Luo Xiao spoke, he had already taken out a salary-related information from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Hu Bian, who was sitting opposite. Hu Bian was stunned for a moment. He was a free novel writer and had no intention of going to work. After all, there were too many constraints. However, Luo Xiao had already handed over the information, and he was too embarrassed to refuse directly. After all, it would be too disrespectful to refuse directly. After thinking about it, I took the information over without any hesitation, thinking that after reading it for a while, I would politely decline. Chapter 440, Taking a Liking to Wang Chong. Opening the information, I want to take a quick look and then just find an excuse to decline. But after seeing the contents of those salaries, everyone was stunned. This treatment, Luo Xiao looked at Hu Bian's changing expression and smiled secretly in his heart. He was still very confident about the company's treatment. However, he still planned to add more fire. What you are looking at is only the most basic salary for the position. For a talent like you, there will be an increase in the original salary. As for how much the increase will be, it needs to be determined based on your performance and contribution. Hu Bian came back to his senses after hearing this, looked up at Luo Xiao, and asked with some uncertainty, "Mr. Luo, is the treatment above true?" "Of course it's true," and we signed the contract. "If it's not true, you can definitely take legal proceedings." Luo Xiao smiled and nodded. "Well, if that's the case, I choose to join your company." Hu Bian didn't hesitate at all. Although he liked freedom very much, he had no choice but to give him too much. What happened to the shortcomings of freedom? Who would have trouble with money? Besides, the work and rest time has been clearly written in the information just now. He still has a lot of free time. He can completely use his free time to complete his writing. "Welcome, welcome!" Luo Xiao clapped his hands and laughed. "Mr. Luo, I will go back and revise the script first, and then come here with my certificate to join the company." Hu Bian took the script on the table back into his arms. Since the script was to be changed, this script must be brought back. Yes, but there is one more thing. I don't know if you're qualified for it. That is to design a world view for the game, and then design a background story for the characters in the game. The background story of the game characters. If possible, make sure it has a certain relevance. That's it. Luo Xiao suddenly remembered that Su Yuan from Songshua Games asked him for help, so he asked him about it. I need to understand the game to know this. Hu Bian didn't give an accurate answer. After all, he didn't know any games. That's easy to say. The game company is upstairs. I'll call someone from the game company to come over and take you there to find out more. Luo Xiao said, already taking out the phone and making a call. Before long, Su Yuan knocked on the door and walked in. She looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin in the office and said hello. "Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang." Luo Xiao nodded, then pointed at Hu Bian. This is nonsense. I just said it on the phone. Hearing this, Su Yuan turned to look at Hu Bian, smiled, and spoke. Hello, I'm Su Yuan. Please come with me. I'll take you to learn about the game. After saying that, after signaling to Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, he turned and walked out of the office. Hu Bian hesitated for a moment, then followed him out. Watched the two people leave. Luo Xiao sat back on his seat and breathed a long sigh of relief. The script was finally settled. Wang Bin also relaxed and sat aside. For a long time, a burst of cell phone ringing broke the silence of the room. Luo Xiao picked up the mobile phone on the table, looked at the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, and answered the call in confusion. Hello. Hello. Are you Mr. Luo from Lampy Film and Television? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. I am. What can I do for you? Imli Tianyan. I'm from the crew of a friend of mine. After watching Demons, I found that an actor in it is very suitable for a role in his new movie. I want to discuss it and see if I can invite the actor to the crew for filming. Don't worry. The remuneration can be discussed in detail in person. Li Tianyang hurriedly told the story. I wonder which actor you are interested in. Luo Xiao did not respond immediately. At this time, some actors from Blue Film and Television had already been booked for casting in the new movie. For example, Wang Bin. He has already booked the leading actor in a new movie. If he falls in love with Wang Bin, he will definitely not agree to it. He is a supporting character in Demons Conquering. Li Tianyang briefly described the actor he liked. Luo Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard this. Based on the other party's description, he was already sure who the actor was. Wang Chong. He didn't expect that the other party would like Wang Chong. It's not that Wang Chong is not good, but Wang Chong's image and temperament are very unique, and it is difficult to match the characters in some movies. He was still thinking about what kind of role to play for Wang Chong in the new movie. Unexpectedly, a film crew took a fancy to Wang Chong at this time. Luo Xiao thought briefly and then spoke slowly. Make an appointment and let's meet and talk. Well, if we want to hurry up here, can you watch it this afternoon? By the way, we can bring the actor with us. Li Tianyang asked tentatively. At this time, Yu Jing's side was already very anxious, so naturally the matter could be settled as quickly as possible. No problem, Luo Xiao responded, then said a few words briefly before hanging up the phone. What's up? Seeing Luo Xiao hang up the phone, Wang Bin asked curiously. Luo Xiao put down the phone and turned to look at Wang Bin. A crew took a fancy to Wang Chong and wanted to invite him to the crew for filming. What crew? Wang Bin is interested. He has a good relationship with Wang Chong. If Wang Chong can really find a good crew, he will be very happy. I didn't ask in detail. I'll take Wang Chong over to have a look in the afternoon. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. He didn't ask in detail on the phone just now. It would be better to talk about this kind of thing in person. If the crew is good and the roles are good, then Wang Chong can be given a try. Afternoon. Nana coffee shop. Director Yu is right here. Li Tianyang took Yu Zheng to a coffee shop and then walked in. Thanks. Yu Zheng looked at Li Tianyang with a grateful expression. Thank you. What's the point of our relationship? Li Tianyang waved his hand indifferently. The two had known each other for a long time. After so many years of friendship, a little help would mean nothing. Yu Zheng smiled slightly when he heard this. Entering the coffee shop, the two of them found an empty seat and sat down. Soon after, 2 years, the young man walked into the coffee shop, looked around, and then walked straight over. Li Tianyang and Yu Zheng stood up quickly when they saw this, looked at the two young people coming over, and asked tentatively, "Is it Mr. Luo?" "It's me." Luo Xiao nodded. "Ha ha, then this is Wang Chong." Li Tianyang's eyes fell on Wang Chong beside Luo Xiao. When Yu Zheng on the side walked over, his eyes had already fallen on Wang Chong. Previously, I felt that Wang Chong's temperament in Demons was very suitable for the character in his movie. Now that he saw the real person, he felt more suitable. Come on, let's sit down and talk. The four of them introduced each other. Li Tianyang greeted a few people to take their seats. Chapter 441 Negotiation. Film Remuneration. I don't know. What kind of role does director you want Wang Chong to play? After taking a seat, Luo Zhao's eyes fell directly on Yu Zheng and said straight to the point. Come here. He just wanted to discuss this matter. He didn't like those polite words, so it was better to talk about business directly. This is my script. You can take a look. As for the role, I play the migrant worker in the script. Yu Zheng said and handed the prepared script to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao reached out and took the script, opened it and read it carefully. Soon after, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that even if the other party took a fancy to Wang Chong, they would only assign him a role with a similar role. But when he saw the migrant workers in the script, he realized that he had thought wrong. That migrant worker is clearly the leading actor. This made him very surprised. Wang Chong was just a guy who had just made a movie, and he didn't have many roles in this movie. He couldn't figure out why director Yu dared to let Wang Chong be the leading actor. Don't worry, Wang Chong is not strong enough, and his movie will be ruined. But he quickly thought of Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's actions were more bold than Yu Zheng's. He directly hired amateurs without any filming experience. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao sighed secretly and handed the script in his hand to Wang Chong, who was sitting aside. Take a look. Good. Wang Chong nodded, reached out and took the script handed over by Luo Xiao, opened it and read it carefully. Soon after, Wang Chong also finished reading the script. When Yu Zheng saw this, he quickly asked, "How are you two? Are you satisfied with the characters in this script?" Director Yu joked, "How could one be dissatisfied with a starring role?" However, whether or not to join Director Yu's crew still depends on Wang Chong himself to make the decision. Luo Xiao smiled and spoke. A starring role in a movie is enough to show that Director Yu attaches great importance to Wang Chong. As Luo Xiao finished speaking, Yu Zheng and Li Tianyang's eyes fell on Wang Chong. Wang Chong noticed the gazes of the two people and became slightly nervous, turning to look at Luo Xiao. "Mr. Luo, do I want to join or not? What do you think?" Luo Xiao did not answer, but asked instead. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Based on the script, the character in the script is still very suitable for me. But aren't we, Blue Film and Television, also preparing a new movie? If possible, I still want to play a role in our own movie, even if the role is not very large." "That's okay." The words were not lowered, and Yu Zheng and the two sitting opposite could hear them clearly. Yu Zheng's originally calm heart suddenly became paralyzed. He originally thought that if he offered the starring role, the other party would be very excited to accept it. But I never expected that what Wang Chong said was that he would rather have fewer scenes and join my crew. This couldn't help but make him a little worried. It was hard to find a suitable actor. If he didn't want to join his crew, it would be troublesome. When Luo Xiao heard Wang Chong's words, he nodded secretly in his heart. The fact that Wang Chong can say this is enough to show that Wang Chong already has a certain sense of belonging to Blue Film and Television. However, the new script has not been changed yet, and even if it is, there is no role suitable for Wang Chong. In this case, it's better to let Wang Chong go to Director Yu's crew. A starring role is very rare. Even if there are movies from Blue Film and Television, there may not be movies suitable for Wang Chong to star. Another important point is that actors under Blue Film and Television cannot always act in movies produced by their own company. One day I want to go out and play some roles in other productions. Luo Xiao was thinking in his heart and suddenly noticed a few staring eyes and looked up. Yu Zheng, Li Tianyang, and Wang Chong were all looking at him. He smiled helplessly and spoke slowly to Wang Chong. "Currently, the new script has not been changed, and there is no role suitable for you. I think it would be better for you to join Director Yu's crew." I listened to Mr. Luo. Wang Chong heard Luo Xiao's words and did not continue to shirk. "That's right, Mr. Luo, don't worry. Wang Chong will not be treated badly when he joins our crew, and I am very confident in this script." Yu Zheng couldn't wait to speak after hearing Wang Chong's last reply. It seems that he is afraid of going back on his word. Seeing Yu Zheng's anxious look, Luo Xiao smiled slightly. "Director Yu, there is no problem in joining your crew, but there is one more thing that needs to be discussed." "I don't know, what is Mr. Luo talking about?" Yu Zheng asked subconsciously. "Pay." Luo Xiao spoke softly. "So that's what happened. It's easy to talk about. I don't know. How much salary does Mr. Luo want?" Yu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He thought it was something. How much remuneration does director you want to give? Although it's the first time for my Wang Chong to make a movie, you have also watched Conquering Demons. Although he didn't have too many scenes, his acting skills are still good. Luo Xiao looked at Yu Zheng, who was sitting opposite, and said with a serious face. He had heard Wei Yin say in the cafeteria that when negotiating prices, the party that quotes first will often fall into a passive situation. However, he also has a certain amount of money for Wang Chong's salary. When filming The Legend of the Demons, Wang Chong's salary was already 100,000. So this time he has some shooting experience and his acting skills are also very good. So this time the salary must be higher than before. His expectation is in the range of 500,000 to 1 million. Yu Zheng saw Luo Xiao asking back and fell into thinking. Before coming, his salary price in his mind was 2 million, although he was very optimistic about Wang Chong and thought she was very suitable for the role in his movie. But after all, she is not a traffic star or a powerful actor, and she just debuted and starred in her first movie, so the salary will definitely not be too high. A salary of 2 million is already a very high salary for a movie that has only starred in a few scenes. But just when he heard that Wang Chong would rather play a small role in his company's movie than join his crew, he was a little shaken. He was a little worried that after he offered 2 million yuan in salary, the other party would not be satisfied with the salary and directly refuse to join his crew, which would be troublesome. It was not easy to meet an actor who met the casting requirements, and she didn't want to miss it because of the salary. After thinking about it secretly, she looked up at Luo Xiao. Chapter 442 Film Remuneration Sharing. Mr. Luo, how about a salary of 4 million? Yu Zheng said tentatively. He just thought about it and finally doubled the scheduled salary. Forehead. Luo Xiao was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and looked at Yu Zheng and said quickly, then it's settled. For million. This was 4 times higher than she expected. Although judging from Yu Zheng's appearance, if he pays more for the film, it probably won't be a problem. But he also knows a saying, which is to give up when things get better. And this is just the first time of cooperation. Who can guarantee whether there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future? If the salary is too high this time, how can we cooperate in the future? When Yu Zheng saw Luo Xiao nodding in agreement, he felt relieved. No matter what, the Wang Chong she likes can finally join his crew. Haha, now that everyone has negotiated, let's agree on a time as soon as possible to sign the contract. Li Tianyang on the side saw that the two parties had already discussed it, so he stood up and clapped his hands at the right time. Okay, then let's make an appointment another day to sign the contract. Luo Xiao nodded. Okay, let's go back and prepare. As for the remuneration, it will be credited to the company's account within 7 days after signing the contract. Yu Zheng smiled and spoke. 1 day later, Tomorrow Group. Blue Film and Television. Mr. Luo, this is the changed script. Please take a look at it. In the office, Hu Bian handed the revised script to Luo Xiao, who was sitting across from the desk. Luo Xiao was a little surprised when he took over the script. He didn't expect that Hu Bian would revise the script in just over a day. He opened the script casually and looked at the content of the script carefully. Time passes little by little. Luo Xiao flipped through the script slower and slower, and his thoughts gradually became immersed in the plot. For a long time. Just now he slowly closed the script and looked up at Hu Bian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This time, except for the idea of the script being the same as the previous script, all other plots have basically changed a lot. If it could be said to be a disaster romance movie before, now it can be said to be a serious disaster science fiction movie. The current script mainly tells that many disasters have occurred on the Earth because of the sun. The most sci-fi part is that in order to survive, humans have built a huge propulsion engine on the Earth and want to take the Earth out of the solar system. Of course, this is just a simple summary of the plot. There are many plot lines recorded in the script, which is very exciting and fascinating to watch. Just from the description in the script, he had already imagined what the finished movie would look like. How about it, Mr. Luo? If you are not satisfied, I can change it. Seeing that Luo Xiao had put down the script, Hu Bian asked carefully. Very good. This script has been revised very well. That's it. No more changes are needed. Luo Xiao patted the script on the table and shook his head slightly. He can't wait to turn this script into a movie. Looking at Hu Bian carefully, he felt as if he had found a treasure. Let's not talk about the script for now. Let's sign the employment contract first, Luo Xiao said as he took out the prepared contract from the drawer and pushed it to Hu Bian, who was sitting opposite. Hu Bian picked up the contract that was pushed over, opened it, and read it carefully. After confirming that all the salary and benefits promised by Luo Xiao were written on the contract, he signed the contract directly. Welcome to Blue Film and Television. When Luo Xiao saw Hu Bian signing the contract, he stood up and stretched out his hand to shake hands. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Hu Bian saw this and quickly reached out to hold it. By the way, Mr. Luo, do you want me to take over Tsanxue Games? Hu Bian suddenly thought that he went to Tsanxue Game the day before yesterday and needed to write a world framework and the background story of the game characters. After learning about the game at that time, he had no problem with the world framework and world background of that game. But he has now joined Lampy Film and Television. If he takes over Tsanxue Games again, it may be unjustifiable. This matter, you have to control your own time, as long as it does not delay the normal work of Lampy Film and Television. As for the amount of remuneration, it is your own business. Luo Xiao heard Hu Bian's question and said without hesitation, they are all companies of the same group, so if Hu Bian can help, he will naturally be willing. I know, Mr. Luo. Then I'll go to Tsanxue Games and talk to the supervisor there, Su Yuan, about this matter. Hu Bian nodded in surprise. He did not expect that Mr. Luo would nod so easily. This kind of job in one company and then being able to work in other companies was something he had never heard of before. Even if both companies belong to the same group company, basically there will not be such a harmonious picture. But the more this happened, the more he felt that his decision to join Lampy Film and Television was the right one. Well, you go ahead. By the way, here are your name badges and elevator cards, Luo Xiao said, and took out a sealed bag and handed it to Hu Bian. It contained some tools that he would need after joining the job. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Hu Bian took the sealed bag and turned to leave the office. Watching Hu Bian leave, Luo Xiao glanced at the time and sat on the chair and waited quietly. Not long after, the office door was knocked again, and Wang Chong gently pushed the door and walked in. Are all the things ready? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Chong, who came in, and asked lightly. Mr. Luo, everything is ready. Wang Chong showed a silly smile. Well, let's go now, Luo Xiao said, and got up and walked out of the office. Just last night, the director Yuzhen called him and said that he could come to sign the contract today, and hoped that Wang Chong could go back with him to discuss the shooting details of the script after signing the contract, and then set off directly at the end of the month. In this regard, he thought about it and agreed directly. After all, Wang Chong has nothing to do now, and there is no problem in going to the crew to shoot early. Of course, there is a more important issue, that is, the sooner the contract is signed, the sooner he can receive the salary. For million yuan in salary. The split between Blue Film and the actors is 7:3. Blue Film gets 7, and the company's actors get 3. This ratio may seem like a small share for the actors, but compared to the 9:1 or 9.5 to 0.5 splits of other film and television companies, the split that Blue Film gives to the actors is already very generous. Moreover, 7:3 is not the final split. If the actors perform well and make outstanding contributions, the split ratio will also be increased. For example, 6:4, 5:5. However, the 7:3 split is the initial split ratio for the actors when they join Blue Film. And for the 4 million yuan in salary, Blue Film can get 2.8 million yuan, and Wang Chong can get 1.2 million yuan. Of course, this is only pre-tax income, and the actual amount will not be that much. But this is also a very unexpected income for Blue Film. I believe that Mr. Chin must be very pleased after hearing about this. Chapter 443, Salary Increase Rules. Luo Xiao was thinking and couldn't help but think of other actors in the company. This time, Destroying the Demons has begun to become popular in movie theaters. According to this trend, the actors who starred in Destroying the Demons will more or less gain some minor fame after this. If I train all these actors in the next few movies, Then these actors will not be filming my own company's movies in the future. If you go to other crews to shoot, it's just the share of the remuneration. It's also a huge amount of money. It seems that I still need to recruit more actors. It just so happens that the script of the new movie has been finalized. This time, the new script has more actors than Conquering the Demons. It seems that tomorrow we will have to go to the Magic City Drama Academy to recruit a few new actors. Wang Chong saw that Mr. Luo had already walked out of the office and hurriedly followed him. Come to the parking lot. The two drove to the Nana coffee shop last time, and Yu Zheng was already waiting inside the shop. But this time Li Tianyang didn't come. Only Yu Zheng was alone. Yu Zheng stepped forward and said hello, and took out the contract. You can take a look at this contract. If there are no problems, then we will sign the contract. Yu Zheng said and handed over the contract. Luo Xiao took the contract and, after confirming that there were no problems, handed it directly to Wang Chong, who was sitting aside. Wang Chong took the contract and signed it directly without reading it. He believed that Luo would never harm him. The contract was signed quickly, and Yu Zheng laughed with relief. At the moment after signing the contract, he finally confirmed that Wang Chong had really joined his crew. Mr. Luo, that's no problem. I'll take Wang Chong and leave. Don't worry about the royalties. I'll have someone pay them into your company account in the next few days. Yu Zheng looked up at Luo Xiao and said with a smile on his face, okay. Then Wang Chong will be left to you. It's time for me to go back to the company to handle other things. Luo Xiao also smiled and spoke. Don't worry, I won't treat Wang Chong badly if he joins my crew. Yu Zheng assured. Immediately afterwards, the two of them exchanged a few more polite words and left the coffee shop. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinamo looked at Shun Ro standing in front of the desk and said unhappily, Why didn't you say that you had graduated? Sorry, Mr. Chun. Shinro lowered her head and said carefully, Apologize? Do you know what you did was wrong? Chinamo looked up at Shinro and said seriously, I shouldn't hide anything from you, Mr. Chun. Shinro thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Concealing it, indeed you shouldn't conceal it, but this is not the most fundamental reason. The most fundamental reason is that your approach will have a great impact on the reputation of Tomorrow Group. Chin Mo pretended to have a sad expression on his face. Seeing Shun Ro's puzzled expression, he continued to explain. Did you know that before you graduated, you were in the internship stage? I could only wait until you graduated before I could become a full-time employee. But after you graduated, you never told me. I didn't know that I wouldn't think of giving you a full-time job after you graduated. And if other employees knew about this kind of thing, what would other employees think? Will they miss you, an intern assistant who has been with me for so long after graduation? If they don't become full-time employees after graduation, then other intern employees will start to worry about whether they can become full-time employees after graduation. If this matter expands further, will it affect other interns who are preparing to join the company? I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. I really haven't thought about this. I just think that the current salary and benefits are already very good, and it doesn't matter whether I become a full-time employee or not. Shinro hurriedly explained that she had not thought that there would be such a big disadvantage in not mentioning the matter of becoming a regular employee. I couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt and self-blame in my heart. Chin-mo looked at Shun-ro's expression and smiled slightly, and said in a slightly calmer tone, Fortunately, I didn't know it too late, and the news didn't spread. Let's go through the formalities for becoming a regular today. You know how to do it yourself. And since it's a permanent change, the salary and benefits must be different, changed. And as my assistant, the salary increase is too low, which is definitely unjustifiable. Then increase the salary by 10,000 yuan on top of the current salary. Shinro opened her mouth in shock. She did not expect that Mr. Chin would provide her with such a high salary after becoming a regular employee. 10,000 yuan. Adding this to the original salary, the salary after becoming a regular employee is already more than 30,000, which is already higher than the managers of the group companies. Then he said with some worry, Mr. Chen, isn't 10,000 too high? It's already higher than Mr. Wei's salary, so that's not good. What's wrong? I'm not just giving you a salary increase. It's been more than half a year since the last salary increase for the group. It's time to raise your salary again. Chen Mo listened to Shin Ro's words and waved his hands indifferently. He met with Shunro today to discuss the matter of becoming a regular employee. Of course, it was not just for Shunro. The most fundamental purpose was to spend more system funds. After all, settlement is only a matter of these few days. He must consume as much of the system funds as possible, so as to ensure that the remaining system funds are less than 800 million to the greatest extent. As long as the remaining system funds are less than 300 million, he can invest all the remaining system funds in the filming of new movies before the system is settled. In this way, he can fully convert the system funds. And according to the current box office growth trend, the chance of him converting the system's funds in full is still very high. Thinking of this, Chunmo's face showed a smile unconsciously. 30 million. Could it be that after this system settlement, he will become a multi-millionaire? Mr. Chun, how should I raise my salary? Seeing that Mr. Chun was silent for a long time, Shunro asked carefully. Chun-mo came back to his senses after hearing this and looked up at Shunro. Basically, the salary increase rules should be set according to the previous rules. However, this time it is necessary to add some additional salary increase rules appropriately. That is, in addition to the original salary increase rules, an additional salary increase system should be established. Each company has 10 to 15 places for this extra salary increase. As for the candidates, just let the managers of each company choose. In addition, this time, the salary of supervisor and director-level management will be increased by 3,000, and the salary of manager-level positions will be increased. Another subsidy is added, which is the travel subsidy. Since there is no shuttle bus here at Tomorrow Group, it consumes a lot more gas money. So starting from this month, all employees who drive to work will receive 1,500 yuan in gas money. Subsidies. And those employees who don't have cars, we will also give them. Chapter 444 Countdown. Shunro was stunned when she listened to Mr. Chin's story, but she quickly calmed down. The benefits provided by Mr. Chin this time are indeed very high. But hasn't Mr. Chin always been like this from the beginning to the present? He is so kind to the company's employees. Well, that's pretty much it. Chunmo thought for a while and confirmed that there was nothing missing. By the way, the changes just mentioned will officially start in September, so it is important to pay out these salary changes and welfare subsidies before spending at the end of the month. In addition, notify the finance department of each company and ask them to pay their employees' salaries within these 2 days without any delay. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shunro nodded in response. Seeing that Mr. Chun had no other instructions, she turned back to her office and started to deal with the tasks that Mr. Chun had just ordered. Chun-mo watched Shunro leave and sat relaxed on the boss's chair. According to his salary adjustment just now, plus some new subsidies, it is enough to consume a large amount of system funds. With this salary consumption, even if the box office increases significantly in the remaining few days, it can basically guarantee that the remaining system funds will be within 300 million. As long as the remaining system funds are within 300 million, he can fully convert the 30 million system funds. Chunmo smiled slightly. This time, he has unprecedented confidence in the full transformation. Tomorrow Group. Lunch break time. Tomorrow's canteen. Mr. Luo, thank you very much. Su Yuan has already told me that you helped find a good screenwriter. Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao sitting opposite and thanked him. Mr. Wei, there's no need to thank you. Didn't you say that we are all employees of the same group, and helping each other is what we should do? And Mr. Wei didn't help us before. Luo Xiao waved his hand slightly. Then the two people smiled at each other and said nothing more. By the way, you have all received the news about the salary increase, right? Li Shun on the side suddenly asked. Well, I've received the news. Wei Yin, Feng Chong, Luo Xiao all nodded in response. They had received the news before lunch break. After all, they were all managers of the company. They must have known about this salary increase first. What do you guys think? Wang Bin put down his chopsticks and looked at Wei Yan's senior employees with curiosity. Well, this kind of welfare and salary increase has happened from time to time before, so don't be too surprised. But this time, 10 to 15 additional salary increases have been added. I guess this must be set by Mr. Chun reward mechanism. The 10 to 15 quotas must be used to reward outstanding employees or employees who have made significant contributions. Weigh-in analyze slowly. That's for sure. Lishen nudda. Time passes slowly. Soon it was time to get off work. Tomorrow group. Employees from different companies got up and left their jobs, preparing to go home after get off work. Hey, the salary has been increased again. Have you received the news? I received it, and not only was the salary increased, but some welfare subsidies were also added. I did some calculations. If the salary increase is really as reported, the minimum salary increase would be 2,000 yuan. 2,000 is just the minimum. There is an employee in my department who has just been working for half a year. This afternoon, he was rated as an outstanding employee and qualified for an additional salary increase. After careful calculation and subsidy, the salary was increased by more than 4,000 yuan. I'll go and get a one-time salary increase of 4,000 yuan. This is so cool. The salary for an ordinary position in other companies is probably not as high as this salary increase. Suddenly, I feel so stressed. Once the news of this salary increase gets out, I'm afraid more people will come to apply for jobs at Tomorrow Group. I'm really worried that I'm not good enough and will be replaced by others. Who says it's not? I've heard about it, and now I can't even read the resumes from the HR department. Instead of worrying about this, it is better to improve your business capabilities. As long as your capabilities improve and you can provide value to the company, no one will replace you. Yes, we still need to improve our business capabilities. I want to keep a company with such a good salary. In the elevator, several employees of Tomorrow Group were discussing with each other. At the same time, this kind of scene is also playing out in other companies of the Tomorrow Group. These include Chongfeng Garment Factory, Nanha Coffee. August 31st. Morning, Kyoto Movie City. Yu Zheng looked at the people setting up the shooting scene and smiled. They arrived at the film and television city yesterday. After staying one night, they have been setting up the shooting scene today. Director Yu, the matter has been settled. It won't take long for the film remuneration to be transferred to the company account of Lampy Film and Television. A young man quickly came to Yu Zheng and opened his mouth to report. Well, I understand. Go and do your work. Yu Zheng nodded slightly when he heard this. 2 days ago, he was going to transfer the salary to the company account of Blue Film, but he happened to arrive when the crew was about to leave, so it was delayed for 2 days. However, it did not exceed 7 days, which met the payment requirements in the contract, so it was not a breach of contract. But he did not like to delay this kind of thing. So after the crew arrived at Kyoto Film and Television City, he ordered his subordinates to transfer the salary. Watching the young man leave, Yu Zheng turned his head and looked at Wang Chong, who had been standing aside. How familiar are you with the script? Director Yu, I'm basically familiar with it. Wang Chong scratched his head and showed a silly smile. Since joining the crew, he has been reading the script. He is probably familiar with the plot and has remembered most of his lines. Okay, adjust your state tonight. We will start shooting tomorrow. Yu Zheng patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. He has seen Wang Chong's seriousness along the way. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chunemo looked at the system funds on the system panel and smiled slightly. The box office revenue of The Legend of the Demon suddenly exploded in the last few days. Fortunately, he was well prepared and spent some funds in advance. At this time, the system funds were only 660 million, and the investment limit for the new movie was 800 million. He could invest all the 660 million in the new movie. He picked up the phone on the desktop and took a look. There are still 2.5 hours before the settlement at 12 o'clock. Chunemo thought about it and finally decided to transfer all the 260 million funds to Blue Film and Television after 11 o'clock as investment funds for the new movie. It will take some time to transfer the funds. The 660 million system funds will be transferred out at about 11:30. After all the system funds are transferred out, there is only half an hour left, which is the settlement time of the system. Half an hour. There will be no accidents. Chen Montag smiled confidently. During this period of time, he has been paying attention to the companies of Tomorrow Group. For now, it will not have a big impact on his settlement. Chapter 445, Who is it? Mr. Chun, This is the information of several of its companies. Shinro came over at some point, holding a stack of information in her hand. Well, put it on the table. Chun-mo motioned to his desk with a smile. In order to prevent any accidents during this period, he would ask Shinro to sort out the operating conditions of the group's companies every day. However, settlement would begin in less than half an hour, so there was no need for him to view these information anymore. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro looked at Mr. Chin's happy expression and put the information in her hand on the table in confusion. Turning around and walking to the office, I was very confused. What good things happened to me today? Mr. Chin seemed to be particularly happy. Chun-mo looked at the information on the table and pushed it aside. He is already a multimillionaire, so why should he read any information? Sit back in the chair and watch the time go by. Every time that time ticks, it brings him one step closer to becoming a multimillionaire. About 11:50, Chun-mo's consciousness once again focused on the system panel in his mind. When he saw the funds on the system panel clearly, he was stunned. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, more than 3 million. What is going on? How could there suddenly be more than 3 million more system funds? Chun-mo couldn't believe it. After confirming again and again, he finally realized that there was indeed more than 3 million more system funds on the system panel. What is going on? Watching the time passing by, he was not allowed to use up the sudden extra system funds in the few minutes left. Who is it who ruined my good deeds? Chun-mo rubbed his head feebly, unable to accept it for a while. 30 million. Just flew away. Bite. A clear sound sounded in my mind. The system is settling. It is detected that the remaining system funds are 3.4 million, and the second settlement method is used. System settlement is completed, and personal assets of 290,000 are converted. The remaining system funds are automatically converted into charity funds and transferred to the Lei Feng Foundation Fund account. The system funds have been replenished. Please check the system panel yourself. Listening to the mechanical sound of the system, Chun-mo sat helplessly on the boss's chair, and the whole world seemed to have lost its color. I don't know how long it took before I gradually recovered and my consciousness was immersed in the system panel in my mind. Host, Chun-mo. System funds, 60 million. Personal assets, 570,000. Settlement cycle, 1 year. Countdown, 364 days. Special mission, after half a year, if the remaining system funds are less than 30 million, the mission will be successful. Seeing that his personal assets were only 570,000, Chun-mo kept hinting to himself that settling 290,000 was not bad, and settling 290,000 was not bad either. But every time I think of the 30 million that slipped away, Chun-mo felt heartbroken. That was 30 million. Call. He took a long breath for a while. After carefully looking at the system panel at this time, the system funds at this time have increased to 60 million. The good news is that if he converts the system funds in full this time, he will receive 60 million personal funds. However, the settlement cycle is 1 year. Even if the full amount can be converted this time, he will have to wait until a year later. A year is too long. It seems that in a year, I have to think of a way to get some extra money back. And the only way I can think of to make extra money right now is the 11 songs I got. After all, after completing the last special task to unlock permissions, as long as the profits from his 11 songs are not related to the group company, they will be counted towards his personal assets. It seems like it's time for me to get rid of these 11 songs. How could 11 good songs from his previous life bring him hundreds or even tens of millions in income? This is no better than working hard to settle system funds. But system settlement cannot be given up. Even if it cannot be settled in full, it is still money if the settlement is hundreds of thousands. Certainly, it would definitely be better if it could be settled in full. There is also the matter of charity funds. After unlocking the permission last time, he can transfer half of the initial system funds to the foundation account. Moreover, this time the remaining 3 million system funds were not cleared, but were all transferred to the foundation's account. This time, the foundation's charitable funds have once again increased by 33.4 million. Originally, due to the construction of senior housing, the previous charitable funds were about to bottom out, but this time the settlement has made up for the bottomed-out charitable funds. Looking at the system panel, Mo simply made a general direction for the next year's settlement cycle. First, charity cannot be left behind. At this time, the foundation's funds have been replenished and charity can be continued in the longer term. The second is to continue to look for money-losing industries and carry out the money-losing to the end. He does not believe in converting the system's funds in full at once. Third, develop an external business. At present, those 11 songs are the fastest external business that he can think of to generate money. After confirming the plan, Chinemo slowly sat up from his seat, tapped his fingers on the table, and his face was slightly depressed. The settlement has been completed, but the culprit that caused the settlement failure has not yet been found. 30 million. It was because of the sudden appearance of more than 3 million yuan that it became 290,000 yuan. Unless the culprit is found, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Who is it? Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows and went through all the companies under the group. In addition, during this period of time, he observed the data of these companies and still couldn't think of any company that would suddenly make more than 3 million yuan in profits. After thinking for a while and having no idea, I pressed the call bell for the assistant's office. If you can't figure it out clearly, just check it out. Mr. Chun, what are your arrangements? Shinro entered the office and looked at Mr. Chun with a gloomy face, feeling a little confused. What's going on? I seem to be in a good mood just now, but why did it change to this after such a short time? Well, not long ago, a sum of 300 yuan suddenly appeared in the company. More than 0,000,000 yuan of funds have come in. Go check and find out what the source of this fund is. As soon as possible. Chunemo looked at Shinro, who came over and said in a calm tone, "Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll go check it out right now." Shinro nodded, turned around, and walked quickly to her office. Looking at Mr. Chin's serious expression, I guess there must be something wrong with the source of the more than 3 million yuan. When it comes to funding, this is no small issue. It must be found out quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if it affects the operation of the group. Magic City, Shanghai Theater Academy. A taxi slowly stopped at the door. Brother Xiao, Director Yu has already paid you the salary. After getting off the bus, Wangbin looked at Luo Xiao and asked. Just now in the car, Director Yu called Luo Xiao, and he vaguely heard some content. Well, the remuneration has been paid to the company's account. Director Yu is quite trustworthy. We can continue to cooperate if we have the opportunity in the future. Luo Xiao smiled slightly. He was quite satisfied that Yu Zheng could pay him on time. It's a pity that we are outside now. Otherwise, I would write a report and give it to Mr. Chun, and Mr. Chin would definitely be very pleased. Wang Bin sighed after hearing this. Chapter 446 New and Old Accounts. That's not a problem. Just call the people of the company later and ask them to write a report and submit it. And it's only more than 3 million. With Mr. Chin's current net worth, it means nothing. There is no need to report it in a big way. Just put it together with other information and submit it. If one day we train all the actors in the company to be worth tens of millions, it won't be too late for us to report them with great fanfare. What we have to do now is to quickly recruit the actors for the new movie and then start filming as soon as possible. Luo Xiao looked at the door of the drama academy in front of him and said calmly, "I know, Brother Xiao, let's go in." Wangbin said with a smile. He was about to shoot a new movie. Thinking about it, he was still a little excited. The two looked at each other and then walked towards the college gate. As soon as I reached the gate of the college, I saw several familiar figures walking over from a distance. "Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry we're late." Jiang Shui looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, who had already reached the entrance of the college, and said apologetically, "It's not too late, it's not too late. We just arrived." Luo Xiao waved his hand indifferently. The Magic City Theater Academy was his alma mater, and he was very familiar with the academy, so it didn't matter if these people came to pick them up. "Mr. Luo, we have prepared the audition area. Please come with us." After entering the campus, Jiang Shui took the lead and walked in front. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin followed behind. Soon they arrived at a large dance room. with a large banner hanging above the door of the dance room. Enter the dance studio. There are several posters placed inside, and a row of tables and chairs are placed in the center. Mineral water is also neatly placed on the table. Mr. Luo, this is where we will be interviewing actors later. Jiang Shui pointed to the dance studio and spoke slowly. You are very interested. It will be very troublesome to apply for this dance studio. Luo Xiao looked at the layout of the dance studio and said with emotion. The last time he came to recruit actors, he only applied for a small classroom. But this time, it was replaced by a very spacious dance studio. These people must have put in a lot of effort. When I applied, I was told that the crew of Demons Conquering had prepared a new movie and came to recruit new actors. They immediately agreed. Jiang Shui smiled and spoke. This. Luo Xiao was stunned when he heard this, but soon figured out the reason for the matter. The last time they came here, they didn't have any work that they could take advantage of, so no one took them seriously, so they randomly arranged a small classroom. But this time it's different. This time they came over, but there was one that was close to bursting into flames. After thinking about this clearly, Luo Xiao smiled lightly and then sat down on the seat in the center of the dance studio. Mr. Luo, when will the interview start? Jiang Shui stepped forward and asked. In half an hour. This is the script. The roles you will play have been decided. You can take a look. As for the remaining characters, we need to look for them today. Wait a moment, Luo Xiao said, taking out several scripts and giving them to Jiang Shui and others. The reason why I asked them to help was because I thought of the heated scene during the last interview. Jiang Zisitang and the others have also made a movie and have some experience. They do not need to be very accurate in screening. They only need to screen out some particularly unsuitable people. This way they can also reduce some stress and speed up the interview process. Not so much. The interview ended very late like last time. Okay, Mr. Luo. Jiang Shui heard this and took over the script. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangqing City. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Shinro walked to the desk with a piece of information. Mr. Chun, the source of the more than 3 million yuan has been clarified, and it is all recorded in this document. Please take a look, Shinro said and handed over the information in her hand. Oh. Chunemo looked at the information handed over by Shinro and reached out to take it. There wasn't much content in the information, so he quickly read through it. Blue film and television. He never dreamed that it was a blue movie. I didn't even expect that after Demons Conquering became a hit at the box office, blue film and television would still be able to generate an income from the film. An actor who didn't have many roles in Conquering Demons was actually paid more than 3 million yuan by the crew. If taxes are included, it should be almost 4 million yuan. Is there any mistake? Using 4 million to hire an actor who has only appeared in one movie and has not had many roles. Is this crew stupid? Chun Mo was speechless, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Pressing the call bell on the side, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin are really awesome. Not only did they produce Demons, but they also provided the company's actors to other crews. Ring, ring, ring. Half a while passed. There was no response from the other side of the call bell. Mr. Chun, who are you looking for? Why don't I go down and look for you? Shinro said carefully. The people who can be called through the call bell are basically the people with managerial positions in Daxia. Since the call bell didn't work, she went down to look for it. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin of Blue Film and Television. Chinemo said casually. Oh, it's Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang. They went to the Magic City today. Shinro was stunned. What are they doing in the Magic City? Chinemo looked at Shinro doubtfully. I went to the Shanghai Theater Academy to select actors for the new movie. They will probably come back tonight. Shinro spoke quickly. It wasn't that Luo Xiao and Wang Bin notified him when they set out, but that Luo Xiao and Wang Bin took a photo at Jiangqing Airport when they went to Shanghai, and then sent it to the manager group. She found out by looking at the chat history. Have you gone to Shanghai to select actors for the new movie? Chun Mo nodded slightly. He had indeed urged Luo Xiao a few days ago to complete the preparation for the new movie as soon as possible. At this time, it was reasonable to go to the Shanghai Theater Academy to select actors. But this is how you want to avoid my punishment. Yeah, it's really whimsical. Thinking of this, He raised his head and looked at Shinro. Inform all employees in the group company who hold supervisory and above positions to come to the company for a meeting tomorrow. If my settlement fails, they are all responsible. Tomorrow I will settle the old and new accounts together. Shinmo thought bitterly. Didn't he just want to lose a little money? How come these employees were always against him? The previous clothing factory always wanted to get orders for him. Dragon and Extreme Survival appeared in Sangshua game. Manhwa Coffee, which was losing money well, came up with a pastry set for me. Even boring short videos were given a subject-based live broadcast for me. Chapter 447, The Group's Philosophy. Shinmo thought, with a speechless expression. This time, he wanted to let these people know how powerful he was. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded. Modu Airport. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were sitting in the waiting hall in a daze, their eyes a little dull. A long while, Wang Bin gradually came back to his senses and his lips wriggled slightly. Brother Xiao, with a new movie investment of 660 million, Mr. Chen is going a bit big this time. This is probably Mr. Chen's courage and his trust in us. I believe that the movies we make will be popular again, so we must work harder this time. Luo Xiao sighed lightly, and the pressure in his heart suddenly increased. After selecting actors at the Magic City Drama Academy, they arrived at the Magic City Airport and prepared to return to Jiangxing. But on the way to the airport, he saw a management member of Lampion Film and Television send him a message saying that the group had directly transferred 660 million to the company's account. He didn't know what it was for. In this regard, he was also surprised. After arriving at the airport, he called Mr. Chen directly. Finally, it was found out that the 660 million funds were actually investments in new movies. 660 million. This is not a small sum. If he loses it, he will have no face in the Tomorrow Group. The two of them sat quietly in the terminal, digesting the news of 660 million. September 1st, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Shinmo looked at today's box office report with a gloomy expression. Although the settlement has been completed, the box office of Demons is still growing rapidly. Yesterday alone, the box office of Demons has increased to more than 150 million. And seeing that this growth rate still shows no sign of stopping, it is estimated that the box office will be even higher tomorrow. Some feebly threw the box office report aside. Today is still the beginning of the month, and the increase in system funds is not limited to box office revenue. The income of the two games, Dragon and Extreme Survival, is also at a stage of skyrocketing. With his consciousness immersed in his mind, Shinmo couldn't help but tremble at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the rapidly growing system funds. Game revenue and box office revenue. Adding the two together, he couldn't imagine how much the system's funds would grow this month. Mr. Chun, everyone is here, and they are in the conference room. Shinro walked to the desk and spoke quickly. Are you already here? Listening to Shinro's words, Shinmo sneered secretly. If I don't let you collapse today, my surname will not be Chun. Let them stop waiting in the conference room and go directly to the fitness room downstairs. I'll be there later. Mr. Chun, go to the fitness room. Shinro was a little hesitant and didn't know why she wanted to go to the fitness room for a meeting. You can just go and notify. Shinmo waved his hand. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, turned around, and walked out of the office. Come outside. Go straight to the conference room. Entering the conference room, looking at the management of many companies in the conference room, he spoke calmly. Mr. Chen asked everyone to go to the fitness room downstairs to wait. Mr. Chan will be there shortly. After saying that, Shinro turned and left. Fitness room. Everyone in the conference room was stunned when they heard Shinro's words. Instead of having meetings in the conference room, what is the point of going to the fitness room? Mr. Wei, why do you think Mr. Chan called us to the fitness room? Luo Xiao came to Wei Yin and asked doubtfully. He came back from Kyoto last night, and today he met Mr. Chen for a meeting and went to the fitness room without any clue. Have no idea. Wei Yin also looked confused, wondering why Mr. Chen called them all to the fitness room. And this meeting is also very special. Every previous meeting, only the managers of each company were summoned, but this time all the managers and above of each company were summoned. In this case, it was his first time seeing it, so he had no idea about it. At this time, several other managers also gathered around, all of them confused. Everyone walked out of the conference room little by little and went straight to the elevator. Soon, everyone came to the fitness room downstairs. Wei Yin took the lead to find a wider place, and everyone waited neatly. Top floor, President's office. Chinemo looked at the time, then got up and walked outside the office. Seeing this, Shun Ro followed closely. Looking at Mr. Chun, who was not in a good mood, she finally couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Mr. Chun, what are you going to announce for the meeting in the fitness room?" The conference room on the top floor of the group is very large. Even if all the executives and above from each company go to the conference room for meetings, it can still be accommodated. So she really couldn't figure out why Mr. Chun called all those people to the fitness room. Of course, you go to the gym to work out. Chinemo turned around and glanced at Shinro with a strange look on his face. What's there to ask? If you don't go to the fitness room to work out, what are you doing there? Fitness? Mr. Chun, you called them here just for fitness? Hearing Mr. Chin's answer, Shinro couldn't believe it for a moment. She mobilized all the people to call all the positions above the director of each company, just for the sake of fitness. This was something he hadn't expected. Otherwise, why don't we just go to the fitness room for a meeting? Chinemo replied lightly, and then entered the elevator that was already open. Today he has paralyzed these people, and his surname is not Shun. Do you really think I have no temper when you make trouble for me behind my back over and over again? Chinemo thought secretly in his heart. The elevator descended quickly and soon reached the fitness floor. The elevator door opens. Chinemo slowly walked out of the elevator and walked straight to the many managers waiting in the distance. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Just got closer. All the employees shouted in unison. Chinemo looked at the faces of many employees one by one with an expressionless expression. These people were all the main force in backstabbing him. No one would have an easy time today, one by one. Does anyone know what the concept of flattery is in our group company? Looking expectantly, among the many employees, Chinemo spoke calmly. Efficiency. Fong Chong spoke first. Wrong. Chinemo looked at Fong Chong and said coldly, "Efficiency, what I hate most is efficiency. You talk to me about efficiency. You are really ungrateful." Quality. Song Xia spoke quickly. Wrong. Chinemo shook his head again. Benefit. This time it was a supervisor who spoke. Chinemo looked at the supervisor who called out the benefits. He didn't recognize him. He should have been promoted later. But there was already a hint of gloom in his eyes. Benefit. What he hates most is profit. These people are really stubborn. No wonder these people often make trouble for him. This is a problem in his thinking. If it doesn't work, he must correct them today. Chapter 448. Additional training. Chinemo thought to himself and looked at the people in front of him. You are all wrong. The biggest concept of our group is safety. How can you work without a good body? So what we should focus on most is the health of our employees, including you, of course. So, in order to ensure the health of employees, I have always promoted employee exercise and held regular sports meetings. However, I have been observing recently, and I found that everyone pays less and less attention to the health of employees. And from the question just now, it can be clearly seen that all of you put the health issues of employees first. At the end, this is wrong, and it is also the ultimate purpose of calling you here today. Today, you must remember that good health is the highest concept that our tomorrow group adheres to, and efficiency, quality, profit, etc. must be put at the end. Do you remember everything? Chinemo looked at the many employees with supervisory and above positions in various companies in front of him and said in a serious tone. Today, he was going to make a comprehensive transformation in the minds and bodies of these people. Remember, many employees shouted in unison, with deep admiration in their eyes. What Mr. Chin did was entirely for their benefit. When Chun Mo heard the sound, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and he said solemnly, "Just remembering is not enough. You also have to take action. Today is the time for you, as the company's leaders, to set an example." Chinemo said that he had already walked to the running area in the fitness room and pointed to a large row of treadmills by the window with dozens of them. Each person has a treadmill. Set the speed to 7 and run for an hour. If you can't run halfway, you can slow down, but you can't stop. Even if you walk, you have to give me an hour to finish. Start now. After hearing Mr. Chin's words, many employees turned to look at the large row of treadmills by the window, which was enough for each of them. Let's go. Wei Yin looked at the treadmill by the window, spoke calmly to Li Shun and the others around him, and walked directly over. Running for an hour, for those of them who have to lead every day, it is nothing at all. Yao Yao, can you run after running for an hour? Lu Weiwei leaned towards Yang Yao Yao and asked softly. I don't know. It must be difficult. Yang Yao Yao slowly shook her head. Not to mention running for an hour, even the usual morning exercise tomorrow, she couldn't keep up with the rhythm. The intensity of morning exercise was only about half an hour, but now she was running for an hour. How could she keep running? Then what should we do? Lu Weiwei said worriedly. Didn't Mr. Chen say that if you can't run, you can slow down the speed? If it doesn't work, just slow down. Yang Yao Yao sighed helplessly. She had been in the company for a while, and she already had a full understanding of boring short videos or the Tomorrow Group. This is a company that treats its employees very well, even to the point of being too good. But during this morning exercise, she also knew that Mr. Chun was thinking about the health of his employees, but she still felt a little painful after running for half an hour every morning. But compared to those benefits, the pain of running is nothing. Soon, everyone walked to a treadmill, started the treadmill, adjusted it to gear 7, and started running. Upon seeing this, Chun Mo glanced at his phone, secretly noted the time, then found a seat and sat down, looking up at Shinro. Count the number of runners, and then notify Wang Maoyan in the cafeteria and ask him to pack enough lunch and send someone to deliver it here. Today, you're all eating in the fitness room. How can I not let you go out lying on your stomach? Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and quickly left the fitness room. Time passed little by little. Some people on the treadmill have begun to feel a little tired, and the speed of the treadmill has gradually slowed down. Although some people were very tired, these people never gave up, and they still gritted their teeth and persisted. Soon, an hour later, all the treadmills stopped running, and everyone leaned on the armrests of the treadmills tiredly. When Chun Mo saw this scene, he stood up from his seat with a smile and walked over. Are you all tired? Mr. Chen is okay. We do morning exercises every day. We can still hold on for this hour. Li Shun wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke with a smile. He has been leading the race since the beginning of the year and has been leading for 8 months now. It is still very easy to run on the treadmill for an hour. What about you? Hearing this, Chun Mo's smile gradually faded away, and he turned to look at the other employees. Mr. Chun, we are fine. We are not tired. All the employees noticed Mr. Chen's gaze and shook their heads to express that there was no problem. Okay, it's no problem, right? Chun Mo sneered in his heart. Since everyone thinks there is no problem, let's rest for 15 minutes and then run for an hour. Since it is fitness, you must break through the limits of your body. Ah! Everyone heard this and exclaimed in surprise. They said there was no problem and they were just being polite. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chin actually took it seriously. If I run for another hour, how can I run? Mr. Chun, I may not be able to run anymore. An employee finally couldn't help it anymore and raised his hand. As this employee spoke, several more employees spoke. If you can't run, then walk. It will take an hour to walk. Chinamo said unmoved. Soon, another hour passed. All the employees couldn't wait to turn off the treadmills, and some even sat on the treadmill track without any image. Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction when he saw this scene. This is the effect he wanted to see, but is it over here? How is it possible? I looked at the time and saw that it was already 11:30. It was time for lunch. Everyone, please take a rest first and continue in the afternoon. Mr. Chun, do you want to run again this afternoon? Luo Xiao was leaning limply on the treadmill, panting continuously. No more running. Chun Mo shook his head. That's good. Just as Luo Xiao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Mr. Chen speak again. We'll switch to other sports in the afternoon. Chun Mo glanced at Luo Xiao indifferently. He now felt extremely regretful about this Luo Xiao. If I had known this to be the case, even if he kills him, he won't recruit this guy to the Tomorrow Group. It's better now that he recruits him and directly destroys his settlement this time. And looking at the box office of Demons in the past 2 days, he didn't dare to imagine what a terrifying figure the overall box office would be after Demons was removed from theaters. Luo Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed, and then said weakly, "Mr. Chun, it's almost lunchtime. Can we have lunch before exercising? He just wants to rest for a while now. He is really too tired." Chapter 449, Spinning Bike. Lunch, don't be in a hurry. The food will be served from the cafeteria later. You can just eat here. Chen Mo waved his hand with a smile. No one can leave this fitness room until you are all exhausted today. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, several people who were still insisting on standing could not hold on anymore and collapsed on the ground. Before long, the elevator door opened, and several canteen employees walked in carrying packed meals. "Mr. Chun, the food has been delivered." Wang Maoyan quickly walked to Chen Mo to report. From the corner of his eyes, he looked at the many managers and supervisors sitting on the ground without any appearance, and smiled secretly in his heart. Things have really turned around. He was the only one left in the lead in last year's morning run. Li Shun and the others even joked with him in private. This time it was finally the other way around. "Oh, give the food to them." Chunmo nodded slightly. No matter how hard he exercised, he still had to eat. "Okay, Mr. Chun." Wang Maoyan took the order and began to lead several canteen staff to distribute the packaged meals to everyone. When passing Li Shun, Wang Maoyan chuckled. "I'm feeling a little weak after sweating so much." "Brother Nyan, you are gloating about your misfortune. Whether it is true or not, you will know after experiencing it." Li Shun spoke with a tired look on his face. He didn't even have the energy to joke now. "Forget the experience. Mr. Chun is giving you the concept of the group. As a chef, I only need to make good meals. Besides, Mr. Chun did not notify me to come for a run. It would not be good if I ran without permission and caused Mr. Chen's dissatisfaction." Wang Maoyan said with a smile on his face. Li Shun looked at Wang Maoyan's playful expression, rolled his eyes slightly, and then looked up at Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, Wang Maoyan, as the head of the logistics department, also holds a position above supervisor, and he has to lead every day. If he misses today's training, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep up when he's leading. Oh. Wang Maoyan was stunned for a moment after hearing Li Shun's words, and then quickly looked at Mr. Chun. Chen Mo heard Li Shun's words and looked at Wang Maoyan. Although this guy hasn't caused trouble for him for a long time, there is nothing wrong with doing more exercise to keep fit. As for whether he still remembers the previous grudges, how is that possible? He is not a grudge-bearing person. Thinking of this, he looked up at Wang Maoyan's gaze and spoke with a smile. Li Shun is right. Since it is a sport, you must not fall behind the rhythm. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the leader cannot keep up. You can just follow along and exercise together in the afternoon. Mr. Chin, there is something else going on in the cafeteria. I won't come here for this sports matter. Wang Maoyan showed a wry smile. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come. In order to see the embarrassment of Li Shun and others, he helped himself in. Could this be the result of extreme happiness leading to sadness? Brother Nyan, have you had lunch? If not, let's eat together. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to exercise later. Li Shun looked at Wang Maoyan's wry smile and said jokingly. "You." Wang Maoyan looked at Li Shun speechlessly and finally sat helplessly next to Li Shun. As a chef, he usually eats last, so naturally he didn't eat lunch. He originally planned to go back to the cafeteria to eat after delivering the meal, but now it's better to just stay here. Lunch is over. Several canteen staff members packed up all the tableware and left the fitness room. The time soon came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Mo glanced at the time, stood up, and clapped his hands. Okay, the time has come. The first sports event in the afternoon is spinning. Luo Xiao, take the lead, saying. He reached out and pointed at Luo Xiao, who was still slumped on the ground. After hearing this, many employees stood up and walked to the spinning area. One person chose a bicycle and sat on it. Luo Xiao had already sat on the first bicycle in the front row with a bitter look on his face. Chun Mo smiled secretly when he saw this and turned to look at Shinro. Go and play some music. Give me a choice that's a little louder and a little faster. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and walked towards the place where the music was playing. Soon a fast-paced DJ played in the spinning room, and everyone began to pedal to the rhythm. Time passes little by little. The spinning sport ended and other sports started. It's almost time to get off work. Chinemo looked at the exhausted employees and finally felt better. Okay, that's it for today's training camp. Thank you for your hard work. Of course, the main purpose of today's training camp is to let you know that our main concern at Tomorrow Group is safety, efficiency, quality, and profit. You all have to wait in line, you know. No. After hearing this, all the employees in the fitness room shouted with their last strength, with excited expressions on their faces. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The training camp was finally over. Yes, everyone's condition seems pretty good. It seems that the training program needs to be maintained. Let's do this. From now on, this training session will be held once a month. Today's training was a little rushed, and the preparations were not enough. Next time, I will be more prepared. Try to provide everyone with a military-style training that is both reasonable and scientific. Chinemo looked at the relieved employees and smiled and said, "Did you really think that the training was over this time? The harm you have caused me is more than that. If the system doesn't allow it, I'll get one for you directly and train once a week. You don't have the energy to do anything at all." Dog system. Chinemo secretly complained and left the fitness floor directly. Fitness room. Many employees who originally breathed a sigh of relief opened their mouths in shock after hearing Mr. Chen's words, and their faces fell instantly. Once a month. This. Thinking back on today's experience, everyone's bodies couldn't help but tremble. I have to go through this kind of experience once a month. Mr. Wei, why don't you tell Mr. Chen once that we will pay more attention to employee safety issues? Let's forget about this monthly training. A supervisor walked up to Wei Yin and spoke carefully. At the same time, hearing this, other nearby employees also looked over expectantly. Wei Yin is a veteran among their employees, and he is also highly valued by Mr. Chen. If Wei Yin comes forward and speaks out, I think he will. There should be no problem. Wei Yin noticed everyone's gaze and shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid I can't help with this matter. Mr. Chen is doing this for our own good and for our health. Do you want to reject Mr. Chen's kindness? Moreover, Mr. Chen emphasized that Tomorrow Group must put safety first, and the health of its employees will naturally come first. And the monthly training camp is to let us leaders set an example for others to think about. So, we must stick to this training camp. Chapter 450 Corner Home. Wei Yin looked at the many employees and said seriously, "You should know that Mr. Chen spent a day training us. Although we are a little tired, we have gained health and a strong body." And what about Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen has gained nothing in this training, but has lost a lot. For Mr. Chen, time is money. One day of training for us leaders is equivalent to one day less of work. One day, for a group as big as Mr. Chen, is undoubtedly a loss of a lot of interests. Mr. Chen would rather lose his own interests for your health. Do you refuse the monthly training? In the gym? It was very quiet for a while. Everyone nodded with some shame. After a while, some employees began to raise their hands to express their opinions. Mr. Wei, we know. We will seriously participate in the monthly training. We will not let Mr. Chen down. Wei Yin looked at the employees who expressed their opinions and shook his head again. We must participate in the training camp because we are the ultimate beneficiaries and we get a good body. But after we get a good body, I should consider using this good body to give back to Mr. Chen and the group. We need to work harder to create value for the company. Only if we continue to create benefits for the company and make the company better and better, the group will become stronger and stronger. Only if the group becomes stronger and stronger, we will benefit more. So, we work hard not only for the collective, but also for ourselves. I hope everyone will keep it in mind. Wei Yin looked around at all the employees in the gym and said in a serious tone. He hoped that these employees could understand Mr. Chen's good intentions, and also hoped that these employees would know how to be grateful and cherish. Don't worry, Mr. Wei, we are not fools. With such a good position, how can we not work hard and cherish it? Everyone in the gym shouted in unison. That's good. Wei Yin nodded slightly, then looked at the time and waved his hand. It's time to get off work. Everyone should go home and take a rest. Everyone in the gym heard this and looked at the time. They found that it was already past 6 o'clock, and they all began to limp towards the elevator. Mr. Luo, Mr. Jiang, let's find a place to talk. In the gym, Pang Tao hurriedly found Luo Xiao and Jiang Cheng. Luo Xiao and Jiang Cheng looked at each other and nodded. Then let's go to the nearby Nanha Coffee. Luo Xiao thought for a while and spoke lightly. Mr. Pang, Mr. Su, are you okay? In the Nana coffee shop, Luo Xiao looked at Pang Tao's exhausted appearance and asked with some concern. It's okay, I just haven't exercised like this for too long, and my whole body is a little sore. Pang Tao waved his sore arms and carefully sat down on the chair in the coffee shop. Su Jingming sat aside in the same way. He is different from Jiang Cheng and Luo Xiao. These two people have participated in morning exercises more or less, and he thought that the pet park has been under construction, and the previous morning exercise regulations have never been imposed on the pet park. So he and Su Jingming have not done any exercise. They must not be able to bear such high-intensity training all of a sudden. Fortunately, during the training, Mr. Chun was not very strict with them. Otherwise, they don't know if they can stick to it. Jiang Cheng also sat down. Not long after, the door of Nana coffee shop was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man walked in. Sorry, I'm late. Mei Yin looked at Luo Xiao and the others and said apologetically, I notified you late, and you have a long way to go, so you are not late. Pang Tao looked at Mei Yun and said with a smile, this is indeed the case. He notified Mei Yun to come to discuss things at the end of the training. It was very fast to arrive at this time. Mei Yun smiled slightly and sat on the chair. These people were already familiar with the affairs of those poor elderly people, so they were not so polite. Okay, everyone is here. Let's discuss the business. Pang Tao found a relatively comfortable posture, looked up at Luo Xiao, Jiang Cheng, and Mei Yun, and spoke lightly. First of all, it's about the elderly people in Dongqing apartment. It's corner home, Mei Yun emphasized. The name of Dongqing apartment was changed some time ago. After all, it has become an employee dormitory. It is definitely not appropriate to call it an apartment. Later, it was associated with the employee dormitory of the corner pet park, and finally the name Corner Home was given. It fits the theme and seems very warm. Yes, it is Corner Home. Pang Tao smiled and nodded, and then continued. Now we have completed the distribution of the first batch of poor elderly people. However, our corner pet park can open this month, but with the opening, a large number of manpower will definitely be needed. Those positions that are technical or require physical strength are easy to talk about. The most important ones now are those that do odd jobs. At present, the number of cats and dogs in the corner pet park is not very large. Those poor elderly people who do odd jobs can still be busy. But as there are more and more cats and dogs, there will definitely be more and more people who need to do odd jobs. Therefore, I want to wait for the next batch of poor elderly people to arrive in Jiangcheng, and we will select those elderly people first at our corner pet park. After Pang Tao finished speaking, he looked at Luo Xiao and Jiang Cheng. Nowadays, there are only 3 places for poor elderly people to go to Jiangcheng. Blue Film and Television Senior Singing and Dancing Troupe, Changfeng Garment Factory, and their corner pet park. Their pet park will be open this month. By then, as the number of cats and dogs increases, the demand for workers will definitely increase. But one of the handyman positions involves Mr. Chen's public welfare undertakings. He contacted the head of the foundation, Yang Xinghua, and said that the next batch of poor elderly people would be counted in October. It is early September, and there is still 1 month left until October. The corner pet park will probably open in mid-September. With a little control, it will be enough for the current poor elderly people to do odd jobs. But 4. To ensure the development speed of the corner pet park, more poor elderly people will definitely be needed to do odd jobs. When the second batch of poor old people enter Jiangcheng, he will need to select more poor old people, and there may not even be any poor old people to share with Luo Xiao and Jiangcheng. So he needed these 2 people to discuss it. There's no problem with this. The Senior Citizen Song and Dance Troupe has just been established, so don't worry. Your pet park is about to open, so I'll definitely let you come first. Luo Xiao waved his hand indifferently. He had also talked with Li Ting, the leader of the senior citizen song and dance ensemble, because those elderly people had not had much exposure to singing and dancing. So it was very difficult and extremely time-consuming for these elderly people to train even the simplest singing and dancing. In this case, he was not in a hurry and just let Li Ting train slowly by herself. My garment factory is still under reconstruction, and there is not much demand for poor elderly people, but you can come first. Jiang Cheng also spoke calmly. Thank you very much, Pang Tao said with a grateful expression. Mr. Pang, you are making a mistake. Our Tomorrow group has always advocated mutual help. There is no need to thank you for such a small thing. Jiang Cheng smiled and spoke. That is, Luo Xiao agreed. Since he joined the Tomorrow group, he has been taken care of by these old employees. He understands it deeply. Haha, then I won't be polite. Pang Tao laughed twice, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Cheng. We've discussed the matter of the poor elderly. Let's talk about pet fashion. Chapter 451 Pet Park Promotion Plan. Of course, our clothing factory has already produced a lot of pet fashions, and we are just waiting for your corner pet park to open so that we can cooperate with each other. Besides, I have already registered the brand of pet clothing, which is called Cute Pet. Jiang Cheng gradually became excited when he heard Pang Tao talking about pet fashions. The clothing factory is still in a state of loss. He has tried his best, but due to various restrictions, he has never been able to make the clothing factory profitable. And this pet fashion is his hope to turn the clothing factory from loss to profit. So, when Pang Tao found him to discuss pet fashions, he made up his mind to take a gamble on pet fashions. After all, if pet fashions are not developed, there is no other way. And Mr. Chen's idea is to let the clothing factory involve all clothing fields. So pet fashions will be involved sooner or later. He just advanced it a little. That's good. I will send someone to your place to pick up pet clothes tomorrow, and I will also start to have people promoted here. Pang Tao nodded. The corner pet park has also started preparations. For publicity, he can only use the most primitive publicity method. Distribute flyers. Now the flyers have been printed a full 100,000 copies. He plans to do a comprehensive promotion in Jiangxing City. As for outside Jiangxing City, he has not yet considered it. After all, if the publicity in this city is not done well, it will definitely be worse in other places. However, a host visited Duo Pet Park before and said that after the pet park opens, you can contact her and he will help promote it in the live broadcast room. The host seems to have a lot of fans. If she really helps to promote it, it would be good. I can contact her when I go back. Pang Tao thought secretly in his heart, and Jiang Cheng had spoken again. Well, the live broadcast team of our clothing factory has raised a Cute Pet account during this period, and now it has 20,000 fans. We have decided in a meeting that when your pet park opens, we will send a live broadcast group to broadcast the pet fashion show. What do you think? Jiang Cheng looked up at Pang Tao. That Cute Pet account was created specifically for pet clothing. Lu Jie, the head of the live broadcast team, shoots some Cute Pet videos every day and posts them on the short video platform. In addition, there are some operations, but he doesn't know how to operate them specifically. But the result is that this Cute Pet account already has more than 20,000 fans. Live broadcast of pet fashion show? Of course, there is no problem. Pang Tao nodded without hesitation. Live broadcast of pet fashion show is undoubtedly to help him promote the corner pet park. How could he not agree? Then the matter is settled. Someone will go over to discuss the specific details at that time. Jiang Cheng nodded, and he was slightly looking forward to it. He didn't know how much change this time's pet clothing would bring to the clothing factory. Okay, Pang Tao also nodded, and then his eyes turned to Mei Yun. When the pet park opens, there will be many employees joining the company. At that time, many people will definitely choose to live in the staff dormitory. It is possible that they will move to the staff dormitory before the pet park opens. Now the corner home is being renovated. I wonder if it is possible to coordinate and arrange it. That's no problem. They are renovating from top to bottom, so people can be arranged to live on the lower floors first. After the upper floors are renovated, the employees can be organized to move to the renovated floors. Mei Yin patted his chest and said he had already considered this problem because of those poor elderly people. Then trouble you, Pang Tao said politely. It's okay, this is my current job. Mayun smiled. After discussing everything, the few people talked about some other things, and then left the coffee shop together. Mr. Luo, Mr. Pang, what's wrong with you? Mayun looked at Luo Xiao and the others, limping, and spoke with some confusion. He had been sitting before, so he didn't notice it. When he stood up and walked, he found something strange. The managers of these companies seemed to have been beaten. Their legs and feet were not smooth. The training organized by Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao took a difficult step. He felt that it was more painful to walk after sitting for a while. What is the training for? Mei Yin was even more curious. Well, you will know when you have a chance. Luo Xiao looked at Mei Yun's curious expression and finally shook his head mysteriously. You will know later. Kyoto. In a room. Brothers, I am right, isn't The Legend of Conquering the Demons very good? I recommended you to watch it early. If you don't go, it will be difficult to buy tickets now. Du Xiao smiled as she looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. She noticed The Legend of Conquering the Demons when it just came out. Of course, she knew it on Hood Alive. After all, she is also a host of Hood to Live. As the top host of Hood to Live, she naturally received the task of promoting The Legend of Conquering the Demons from the platform. She was very curious about this. What kind of movie could make Hood to Live so concerned? She conducted a detailed investigation on The Legend of the Demons and was surprised to find that The Legend of the Demons was produced by Blue Film, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group. He didn't know Blue Film, but she knew Tomorrow Group. Nana Coffee is a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group. The key is that Nana Coffee has done a lot of public welfare work. Even recently, Nana Coffee has put love chairs and love water dispensers at the door. And being able to do so many public welfare things is mostly instructed by the headquarters of Tomorrow Group. Since Blue Film is a company under Tomorrow Group, it is naturally a very good film and television company. Since she knew this, she began to promote The Legend of the Demons in the live broadcast room. At the beginning, many people did not go to watch it after seeing the cast. In fact, she was not very optimistic about this movie at the beginning, and she promoted it all because of the charity work of Tomorrow Group. However, she went to see the movie on the first day of its release. After watching it, she was surprised to find that the movie was surprisingly good. In this regard, after she came back, she has been trying her best to promote it. In the past few days, The Legend of the Demons has finally become a big hit. In the live broadcast room. Oh, I regret it so much. I should have listened to Xiao and bought the tickets earlier. My friends have watched it. I want to watch it now, but I can only buy tickets for the day after tomorrow. I said in the live broadcast room a long time ago that The Legend of the Demons is really good, but you didn't believe it. Now you can't buy tickets. In the live broadcast room. The barrage scrolled quickly. Du Xiao smiled at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and suddenly the mobile phone on the desktop vibrated. Reaching out to open the screen, I found it was a message. Chapter 452 Outdoor Live Broadcast. Mr. Pang of the Pet Park. Looking at the words Pet Park, Du Xiao instantly thought of who sent the message. Is there a pet park in that corner of Jiangxing City? Last time, because she knew that Nana Coffee was doing charity, she went to Jiangxing to investigate in person to confirm its authenticity. Finally, she learned about the corner pet park and visited the pet park in person. She took a look at it and realized that with the size of the pet park, if it was completed, it could accommodate a lot of stray cats and dogs. So when she left her contact information and said that if the pet park opened, she could help promote it. After all, only if pet parks can make money can they help more stray cats and dogs. Du Xiao looked at the message and clicked on it curiously. Soon. The general content of the message has been viewed. Is the park opening soon? Du Xiao turned off his phone, thought for a moment, and then looked up at the barrage in the live broadcast room. There are temporary changes to tomorrow's live broadcast. How about changing it to an outdoor live broadcast? As the words fell, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to scroll quickly again. Outdoor live broadcast. Are Xiao ready to go to the cat and dog rescue center? It's probably not an aid station. I guess it's for other charity activities. Xiao, where is the outdoor live broadcast location? Can I be a bodyguard? Boy upstairs, what are your plans? Du Xiaoxiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled. Her previous outdoor live broadcasts were all for charity. These fans in the live broadcast room speculated that she was doing charity again, which is normal. This time it is not for charity, and the location is not in Kyoto, but in Jiangxing. As for whether I can take you where I go this time, I need to communicate. If possible, I will send a message in the fan group. But even if it is possible, the number of people should not be too large. The number of people should be about 5. Okay, that's it for today's live broadcast. If you want to go offline, you can pay more attention to the news in the fan group. Du Xiaoxiao looked at the live broadcast room, waved his hands with a smile, and then turned off the live broadcast. Corner Pet Park. What about a room? Su Jingming looked at Pang Tao and asked with some uncertainty. Do you think that Anchor can help us promote it? Not sure, let's wait for the news. If there is news, it will definitely be better. If not, we will just promote it according to the original plan. Don't expect too much. Pang Tao's expression was a little uncertain. After all, it had been a long time since the Anchor visited the pet park, and he wasn't sure if the Anchor still remembered them or the pet park, let alone help. By the way, have you contacted the clothing factory? Just when he sent a message to Du Xiaoxiao, Su Jingming was also communicating with the live broadcast team at the clothing factory, and he didn't know what the result was. We have already communicated with the live broadcast team. They will come over tomorrow to find a suitable live broadcast location. They also need to review the process of our pet fashion show to avoid any accidents during the live broadcast. Su Jingming spoke slow. He didn't have much detailed communication just now, just a brief communication. Anyway, we will meet tomorrow, and we can communicate in detail then. That's good. Pang Tao nodded slightly. No matter what, they also have their own publicity channels. So I don't really rely on Du Xiaoxiao to help with publicity. Of course, if there is, it will definitely be better. Buzz! The phone on the desktop suddenly vibrated. Pang Tao subconsciously picked up the phone and took a look at it. He found that it was Du Xiaoxiao who was calling, so he quickly connected the call. Hello? Tomorrow? I have all day. Of course, it's no problem. Then tomorrow. After a while, Pang Tao hung up the phone slightly excitedly and looked up at Su Jingming. Du Xiaoxiao called. She wants to come to visit tomorrow and conduct live broadcast promotion. This is a good thing. Su Jingming looked surprised. Changbai Jingyuan. Shinro looked at Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei, who were struggling to walk, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Are you really okay with this? It's okay. I'm just a little sore all over. Lu Weiwei waved her hands with a smile, but she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She probably wouldn't be able to recover from this pain for a week. We'll be fine, but I'd like to ask you to arrange dinner today. Yang Yao Yao smiled and sat down at the dining table. Due to the inconvenience of their legs and feet at this time, they had no choice but to come here to eat. Don't worry, just leave it to us. Shinro smiled slightly, then changed her clothes and walked into the kitchen. At this time, Zhanglan was already preparing food in the kitchen. Seeing Shinro come in, she asked curiously, What happened? How did the two of them become like that? When Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei came in, she noticed that their walking movements were a bit strange, but she was worried that their privacy would be involved, so she did not ask them face to face. But at this time, she couldn't resist her curiosity after all. Oh, Mr. Chin organized a training camp in the company for training. What kind of intensity of training does it lead to training like this? Today's day, excluding rest time, is basically training. Shinro thought about today's training scene. Mr. Chin was really serious. With such intensity of training, few people could easily walk out of the company. Ah, are you so serious? Zhanglan couldn't help but whisper. She had also had a training camp before when she was at work, but it was basically just a show-off, and no one would train her to the point where her whole body was sore. Sure enough, this Tomorrow group is different. The benefits are genuine, and even the training camps are genuine. This is natural. Mr. Chun is doing this for the health of his employees. Our top priority at Tomorrow Group is not efficiency and quality, but safety, Shinro said with some pride. Then she changed her words and saw that she was still chopping vegetables. Zhanglan, isn't your new song on the shelves? How is the effect? She remembered that a few days ago, Zhanglan said that her new song had been released, and even treated her to a hot pot meal to celebrate. But there was suddenly no news in the past 2 days, which made her a little curious. Well, let's talk about it later. Zhonglan pondered for a moment and then spoke calmly. Shinro looked at Zhonglan's expression and knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, the always cheerful Zhonglan would not have this expression. Yeah, let's talk about it while eating. Before long, a simple dinner is ready. Thank you, Sister Lan and Sister Ro, for your hospitality. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at the prepared meals on the table and said gratefully, "What's there to thank you for? Annie often brings you delicious food, so we don't eat less." Shinro smiled slightly, then turned to look at Zhonglan. "Let's talk about the song. What happened? Is there something wrong with Sister Lan's song?" When Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei heard this, they asked in surprise, with a trace of concern in their eyes. Chapter 453. The song is targeted. Zhonglan looked at the concerned expressions of several people, sighed, and finally took out her mobile phone, entered the music platform, found her own song, and pushed it to the center of the dining table. "You will know after you take a look." Shinro and others looked at the mobile phone on the dining table, and their eyes fell on Zhonglan's song. After a long while, they did not find any problems. Lu Weiwei could not help but click the play button on the screen, and a gentle melody slowly emerged. "No problem, this song is very nice." Lu Weiwei looked up at Zhonglan in confusion. She had heard Zhonglan sing this song before. It was a very nice song. Although it was not as good as those popular songs, it was also a good song. "Look at the comment area." Zhonglan looked at several people, and then spoke lightly. Hearing Zhonglan's words, Shinro reached out and clicked on the song. "Rubbish song. Not nice at all. Rubbish. Not nice. Really bad. Bad review." This. Looking at the unanimous bad reviews in the comment area, Shinro and the others looked at each other for a few seconds, and then looked at Zhonglan in confusion. What is going on? It stands to reason that even if some people don't like Zhonglan's song, there shouldn't be so many people scolding it. This is obviously not in line with common sense. Yang Yao Yao turned her eyes and looked at Zhonglan tentatively. "Did you offend anyone?" Judging from the status of Zhonglan's comment area, it is obviously not a spontaneous negative review by passersby. It can be confirmed that someone deliberately hired a water army. This kind of thing is nothing more than Zhonglan's opponent, or Zhonglan offended someone. Hearing Yang Yao Yao's words, everyone's eyes all looked at Zhonglan. Zhonglan noticed the eyes of the crowd, thought about it, and shook her head slightly. "During this period, I've been studying songs all the time, and I have no time to offend anyone." For a while, everyone in the room fell into silence. If no one has been offended, who would hire a water army to make trouble for no reason? This is obviously not in line with common sense. Shinro sat in the chair, lost in thought. After a while, she looked up and spoke slowly. "Could it be Li Xiao Xiao and Su Lei who did it?" "Li Xiao Xiao, Su Lei? Who are they?" Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei were all puzzled when they heard this. These people were all partners in Zhonglan's previous studio. Later, because the song became popular, they were poached by the entertainment company. Shinro briefly recounted Zhonglan's story. "There is such a thing. These people are too disloyal. They agreed to start a studio together, but they gave up the studio directly because of a little temptation. Don't you have any persistence and principles? It's so annoying." Lu Weiwei was angry when she heard Shinro's story. Zhonglan listened to the conversation between the few people and suddenly remembered that Su Lei called her on the day the song was released and invited her to join their entertainment company again. She refused without any hesitation at the time. "I remember that after I refused, Su Lei did say some inexplicable words. If you join our entertainment company, it is actually a win-win situation. But you rejected the invitation of the entertainment company again, and the entertainment company is very unhappy. If something happens, I don't know." She didn't take it seriously at the time. Now looking back, the words at the time were obviously threatening her. If you don't join their entertainment company, they will do something. For example, her song. This kind of thing is easy for an entertainment company, but for a small studio like them, it is undoubtedly a devastating blow. This kind of negative review by the Water Army undoubtedly slowed down the exposure of her song. For songs of the same quality, he has so many negative reviews, and the ranking must be behind. I think it should be them who did it. Zhang Lan said in a deep voice. What should I do? Lu Weiwei opened her mouth and didn't know what to do for a while. This song has been affected, but the key issue is if Zhang Lan releases a new song next time. The entertainment company was making trouble, and they still had no way to deal with it. Everyone in the room realized this problem and fell into silence. Lan Lan, why don't you join Blue Film Film? In this way, this kind of Water Army thing will definitely not affect you. Besides, I have also communicated with Luo Xiao of Blue Film Film and said that you can join Blue Film Film, and it will not affect your creation. I will also provide some resource assistance during your creation process. But there is a prerequisite. You must come up with a decent song within half a year, otherwise you will not continue to stay in Blue Film Film. Shinro pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. She had talked to Luo Xiao about Zhang Lan joining Blue Film Film a long time ago. She also talked to Zhang Lan about this matter, but Zhang Lan was at the critical moment of making a new song, so she did not give a reply. At this time, Zhang Lan's new song entertainment company was making trouble, and joining Blue Film Film at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. And she believed in Zhang Lan's ability. I'll think about it again. Zhang Lan hestita. She knew that joining Blue Film was the best choice at this time. But it was precisely because of this that she hesitated. Before she hadn't had any trouble, she hadn't chosen to join Blue Film. Now that something happened, she thought of joining Blue Film, and she always felt desperate and had no choice but to join Blue Film. She didn't care. But if this matter was known by Mr. Luo of Blue Film or Mr. Chun of the group, what would they think of Shinro? Would they think that Shinro was using public power for personal gain? Shinro had finally found a good job. She didn't want to be suspected or disliked by her leaders because of her own affairs. Shinro looked at Zhang Lan seriously and finally nodded slowly. Well, think it through, you can tell me at any time. She knew Zhang Lan's character very well. She was usually careless, but she had her own ideas. As long as she didn't think it through, no matter how she persuaded, she couldn't convince her. The next day, in the early morning, a black Jeep drove out of the underground garage. Chen Mo was sitting in the back seat when he suddenly saw a few familiar figures limping along the roadside. Stop! Chen Mo called Yang Dehai. Yang Dehai parked the car steadily on the roadside, and his eyes fell on the four figures on the roadside with a hint of concern in his eyes. Because one of the two limping figures was her daughter. Chapter 454, Incident. But Yang Dehai still suppressed the worry in his heart and said nothing. After all, it's time for me to go to work at this time, so it's impossible for me to ask about my personal affairs. Although Mr. Chun has a good temper, even if he says a few words to his daughter, Mr. Chun will not say anything. But it won't do that. Since he is the president's full-time driver, he should look like a full-time driver. Don't be arrogant just because Mr. Chun treats him well. So even though he saw his daughter walking and limping at this time, she still sat calmly in the driver's seat. And he also knew that his daughter was like this, so it wasn't a big problem. It's muscle soreness caused by sudden exercise. The physical fitness of today's young people is so poor. I thought I would not be like this if I ran all over the mountains for a day. Now, isn't it just a day of training? I've been trained like this. It is simply too weak. Mr. Chun really has his reasons for doing this. If the employee's physical fitness is so poor, they must exercise more. Yang Dehai thought secretly in his heart. In the car, Chunemo looked at the four figures slowly approaching and slowly lowered the window. Get in the car. Shinro, Yang Yao Yao, and Lu Weiwei were stunned for a moment when they heard this. The president of the group actually wanted to drive them to the company. Who comes after? Shinro came to her senses first and quickly waved her hand. No need, Mr. Chun. We can just take the subway to the company. Yes, Mr. Chun. Just go about your business. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei also hurriedly spoke. I have lived in Changbai Jingyuan for a while, and I have met Mr. Chun several times, so I am somewhat familiar with him. But Mr. Chun is the president of Tomorrow Group after all. If you go too close, the impact will not be good. Get on the bus as soon as I ask you to get on it. I'll have someone help me when I walk. I don't know how long it will take to get to the subway entrance. Chin-mo frowned and looked at Shinro and the others. He found that, as a CEO, he didn't speak with any strength at all. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro and others noticed some changes in Mr. Chin's tone, nodded one after another, then opened the door and got in the car. Sister Lan, please go back. Thank you. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at Zhang Lan with gratitude on their faces. This morning, they got up and found that their bodies were more sore than last night, and even walking was a bit difficult. There is no way. All they could do was find Shinro and Zhang Lan to come and help. Oh, Zhang Lan watched everyone get on the bus, said hello to Mr. Chun, then turned and left. Seeing this, Yang Dahai started to slowly start the vehicle and headed straight for the Tomorrow Group. In the car, there was silence. Chinamo looked out the window and suddenly thought about his few songs. Isn't Zhang Lan currently engaged in music? I heard Shinro say before that there was a song in Zhang Lan's studio that became popular. I don't know what's going on now. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Shinro. How's Zhang Lan's music studio going? Ah! Shinro was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses and spoke quickly. Mr. Chun, something happened at the music studio. Well, what happened? Chun-mo became interested when he heard this. That's it. Shinro told her about the music studio, but she didn't say anything about inviting Zhang Lan to join Lampion Film and Television. First, Zhang Lan has not yet decided whether to join Lampion Film and Television. What she said at this time would not be good. Also, after all, the recruitment of Zhang Lan was a matter for Lampion Film and Television. The normal reporting procedures were basically for the managers of each company to report to her, or for some important matters, report them directly to Mr. Chin. But it was obviously not good for her to go directly to Luo Xiao and report directly to Mr. Chin. Maybe it's not good. It would make Luo Xiao feel uncomfortable and not conducive to the unity of the company. Certainly, if a company makes some mistakes, she will naturally not think about it. Chun-mo listened to Shinro's words and fell into deep thought. Now I have a total of 11 songs in my hand. I have been spending money because of settlement. At this point, the settlement has been completed, and it is time to deal with these 11 songs. According to Shinro's description, Zhang Lan at least has no problem with her singing skills. It's absolutely fine if I give the song to Zhang Lan. Moreover, I live in the same community as him and are classmates with Shinro. This also makes it easier for him to better understand the situation. But handing it over to Zhang Lan in person would definitely not work. After all, given the friendship between Zhang Lan and Shinro, if they knew it was him who gave the song, who knows what that Zhang Lan will do? Some ordinary thanks are acceptable, but what he is most worried about is that after Zhang Lan becomes famous through his songs, he will help him promote other companies. After all, star power cannot be ignored. He now has a lot of properties and things that cannot be brought to light. For example, Chongfeng Garment Factory, which has never been famous and is silently losing money. There is also Nana Coffee, which is almost abandoned. He looked at the current income of Nana Coffee and found that it can basically guarantee a balance of payments. If it is really promoted by some celebrity again, it will really turn a profit. Although even if Nana Coffee turns a profit now, he can invest all the revenue into opening new Nana Coffee. But this will undoubtedly speed up the pace of opening new stores. One day, Nana Coffee will be saturated all over the world, and Nana Coffee will really be out of control. It will become an extremely terrifying money-making machine. This is not what he wants to see, so he should try to slow down the development of Nana Coffee as much as possible. After careful consideration, Chun-mo finally made a decision. That is, the song can be given to Zhang Lan, but not openly. This will ensure that, even if Zhang Lan becomes popular because of his song, she will not know that he gave it to her and will not think about promoting him. Not long after, the car slowly stopped at the door of the building. Mr. Chun is here. Yang Dahai carefully opened the car door and spoke respectfully. Yes. Chun-mo nodded, got out of the car, and walked straight to the building. He had to settle the song as soon as possible and could not drag it on any longer. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Entering the elevator, greetings came one after another. Well, good morning. Chinemo nodded and replied, looking at the clothes of these people, they were basically employees of the group company, but as the group grew bigger and bigger, there were more and more employees under it, and he rarely knew these people. But this made him think of a problem. That is, when he rented the 10th floor office on the top floor, the manager of the office building said that no company in the 10th floor office on the top floor could last for half a year. But more than 8 months have passed since he rented this office. Not to mention that he couldn't hold on. It became bigger and bigger. It doesn't make sense. Chapter 455 Song Collaboration. Ding-ling. The elevator has reached the top floor. The elevator door opened. Chinemo walked out of the elevator in confusion. Why can other companies last less than half a year? But he has been there for 8 months without any sign of failing. Hello, Mr. Chun. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, a greeting came from the side. Chinemo was startled while thinking and turned his head to look over. It turned out that the cleaner was watering the 2 pots of green plants at the elevator entrance. It should be said that this cleaner was very serious about his work. The sanitation was very clean, and the green plants were also well taken care of. The leaves were much more lush than before. Okay, he responded. He no longer considered the rumors before the office building, but quickly came to his office. He sat at the desk. He took out his mobile phone and found Zhang Lan's contact information. This contact information was added when we met last year. I remember that I drank too much fruit wine at that time. Fortunately, I have 2 numbers. One is for making calls, and the other is a data card. At that time, I called Zhang Lan for daily calls. As for the data card, basically no one knows about it. He can use the data card number to contact Zhang Lan, so he won't expose himself. Thinking in his heart, he began to act. Changbai Jingyuan. After watching Shinro and others get into Mr. Chen's car, Zhang Lan returned home and entered her practice room. Because the house they rented this time has 3 rooms, she and Shinro each have 1 room, and the vacant room was made into a practice room by her, and someone was asked to do sound insulation. Even if she sings in this room, it will not affect people outside. However, she did not start practicing after entering the practice room today. She just sat there silently, without saying a word. She acted indifferent in front of Shinro and others. But was it really so? It was not easy to set up a studio, and just when there was some achievement, the members of the studio dispersed. She accepted this fact. But it was not easy to write a song by herself, but she didn't expect that the entertainment company would make trouble. Although her song was not very good, if no one made trouble, it should be no problem to enter the top 100. But now, I don't know where it is. Zhang Lan was confused for a while. She wanted to write a new song, but she hesitated when she thought that the new song might be messed up by the entertainment company again. She is not one of those well-known singers who will have many fans know about it once the song is released. But she is different. She needs to be exposed on the music platform. But after the entertainment company messed up, it is difficult for her new song to be exposed again. Unless she writes a very popular song, those mobile listeners can spontaneously promote it or give it good reviews. But is it so easy to write a popular song? No songwriter can guarantee that every song he creates will be a hit. She thinks that she has a certain talent for creation, but writing a popular song requires the right time, place, and people, even if it was the last time they created a very popular song. Strictly speaking, it is not a popular song. Every popular song can withstand the precipitation of time. Even if it is taken out and listened to again after many years, it is still a very good song. But as a newcomer in the music field, can she really write a hit song? Zhang Lan is not sure. She believes she can, but she is not sure when, nor is she sure she can hold on until then. After all, music requires financial support. Time passed slowly. Zhang Lan sat quietly in the practice room, thinking about what she should do next. She will not give up music, so she needs to come up with a way to deal with it. The simplest way is to listen to Shun Rose joining Blue Film. With the attitude of Tomorrow Group towards employees, she knows that her past is definitely a very good choice. But considering that it may affect Shinro, so this method was temporarily put aside by her. Beep! The phone on the desktop suddenly vibrated, and when I opened the phone, I found that someone applied to add a friend. I wanted to turn it off directly and ignore it, but I saw the note of the friend application in my peripheral vision. I want to discuss cooperation on a song. Song. These two words are very sensitive to Zhanglan now. After thinking about it, he finally agreed to the friend invitation. After adding the friend, he politely sent a hello. Soon, the other party sent a message. I have a few songs here, and I want to discuss cooperation with you. Looking at the message, Zhanglan was confused and sent a message immediately. Do you know me? Zhanglan, there's a music studio, and because of some changes, you're the only one now. In order to dispel Zhanglan's vigilance, Chinemo simply told her about Zhanglan's experience in the music studio. Of course, these were also what Shinro told him in the car just now. Who are you? Zhanglan was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the other party knew her so well, which made her a little creepy. Suddenly, she felt like she was being monitored. Did she make things worse? Looking at Zhanglan's reply, Chinemo realized that he had gone into too much detail. After thinking for a while, he sent another message. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that these songs of mine can help you solve your current predicament. Looking at the message, Zhanglan hesitated, but finally decided to continue to learn more. At this time, it was just an online chat. Even if the other party had any crooked thoughts, there was nothing she could do. But it was also possible that this was not a liar, but an opportunity, so she didn't want to miss it. How do we cooperate? I'll release the songs, and you'll be responsible for singing. The income from the songs will be 20% for you and 80% for me. The split is a bit unfair, isn't it? Very fair. I've done the lyrics and music, and you just need to sing. You have to know that you will not only get 20% of the income, but also the fan traffic after the songs become popular. These traffic will be yours in the future, and this is not measured by price. Looking at the other party's reply, Zhanglan thought about it seriously, and it was indeed the truth. Besides, what she needs most is the fan traffic. If she has fan traffic in the future, why would she be afraid of being targeted by entertainment companies? After confirming this, Zhanglan thought of another thing. All of this is based on the songs provided by this person, which are hits. But can the other party really come up with a hit song? If they can come up with a hit song, why would they choose a new singer like her, who has just entered the industry? Zhanglan was very puzzled and sent another message. Can I see the song? And why did they choose me? I'm just a singer who has just entered the industry. In the office, Chinemo looked at the message Zhanglan replied and frowned slightly. Why did Zhanglan have so many questions? I can give you a short section of the song. As for why I chose you, where are there so many whys? I choose if I want to, and I'm happy. Chapter 456 Zhanglan's shock. Mr. Chun, your coffee. Shinro brought a cup of coffee and carefully placed it on the desk. In fact, she arrived at the company very early every day and then made the coffee in advance before Mr. Chun arrived. But today, she was late because of Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei. It can't be said that he was late. It can only be said that he didn't arrive earlier than Mr. Chun. Chinemo nodded and continued to read the information. Shinro stood for a moment, and when she saw that Mr. Chun had no other instructions, she turned around and returned to her office. However, I felt a little uneasy in my heart. Looking at Mr. Chun's expression just now, he seemed to be in a bad mood and didn't know what was going on. Changbai Jinyuan. In the singing practice room, Zhanglan's expression changed as she read the message, knowing that it was probably her constant questioning that made the other party a little impatient. I looked at the audio at the end again and clicked on play out of curiosity. The music sounded instantly. Every time, they are all wandering and staying strong in loneliness. Every time. Even if he is hurt, he will not shed tears. I know. I have always had invisible wings. Soon. It takes about 15 seconds for the audio to finish playing. Zhanglan sat quietly on the seat, silent for a long time, with a look of shock in his eyes. In just these 15 seconds of this song, I can already tell that it is a good song. As for whether it can become a hit song, she is not sure. But she liked the lyrics of this song very much. Just these 15 seconds of the song had already made her get into it. It was as if she was talking about herself. This is a very resonant song. She now wanted to hear what the complete song sounded like. Thinking of this, Sent a quick message. Can I hear the whole song? After posting it, I felt something was wrong. They hadn't reached a cooperation yet. So why would they give him the entire song? Really? Not long after she sent the message, the other party sent a message. You can listen to the whole song if you want, but after we reach a cooperation, what do you think? Looking at the news, Zhang Lan fell into deep thought, but the desire in her heart for the song just now made her make a decision quickly. How do you want to cooperate? Do you need to meet offline? If it is to meet offline, I need to choose the location. Zhang Lan quickly typed out a sentence and sent it. After all, she still doesn't know who the other party is, so she should be more cautious when she should. At that time, she chose a public place with many people, so that even if the other party had any evil intentions, they would not dare to do anything to her. Chinemo looked at the message from Zhang Lan and frowned slightly. I also want to meet offline. How is this possible? After meeting, wouldn't I be exposed? Thinking, a message has been edited and published. I have something to do here. Let's just meet in person. We can just cooperate by signing a contract online. Sign the contract online. Zhang Lan was stunned for a moment when he saw the news from the other party, and soon showed a hint of joy. Signing the contract online undoubtedly relieved her of a lot of worries. It also proved from the side that the other party should be sincerely cooperating with her and had no other ill intentions. Okay, then sign the contract online. Zhang Lan replied quickly. Wait a minute, I'll prepare an online contract right now. When Chinemo saw that Zhang Lan agreed to sign the contract online, he called Tang Xiu directly. As a lawyer, it is very simple to draw up an online contract. About an hour later, a drafted online contract had been sent to his email. Chinemo briefly read it and then sent it directly to Zhang Lan. After some operations, the two signed a contract and became partners. Chinemo looked at the signed contract, nodded with satisfaction, and then sent all 11 songs. However, in order to avoid being discovered, the sounds were simply processed. The songs are all here. You decide how you operate it. I'm only responsible for taking a commission. These songs. It was also very popular in his previous life, so he was not worried at all about the quality of the song. As long as Zhang Lan records the songs and publishes them on the music platform, he can definitely make money. He just sat back and waited for the money. Chun Mo leaned back in his seat and thought happily. Once these songs are released on the music platform, the income they will earn will definitely be much more than what they will earn this year. If you want to make money, you still need yourself. If you rely on this stupid system for settlement, you don't know when you will become rich. Chong by Jing Yuan. In the singing studio, Zhang Lan looked at the signed electronic contract and raised her eyebrows slightly. Chun Mo. This person's name is actually the same as Mr. Chun, but he quickly shook his head. As the president of a group, how could Mr. Chun have time to compose songs? This is impossible. Zhang Lan threw his thoughts behind. Then I focused all my attention on the 11 songs sent by the other party. I clicked on the song and quickly found the audio song I just listened to. Invisible Wings. I really like this name. Immediately after clicking play, the melodious melody slowly sounded in the singing practice room. Zhang Lan gradually fell into deep thought, as if the song was singing about her. She couldn't help but fall into this song, recalling her pursuit of music over the years. Just this year, she finally set up a music studio, but she encountered various changes. She thought about giving up. Just before today, she also thought about giving up. But after hearing this song, he found that he had infinite strength and gave her the courage to continue pursuing her dreams. This is a very soothing song. The confused girl suddenly had a direction, no matter the difficulties or setbacks. What doesn't kill me will eventually make me stronger. Time passes little by little. After playing it once, it continues to play a second time. For a long time, Zhang Lan gradually came back to her senses, eyes blooming again. Let out your energy. I looked at the song, Invisible Wings, with excitement on my face. This song is very nice. She had a hunch that as long as this song was released on the music platform, it would definitely become a hit. Zhang Lan took a deep breath and looked at the other songs. Start playing one by one. I don't know how much time passed. Zhonglan opened her eyes wide and looked at the 11 songs on her phone, her eyes full of disbelief. She originally thought that the song Invisible Wings was already the best song among the 11 songs. But after she listened to all the songs, she found that she was wrong, very wrong. These 11 songs are all good songs. If Invisible Wings is used as a standard line, the other 10 songs are all above and below Invisible Wings, and there is not much difference. Even if some songs are not hit songs, they're definitely good songs. How is this possible? I took out 11 songs of such high quality at once. Who is that? Zhonglan suddenly became very curious about this person he had never met before. How much talent does it take to create so many good songs? And why would the song be given to her? Chapter 457 Changes in the Pet Park. Zhonglan pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. However, looking at the 11 songs on her phone, she burst into an extremely confident look. With these 11 songs, she was confident that even if the entertainment company was doing something behind the scenes, it would not stop the rise of these songs. Because a good song can resonate with people. Once this song resonates with people, they will spontaneously promote and repost it, and no one can stop it. They will even respond to those water armies in the comment area. However, these 11 songs cannot be released at once. She needs to make a plan first. Release them one by one on the music platform. Zhonglan sat in the practice room and began to plan the time for the release of the 11 songs. Of course, the first song does not need any consideration. That is Invisible Wings. This is not only because this song has the potential to become a hit song, but also because this song can express her mood at the moment, and she likes it very much. Zhonglan's heart is full of joy. When Shinro comes back, I will definitely share this good thing. Thinking in his heart, I have edited a message and posted it. When you come back, I have good news for you. Mr. Pang, when was this road repaired? In the car? Du Xiaoxiao looked at the wide and flat asphalt road outside, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She remembered that when she came here last time, this road was still a very broken road surface, and even the width was not so wide. Oh, it was repaired recently. Isn't the pet park about to open? If the road is not repaired, it may affect the passenger flow, Pang Tao said while driving. This road was prepared as soon as he made the plan to repair the road. After all, the road here is not good, and many things are inconvenient. So they directly put road repair as the primary goal, and with the help and coordination from the government, it was repaired quickly and widened a lot. Is that so? If the road is not good, it will affect the census. Du Xiaoxiao heard this and nodded in agreement. The last time she came here, if she didn't want to figure out the public welfare first, she wouldn't come here. What's more, we have to walk on such a broken road. At the same time, there were several voices echoing from the back seat of the car. If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. This decision is very good. This road is wide enough, and 4 cars can run in parallel. Pang Tao responded with a smile. These people are all fans of Du Xiaoxiao, and they all came to visit the corner pet park today. The vehicle drove slowly, and soon arrived at a very large parking lot, but the parking lot was empty at this time, with only a few individual cars parked inside. This is the parking lot of the corner pet park. At present, it can park 400 cars, but there is another area under planning. If the corner pet park has a lot of passenger flow, a second parking lot can be expanded immediately. After getting off the car, Pang Tao stretched out his hand and gestured at the large parking lot in front of him. Du Xiaoxiao looked at the parking lot and nodded slightly. This parking lot was not there when she came last time. It seems that the pet park is well prepared. Thinking in his heart, he has already started to organize the live broadcast equipment. Since he has arrived at the pet park, he will start the live broadcast. Seeing this, Pang Tao knew that Du Xiaoxiao was preparing for a live broadcast, so he waited quietly by the side without disturbing her. After all, how can you promote the pet park without live broadcasting? He invited Du Xiaoxiao to come over. Didn't he just want her to come over to promote it live? 10 minutes later, Du Xiaoxiao sorted out the live broadcast equipment and started the live broadcast smoothly. Because before the live broadcast, she had already sent a message about the live broadcast in the fan group. So, The number of people in the live broadcast room has reached thousands as soon as the live broadcast started. It's on, it's finally on. What does the pet park look like? Let me see it quickly. I've been waiting for a long time, and finally I see the goddess Xiao Xiao again. Damn, I want to go offline. My hand speed is slow. Is this the pet park? Why is it different from last time? Du Xiao Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. Brothers, we have arrived at the pet park. We are in the parking lot of the pet park now. We will visit the pet park later. As for the brothers who didn't make it to the offline meeting, I'm really sorry. While speaking, the camera was turned to several fans who came to participate in the offline meeting. A few fans waved and said hello. Okay, I'll take you to visit the pet park now. Du Xiao Xiao turned the camera again and signaled Pang Tao, who was not far away. Seeing this, Pang Tao moved his feet towards the pet park and began to introduce it. Get down from the parking lot, turn left, and about 50 meters is the corner pet park. Du Xiao Xiao followed Pang Tao with his mobile phone, and the camera was already aimed at the front. Soon, a park gate with a very unique shape appeared in front. Above the gate, a cat and a dog were carved on the left and right respectively. In the middle was a line of big words, Corner Pet Park. Soon, a few people arrived at the park gate. Guys, please come in. Inside is the Corner Pet Park. Pang Tao walked in with Du Xiao Xiao and others. As soon as they approached, the few people were enveloped in a green shade, and what they saw was a lush green plant. These green plants have been transplanted so that visitors can breathe fresh air and keep their mood happy during the visit. The nearest park to visit is a cat park. Pang Tao said as he led the way. Du Xiao Xiao followed Pang Tao. When he entered the park, his eyes were attracted by the lush green plants. This was September, and the weather was very muggy. But the moment he entered the pet park, he actually felt a hint of coolness, as if he was in a green ecological park, which made people very comfortable. She now has a feeling that even if there are no pets here, she would still like to take a walk here. Very comfortable and relaxing. In the live broadcast room, let me go. Is this a pet park? This is an ecological park. There are so many green plants. Oh, with so many green plants, the air must be very fresh. I think if I live here, I can definitely live 10 more years. I haven't even seen the pets, but I already want to go. Oh. Du Xiao Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and found that everyone in the live broadcast room was also shocked by the greenery in the pet park. He said with a smile, "There is a cat park not far ahead. You can see cats there. Also, the air in this park is really good, and even if the weather is very hot now, you can feel a little cool here. The cat park has arrived. Everyone can take a look." Chapter 458, Jiang Jio's Ward Routes. Arriving at the first cat park. After Du Xiao Xiao said something to the live broadcast room, his eyes completely fell on the cat garden. This cat park is different from the zoo that is enclosed by barbed wire, but is an antique house. It would be more appropriate to say it is a cat house. The house is not very big, about 30 to 40 square meters. Through the glass of the cat house, you can clearly see many cats moving around inside. Moreover, there are several cat treadmills, several cat climbing frames, and several cat toys arranged in the cat house. Mr. Pang, how many cats are there in this cat house? Du Xiao Xiao turned to look at Pang Tao beside him. Currently, there are 25 cats in a cat house, and a cat house is about 40 square meters. Plus some cat climbing frames. The cats have plenty of room to move around inside. We can go in and interact with the cats. Pang Tao began to explain, already walking to the door of the cat house. Can we go in and interact? Du Xiao Xiao asked in surprise. She thought this place was like a park and they were not allowed to enter and interact. You can go in and interact, but there are also some aggressive dogs and cats with bad personalities. We are all separated into some special viewing gardens where interaction is not allowed. However, there are restrictions on interaction here. The number of people entering each cat house at one time is 5 to 8. If there are more people, they can only go to other cat houses. Pang Tao said as he opened the cat house door. After the cat house door is opened, you do not enter the cat house directly, but enter a compartment of about 5 square meters. There is another door in it. Only when you open that door can you enter the cat house. Du Xiaoxiao nodded slightly when he heard Pang Tao's explanation. This is very reasonable. After all, the entire cat house is only 40 square meters in total. If too many people enter, the cat house will become very crowded. In that case, it is not good for the cats, and they will not have any interactive experience. Come in, everyone. There are 7 of us here, and we can just go in together. Pang Tao turned around and counted the number of people. When Du Xiaoxiao heard this, he took his mobile phone with the live broadcast on and directly entered the compartment of the cat house. But I was soon attracted by the items in the compartment. On one wall of the cubicle, there were 8 sets of white clothes, which looked like they were made of cotton. On the other side is a sink. Mr. Pang, what are these for? Du Xiaoxiao pointed to the clothes hanging on the wall and asked doubtfully. Oh, these are prepared for people who come into the cat house to interact. We will also wear them later. As Pang Tao spoke, he had already taken down a set of clothes from the wall and started to put them on. The clothes are very loose and very convenient to wear. Immediately afterwards, he took out another shoe cover and put it on his feet, then went to the sink to wash his hands and disinfect them. Mr. Pang, do this. Du Xiaoxiao looked at Pang Tao's series of actions with some confusion. Several fans following Du Xiaoxiao also had puzzled expressions on their faces. They didn't understand why it was so complicated to interact with the cat. Pang Tao looked at everyone's confused expressions, smiled, and explained. This was done out of many considerations. The first point is to consider the safety of cats. When the pet park opens, if there are many people visiting, there will definitely be everyone. There will definitely be some people who will bring some cat food and other food for feeding. Once a cat eats too much cat food of different qualities, it will have an impact on the cat's body. But as long as we keep our clothes on, even if someone brings food, it's not convenient to take it out. As Pang Tao spoke, he pointed at the clothes on his body. Even if he wanted those things at this time, he could only take off his clothes. Of course, this is also done to prevent some people with impure thoughts, such as poisoning pets, etc. Another point is that wearing this suit can effectively prevent cat hair from sticking to the body. And these clothes are washed and disinfected every night, so you don't have to worry about hygiene. Du Xiaoxiao was a little stunned when he heard Pang Tao's explanation. She didn't expect that this pet park would do this for cats. She thought she already loved animals very much, but now she compares it. If hers is love, then the pet park is pampering. And when she entered the cat house compartment, she felt a hint of coolness. It was not very low, but it was definitely cooler than outside. This was obviously because the cat house was equipped with air conditioning. What a luxury! He looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Really? After Pang Tao said those words, the barrage began to flood the screen crazily. Awesome. I feel like this cat's life is more refined than mine. That's right, I'm a little envious of this life. It seems that this pet park really cares about these cats, unlike those fake pet lovers. I'm going to buy a ticket. I'll go and see the pet park as soon as it opens. Oh, I've already bought it. This is the first time I have seen such an exquisite pet park. Oh, let's form a team and we'll go together when the time comes. Whoever goes then, fans will sign up. Inside the cat house, everyone changed their clothes and entered the cat house. Kyoto, Tange Game Club. In the gaming room, Jiang Jiu kept controlling the mouse and keyboard, looking at the computer screen intently. Occasionally, I would look at the barrage in the live broadcast room nearby and tell me about the decisions made in the game and why I did them. Time passes. About 10 minutes passed. Jiang Jiu looked at the word victory in the game, leaned back comfortably on his seat, looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and said with a smile, "Brothers, how do I do this operation?" I drove the car, changed the position of the probe, pressed the gun, and pulled the gun line 180 degrees. It took 3 seconds in an instant. This can be used as material. He himself was quite shocked by the operation just now. Changing positions while driving to press the gun is a basic operation for him, but the 180-degree gun pulling line is not that easy to achieve, and it is still in the car. Being able to complete this operation basically depends on the feel and a certain amount of luck. Live broadcast room barrage. The operation just now, I really have nothing to say, invincible okay. 180-degree gun line, very fast reaction speed. Brother Joe, I really don't. Okay, let's just turn it off. This is too fake. Oh, it's almost noon. It's time for Brother Joe to go on the show. Yes, on the show. I don't want to watch games anymore. Go on the show and check my ward. I don't want to watch the game anymore. I'm tired of watching it. Let's go to the ward. Oh, ward rounds? Jiangjio looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, then looked at the time and found that it was past 11 o'clock, and it was indeed time to start the show. This program was created some time ago. It was originally lunchtime, but he was too lazy to go out to eat, so he just ordered takeout. There is no live broadcast, just live broadcast and eat at the same time. Since I couldn't play games while eating, I went into other people's live broadcast rooms to watch. As a man, the live broadcast rooms he enters are naturally those with beautiful women. After entering several live broadcast rooms, I suddenly found that the fans in the live broadcast room seemed to like it very much. So for the live broadcast effect, I would enter one or two beautiful live broadcast rooms to watch every time I played for a period of time. Later, it was scheduled as ward rounds. Okay, let's start the ward rounds. Seeing that the voice in the live broadcast room was so high, Jiangjio started today's ward rounds. Enter the Webtoon live webpage, click on the list of beautiful women's live broadcasts, and then take a brief look and directly enter a live broadcast room. Brothers, we have already seen the cats and dogs. It is said that there is a cat castle at the end, which is also a major feature of the Corner Pet Park. A beautiful and lovely woman instantly appeared in the barrage in the live broadcast room. Chapter 460 Live Broadcast Cooperation. That's what I meant by calling you here. Seeing that Chun Sung hadn't spoken yet, Du Zeding directly said what he was thinking. Well, just leave this matter to me. Du Zeding nodded slightly. Tomorrow Group paid tens of millions in promotional fees for promoting Demon Subduing, and the live broadcast authorization for Extreme Survival also saved Huda Live a lot of money. And because Huda Live was the first to live broadcast Extreme Survival, in the early days it attracted many users from other live broadcast platforms. Nowadays, among the 4 major live broadcast platforms, Huda Live is already close to the first place. And all of this happened because of him. In this regard, his family has handed over certain management rights of Huda Live broadcasting to him. So now he can directly order the person in charge of Huda Live broadcasting to do some things of Huda Live broadcasting. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm going home tonight. Chun Sung casually closed the live broadcast room. The matter had been discussed and the result had been reached, so there was no need to continue watching. You want to go home? Du Zeding was stunned for a moment, but he remembered that Chun Sung was very reluctant to go home. There was nothing special about it, but he would not go home. It was the first time he had seen him take the initiative to go home today. Because our Investec Cinema was the first to screen The Legend of the Demons. In this competition among theaters, our Investec Cinema not only won the first place in the box office record. The reputation is also well received. And what caused this change happened to be because of me. Didn't the old man say that I am ignorant and incompetent? I will laugh at him when I get back. Chun Sung sat back on his seat and said proudly. The main reason why he was unwilling to go home before was that his father often said that he would not be successful in playing games and not doing his job properly. It's different now. The changes in Tianda Cinema are all because of him. The box office was actually pretty good, and they didn't miss much in terms of box office money. The most important thing is word of mouth. Their Tianda Cinema put Destroying the Demons in prime time before it became a hit. Tianda is the only company in the country that does this. So much so that when Conquering the Demons first became popular, everyone who wanted to watch it could only buy prime-level movie tickets at their Tianda Cinema. This leads to people who have not bought tickets to be very dissatisfied with other theaters. After this background, their Tianda Cinema immediately became unique. At present, most people who want to watch a movie first think of buying movie tickets at their Tianda Cinema. If they cannot buy them, they will consider other cinemas. This change immediately raised the viewing rate and occupancy rate of Tianda Cinema to a higher level. With such an opportunity to feel proud, he naturally wanted to go back and suppress the old man. Okay, then I'll go deal with the Hutu live broadcast. When Du Zeding heard Chun Sung's thoughts, he didn't say much. After all, He had done the same thing after the changes in Hoto live broadcast. Corner pet park. Little girl, please forgive me for the shabby place. Pang Tao took Du Xiao to her room. At this time, there were 2 tables of food placed in the room. Mr. Pang is joking. How can you say this is shabby? With this food, the appearance, and the aroma, it's just one of those 5-star hotels, that's it. Du Xiao waved his hand indifferently. Her background was not very good, and the place she once lived was even simpler than this. How could I dislike it? Mr. Pang, it's not easy for a chef to make these meals. There must be 5-star chefs. A fan next to Du Xiao smiled and said, his family runs a hotel, and the chef is very knowledgeable about food. The 2 tables of food in front of me, looking at the knife skills and some methods, are definitely not something that ordinary chefs can make. Is this little brother very discerning? Pang Tao glanced at the young man next to Du Xiao in surprise. He didn't want to say this at first, but since he was exposed, he didn't hide it. This meal was indeed prepared by several 5-star chefs. Ah! Du Xiao opened her mouth in surprise when she heard this. The words she just said were polite words, indicating that she didn't care about them. But I didn't expect that I was right. But he reacted quickly. Mr. Pang spent a lot of money and specially hired a 5-star chef for us to enter. It doesn't matter. I didn't invite them specially. These chefs were recruited by us as chefs in the pet park staff canteen. Our President Chun has said that we must not skimp on food under any circumstances and provide employees with good food. Only by filling their stomachs can they be energetic enough to work. Pang Tao opened his mouth to explain. Although if you don't explain it, these people can mistakenly think that the pet park values them. But his personality does not allow him to deceive. Hire a 5-star chef to be the canteen chef. Du Xiao couldn't react. She had also seen some company canteens. The people who cooked in many companies were basically not chefs, but Annies who knew how to cook. These Annies can cook, but the taste of the food they cook is uncertain. The main reason for doing this is that the cost of hiring these cooking Annies is very low. They don't expect the employees to eat well, as long as they can be full. But this corner pet park is different. The employee cafeteria actually hired a 5-star chef. From Pang Tao's words just now, it can be judged that not only the corner pet park does this, but also the cafeterias of the companies under the Tomorrow Group do this. He is worthy of being a boss who does charity, and he is so good to the company's employees. Everyone please sit down. There's wine over there. If you want to drink any wine, take it yourself. Don't be polite. Pang Tao hurriedly asked everyone to take a seat. He was very grateful to Du Xiao for coming to help promote the corner pet park. Du Xiao sat down at the table with several fans. After visiting the pet park for more than half a day, she was really a little hungry. Looking at the delicious food on the table, her appetite was suddenly aroused. Several people couldn't help but start eating. Not long after, there was another sound of footsteps outside, and then a few people walked in. You are back. Pang Tao saw this and hurriedly stood up to greet them. You are back. Come here and let me introduce you. This is Du Xiao from Kyoto, and these are Du Xiao's fans, all of whom are here to help us promote the pet park. Xiao girl, this is Mr. Su you have met before, and this is what Lu Jie just mentioned to you. We don't know much about pet show live broadcasts, so you need to promote it yourself. Chapter 461, he is truly a genius. Pang Tao hurriedly introduced. The people who came in were none other than Su Jingming and Lu Jie from the clothing factory. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello. Du Xiao looked at Su Jingming and Lu Jie and said hello respectively. After a few people greeted each other, they took their seats. The pet's costume and pet selection have already been selected. After taking a seat, Pang Tao looked up at Su Jingming. Su Jingming and Lu Jie were in charge of discussing this matter today. Everything has been discussed, and the clothes and the order of the pets appearing in the catwalk have been decided. In addition, several pet trainers have begun to conduct targeted training for the selected pets to prevent the pets from being confused during the catwalk. Get out of shape. Su Jingming note that. On the other side, Lu Jie also began to discuss the live broadcast with Du Xiao. Boring short video. Manager's office. Li Shun looked at the report submitted from the subject live broadcast with joy on his face. Sure enough, Mr. Chen's vision is vicious. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei are really talented people, and they have restored the promotion of boring short video subject live broadcast to their previous state again. No, the current publicity effect seems to be even better than before. Mr. Chun is indeed Mr. Chun. When he learned that Yang Yao Yao was Yang Dahai's daughter, he thought it was a privilege granted by Mr. Chun. But, worried about a bad reputation, he hired Yang Yao Yao on the pretext that he was a talented person. But now it seems that I was wrong. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei are really talented people. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and then Wu Yu opened the door and limped in. Brother Shin, are you looking for me? Take a look at this information report. Li Shin nodded and handed the report he just read to Wu Yu. Wu Yu walked to the desk with some difficulty and sat down. He took the information handed over by Li Shun and started to read it. After a while, he looked up at Li Shun. Brother Shin, this is a good thing. Yes, what I want to say is that through this matter, it can be judged that Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei are capable of taking over the subject live broadcast. Our focus can be appropriately diverted from the subject live broadcast. Li Shun looked at Wu Yu and said seriously. From the time Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei joined the company until now, he has not completely given them the right to broadcast subject-related live broadcasts. He also pays attention to the live broadcast of subject categories every day. After all, among the current boring short videos, only subject-based live broadcasts can bring in a certain amount of income. He doesn't want any accidents to happen to this subject-based live broadcast. But at this time, the achievements of Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei can already prove that they are capable. In this case, they don't need to focus too much on subject live broadcasts and can have more energy to pay attention to other live broadcast sections. Haven't we already begun to develop the agricultural live broadcast sector? Wu Yu is confused. The agricultural sector will definitely be developed, but Professor Yuan and I talked on the phone, and he said that he has started an agricultural census and will help us with publicity. Moreover, Professor Yuan has also told us about our boring short video agricultural live broadcast section. I talked to several other teams that went to the countryside to promote agricultural knowledge. In recent days, the increasing number of people in the live broadcast room of the agricultural live broadcast section can also prove that their publicity has played a certain role. We can't do much in the agricultural live broadcast section. Even if we go to the countryside to promote it, not many people will believe it. This kind of propaganda must be promoted by a reputable person like Professor Yuan to be more convincing. The propaganda the effect is also better. So for now, we can't do much in agricultural live broadcasting. Since agricultural live broadcasts and subject live broadcasts do not require us to worry too much, we have to focus on other live broadcast sections. Li Shun has a profound vision, and now both subject live broadcasts and agricultural live broadcasts are developing in a good direction. Then he will strike while the iron is hot and start developing the next live broadcast segment. Then what kind of live broadcast section are we going to develop this time? When Wu Yu heard Li Shun's story, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes, and he was about to develop the next live broadcast section. Isn't this boring short video one step closer to becoming a big hit? A few days ago, he calculated the expenses for boring short videos. This is not unknown, but he was shocked when he calculated it. He did not expect that boring short video has consumed so much money since its establishment. And the current revenue is only a little bit. This really makes him a little anxious. They are also a company under the Tomorrow Group, and Sangshui Games brings at least 150 million in revenue to the Tomorrow Group every month. Even Blue Film and Television was established later than them. But now the box office revenue is close to 1 billion, and the box office is still growing every day. I don't know what the final box office will be when the movie is taken off the shelves. But according to the current box office trends, 2 billion is definitely available. It's all the same building. Both Sangshui Games and Lampion Film and Television have brought huge profits to Tomorrow Group. Currently, only their boring short videos are still losing money, and the losses are not a small amount. I don't know what Mr. Chin thinks of them. He will probably be very disappointed. So he is now very eager to make boring short video popular. and he must not let down Mr. Chen's trust in them. Li Shun tapped the table lightly, and his eyes fell on Wu Yu. This time I will develop the interest teaching live broadcast section. Interest live broadcast section, Wu Yu murmured when he heard it. There are many live broadcasts in the interest live broadcast section defined by boring short video. For example, dance, music, painting, flower arrangement. Yes, it is the interest live broadcast section. This time the task of the interest live broadcast section falls on you. Do you have confidence? Li Shun looked at Wu Yu very seriously. What should I do? Wu Yu also became serious. This is related to the development of boring short video, and he cannot ignore it. For the development strategy of the interest live broadcast section this time, in the initial stage, I plan to use a cooperative model, Li Shun said, and took out a plan and handed it to Wu Yu. We can cooperate with some interest classes such as dance classes, calligraphy, and painting classes. We can negotiate with them and ask their teachers to do live broadcasts. While paying the teachers for the live broadcasts, we will also give them some benefits. Of course, in return, they have to spread our boring short videos to the people who come to learn. At present, we will take Zhangcheng as a practice and you as a business, so this task is handed over to you. Okay, I will definitely try my best to promote it, but there is a conflict of interest. Wu Yu nodded and then spoke hesitantly. If the interest class helps promote boring short videos, who will go to the interest class to study after the interest live broadcast of boring short videos becomes popular? If there is such a conflict of interest, then the interest class may not agree to cooperate. No. Li Shun shook his head slowly. There will definitely be conflicts of interest, so we need to talk about it, and there are also ways to cooperate. First, you have to explain that this interest live broadcast must be developed. Even if they don't cooperate, there will be others to cooperate. Chapter 462, Professor Yuan's Propaganda. Also, online live teaching is definitely not as good as offline live teaching. If the interest live broadcast section becomes popular, more people will watch the live broadcast. At that time, there will definitely be some live broadcast viewers who want to study offline when they are studying online. At this time, I can also provide customers for interest classes. Everything is mutual. Of course, not all interest classes can cooperate. We must confirm their professionalism and ensure the reputation of boring short videos. Wu Yu's eyes gradually lit up as he listened to Li Shun's explanation. I know, Brother Shun, I'll do it right now. He just thought about the current conflict of interest but did not think about the future. If the boring short video becomes popular, it will definitely bring a lot of customers to the interest class. He is very sure of this. While talking, he couldn't wait to get up and walk out, but the soreness in his legs made him almost fall. Finally, he limped out of the office. Yua Town. An elderly man with some white hair and beard was walking around in an orchard. Several young people followed behind, observing the leaves of the fruit trees and the unripe fruits from time to time. At the same time, there was a dark-skinned man following closely not far away. Judging from the man's attire, he must be the fruit farmer in this orchard. At this time, the fruit farmer looked a little nervous, as if he was worried that something bad would happen. Teacher, these leaves are a little wilted, and the edges are a little yellow. What's the reason for this? A student picked off a leaf and walked quickly to the elder in front. The old man walking at the front took the leaf handed over by the student, held it in his hand, and observed it carefully. The fruit farmer who was following not far away also ran over nervously when he heard the student's words. Professor Yuan, is there something wrong with this leaf? No problem. Don't be nervous, it probably hasn't rained here for a long time. Professor Yuan returned the leaves to the students and looked at the fruit farmer with a kind face. The leaves are in some water-short condition, so it won't have much impact. You could check the local weather forecast. If it rains in the past few days, don't worry about it. If it doesn't rain for a long time, just irrigate it yourself. Indeed, it hasn't rained for more than a month. Thank you. The fruit farmer finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it was just a lack of water. What he fears most is getting sick, which would be the most troublesome. Once any disease develops on this fruit tree, it may only result in a slight loss of production, but in severe cases, this year's work may be in vain. Okay, there is nothing wrong with your fruit tree, but there are too many fruits left, which may affect the size of the fruits when they mature. If you want the fruits to be bigger, You can cut off some fruits appropriately. While Yuan Chenghua was speaking, he turned and walked towards the outside of the orchard. It was already after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would be dark in a while. He still has 4 orchards to visit today, so he must hurry up. Okay, Professor Yuan, I will pay attention. The fruit farmer responded. Time passes. It was getting dark. In an orchard, a group of pedestrians walked out slowly. Professor Yuan, the food has been prepared and is waiting for you to go over and eat. A middle-aged man wearing an old suit said with a smile on his face. Professor Yuan nodded upon hearing this and did not reject this person's kindness. Soon, a group of people came to a restaurant in the township. Yuan Chenghua entered the restaurant, looked at the sumptuous food, frowned slightly, and then relaxed. Mayor Li, didn't you say you don't need to make it so grand? Professor Yuan was joking. It's not grand at all. It's just a little bit of the villagers' wishes. This banquet is not very expensive, and on average, each village household doesn't have much money at all. And your coming here this time has also made us villagers feel a lot more comfortable. There have been agricultural disasters in several areas recently, and we here are very frightened. We are afraid that some kind of disaster will also occur, causing all the work of the year to be in vain. But once you, Professor Yuan, came over, we felt a lot more relieved. Mayor Li said solemnly. After hearing Mayor Li's explanation, Yuan Chenghua accepted it a little, and the banquet was already prepared. He could only walk over with a few students, and gave Mayor Li a serious look as he walked. Then thank you, Mayor Li, for your hospitality. We must not let this happen again. We are here to help solve the problem, not to feast. However, there are currently no problems with these orchards, but we cannot take it lightly. We all know this. No one wants to have problems in their orchards, but we don't have a professional person here to manage orchards. Sometimes, even if there are some minor problems, we may not be able to detect them in time. We have a request here. Professor Yuan, can you stay a few more days and give us some knowledge about the orchard? Mayor Li said carefully, his face full of nervousness. I'm afraid this won't work. I have other towns to go to. If I stay too long, there will be some towns that I won't have time to visit. Yuan Chenghua shook his head slightly. This time he came out and planned to go to 30 towns for agricultural inspections. Time was tight, and it was impossible to stay in one place for a long time. But Mayor Li's expression was a little hesitant. He really wanted to ask Professor Yuan to stay, but he had a tight schedule and he didn't have the nerve to persuade him to stay. But the villagers had come to him and asked him to keep Professor Yuan. Are you worried that it will be difficult for you to identify the condition of the fruit trees after we leave? Yuan Chenghua looked at Mayor Li's hesitant expression and said with a smile. That's it. We were very worried about some disease in the fruit trees, but we didn't discover it, which ultimately caused incalculable consequences. Mayor Li told his thoughts without any concealment. Well, I do have a solution here. What can Professor Yuan do? Mayor Li looked surprised. Let's do this. You call some village representatives over. I will hand over this method to them, and then let them spread this method. Yuan Chenghua spoke calmly. Okay, Professor Yuan, I'll inform you right away. Professor Yuan, you eat first, otherwise the food will get cold. After Mayor Li said something, he quickly left the restaurant. Yuan Chenghua smiled slightly when he saw this, and took his students to sit down at the dining table and start eating. After about half an hour, Yuan Chenghua and several students had just finished their meal when Mayor Li led a group of people into the restaurant. Professor Yuan, we have brought a total of 30 people. Do you think it's okay? That's it. Yuan Chenghua looked at the 30 villagers who came in and nodded. His method has nothing to do with the number of people, but if there are more people, the spread will be faster. My method is very simple. That is, I want you to download a live broadcast software. Chapter 463 Good News. 11 Great Songs. Live streaming software. Mayor Li looked at Yuan Chenghua doubtfully. Although he was old, he still understood the live broadcast. He didn't understand how downloading a live broadcast software would solve the orchard's problems. It's like this. This live broadcast software is called Boring Short Video. The live broadcast content, and it is basically some teaching live broadcasts, including popular science teaching of agricultural knowledge. The people who teach and popularize science are all people with proven agricultural knowledge. Sometimes I will also conduct live broadcasts. If you really have any questions, you can ask them through the live broadcast. Yuan Chenhua opened his mouth to explain. Is this reliable? Mayor Li was still a little hesitant. This was his first time seeing such a live broadcast. You can rest assured that those who live broadcast are all controlled by me. Yuan Chenhua said firmly. Okay, so what should we do? Mayor Li looked at Professor Yuan's expression, and his hesitant heart instantly calmed down. Others don't trust him, but he trusts Professor Yuan very much. Since Professor Yuan said there is no problem, then there is no problem. It's easy, I'll let my students teach them to do it. As Yuan Chenhua spoke, he glanced at the students around him. The students understood the teacher's meaning instantly, walked quickly to the villagers, and began to instruct the villagers to download the boring short video and explain the operation method. Because of the rapid development of mobile phones in recent years, even villagers in these towns have smartphones. After some simple teaching, everyone basically figured out how to operate it. Yes, just choose a location for this agricultural live broadcast. There will be many people explaining agricultural knowledge in the live broadcast. The titles of these live broadcasts are very clear. If you want to see fruit trees, just look for a live broadcast room with fruit trees. All right. The students kept giving those villagers boring short videos of how to play. Mayor Li also downloaded a boring short video. Although he is the mayor, his family also has land, and he also needs to understand agricultural knowledge. After entering the agricultural live broadcast interface, you will instantly see several live broadcast interfaces where people are explaining agricultural knowledge. This anchor is one of my students. He is currently a master's student at Jiangxing Agricultural University, but he has already started preparing for the PhD exam. Yuan Chenhua was standing not far from Mayor Li. He happened to see Mayor Li enter a live broadcast room, so he spoke, which could also increase the other party's trust in the live broadcast. I understand, Professor Yuan. When Mayor Li heard that he was Professor Yuan's student and that he was preparing to take the PhD examination, he immediately laughed. It didn't take long. The 30 villagers who came over also mastered the gameplay of boring short videos under the guidance of students. Okay, here's the thing. If you don't understand anything, you can go to the agricultural live broadcast of boring short video to learn about it. I will also live broadcast it regularly. Yuan Chenhua looked at the 30 villagers who had not yet left and waved. Let's all go back. Just remember to promote it. Finished. He took a few students and left the restaurant. They have to rest early today and have to rush to other towns tomorrow. Changbai Jingyuan. Annie's cooking is really delicious. Shinro picked up a dish and took a simple taste and couldn't help but praise it. Yeah, my mother's cooking is indeed better than before. Maybe it's because there are 5-star chefs in the cafeteria. Yang Yo-Yo nodet. Since she came back this time, she has found that her mother's cooking skills have improved a lot compared to before. And there are many more dishes that have never been made before. Thank you, Annie, for me. Zhanglan said seriously. Shinro and the other 3 came back today because Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei still had inconvenience in their legs and feet for 2 days and couldn't cook. The original plan was to order takeout, but Sister Hong called and said that they didn't need to order takeout or cook it themselves. They'll send it over after they finish it. Hence the scene of eating together now. Thank you for anything. We didn't have dinner at your place yesterday. Did you come and go? Yang Yao Yao waved his hand indifferently. That's also something to thank. If you cooked the food to entertain us, we wouldn't thank you. But this is the food cooked by your mother, so I naturally want to thank you. Shinro smiled and spoke. She and Sister Hong were fairly familiar with each other, because every day when she went to pick up meals for Mr. Chun, she would go to Sister Hong's place to get them, and sometimes they would just chat a few words. But now it's time after get off work, and when Sister Hong cooks for her daughters, she also takes their share. Of course, they want to be grateful. The few people did not continue to discuss this matter, and all began to sit down and eat. Time passes. Soon a few people finish their dinner. Shunro and Zhanglan took the initiative to get up, put away the dishes and chopsticks, and took them to the kitchen to wash up. By the way, Lan, didn't you send me a message this morning saying you had something good to tell me? What exactly was it? In the kitchen, Shinro put the washed dishes aside and turned to look at Zhanglan. When she returned home today, she noticed some changes in Zhonglan's condition. Although she had acted calmly before and even laughed happily, she didn't feel natural, as if Zhonglan had deliberately acted out. She knew that Zhonglan was upset because of the song. She wanted to help or counsel her, but in the end she could do nothing. The only thing she could do was to accompany her and wait for her to figure it out slowly. But what she didn't expect was that when she returned home today, Zhonglan's state took a big turn. The original state of worrying was completely gone, and now she was completely natural and relaxed. She couldn't help but think of the message Zhonglan sent her. The only reason for such a big change was probably the good news Zhonglan said in the message. Yes, there is indeed good news. Zhonglan noted happily. She listened to those songs many times this afternoon. They were so beautiful. What is the good news? Shinro looked at Zhonglan's happy look and became more and more curious. Today, an online friend contacted me and offered to collaborate with me on 11 songs. You don't know that all 11 songs are good. After I clean up the kitchen, I'll sing them to you. They're really good, Zhonglan said as she wiped the kitchen counter. All 11 songs are good, so why would he collaborate with you? Shinro said with some concern. Since there are 11 good songs, why choose Zhonglan? There are many good singers who are more famous than Zhonglan. It's not that she thinks Zhonglan is not strong enough, but this matter is a little unreasonable. She was a little worried that Shinro would be deceived. Chapter 464, Who is the cooperating person? I don't know, but we signed an online contract. There is nothing wrong with the content of the contract, and the songs have been sent over. If that person is not pure, I can't imagine what he is planning. Zhonglan shook his head in confusion. Like Shinro, she was very wary at the beginning, but at the end of the conversation, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be nothing worth defrauding. After all, this was an online contract, and there was no possibility that the person was plotting against him. If online. For now, there is no money involved, and the contracts are all normal, and there is no such thing as a breach of contract at the heaven level. What she has to do now is to record the songs given by the other party in the recording studio and then publish them on the music platform. When the time comes, the profit will be distributed according to the agreed ratio. In this collaboration, apart from going to the studio to record a song, she had nothing else to contribute. After the song became famous, it was she who became famous in the end, and an even stranger request was that the composer in the song actually asked not to write his real name, but to write a pseudonym Small Vault. That pen name comes to mind. Zhonglan still couldn't help but be a little curious as to what the person's thoughts were in coming up with such a pen name. How strange! Shinro also looked puzzled. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, it won't have any impact on me at the moment. On the contrary, it can help me get out of my current predicament. I will definitely cooperate. Zhonglan wrung out the washed rag and finally hung it to the side of the sink. Okay, pack up. Let's go out, and I'll sing those songs to you. They're really nice. As he said this, he couldn't wait to walk out of the kitchen. Shinro smiled and followed behind. No matter what, she was very happy to see Zhonglan return to her previous lively state. In the living room, Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei have moved to the sofa. Sister Ro, what did Sister Lan do? Yang Yao Yao looked at Shun Ro walking over with confusion on her face. She just saw Zhonglan running into her room with an excited face and didn't know what happened. Oh, she wants to sing to us, so she's going back to her room to get ready. After Shinro explained, she sat down next to Yang Yao Yao and waited quietly for Zhonglan to come out and sing to them. About 10 minutes later, Zhonglan walked out again, holding a guitar in his hand, and came to a few people. The first song I sing next is called Invisible Wings. Time passes little by little. After Zhonglan finished singing the first song, he went on to sing the second and third songs. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei listened quietly. Their expressions quickly became shocked. These songs turned out to be very good, but Shinro on the side showed an unexpected look. This song and this melody are just the songs on Mr. Chen's computer. If she hadn't accidentally discovered it, she wouldn't have known that President Chun could sing. How could Mr. Chen's songs appear in Zhonglan's hands? Shinro fell into deep thought for a while, but soon she thought of something. She took Mr. Chen's car to the company this morning. And he also talked about Zhonglan in the car. Then Zhonglan received the news of the cooperation in the morning. The songs were still Mr. Chen's. This was too much of a coincidence. Mr. Chen must have heard about Zhonglan's experience from her and felt sympathy, so he gave his song to Zhonglan. Apart from this, she could not think of any other reason. As for making money from songs, it's simply impossible. It was a long time ago when she discovered Mr. Chen's songs. If Mr. Chen really wanted to make money from his songs, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? So Mr. Chen had only one reason for doing this, and that was that he wanted to help after hearing about Zhonglan's experience. Mr. Chen seemed to be worried that giving the song directly to Zhonglan would hurt Zhonglan's self-esteem. So he finally cooperated with Zhonglan through an online signing. Shinro's mind was spinning, and the more she thought about it, the more likely her guess was. Only in this way. The things that I had previously doubted were unreasonable now seemed more reasonable. Thinking room. Zhonglan's last song has also been sung. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei clapped their hands enthusiastically. Sounds good. These songs are all good. There, I have just become proficient. There are some places where I can't sing well enough, and there are a few songs that require higher singing skills. I haven't started to learn them yet. Once I learn them, I will sing them to you. Zhonglan said, a little embarrassed. The songs I just sang were all practiced today. Then it's settled. When you become a big singer, I can go out and show off. Lu Weiwei smiled and spoke. Yang Yao Yao also echoed, picked up the phone, and took a look at the time. It's getting late by then. We've gone back to rest. We have to go to work tomorrow. Well, I'll see you off. Zhonglan nodded, then nodded with a smile and stepped forward to help. Shinro came to her senses at this time, stood up and helped another person up. After sending Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei back, the two returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Are you worried? Zhonglan tilted her head and looked at Shinro. When she was singing just now, she found that Shinro looked absent-minded and didn't know what she was thinking. This made her a little worried. Nothing. Shinro shook her head, then turned her head and looked at Zhonglan with some complexity. I already know who gave you the song. Ah! Zhonglan exclaimed, then looked at Shinro in disbelief. Do you know who the person who cooperated with me is? Yes. Shinro nodded. Tell me quickly, who is it? Zhonglan was surprised. She had been curious about the person who cooperated with her for a long time. If they hadn't just cooperated and didn't know each other, she would have wanted to meet offline to sign the contract. It's Mr. Chen. Shinro looked into Zhonglan's eyes and spoke lightly. Mr. Chen, isn't he the president of the group? How could he be? Zhonglan stopped talking halfway. She suddenly remembered that when she signed the contract, the other party's name on the contract was clearly Chen Mo. And Chen Mo is Mr. Chen's name. At that time, she thought it was a coincidence. After all, Mr. Chen was the president of a company. How could he have time to write songs? But now, after hearing what Shinro said, she couldn't help but waver. She knew Shinro's character, and she would not speak nonsense before there was definite evidence. Now Shinro said that the song was written by Mr. Chen, so there must be very definite evidence. After thinking for a while, she changed her words. Mr. Chen, can he write songs? Chapter 465, Nanha Coffee's Reform Again. Yes. Shinro nodded firmly. She didn't know that Mr. Chen wrote songs before, but after accidentally seeing those songs on Mr. Chen's computer, she suddenly discovered that Mr. Chen could actually write songs, and his singing was also very nice. Looking at Zhonglan's confused expression, he spoke again. I have heard the songs you just sang. They are in Mr. Chen's computer. I remember one song, Big Fish, and you didn't sing it, right? Shinro spoke slowly. At that time, when Mr. Chen went out to do errands, she used Mr. Chen's desk and computer. In those few days, she didn't know how many times she listened to those songs. So as soon as Zhonglan sang, she knew that the song was Mr. Chen's song. Listening to Shinro say this, Zhonglan's eyes widened. At this moment, she completely believed Shinro's words. After all, she didn't say the names of the songs she didn't sing, but Shinro actually said them directly. This can fully prove that Shinro has read those songs. Then why did Mr. Chen give those songs to me? Zhonglan was a little confused. It stands to reason that she has no friendship with Mr. Chun. They have only met a few times at most. How is it possible to help her like this just because we have met a few times? My guess is this. Shinro slowly said what she had just thought. Is that so? Zhang Lan not dead? She agreed with Shun Ro's statement. After all, Mr. Chun was a person who was very passionate about public welfare. When he heard about her experiences in the car, he felt pity and decided to help her. It seemed to be a normal thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan's eyes were touched, and she was very grateful for Mr. Chen's actions. This incident may be a casual thing for Mr. Chen, but for her, it can be said that it illuminated the way forward for her when she was most confused. There was silence in the room. Shinro saw Zhang Lan lost in thought, so she sat quietly aside without disturbing him. For a long time, Zhang Lan took a deep breath, seemed to have made a decision, and turned to look at Shinro. I have decided. I want to join the Tomorrow Group and Lampy Film. Oh, why? Shinro looked at Zhang Lan in confusion when she heard this. She asked Zhang Lan to join Lampion Film and Television yesterday, but she still didn't agree. Why did she want to join Lampion Film and Television now? Mr. Chun, please help me like this. Let me do something in return. But I thought about it for a long time and couldn't find anything to repay. Money. How can the president of a group as big as Mr. Chun care about my little money, let alone other things? So I thought as long as I join Lampy Film and Television, when the song becomes popular, my popularity will definitely increase. And as the person behind Lampy Film and Television, I will definitely be seen by many people. I will also working hard to write better songs and bring greater benefits to the company is the best way she can think of to repay Mr. Chun. Zhang Lan said extremely seriously. The reason why she resisted joining the entertainment company before was entirely because the entertainment company had too many restrictions and it was difficult for her to do things according to her wishes. But it's different now. She wanted to join Blue Film and Television, and she was restricted by the Tomorrow Group. Before, she was worried about whether joining Lampy Film and Television would have an impact on Shinro, but now that Mr. Chun has taken the initiative to help her, she has nothing to worry about. Who doesn't like having a backer? Have you made your decision? Shinro looked at Zhang Lan and confirmed. Well, I've made my decision. Zhang Lan not dead? Okay, I will communicate with Luo Xiao from Lampion Film and Television tomorrow and then set up a line for you. Shinro spoke quickly. She is very happy that Zhang Lan has decided to join Lampion Film and Television. As Mr. Chen's assistant, she knew the treatment of Tomorrow Group. It was a very correct decision for Zhang Lan to join Tomorrow Group. Thank you, Shinro. Zhang Lan looked at Shinro and said seriously. Thank you, we are good friends. Shinro smiled slightly. Nana Coffee headquarters. Song Xia and Sudan walked unnaturally into the conference room. Song Xia sat down at the seat at the front of the conference table. Sultan stood at the front of the conference table, scanning the people in the conference room. After Nana Coffee's public welfare reform, our daily revenue has not decreased, but has increased. From the information compiled, I know that all Nana Coffees I currently have completely got rid of losses. State. The Sultan had a bright smile on his face. The conference room also burst into warm applause at the right time. After the applause ends, the Sultan continued to speak. It can be seen that Nana Coffee's charity is very successful. We should continue to maintain it in the future and don't forget the original intention. I invite you all to come here today, and what I want to talk about is the second thing, which is the positioning of our Nana Coffee. Our Nana Coffee has undergone several reforms. Although its revenue has increased, a big contradiction has emerged. Because there was no reform before, a group of users were attracted. These users were attracted by the environment of the coffee shop. But now the revenue of the coffee shop has increased, but the number of people entering the coffee shop has also increased accordingly. Once the number of people in the coffee shop increases, it is impossible to guarantee that the coffee shop is a very quiet environment. This has led to some dissatisfaction with the environment of the coffee shop before. For this, we need to make a reform, and this reform may damage your own interests. I hope you are mentally prepared. Sudan paused for a moment and then continued. At present, considering that those consumers who like quiet and comfortable are not adapted to the current environment of Manhwa coffee, in order not to give up this group of consumers, I need to make some adjustments to this. I decided to select 3 coffee shops from the existing coffee shops in Jiangxing City and make them more high-end coffee shops. These 3 coffee shops no longer have pastry sets. Everything is based on environment and comfort. They also canceled the 50 yuan coffee cup. The lowest coffee price is set at the current 80 yuan cup. Based on the layout of coffee shops in Jiangxing, I chose these 3 coffee shops. Sudan directly stated the locations of the selected coffee shops. One of the 3 locations is next to the largest pedestrian street in Jiangxing. One is near several high-end office buildings, and another is next to a large business district. There are many high-end consumers in these 3 locations. Those high-end consumers often look at the environment rather than the price of coffee. So she adjusted the lowest coffee price of these 3 coffee shops to screen users, ensure that there will not be too many customers in the coffee shops, and maintain a quiet and comfortable environment in the coffee shops. Chapter 466 Diamond Shop. Do you have any opinions? Sudan looked at the 3 selected coffee shop managers. Mr. Su, we have no problem. The 3 store managers nodded quickly. They were able to achieve their current achievements only because of Nana Coffee. Although setting up a high-end coffee shop may lead to fewer customers and lower revenue, it is still better than doing other jobs. That's good. Go back and implement things as soon as possible. The store brands of your 3 coffee shops also need to be changed. It's called Nana Coffee Diamond Shop. Okay, Mr. Su. The meeting is over. Watch all store managers leave the meeting room. Sudan walked to Song Xia's side and sat down slowly, holding his sore legs. Our Nana Coffee is finally on the right track. Yes, I have already written the report and sent it to Tomorrow Group. Song Xia also sighed. It took Nana Coffee about a year to go from a loss-making state to now turning a profit. By this time, she was completely relieved. Even if her family knew about her, she wouldn't have anything to worry about. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chun Mo looked at the box office report compiled by Blue Film and Television, his expression gloomy and ugly. With the popularity of Demons Conquering, the box office of Demons Conquering is also growing rapidly. Just last night, the box office of Demons Conquering exceeded 170 million. This income, Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. According to the box office growth trend at this time, the single-day box office revenue is still increasing slowly. There are still more than 10 days until the movie is removed from theaters. If it continued to grow like this in the past 10 days or so, it would be hard for him to imagine what the final total box office revenue would be. 3 billion will definitely not be able to escape. He suddenly discovered that the income from this movie had exceeded the income of Sangshua Games for more than a year. Currently, Sangshua Games' monthly revenue is around 160 million, which is less than 2 billion a year. And this one, Demons Conquering, will be released to various film and television shows once the movie is taken off the shelves, and you can still get a copyright income. Thinking of this, Chun Mo couldn't help but rub his chest. He couldn't figure out why a good trash script turned out like this. Luo Xiao. Wang Bin, you are so kind. A director who makes bad movies and an extra who has been working for a year without any results. Get together. Make me a movie that can make more than 2 billion, right? With a pale face, he took out a notebook from the drawer, found a blank page, wrote the names of Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, and drew a big cross at the back. After thinking about it, I drew another cross of the same size. These 2 guys fucked him twice in total. Not to mention a demon subduer, but also brought out a Wang Chong, directly destroying his settlement, which is simply unforgivable. But after drawing the circle, he casually turned it forward. Look at a personal name. Wei Yin, Li Shun, Wu Yu, Fong Chong. Chun Mo suddenly felt isolated. No one in the entire company understood him. Life is as lonely as snow. Leaning on the seat, he couldn't help but sigh. But suddenly I felt my eyes darken, and a figure was already standing in front of the desk. Shinro carefully placed a document on the table. Mr. Chun, this is the information sent by Nana Coffee. You could take a look. Well, put it there. Chun Mo gestured to the center of the desk with a slightly unnatural look on his face. Okay, Mr. Chun, Shinro quickly pushed the information forward, then quickly turned around and left. Return to your office and sit on your chair. He breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and then took out a pamphlet from the drawer. After flipping through it quickly, he finally wrote a sentence on a blank page. Life is as lonely as snow. Looking at the words on the booklet, Shinro gently touched it with her fingers, her eyes twinkling slightly. Just now, when she was delivering information, she happened to hear Mr. Chin sighing. The expression seemed a little lonely, a little angry, and a little helpless. At that moment, Mr. Chun felt a little distressed. She wanted to comfort him, but she didn't know how to speak. She didn't know why Mr. Chun, who was always kind and very good to his employees and subordinates, had such emotions. It was also at this moment that she realized that Mr. Chun also had his own troubles. Yes, Mr. Chun is also a human being, and he will have his own troubles. What can I do for Mr. Chun? Shinro was lost in thought, her fingers flipping through the booklet unconsciously. The small and neat text records page after page. Mr. Chin doesn't like spicy food very much. Don't like bitter taste except coffee. I don't like sweet food very much. Mr. Chun rarely spends money and is very frugal, but he is never stingy with his employees. For a long time. I don't know what I thought of, but my face turned slightly red for no reason. Shinro quickly came to her senses and shook her head quickly. Throw away the thoughts in her mind. She looked at the book in her hand and quickly closed it and put it in the drawer. She took a deep breath and calmed down her emotions. The only thing she could do to help Mr. Chin now was to work hard and seriously, try not to make mistakes, and share the pressure for Mr. Chin. And since the beginning of the month, Mr. Chin finally handed over most of the work in the company to her. This also made her feel much more at ease. In the president's office, Chinemo slowly sat up from his chair and took a deep breath. Don't think too much. Things have already happened, and they can't be changed even if they want to. He still has to look forward. Think optimistically. If he can convert the full amount this time, he will directly obtain 60 million personal assets. 60 million. That's twice as much as 30 million. And what she can do now is to find a way to spend money and convert the 60 million funds in full as much as possible. Although he is constantly unlocking personal benefits and can rely on Tomorrow Group to solve his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But there is always a feeling of unease. It is still the money that is truly in his personal account that truly belongs to him. Looking at the information just sent by Shinro, it seems to be from Nanha Coffee. Nanha Coffee? He has not paid attention to this half-dead industry for a long time and has basically given up. I don't know what information will be sent this time. Chinemo reached out and picked up the information on the table, flipped it open, and looked at it casually. But soon his brows frowned, and the emotions that had finally calmed down surged again at this moment. Love chairs. Love water dispensers. Don't do coffee shop reforms. Change to coffee charity. Isn't it enough for me, Chinemo, to do charity? You really know how to. Stinky hot, noisy. I tried my best to do charity in a low-key manner. But you did it directly at my doorstep. The store was originally loss-making, but you guys turned it around for me. Good, good, good. Chapter 468 Luo Zhao Speculation. I think the current managers of Tomorrow Group and its affiliated companies all walk in almost the same way. Zhonglan looked at Luo Zhao, smiled, and spoke. She had heard from Shinro that the company had a training camp the day before yesterday, so positions above supervisors were required to attend. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei are a living example. The Luo Zhao in front of him was the manager of Lampi Film and Television, so he definitely couldn't escape. So that's it. Luo Zhao showed a wry smile and then did not continue the conversation in this regard and went directly to the topic. Assistant Shun has roughly explained everything about you, your abilities, and the songs you composed before. I have also listened to them all. It is indeed very good and sounds good. There is absolutely no problem in joining Blue Film and Television. But you also need to understand the current situation of the company. The company's main development target is still movies. In terms of music, we don't have any professional people here. So when you come in, you need to handle some music-related matters alone. But we can guarantee that we will not impose any restrictions on you. And of course, we will provide you with some help at a certain time. What do you think? Luo Xiao explained the current situation of Blue Film and Television. In the music industry, the company actually already has an elderly singing and dancing troupe, so it is not impossible to develop another singer. But today he came here just to have a detailed talk with Zhang Lan and then to report to Mr. Chen. After all, Blue Film and Television has added a new entertainment section, so it must be reported. Mr. Luo, there is no problem on my side. In fact, I chose to join Blue Film and Television because of Mr. Chen. Zhang Lan smiled and nodded. The biggest reason why she currently chooses to join Lampy Film and Television is thanks to Mr. Chen. Because of Mr. Chen, Luo Xiao looked confused and didn't know what Zhang Lan was talking about. Oh, here's the thing. I encountered some difficulties here. Mr. Chen happened to know about it and gave me some songs. That's probably it. I won't go into too much detail. Zhang Lan briefly told what happened, but because Mr. Chen anonymously gave him the song, it showed that Mr. Chen did not want this matter to be known to too many people. So she had no choice but to simplify things as much as possible so that Luo Xiao could have a rough understanding. However, these words changed their taste in Luo Xiao's ears. It was Mr. Chen who gave Zhang Lan the song. He didn't know where the song came from, but with Mr. Chen's ability, it would be extremely easy to get some songs. But the song is not important in this matter. The important thing is the song that Mr. Chen took the initiative to give me. What does this mean? This shows that Mr. Chen is very optimistic about Zhang Lan. If he is not optimistic about Zhang Lan, why would he give the song to her? This is the first point. There is a second point. Assistant Shun came to him and said that her friend wanted to join the company. He had always thought it was Assistant Shun's personal matter before. It seems so wrong now. This is not Assistant Shun's personal matter. This is clearly Mr. Chen's instruction. If I didn't say it clearly, I was probably worried that this matter would spread and others would gossip about me. After all, promotions at Tomorrow Group are basically very transparent. This blatant use of the back door to enter the company will have a very bad impact. Luo Zhao's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he suddenly felt like he was possessed by Wei Yin. It turns out that guessing Mr. Chen's intentions is such a great thing. He now has a feeling that no one in the entire Tomorrow Group, except Wei Yin, can compare with him. On guessing Mr. Chen's intentions, Mr. Luo, Zhang Lan saw Mr. Luo stunned and silent for a long time, so he called softly. Ah! When Luo Xiao heard the shouting, he came back to his senses instantly and looked at Zhang Lan. Since there is no problem with both of us, let's find a time to sign the employment contract. Well, let's do this. I will print out the employment contract directly when I return to the company. After I sign it, I will ask Assistant Shun to take it to my home, and you can sign it again. Luo Xiao spoke calmly. Since Mr. Chen wanted to recruit Zhang Lan in a low-key manner, he could just do what Mr. Chen wanted. There is also the matter of reporting. Since Mr. Chen already knows, there is no need for him to report it. It would be bad if he went over to report something that was tacitly understood by everyone, and it would be bad to expose the matter. Mr. Luo, is there no problem with this? Zhang Lan opened his mouth. She never thought that the contract could still be signed like this. No problem. I trust you very much. Just remember to bring the extra contract back to the company after you join the company. Luo Xiao waved his hand indifferently. Since they are all people that Mr. Chen is optimistic about, they must be trustworthy. Moreover, Assistant Shun is still here, and the two of them live in the same house, so there is nothing to worry about. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Luo. Zhang Lan said gratefully. She didn't expect Mr. Luo to be so happy. There's no need to thank you. We will be colleagues from now on. We can just work together. I will try my best. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Tell me about the unfinished building. Chen Mo took a sip of coffee and looked up at Mei Yun, who was sitting opposite. When he noticed the unfinished building last time, he had already given Mei Yun an order to learn more about it. I don't know how much he has learned. Mr. Chun, I have learned almost everything. The area of the unfinished building is about 13,000 square meters, and it is expected to be built with 25 floors. However, the developer ran away when the 11th floor was built. It has been unfinished for 3 years, and no one wants to take it over so far. Moreover, nearly 100 houses have been pre-sold, and the amount is about 70 million. Mayan simply recounted all the things about the unfinished building. This unfinished building has not been taken over for 3 years, and the government is also very anxious. After all, such a large piece of land is vacant there. If it is not dealt with, it will be a very troublesome event. Then there are those who have pre-purchased houses, and they will occasionally come to ask about it. No matter who it is, they hope that this unfinished building will have a good result. So when he went to inquire about the unfinished building, the people there enthusiastically told him about the unfinished building and said that if the unfinished building was acceptable, the governmentee would also give some policies. Those policies were very good. There would be some subsidies in terms of funds, and there would be some preferential treatment in terms of projects. Over time, as long as he took over the unfinished building, he would not encounter any external obstacles in the construction of this unfinished building. Of course, the premise of all this is that the quality of all projects must meet the standards after taking over. Mayan thought for a while and continued to speak. Mr. Chun, I did a simple calculation. It's too risky to take over this unfinished building. At present, the east side of the city will definitely not develop in the next 10 years. If we take over the unfinished building, there will be no problem in building anything, but after the construction, selling will definitely be a big problem. First, this is an unfinished building, and pre-sale is definitely not possible. We need sufficient construction funds. Also, since we have taken over the unfinished building, we must be responsible for the 100 houses that have been pre-sold. This means that we have to take out nearly 100 houses before we sell them. Also, the development here is not good. How should the housing price be set? If the housing price is the same as that in other areas, I am afraid that few people will buy here. It is said that lowering the housing price will not make much profit for us. No matter how you calculate it, it is not cost-effective to develop the unfinished building. Chapter 469, Disadvantages. Mayan quickly recounted all the disadvantages of taking over this unfinished building. Through Mr. Chen's words, he could tell that Mr. Chun had the idea of taking over that unfinished building. However, there were too many disadvantages of that unfinished building, and he thought it was better to explain it clearly. So many disadvantages. Chun Mo listened to Mei Yun's narration and his brows relaxed. He didn't want it if there were no disadvantages. The more disadvantages, the better. I know about this unfinished building. It's very good. You go to negotiate, and then calculate how much money is needed to develop that unfinished building. The time is September 15th. Just leave it to me. Chun Mo tapped the table and made a decision directly. Mr. Chun, are you going to take over that unfinished building? Mei Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. He didn't expect that he had explained the disadvantages of the unfinished building so thoroughly, and Mr. Chun actually wanted to take over that unfinished building. This was something he had never expected. That's right, just take over that unfinished building. But there is a very high probability that you won't make any money after taking over, and you may even lose more. That's your fault. How can you say you can't make any money? You haven't even built it yet. So how can you say you can't make any money? Chunmo looked at Mei Yun and persuaded him. But even if you can make money, the profit is not as high as that of other properties, and the probability of making money is very low. This is not my random guess, but a survey based on the surrounding properties that have been built. After those properties were built, the price of the houses was much lower than that of other places, and not many people bought them. Nearly 3/4 of the people in that community have not moved in. Mei Yun continued to speak, hoping that Mr. Chun could give up the plan to take over the unfinished building. Whether it was because he was Mr. Chen's employee or because Mr. Chen did a lot of public welfare work, which made him admire him very much. He didn't want Mr. Chen to fall into this big pit. Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard Mei Yun's words. The surrounding communities that had been built actually had 1/4 of the occupancy rate. No, 1/4 of the occupancy rate is too high. It must be because of the lowering of the housing price. When the time comes, just raise the housing price a little bit. It is best to set it to the highest housing price in the whole Jiangqing city. No one will buy this place in this way. As for why the price is so high, it is easy to solve. Good materials are used in construction. The greening of the community and some other supporting facilities are all full. In this way, it seems that there is no problem with a higher housing price. The cost will increase when the cost goes up, and then it will not be sold. The loss-making plan has directly completed the closed loop. It is perfect. In his mind, Chinemo directly drew a perfect end to his plan. I have made a decision. Just follow my instructions. By the way, you need to register a construction company in the next few days, and then choose a place to set up the company. The only requirement is that the company must be large, not less than 2,000 square meters. If you don't understand the matter of registering a company, you can find Tang Chiu from Baishu Law Firm. She knows a lot about these things. Also, after the company's location is selected, it must be decorated. You can find Wang Yang for decoration. You know that. Chinemo looked up at Mei Yun and said seriously. Before, the registration of the company had always been Tang Chiu's job, but now Tang Chiu has established a law firm, and these things can no longer be asked to Tang Chiu to handle. But there is no problem to go and find out. And Wang Yang. Now Wang Yang has been decorating the apartment, and Mei Yun has also been there, and the two have long been familiar with each other. He didn't need to say more. I know, Mr. Chun. Mei Yun sighed in his heart. Mr. Chin's attitude was firm, and he couldn't persuade him anymore. Then, Mr. Chun, if we register a construction company, what name should we choose? Name? Chinemo pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's call it unmanned real estate. Unmanned real estate? Mei Yun war stund. Is this name really good for real estate? Yes, it is unmanned real estate. Chen Montag nodded in confirmation. He hoped that no one would live in the community he built. If the house could not be sold, wouldn't he lose money? Then, Mr. Chun, I will deal with the company's affairs as soon as possible. Yes, Chen Montag nodded. Getting Mr. Chen's approval, Mei Yun stood up and left the office directly. Just as he walked to the door, he happened to see Shin Ro walking in with a lunch basket. He said hello and walked out directly. Entering the elevator, in his mind, he kept thinking about the unfinished building. He still didn't know what Mr. Chen's intention was to choose to take out the unfinished building. Ding! The elevator suddenly stopped. Two figures walked in. Judging from their clothes, they should be management. The floor is the 23rd floor, which is the management of Boring Short Video. However, he has not joined Tomorrow Group for long and has been handling things in the apartment, so he is not very familiar with the people here. He also does not know the two people who entered the elevator and politely nodded and said hello. Soon the elevator continued to descend, and several more people came in, also management members he did not know. The elevator descended again and stopped. The elevator door opened, and three more people came in this time. The two people greeted the people in the elevator familiarly and were stunned for a moment when they saw him at the end, and then smiled and said, Brother Yin, why are you here? Luo Xiao came to Mei Yun's side, with a look of surprise on his face. He had just finished talking with Zhang Lan and had not been back for long, but he did not expect to meet Mei Yun. Well, Mr. Chen asked me to come over to discuss some things. Mei Yun spoke. Is that so? Then let me introduce you. Luo Xiao nodded after hearing this, and did not continue to ask. Instead, he turned his head to look at the other people in the elevator. This is Mr. Wei Yin from Sangshua Games, and this is Mr. Fang Chong, Director Zhao Bowen. And these two are Mr. Li Shun and Mr. Wu Yu from Boring Short Video. This is Mr. Wang Bin, who is from the same company as me. This is Mei Yun, who is currently managing things at Corner Home. The people in the elevator greeted each other after hearing Luo Zhao's introduction. Ha! We are all from the same group. Don't be so reserved. By the way, it's lunchtime now. Let's go to the cafeteria to have a meal together. I wonder if Brother Mei has ever been to the company cafeteria to eat. Wang Bin leaned out from the side and said enthusiastically, The cafeteria? Mei Yun was stunned for a moment. He had left after talking about things several times he came here, and he had never been to the company cafeteria. That's right, everyone should get to know each other. And President Wei is recognized as the person who understands President Chen the most in the company. If President Chen arranges something for you and you don't understand it, you can ask President Wei to find out. Luo Xiao echoed from the side. Something you don't understand. Mei Yin suddenly thought of President Chen's decision just now. Chapter 470 Departure. He has always been a little confused about Mr. Chen's choice to develop unfinished buildings. If Wei Yin could explain it to him, he would feel more at ease. Okay, then I'll take a look at the company's cafeteria. Of course, I have another question here that I would like to ask Mr. Wei. Mei Yin nodded, then his eyes fell on Wei Yin. Well, let's go to the cafeteria and talk. Wei Yin nodded. At this time, the elevator has reached the first floor, and several people walked to the tomorrow cafeteria together. Mei Yin took the canteen's key card, swiped it, and walked in. When he joined the company, he was given an access card for the canteen, which he used for the first time today. After entering the cafeteria, he was instantly attracted by the interior decoration of the cafeteria. He couldn't believe that such a decoration was just a company cafeteria. But he quickly thought about the decoration in the apartment. The staff dormitory was so luxuriously decorated, and the decoration of the canteen seemed to be very normal. There are various drinks in the refrigerators on both sides. You can drink as much as you like, but don't drink wine at noon. If you really want to drink, you can come over for dinner. Luo Xiao followed Mei Yun and explained what happened in the cafeteria. When he came to the meal area and looked at the meals, Mei Yun couldn't help but be moved. Mr. Chun is so willing, the food is so good. Prepare meals. A few people found a seat and sat down. Brother Yun, you can ask whatever you want to ask. Luo Xiao spoke curiously. Wei Yan's eyes also fell on Mei Yun with searching eyes. It's just a small thing. Mei Yun briefly told the story of the unfinished building. This matter is not that complicated. After Wei Yin listened to Mei Yun's story, he smiled and spoke. Then what's the reason? When Mei Yun saw Wei Yin, he understood Mr. Chen's intention instantly and suddenly became curious. The thing is very simple. Mr. Chen just wants to do a good thing. Do good things? That's right. Who are the biggest victims of an unfinished building are naturally those who have already bought a house. The money has been paid, but the house is not. Some people are probably still paying off the loan. Some families have already paid off the loan. They're not rich. To buy a house, they have to spend almost all their savings, and then the house is gone. How do they feel? Wei Yin paused for a moment, then continued to speak. Also, the unfinished building is placed there, which also greatly affects the appearance of the city. Mr. Chun has always been keen on public welfare undertakings, including orphanages, pet parks, foundations. Mr. Chun has done a lot of charity work, so this time it is not a bad idea to solve the problem of unfinished buildings. So I guess that Mr. Chun just saw the unfinished buildings and thought of those who spent money but did not have houses. I feel compassionate and ready to help. Of course, this is not all. With Mr. Chen's vision, he may have seen the future development prospects there and is paving the way. While helping some people, I am also paving the way for my future career. This is Mr. Chen's pattern. Wei Yin thought with admiration. Although Mr. Chun is much younger than him, he has great confidence in Mr. Chun. After listening to Wei Yan's words, Mei Yin lowered his head and fell in a deep thought. Mr. Chun simply did it for charity, and he agreed. After all, there are still many poor elderly people living in corner homes. But when Mr. Chin saw the future development prospects, he didn't understand it. For a long time, really confused, he raised his head and looked at Wei Yin. According to Jiangqing's current development policy, it is difficult to develop the east side of the city within 10 years, at least within these 10 years. Therefore, if you buy the unfinished building, there will be nothing in the short term. The prospects are promising. You don't understand this. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The current policy is that there will be no development policy within 10 years. But who knows whether there will be any changes in the future. Perhaps next year or the year after, the policy will change. This is all uncertain. Wei Yin shook his head lightly. Mei Yin was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered that the news about the development of Qingdong at that time was also very confirmed at that time. But in the end, didn't it suddenly change and develop other areas? Yes. Who knows if the policy will suddenly change in the future. Also, that is a community built by Mr. Chun. If it is built, I will definitely buy one. For no other reason than to live in peace of mind in the building built by Mr. Chun. Li Shen suddenly spoke. He didn't know before that Mr. Chun wanted to build real estate and enter the real estate industry. So much so that in June, he just bought a 90 square meter building. If I had known this, he didn't buy it so quickly, but it didn't have much impact. After Mr. Chen's building was built, he sold the house and bought a house in Mr. Chen's building. That's true. I will also buy a set when the time comes. Wu Yu echoed from the side. Why don't we all discuss it together and buy a house in Mr. Chen's building so that we can visit each other in the future? Fong Chong suggested. That's a good idea. Wei Yin nodded in agreement. There are too many shoddy buildings nowadays. It is safer to buy a property developed by Mr. Chen. Haha. Then we will just go up and down the stairs or be neighbors. Mei Yin looked at the managers at the table and thought. September 5th. Tomorrow group. Outside the building. Luo Xiao directed everyone to get in the car and then rushed to Jiangqing Airport. After a few days of preparation, the new movie has been prepared, and today is the day to set off for filming. Brother Xiao, I contacted the team, and it will arrive at the Film and Television City in Kyoto almost tonight. Jiang Shui sent a message that the new actors recruited by the Magic City Drama Academy have also boarded the plane and landed a little earlier than us. In the prop production, the props we need in the early stage of filming have been prepared, and it will not affect our filming after we go there. Other props will also be made and sent to our crew. Wang Bin came to Luo Xiao and spoke quickly. The motorcade set out in advance, carrying all the equipment needed for filming. After all, Mr. Chun had previously requested that all actors in future filmings would need to stay in hotels. And staying in a hotel requires moving equipment every day. So Mr. Chen still assigned several cars to carry the filming equipment and the actors living in the hotel. Well, what about the hotel? Luo Xiao nodded. The hotel has been booked long ago. Those who arrive at the hotel can directly say the name of the crew, and then take out their ID cards and someone will arrange it. Wang Bin spoke again. He had already contacted the hotel long ago. After all, this time it was not just one or two people staying, but the entire crew. Well, then let's go too. After Luo Xiao confirmed that nothing was missed, he got in the car, and Wang Bin sat on the other side. Tomorrow group. President's office. Chen Mo looked out the window quietly, unable to see. No. He left with 660 million. Chapter 471. Audacious. There can't be any more accidents this time. Chen Mo sighed in his heart. He has confirmed the script and has not changed it. The only change from before is that this time, Wang Bin, Jiang Shui, and other actors in The Legend of the Demons have become famous after The Legend of the Demons became popular. After the sci-fi movie is released this time, because of the fame of these people, some traffic may come out. So even if there is no publicity for the sci-fi movie shot this time, there will be some fans to go out and watch it. This is unavoidable. But if they're not allowed to shoot new movies, they may go to other crews to shoot, and then the salary is also a big source of income. Just like Wang Chong. He was directly spotted by a director and was directly given a salary of 4 million. If Jiang Shui, Su Tang, and others are like this, he will not have a lot of system funds. No matter what he does, no matter how he arranges, it does not meet his requirements, so it is better to let these people continue to shoot new movies. When the new movie is released, if it is a bad movie, it is very likely that the popularity of Wang Bin and others who have grown in The Legend of the Demons will drop instantly. If the movie loses money, it can also indirectly reduce the popularity of Wang Bin and others. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Chen Mo's mouth curled slightly and turned back to his desk. This time, he has changed his mindset for the science fiction movie and does not expect to lose all of it. As long as the movie is guaranteed to be a bad movie and has a box office revenue of 100 million or 200 million, he can still accept it. If the box office is 200 million, he can still lose more than 460 million, which is almost the revenue of Sangshui game for 3 months. Overall, it is still very good. Sitting at the desk, Chinamo took out a notebook and listed the several industries he currently owns. There are a total of 2 industries that have been abandoned. One is Sangshui game, and the other is Nanha Coffee. Sangshui game can bring him 160 million in revenue a month, and it is sustainable. Every month he has to find ways to spend money because of this income. This is the biggest trader, and the most important reason why Tomorrow Group can develop so fast. Then there is Nanha Coffee, an industry that was once highly expected, thinking that as more branches are opened, the losses will increase. He once calculated that if the loss continues, then when the coffee shop opens to 1,000, the monthly salary expenditure of employees alone will consume more than 100 million yuan. Add some other expenses. Basically, Nanha coffee alone can equal the income of Songshua Games. But I never expected that Songxia and Sudan would do so many things for him. Cat Cafe, Make Cafe, he tolerated them all. In the end, he even got me a pastry set meal and the recent charity, which directly turned Nanha coffee from loss to profit. It's really bold. Chen Mo took a deep breath, let his emotions slowly calm down, and then began to write down the names of several other companies in his notebook. Chongfeng Garment Factory, Pet Park, Boring Short Videos, Blue Films, BL Game Club, Baishu Law Firm, Unmanned Buildings. Looking at the company name on the paper, Chen Mo was a little dazed. Unknowingly, actually had so many industries. Among these industries, Chongfeng Clothing and Pet Park are the two industries that have been established for the longest time, especially Chongfeng Clothing, which is his first industry. Although it is the first industry, Chongfeng Clothing is still developing in the way he expected, without too much deviation. Nowadays, various workshops and factories in the industrial park are still under construction. According to the report given by Jiang Chung, it will take about half a year to complete the construction. After the factory is built, decoration is also a large amount of capital expenditure. And after the factory is built, a large number of employees will definitely be recruited. When the number of employees increases to a certain extent, the monthly salary of employees will be a large expense. And with the completion of the expansion of the factory, the daily water and electricity consumption and various consumables are also very much. This is his most perfect money-losing industry. There is also a pet park where he has invested a lot of money. According to the data report uploaded from there, the pet park will open in mid-September. Chen Mo glanced at the current date and found that there were only a few days left. Let's go and take a look. After all, there must be not many people willing to visit a pet park. If no one visits, Pang Tao will be very sad. It will be bad if he gives up the pet park out of frustration. It is necessary to encourage him when he goes there. Let the other party continue to work hard and lose more money. Losing money industries should be encouraged. And he suddenly discovered a problem. That is, the system's investment limit for pet parks has been increased from 5 million to 10 million. This is a good thing. It can consume more system funds. Looking at the two companies that opened earlier, they still maintain the state he expected. Chen Mo finally felt a little more comfortable. After all, the rebels are a minority, and most of them are still good babies. No, there is another rebel, that is Blue Film. However, after his careful adjustment, there are basically no accidents this time. The next one is Boring Short Video. There were also some episodes in this industry. That is, Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei were promoting Boring Short Video, but he found it later, which led to an increasing number of people watching Boring Short Video. But now he has recruited these two people into the company. Because of the company's system, they can't continue to promote. Without promotion, more users will not be attracted to Boring Short Video to watch. But because of the previous promotion, there are still many users, so the subject live broadcast can still have a considerable monthly revenue. However, at this time, Boring Short Video only has one subject live broadcast with revenue, which is not enough to support Boring Short Video's profitability. After all, Boring Short Video's expenditure is very huge. So overall, Boring Short Video is still in a loss-making state, and the impact is not great. Finally, there are BL Game Club, Baishu Law Firm, and Unmanned Architecture. Of these three companies, Unmanned Architecture is still in the registration stage, so it is not considered. BL Game Club and Baishu Law Firm were established not long ago, and there is no rebellion at present. In terms of income, there is no revenue, but in addition to the initial company site selection, renting, and decoration, a large amount of money was spent, and the current expenses are the company expenses of those employees, as well as some daily expenses and taxes. The overall consumption is not large. The law firm can no longer recruit 100 trainee lawyers, and there is no other place to expand expenses. However, there is still some room for operation on the BL Game Club side. Chapter 472 New Plan. Chinemo thought of the BL Game Club, and a good plan for spending money came to his mind. That is the script game competition. First, there must be a prize for holding a competition. In order to attract more people to participate in the competition, there is no problem with setting a higher prize for the competition. Not to mention more, Tinga Game Club has a prize of 1 million for the competition. So as a game developer, he must not be stingy with the prize for the competition. Adding a zero is always okay. And this is just a competition for the game, Extreme Survival. He still has the game, Tianlong. The Tinga Game Club has also held offline competitions for Tianlong. At present, the popularity of Tianlong is not as good as Extreme Survival. There must be no problem with a prize of 5 million for the competition. Now there are only 2 games, and each game can consume 15 million funds if it is held once. And this has not yet calculated the other expenses when holding the competition. For example, venue, computer, various props. And the venue involves his second spending plan. It is really troublesome to rent a venue every time you hold an event. It is better to find a place and build a competition base directly. In this way, you don't have to find a place, and you can hold the event directly at the competition base every time. Since it is a competition base, it must be held more luxuriously. Last time I saw the Tinga Game Club holding a competition, the contestants had only a simple small compartment to rest during the break of the game, which looked very crowded. Then his competition base must not be like this. Since the competition is held, everything must be complete and the room must be prepared. Maybe there will be a team coming in advance. If you rent a hotel, it must be very troublesome. So build some large lounges directly in the competition base. Each large lounge can be divided into several lounges, and the beds inside are decorated according to the hotel standards. Chunemo preset in his mind what this competition base will look like after it is built. If it is built according to his expectations, the funds consumed will be hundreds of millions. That's right. Building a tournament base can consume hundreds of millions of funds. Then there are the tournament prizes. There are 4 quarters a year for seasons and 4 games. There is no problem. The tournament prizes of the 2 games can consume a total of 60 million funds. Chunemo recorded the plan he had just envisioned directly in his spending manual. At present, most of his funds can be used for the unfinished building, so this spending plan will not be used in the short term. The tournament base is not needed at present, but holding a tournament can allow the BL Game Club to start preparing. The tournament can be held 4 times a year, and the sooner it is held, the sooner it will be spent. Then there is the Corner Pet Park. Since the additional investment amount has increased to 10 million, and the investment for this month has not been paid yet, I will ask the finance department to transfer the 10 million funds to the FUND account of the Corner Pet Park. When the pet park expands and recruits more employees, he will be able to consume more funds. Moreover, if the pet park is expanded, the number of pets will certainly increase, so the food and medical care of pets will also be a large amount of funds. Chunemo looked at the plans he listed and sat back in his chair with satisfaction. At present, because of the investment in the unfinished building, he does not have much pressure on spending money, and there is still nearly a year before the next settlement, so he does not need to be so urgent. The most important thing to do now is to maintain the existing industries and continue to move forward in the direction he expected. There is also the opening of more money-losing industries. Thinking of this, Chunemo picked up a pile of information on the side, which was the information submitted by the investment company that Shinro had just sent over. He flipped through it carefully and threw those investment plans aside speechlessly. These plans are still the same as before, without the slightest exaggeration, all too normal. It is a normal plan. The possibility of profit is also greater than the possibility of loss. In these plans, the amount of investment required is not very high. Even if there is a loss, it will not be much. This is very meaningless. With his current assets, he can invest in 10 or even 20 of these 2 plans. However, he will face a very big problem. That is, after all these industries are invested, because there are too many industries, he will have no way to control the development direction and trend of each industry. This will make many industries out of control, and it will also face greater uncertainty. If all these industries are loss-making, he will naturally be happy. But if all these industries are profitable, it will be very troublesome. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, part of it is profitable and part of it is loss-making. In that case, even if he loses, he will not lose much, and even if he makes a profit, it will not be much. After weighing the pros and cons, Chinemo finally made the decision that he would ignore all these small projects without a clear direction of losing money. If he wanted to invest, he would have to invest in a big one, a project that could lose a lot of money and had no direction of profit. But he also knew that such projects were hard to come by and needed to be found slowly. But how long has this investment company been established? It's too unreliable that it hasn't found a decent money-losing project. After thinking about it, he pressed the call bell on the side. Not long after, Shinro pushed open the door of the office compartment, walked in, and then came to the desk. "Mr. Chun, what do you want me to do?" Chinemo looked up at Shinro. "How do investment companies recruit investment projects? I found that the investment projects collected are too solidified, and there is no novelty at all." "Ah, solidified?" Shinro was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Mr. Chun wanted to say. She has also reviewed those investment plans. There are still several good projects. If you invest, it may not be 100% profitable, but there is still a possibility of 80% profit, and the plan of that plan is also relatively new. My solidification is not the newness or oldness of the plan, but the plan that makes people shine, unprecedented or very strange. I also know all the current plans. Some plans are indeed good, but they are not what I want. Isn't it often said on the ancient battlefield that a surprise attack will win? Then our business war is the same. I also need a surprise attack. Do you know? Chunemo talked for a long time, looking at Shinro, who was still confused, and waved his hand helplessly. I didn't intend to talk nonsense in my heart, and directly said the ultimate goal. The way we get investment plans now is too conventional, and it is difficult to find surprise attacks. You go and notify the people at the investment company and let them try their best to expand the way to get investment plans. For example, the simplest publicity method is to distribute flyers. Chapter 473, Tang Chio's application. "Okay, Mr. Chun." Shinro nodded in response, although she was confused. But she understood that this was not Mr. Chen's problem, but her lack of vision. Since her vision was not enough, she should not say anything more and just do it. Thinking in her heart, she turned around and left the office, rushing straight to the investment company downstairs. She wanted to pass on this order as soon as possible. Watching Shinro leave, Chinmo's mouth slightly raised. He believed that the current way for investment companies to obtain investment plans was too formal, so that the investment plans that could lose money at a glance could not reach investment companies at all. Then he would expand the ways to obtain investment plans, and he didn't believe that a good investment plan that would lose money could not be found. Bai Shu Law Firm. Tang Xiu looked at the already decorated firm and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. She never thought that one day she would have her own law firm. Even before the incident, she had never thought about it. And after the incident, she had never thought about it. After that incident, she also reflected on herself. As a lawyer, she should not have personal emotions. No matter who you are, you should have the right to defend yourself. She knew this when she became a lawyer, and she was determined to do so. But when the real thing happened to her, she found that she couldn't seem to be indifferent. A person who has been confirmed to be unforgivable appears in front of you, and you know the evil things he has done. The law firm has clearly asked you to take over this case. And you also know that with your ability, as long as you defend, the evil person will escape the blame. What will you choose? Continue to defend, help him escape the blame, and let him continue to be at large. The victim, however, cannot appeal his grievances. Or let the evil person be punished by law in the defense. She thought about it seriously, and no matter what choice she made, she would feel uncomfortable. Choosing to defend, she felt that she had violated her conscience. Every time she thought of a bad guy who was defending her and was at large, and there was a possibility that he would continue to do evil. But if she let him go in the defense, she would violate her duty as a lawyer. After a long period of thinking, Tang Xiu finally came to a conclusion that she seemed not suitable for the profession of lawyer. And just at this time, Mr. Chin suddenly appeared and asked her to be the company's legal affairs. After slowly getting in touch with him, she found that this job was very suitable. She would no longer face those evil people, so she would not consider whether to defend or not. She liked it very much, but she didn't expect that in the end, she would still return to the law firm. But the difference this time was that she was the head of this law firm. She had the right to make some decisions, such as those cases of people who had clear crimes their law firms would not take over. Tang Xiu sat in front of the decorated desk, looking at the application report on the computer, and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she pressed the send button. This application report applied for not taking over those criminal cases. Of course, she didn't expect too much. In her application, she just hoped not to take over those cases with big crimes, and those small crimes were not included. She had thought about this a long time ago, but hesitated for a long time and never applied. Looking at the law firm that has been renovated today, she knew it was time for her to apply. She had thought that if Mr. Chun rejected her application, she would apply to continue to return to Tomorrow Group as a legal affairs officer, even if the salary was reduced. Looking at the email that had been sent out, Tang Xiu leaned back in the chair with a relaxed look on her face. She knew that this idea was not suitable for being a qualified lawyer. But so what? She just didn't want those crimes to escape. If possible, she would rather be an unqualified lawyer. She just hoped that a bad person would have the punishment he deserved, and a grievance should have a place to be publicized. In her lawyer's code of conduct, bad people should not have the right to defend themselves. Of course, the premise is that they have been confirmed to be bad people. Although it is very abnormal, but this is what she thought. The office was silent. Tang Xiu sat back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling, wondering what he was thinking. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Tang Xiu came back to his senses, sat up straight, and looked towards the door, only to see a man push the door and walk in. Hello, Lawyer Tang. I'm Mei Yun. Mr. Chen wants me to register a construction company, and I'm here to ask you something today. Oh, hello, please sit down. Hearing this, Tang Xiu pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Since it was Mr. Chen's business, he naturally dared not neglect it. After a while, Tang Xiu looked at Mei Yun, who was sitting opposite him. That's the general process. If you still don't understand it, I'd better go and handle it. I won't bother Lawyer Tang. This is a task assigned to me by Mr. Chen. How can I bother you? Mei Yun waved his hand hurriedly, and then continued to speak. Lawyer Tang, I understand everything. I won't bother you anymore. I have to hurry up and handle it. Mr. Chun seems to be very anxious. As he said that, he stood up and walked out of the office. Tang Xiu stood up and sent Mei Yun to the door of the office. Looking at the lucky Mei Yun, a trace of depression flashed in his eyes. Before, she did all these jobs. After a while, he raised his head slowly and then directly sent a meeting message in the work group. After sitting for a while, he stood up and walked towards the meeting room. Entering the meeting room was full of people at this time. Looking at the many trainee lawyers sitting neatly, Tang Xiu slowly walked to the front of the meeting room. You have been interning here for a while. You all worked from home before, but now the law firm has been renovated, so you all need to come to work in the law firm in the future. I hope you all abide by the working hours. This is the first point I want to make. The second point is that after so many days of study and training, you should have a certain understanding of your legal knowledge. Here, you don't need to be omnipotent, at least for now. At present, I only need you to master one kind of legal knowledge. And during this period of time, you have also had a certain understanding of all legal knowledge, so you should also know which kind of law you like or which kind of law you are good at. Today, I want you to make a site selection, and then I hope you will recite the legal regulations carefully according to the law you choose, and check the relevant litigation cases. In short, you need to learn and improve yourself through your own methods. Of course, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. At the same time, after you make your choice, I will be assigned to different studios according to your different choices. And I will go to different studios to explain the corresponding legal knowledge in different time periods. Of course, after making a choice, your competition will begin. I will conduct an inspection from time to time. If you are unqualified, you will face the result of elimination at any time. and those who stay will receive a certain treatment improvement. Okay, that's all I said. You can make a choice. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, she sat down in the chair at the front of the conference room, quietly waiting for the choices of many interns in the conference room. In order to enable these interns to have the ability to stand on their own as soon as possible, she can only do this. Although the wolf nature is a bit cruel, this is how society is. There will be rewards only if you pay. If you want good treatment, then work hard to improve yourself. Chapter 474, Filming Regulations. Night. Kyoto. Sovereign Hotel. This is one of the closest hotels to the film and television city, and it is also the largest. In a lobby of the hotel, countless people gathered together and whispered to each other. Are all the people here? Luo Xiao turned to look at Wang Bin, who had just come back. Well, the filming crew and actors are all here. Wang Bin nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao turned to look at the people waiting in the hall and slowly raised the phone. Everyone, please be quiet. The sound instantly spread throughout the hall, and everyone who was still talking quietly in the hall fell silent and looked up at Luo Xiao, who was standing at the top of the hall. Luo Xiao saw that the hall gradually became quiet, and then he continued to speak. Now that all our Earth Arc crew members have arrived, we will have a startup ceremony tomorrow and then go straight into shooting the new movie. But before the opening ceremony, I need to say something now. First of all, for this shooting, we have new members in both the shooting team and the actor team, so I want to declare something before shooting. The first is the concept of time. After the shooting starts, the shooting process and time for the second day will be announced every night. Each department will have corresponding tasks. I hope everyone can work according to the schedule on time. Of course, if there are any special things or accidents during the process, you can communicate with the person in charge as soon as possible. The second point is the change in the shooting environment. I believe members who have participated in the filming of Demons know that the shooting environment of Demons can be said to be relatively good among all the filming crews. But the last time Mr. Chen came to inspect, he felt that our shooting environment was still not very good and made some changes to this. The last time the crew of Demons Conquering was filmed and accommodated inside the film and television city. But this time, Mr. Chun has issued an order. This time, all members of the crew will stay in the hotel where we are now. Hotel. We have already negotiated the hotel, and everyone can stay there until the filming of this movie is over. Every day, the shooting equipment will be transported back and forth by vehicles, and some larger equipment will be moved by corresponding laborers. You just need to do your own thing. Finally, there is the issue of shooting. For the new movie shooting, many new actors have been added. You all came from the Shanghai Theater Academy. You have gone through systematic acting teaching, but you have no shooting experience. So let me say something ugly up front. It's okay for you to have no shooting experience. I allow it here, and I also allow you to make mistakes because you have no shooting experience. But I only have one requirement here, and that is to be serious. I need you to take every shot seriously and strive for excellence. Some shots may be shot 10 times, 20 times, or even more because they are not perfect enough. I hope you will accept this process. The reason why Demons Conquering is so successful has a lot to do with our attitude towards filming. Okay, that's all I said. I hope everyone can keep it in mind. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and left the hotel lobby without waiting for the reaction of everyone in the lobby. Having just arrived in Kyoto, he still had many other things to deal with. Wang Bin glanced at everyone in the hall and quickly followed out. In the hotel lobby, there was a buzz of discussion in an instant with exclamation in the tone. Sister Shui, will we stay in this hotel for future filming? Several young men and women looked up at the layout of the hotel with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that the crew would provide such a good hotel to stay when they were filming. I heard from those seniors who have been on the crew and filmed that it was very hard to join the crew at the beginning. Both the accommodation environment and the shooting environment are very bad. After they joined the crew, they were already prepared to endure hardship. After all, if they want to be famous and become an excellent actor, how can they not endure hardship? So even though Jiang Shui and others said that the environment and atmosphere of filming on their crew were very good, they didn't take it seriously. In their minds, This good should be relative. It was probably just better than other crews, but now it seems that they were completely wrong. This is really good. Zhang Shui also stood there blankly, turning to look at Su Tang, who was standing aside. At this time, Su Tang also looked at her with shock in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The treatment for this shooting has been improved again. Sure enough, Mr. Chen's company is different. Other companies are thinking of ways to squeeze their employees, but Mr. Chen's company is thinking of ways to improve employees' welfare. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui turned to look at the alumni of the drama school behind her. Some of these people were familiar to her, and some were unfamiliar to her. However, as the person in charge here, she naturally had something to say. Everyone, please gather in my room soon. I have something to say. All the drama school alumni nodded. Not long after, in a room, Jiang Shui looked at the alumni who came over and organized her words a little. The main purpose of gathering everyone here tonight is to talk about some precautions for future filming. The first point is what Mr. Luo just said, that is the perfection of filming. There is no such thing as coping in our crew. Every scene needs to be refined. If there are some flaws, it may be refilmed. I hope you have some mental preparation for this. Don't think that you have learned some professional performances in school and there will be no problems in acting. When you shoot, you will find that you have many shortcomings. Everyone has shortcomings, but I hope that after you know your shortcomings, you can correct and improve as soon as possible. Also, I hope everyone will not be impatient during the reshoots. The second point is about memorizing the script. I don't need you to memorize all the lines in your script right away. Every night, the next day's shooting plot will be issued. You must at least remember the lines for the next day's shooting plot, and don't let the lines affect the shooting progress. Another point is that if you perform well, you can join Blue Film and Television, and then you will sign the same contract as me. Zhang Shui described the shooting in detail in the room. The students from the Drama Academy, standing in the room, listened humbly. They were not fools and knew that it was very rare to participate in the filming of this time. After all, students from other drama academies, even if they can join the crew after graduation, will not have any important roles. But it's different here. Each of them has a certain role. Such a rare opportunity. How could they not cherish it? And finally, joining Blue Film was what they needed. After all, with a film and television company to support them, they don't have to worry too much about not having movies to shoot in the future. Just like Jiang Shui and others, after joining Blue Film. After shooting a movie, they can shoot the second movie. And Jiang Shui played a supporting role last time, but this time she played the leading role directly. They naturally hope that such a good thing will happen to them. Chapter 475, your application is too conservative. In another hotel room, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were sitting at a small round table. Brother Xiao, the cinema wants to extend the time the movie is off the shelves, which is a good thing. Wang Bin looked up at Luo Xiao. Just today, several cinemas called and expressed their desire to extend the time the movie was off the shelves. Now the box office revenue of The Legend of the Demons is as high as more than 100 million yuan a day. If the time of taking off the shelves is extended by 1 day, the box office revenue of The Legend of the Demons will increase by more than 100 million yuan. And the extension is definitely more than 1 day. Normally, the extension of a movie takes at least half a month. And half a month is enough for The Legend of the Demons to increase the box office revenue by more than 1 billion yuan. Yes, this is a good thing. It's late today. Such good news can only be notified to Mr. Chen tomorrow. Luo Xiao also had a smile on his face. Now the box office of The Legend of the Demons has reached more than 1.5 billion yuan, and it is inevitable that the normal movie will exceed 2 billion yuan. Now if the time of taking off the shelves is extended again, then the box office of The Legend of the Demons this time will be at least more than 3 billion yuan. More than 3 billion box office. This is something he had never thought about before filming The Legend of the Demons. At the beginning, he just wanted to make a good movie and ensure that the movie would not lose money. But he didn't expect that The Legend of the Demons would become a hit. But it's okay. It's also worthy of Mr. Chen's trust in him. Well, then let's notify Mr. Chen tomorrow. I'm sure Mr. Chen will be very happy. Wang Bin nodded, and then continued to speak. By the way, Brother Xiao, have those film and television platforms come to you to discuss the authorization after the movie is removed from the shelves? He suddenly thought of the call he received from the head of a film and television platform today. There is this, but they gave 3 signing models and I haven't made a decision yet. At present, The Legend of the Demons has not been removed from the shelves. Even if it is removed from the shelves, it will take a month to be put on the shelves on the film and television platform. So I'm not in a hurry about this. I can wait slowly. It's not too late to talk slowly after The Legend of the Demons is removed from the shelves. Luo Xiao said lightly. For a hit movie, the least worry is that no film and television platform wants it. Just like now, before he even looks for a film and television platform, many people from the film and television platform will actively look for him. After all, if a hit movie is released on a film and television platform, it will definitely bring a lot of traffic to the film and television platform. No film and television platform will sit still. Moreover, these film platforms are in a competitive relationship, and they don't want The Legend of the Demons to be snatched away by other film platforms. Once there is such competition, the price will naturally continue to increase during their competition. Well, it's really not a big rush. Just like an auction, let them compete with each other, and we just wait for the highest price. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. That's right. Luo Xiao smiled slightly. Let's not talk about this for now. We still need to connect the process of tomorrow's opening ceremony, and tomorrow's personnel must also make a detailed arrangement. I know this. This is a simple schedule I made. Wang Bin said, took out a booklet and handed it to Luo Xiao. The next day, in the morning, tomorrow group president's office. Mr. Chun, do you have any plans? Tang Xiu sat down at the desk with some trepidation. She had just sent the application for the law firm yesterday afternoon, and Mr. Chen called her over today. It is very likely that it is the matter she applied for yesterday. Although she had been mentally prepared when she sent the application, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. She didn't know how Mr. Chen would choose. If Mr. Chen opposed her application, she would understand. After all, a normal law firm would not have the kind of idea she had. She was actually not suitable to be a lawyer. But she couldn't help but have some expectations in her heart, hoping that Mr. Chen would agree to her application. There are some things. I have read the application you sent yesterday. I called you here today to talk about this matter. Chinemo looked at Tang Xiu sitting at the desk and spoke slowly. Sure enough, Tang Xiu secretly thought that she was right. Mr. Chen called her over to talk about the matter she applied for yesterday. While thinking, Mr. Chen spoke again. I've read your application carefully, and I think it's a little inappropriate. I know, Mr. Chen. Tang Xiu couldn't help but feel a little depressed when she heard Mr. Chen's answer. It's good that you know. I don't think your application is bold enough or extreme enough. Chinemo smiled slightly. Not bold enough, not extreme enough? Tang Xiu was slightly stunned, and for a moment she didn't know what Mr. Chen meant by this. Yes, it's not bold enough. I can see that you are very kind and want to help the victims, but your application is too conservative. Be a good person to the end and send the Buddha to the West. Tang Xiu listened to Mr. Chen's words, and the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. No matter how she listened, she felt that Mr. Chen was not denying her plan. She was confused and couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Chen, you don't object to my application? Oppose. Why should I object? Chen Mo looked at Tang Xiu with a puzzled look, and then continued. I think your plan is very good, but the only problem is that it is too conservative. Since you choose to help the righteous one, the victim, why only refuse to help those who have made major mistakes? This is obviously unreasonable. Since you want to refuse, then refuse all the parties who have made mistakes. Making a big mistake is a mistake, so making a small mistake is not a mistake. Obviously, it cannot be concluded like this. Then, Mr. Chen, what should I do? Tang Xiu looked at Mr. Chen hesitantly. She had a little guess, but she was not sure. The method is very simple. That is to refuse all the wrong parties. For example, in a divorce, a man is domestic violence. Such a person will not be accepted by the law firm. There are also bosses who delay employees' wages. Such bosses will not be accepted. All lawyer applications from the wrong parties are rejected. Chenmo said seriously. When he saw Tang Xiu's application yesterday, He thought of this decision instantly. The law firm's selective reception of clients has undoubtedly reduced the number of clients by half. If the number of clients is reduced, the law firm's income will be reduced. What a good decision. And doing so will not cause any harm. We just selectively accept orders. We can't handle your order. Isn't this normal? Besides, the people he helps are also victims, which is what he wants to see. Chapter 476. Don't forget your original intention. Mr. Chun, do you really want to do this? Tang Xiu looked at Mr. Chun in disbelief. She thought her idea was outrageous enough. It didn't conform to the norms of the legal profession at all. But she didn't expect Mr. Chin's idea to be even more extreme. He didn't even accept any cases of people who made mistakes. In this case, the law firm can only take over the cases of the victim completely. In this case, even if the law firm can really accept cases normally, I'm afraid the number of orders will not be many. She really hopes so, but doing so will damage the interests of the law firm too much. So when submitting the application, she deliberately kept it a little conservative. But she didn't expect that after Mr. Chen saw her application, it was exactly the same as her original idea. This made her a little excited and a little incredible. It turns out that Mr. Chen is the same person as her. Think about it. Since Mr. Chen established the Tomorrow Group, how many public welfare things has he done? Help orphanages, help the elderly and children in poor mountainous areas, and stray cats and dogs. Even the current Nana Coffee has placed love chairs and love water dispensers at the entrance of the coffee shop. All of this is to say that Mr. Chun is a very loving and kind person. Then the matter of the law firm. I think it is the same. Mr. Chun also wants to help the real victims. Yes, the content of your application is very good. Just do it according to my idea just now. Chun Mo looked at Tang Xiu with encouragement. At this time, he suddenly realized that Tang Xiu is also a talent. Even though he has never been a lawyer, he has also learned from TV that everyone has the right to defend themselves. And the application sent by Tang Xiu obviously violated the code of conduct of lawyers. This is an unqualified lawyer. Not bad. Not bad. Such an unqualified lawyer goes to manage a law firm. How can the law firm not pay money? He really did not make a mistake. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will do it truthfully. Tang Xiu nodded with gratitude. She felt that she had finally met a mentor. I didn't expect that Mr. Chun would support her so much for such an unrealistic idea. Well, go ahead. Chun Mo waved his hand and watched Tang Xiu leave. Now Baishu Law Firm is still in the training stage for new employees. It will take at least 1 to 2 years to accept cases. So even if the current policy is implemented, there will be no changes at present. But when the law firm can accept cases, this policy can play a big role. Chun Mo thought secretly in his heart that no matter what, as long as this policy is implemented, the foundation of the law firm has been laid. No matter what the business capabilities of the law firm are in the future. At least there are certain restrictions in this aspect of business. And with Tang Xiu's reputation in the legal community, the law firm's order acceptance rate may have to be reduced. Very good. He doesn't need to worry about the affairs of the law firm in the past 1 or 2 years. With Tang Xiu as a talent, he can let him do it without worrying. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair easily. Buzz! The mobile phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Chun Mo sat up and picked up his phone to take a look. He found that it was Luo Xiao who called. Luo Xiao. Didn't he just leave for filming yesterday? Chen Montauk was confused. He wondered if Luo Xiao called at this time. What was going on? He answered the phone. Soon, Luo Xiao's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chun, there is good news to report. Hearing the suppressed, excited voice, Chun Mo couldn't help but tense up. After so long, he had contact with those employees. What he feared most now was good news. Good things in the eyes of these employees. Then for him, it was definitely not a good thing. His lips moved slightly, and he spoke with some difficulty. What good things? It's like this, Mr. Chun. Just yesterday, several theaters called and said they wanted to extend the time for the movie to be taken off the shelves. This is a great thing. Extend the time for the movie to be taken off the shelves. Hearing such news, Chun Mo's head buzzed instantly. For example, the daily box office revenue of The Legend of the Demon King has reached more than 100 million. Such income has made him a little overwhelmed. They even have to extend the time for the movie to be removed from the shelves. Wouldn't that mean they have to make a lot more money? Let's not count too much. Even if it's extended for half a month, it will be more than 1 billion yuan in funds. As long as the more than 1 billion yuan is earned, no matter how luxurious he makes the unfinished building, it is estimated that he won't be able to spend it. Chun Mo rubbed his aching head, and his voice was a little hoarse for some reason. That! Has the extension of the movie's removal been decided? No, the cinema just called yesterday and explained its intention. But as long as we nod and sign a contract to extend the removal, then this matter is basically settled. Luo Xiao just thought that Mr. Chin was worried that the extension of the removal was not safe, so he explained. Hasn't he nodded yet? Chun Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his eyes showed a thoughtful expression, and then he cleared his throat. Extending the removal of the film is not well thought out. Any questions, Mr. Chun? Luo Xiao's face straightened, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It's not a big problem, but it is related to the ultimate goal of our blue film and television. What did you say is the reason why the theater wants to extend the removal of the film? It's nothing more than 2 words, that is making money. And what about our blue film and television? Chun Mo paused when he said this. Isn't it making money? Luo Xiao spoke with some doubts. In this era of commercial films, which movie's ultimate goal is not to make money. Hearing the 2 words of making money, Chun Mo's mouth twitched, making money. What he hated most was making money. Your idea is outrageous. I thought you had already made a movie and understood the ultimate purpose of my establishment of Blue Film, but I didn't expect that you still didn't understand. I established Blue Film and invested in filming movies. The most important thing is to convey value, a positive value. You can be funny and bring joy to the audience, or you can shoot love to let the audience understand the ups and downs of love. You can also shoot war to let everyone know the cruelty of war and the hard-won peace. You can shoot a lot of things as long as you convey one of the values. Since I want to convey this value, it is naturally best to let more people watch it as soon as possible. As for the money you mentioned, isn't it enough to make money now? Remember, don't be too greedy. Otherwise, you will become a slave to money. Don't forget your original intention, and you will succeed. Chapter 477 Rehearsal. Only by never forgetting your original intention can you achieve success. Luo Xiao's spirit was shaken, and these words made his soul seem to be sublimated. Yes, after all, you can never make enough money. At this moment, the image of Mr. Chun in his mind suddenly became taller. Then Mr. Chun, I will contact the people in those theaters later and refuse to extend the removal of the movie. Luo Xiao spoke quickly. That's right. Demons Conquering has made enough money. The top priority right now is to get the movie released on film and television platforms as soon as possible, so that more people will watch it and we can deliver more value. When Chun Mo heard Luo Xiao's answer, he nodded with satisfaction. After a period of random fabrication, he finally killed an opportunity to make a large amount of money. After hanging up the phone, the whole person sat back on the seat with some luck. How dangerous! Accidentally, I almost made more than 1 billion. Kyoto, in the film and television city. Luo Xiao hung up the phone with emotion on his face. What did Mr. Chin say? Wangbin looked curiously at Luo Xiao, who had hung up the phone. Mr. Chin refused to extend the removal of the movie. Luo Xiao looked up at the sky. At this moment, he felt that his thoughts were really far different from Mr. Chin's. Mr. Chin refused to extend the film's removal. Why? Woman looked puzzled. As long as the movie is removed from the shelves, it will at least earn more than 1 billion in box office revenue. I'll tell you about this when I get back tonight, but the removal has basically been decided. Luo Xiao patted Wang Bin on the shoulder and then walked forward. Corner Pet Park. Mr. Peng, the first batch of catwalk pets are all here. After simple training, they can already walk on the stage according to the required training. Zhou Feng quickly came to Peng Tao's side, pointed at the pets in the distance, and spoke slowly. At this time, the pets in the distance were all wearing various clothes. Some were funny, some were cute, some were aloof. As a pet trainer, training some basic walking paths is not very easy. Moreover, at the beginning of the pet fashion show, These pets did not walk by themselves, but were pulled by people. After all, when the park opens, there may be many spectators watching the pet fashion show. In order to ensure the safety of those spectators, those pets need to be leashed. Pang Tao looked at those well-behaved pets and nodded slightly. Yes, you can rehearse according to the catwalk procedure on the first day. And let's all take a look. Okay, Mr. Pang. Zhou Feng quickly turned around and left, running towards the back of the pet show stage. Little girl, today's rehearsal of the pet fashion show cannot be broadcast live. See Zhou Feng leaving. Pang Tao turned to look at Du Xiao, who was standing aside. The corner pet park was not open yet, and the pet fashion show was also a major selling point. If it is broadcast live now, there will be less surprises when the pet park opens. So he doesn't want this pet fashion show to be exposed before the park opens. Mr. Pang, don't worry, I still understand this. Ever since she came to the pet park to visit the live broadcast some time ago, she has never gone back. After all, this pet park will open on September 15th, and she is live broadcasting here. In this case, there was no need for her to go back and forth in the past few days, and she simply stayed in Jiangxing. Certainly, another reason for her to stay was that the person in charge of Hood to Live gave her a call. He asked her to promote this corner pet park, and the previous signing fee on the platform and the share of gifts in the live broadcast room were all increased for him. This shocked her very much. You must know that she is already a very high-ranking anchor on the platform, and the signing fee and gift sharing in the live broadcast room are already very high. It is very difficult to improve further. She didn't know why, but the next day he saw that the popular anchors on Hood to Live were promoting the corner pet park. There was already a hint of guessing in my mind. Previously, Hood Alive had collectively promoted the story of subduing demons, and now they are collectively promoting the corner pet park. The only connection between the two is that they are both companies under the Tomorrow Group. Hood Alive Broadcast has helped Tomorrow Group in this way. Obviously, Hood to Live and Tomorrow Group have some connections. But she took the initiative to promote the corner pet park, which made the person in charge of Hood Alive Broadcast very satisfied. That's why she was given a higher salary. That should be it. Du Xiaoxin thought truthfully and turned to look at Pang Tao. Mr. Pang, I want to take some photos of the pet fashion show for publicity. I guess I didn't ask. That's okay, but your pet's fashion shouldn't reveal too much. Pang Tao nodded. Taking photos for promotion will definitely be very effective. Don't worry, Mr. Pang, I know this well. While the two were talking, a group of pets had already walked out of the pet stage in front of them. Seeing this, Du Xiao hurried to the pet stage, picked up her phone, and looked for a suitable angle to take pictures. This photo is not only for her own promotion, but also for Hood to Live and other anchors to promote. Time passed, and soon it was mid-September. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo looked at the final box office revenue of The Legend of the Demons submitted by Blue Film Films and sat back in his chair with some fatigue, looking at the system panel in his mind. At this time, the system funds displayed on it are 1.77 billion. About 1.6 billion of this fund is the box office revenue of The Legend of the Demons, and about 800 million of the box office revenue has been invested in the apartment and the new movie. So the total box office revenue he got is about 2.4 billion, which is the income after paying taxes and the theater share. The real total box office revenue is more than 3 billion, 1.77 billion. Chinemo looked at the system funds, shook his head helplessly, and was somewhat relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he stopped The Legend of the Demons from being removed from the shelves for a longer period, otherwise, he might have to spend more than 1 billion yuan. Now, the 1.77 billion system funds, minus the group's employee salaries, taxes, and daily expenses. The remaining system funds are about 1.7 billion, and this 1.7 billion can almost be invested in the construction of unfinished buildings. Fortunately, he found a good way to spend money. Otherwise, he really didn't know what industry to invest in with this 1.7 billion funds. After all, there are many industries that can invest 1.7 billion, but it is difficult to find industries that can invest 1.7 billion and then not guarantee profits. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Chun Mo looked up and saw that the door of the office was gently opened. Mayun walked in slowly. Chapter 478. Your plan needs to be changed. Mr. Chun. Mayun walked to the desk and said hello respectfully. Yeah, sit down. Chunemo looked at Mayun, who came in, and pointed to the seat in front of the desk. Tell me how things are going in the unfinished building. Mr. Chun, the Unmanned Construction Company Limited has been registered and the company's location has been decided. The decoration matter has been discussed with Wang Yang. After the company's location is secured, Wang Yang, you can go over immediately to take measurements, and the design will be produced as quickly as possible, and then the decoration will be carried out. As for the unfinished building, I have made a detailed report. You can take a look. Mayun quickly recounted the tasks assigned by Mr. Chun before, then took out a report from his arms and handed it over. Chun Mo nodded slowly while listening to Mayun's story and reached out to take the report. Hold it in your hand and look through it casually. The content of the report is very detailed. Basically, how to take over the unfinished building into your own hands, what procedures need to be completed, and how to continue the construction of the unfinished building after completing it. According to the information provided by Mayun, there are a total of 10 unfinished buildings in this area, and some unfinished buildings have been half-built. It is completely possible to continue building on the original building. This saves time and some money. Chun Mo frowned slightly when he looked at this content. Save money. This is the last thing he wants to see. He has to spend money to take over this unfinished building. If you terminate the contract for me, where will I spend the money? After complaining slightly, it fell to the budget at the end. Wait until you see the price above the budget. Chun Mo's brows that had relaxed a moment ago frowned again. Taking over an unfinished building, the budget was only 700 million. This is simply a far cry from the 1.7 billion he wants to spend. Mr. Chun, is there any problem? Mayun looked at Mr. Chin's frown and couldn't help but feel worried. Of course there is a problem. Chun Mo looked up at Mayun and thought to himself, your plan will save me 1 billion yuan. Is there any problem? If you have any questions, Mr. Chun, please tell me and I'll go back and make changes. Mayun spoke quickly. When he came here, he did not expect that his plan would be approved by Mr. Chun in one go, and he was already ready to make changes. Chun Mo looked at Mayun's humbly accepting look and nodded slightly. Is this the attitude he needs from his employees? There are many things that need to be changed in your plan. The first point is the issue of how to deal with the unfinished building. You are planning to take over the construction of the unfinished building and continue the construction. I don't agree with this. After all, we don't know the construction quality of previous projects, and the most important thing to build a building is a foundation. But when we build a building, we don't even lay the foundation. Do you believe the quality of this building? Mr. Chen, what do you mean? When Mayun heard Mr. Chen's words, she already had a suspicion in her heart. Instead of trusting others, we should trust ourselves. Since we are building a building, we must build a building that is completely built by ourselves so that we can rest assured. Chun Mo directly expressed his thoughts. If this is the case, Mr. Chun, the budget may need to be increased a lot. It is estimated that it will require about 800 million yuan. What about the budget? You don't have to think about it. It's just settled. All the previous buildings will be knocked down and rebuilt. Mr. Chun, in addition to budget matters, there are some other matters. We have also discussed before that nearly 100 houses have been pre-sold in this unfinished building. After we take over, we will naturally take over the 100 houses budgeted for. But if it is pushed to the reconstruction, the layout of the units will change. If there are changes, how should we communicate with those household heads? Mayun looked embarrassed. In fact, the biggest trouble with unfinished buildings is the owners who have already purchased pre-sale houses. Those household heads all spent money, some even their entire life savings. Before, there was no place where I could ask for an explanation. Now that this unfinished building has been taken over by Mr. Chun, those people will definitely come over and ask for an explanation as soon as they hear the news. If some extreme people do something irrational, who knows whether it will cause irreversible consequences? Therefore, if the heads of households do not give a proper explanation for how to deal with it, even if the situation is stabilized now, many troublesome things will happen during the reconstruction of the real estate in the future. For example, In the middle of your project, those people come to the construction site to cause trouble. How should you deal with it? Even if it is handled well, it will delay the progress of the project. This is easy to handle. When Chun Mo heard Mei Yun's concerns, he smiled indifferently. What are the prices of those 100 pre-sold buildings? 70 million. Mei Yun replied, not knowing why Mr. Chen asked this. Then we will spend 70 million and return the money they spent to buy a house to them. Chun Mo said matter-of-factly. It is impossible for him to build the previous apartment types in the current buildings, so there is no way to provide houses to those people. In that case, just give them money. How much money they spent to buy the house should be paid back to them. If they want to buy another house with this money, then they can buy another house and do whatever they want. However, in this process, those who took out loans to buy houses still lost money, including the interest paid on their mortgages over the past few years. But that's not something he could take care of. If you pay interest, you won't get the entire house payment. For these two locations, he believed that those people would make the right choice as long as they were not stupid. And now that house prices are falling, coupled with the lack of development in the east side of the city, house prices have fallen even more. When they first purchased the house, they paid a premium. If calculated this way, even if the property they originally purchased was not unfinished, they would still be losing money, even much more than the interest loss. So, if we really calculate carefully, no one can tell whether these people have lost money or made money. Pay back the money? Mei Yun was stunned. He did not expect that Mr. Chun would make this decision. If he did, Mr. Chun would suffer even more losses. If those people buy a house for 600,000 yuan, and if they are given a house, the real cost of the house is estimated to be around 40 to 50 yuan, or even lower. But if you pay back the money, it will actually cost 600,000. That's right, just pay back the money. I have my own ideas about the construction of unfinished buildings, so I can't give those people houses. Paying back the money is the best option. Chun Mo looked up at Mei Yun and immediately made this decision. I know, Mr. Chen. Are there any other problems in this plan? Mei Yun nodded and wrote down Mr. Chen's request just now. Of course there is. It's a matter of budgeting for your unfinished building. Chun Mo really spoke. What he said before was just a small fuss, and now he's getting down to business. Is the budget a bit too high? Mr. Chun, I estimate the price based on a mid-range design. If it is too high, the budget can still be reduced. Mei Yun spoke quickly. Chapter 479 High-End Community Plan. No. Chun Mo looked at Mei Yun and slowly shook his head. It's not that the budget is too much, it's that the budget is too little. How can the community I want to build be mid-range? It must be high-end. The capital of 700 million is too small and is not enough to build a high-end real estate. With such a small budget, how could he consume all his system funds in one fell swoop? I don't know. What is Mr. Chen's budget? After listening to Mr. Chen's words, Mei Yun asked curiously. 1.7 billion. Chun Mo spoke softly. 1.7 billion. Mei Yun couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard this. The increase from 700 million to 1.7 billion was such a high span that he had never expected. But he quickly reacted and looked up at Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, even if you build a high-end community, you won't need 1.7 billion in funds. He had roughly estimated the budget for building a high-end community before. According to the current construction standards of major developers, 1 billion yuan would be enough. No, the high-end I am talking about is different from the high-end you are talking about. I want the best of the high-end. It is different from the common high-end you mentioned. I want to build a unique community, and I don't need to say much about the construction materials. I must use high-end construction materials, and there is no need to cut corners. In the construction of this community, what I want is not to save money but safety and quality. The stronger the foundation, the better. I use the strongest steel bars, cement, and masonry during construction. Chun Mo tapped his fingers lightly and recounted his plan in detail. He had already thought about these things before. Mei Yun nodded slightly when he heard Mr. Chen's story, but his eyes were still slightly confused. Mr. Chun, if these are just the requirements, the 1.7 billion system funds may not be used. I'm not done yet. Chun Mo glanced at Mei Yun, who interrupted him. Upon seeing this, Mei Yun quickly shut up and remained quiet. The above are just requirements for construction quality and are also the most basic requirements. What follows is the focus. That's the layout of the community. Now this unfinished building is expected to have a total of 10 buildings. I think it is a bit too dense. So, the new building construction will be changed to 8 buildings, so that the distance between the buildings is much bigger, and some lighting problems on the ground floor can also be solved. And with the extra space, other facilities can be built, such as residential communities, which provide some entertainment facilities, fitness equipment, basketball courts, badminton courts, children's playgrounds, swimming pools, etc. Let's just build a community building and put all the entertainment venues into this community building. There is also the greening of the community. We must ensure that the greening rate is above 70%. Moreover, this greening does not just require a few lawns and trees. You need to find a professional landscaping designer and let the designer carry out the greening. Professional design will do. Chinemo spoke slowly. The change from 10 buildings to 8 buildings was a precautionary measure because he was worried that the building he built would catch fire in the future. Although the possibility of a fire is unlikely. After all, after it is built according to his requirements, the housing prices for sale in the future will definitely be very high. In an undeveloped area, coupled with the high housing prices, the greening of the community and the quality of the construction must not be publicized. This fundamentally makes it impossible for those grassroots employees in society to buy a house here, and rich people will not even think about buying a house here without knowing the construction quality of this building. But don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the eventuality. If this community really becomes popular one day, the loss of 2 buildings can also reduce some income. Not listening to Mr. Chen's story, a hint of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. If it is built like this community can be said to be high-end among high-end, but it still seems that it will not use 1.7 billion in capital. Is it just an extra community building and greenery? I was thinking in my mind, but didn't ask because at this time Mr. Chun had already started talking again. There is also the layout of the units. The ground area of a building here is about 500 square meters, with 2 staircases and 4 units, 1 large unit and 1 small unit. I think this does not meet the requirements of a high-end residential community and must be changed. For households on 2 stairs will be changed to 2 households on 2 stairs. The house area of each household is about 200 square meters. And since it is a high-end community, our decoration must be high-end, ensuring that after the owner buys the house, he can move in with his bags. And the decoration cannot be like other finely decorated properties. The decoration of those properties only has one decoration style for each unit, just like copying and pasting. There is no independent personality, so this is not what I need. In these 8 buildings, each room needs to have a different decoration style, and the decoration materials and furniture must be of good quality. Well, you and Wang Yang should discuss the decoration matter. After all, this is also a big project. The decoration design of the 8 buildings also requires him to prepare in advance. After the buildings are completed, you can decorate it directly according to his decoration design. The last thing is the height of the floors. 35 floors is too high. 25 floors is more appropriate. Don't build it that high. There are also property matters. Since it is a high-end community, I am not worried about other properties. We need to set up our own property and create a high-quality and high-service property team. Chun Mo picked up the water glass beside him and took a slow sip, his eyes falling on Mei Yun, who was sitting across from the desk. That's about it. I will transfer the 1.7 billion system funds directly to the construction company's account. As for how to distribute it, that is your business. My only request is not to save money. The high-end community must look like a high-end community. If the funds are not enough, you can come and report at any time, and the group will make appropriate additional investment. I understand, Mr. Chun. Mei Yin nodded absently. In his mind, he was still recalling Mr. Chen's requirements for the construction of the high-end community, especially the final decoration. It is required that each room be decorated in a different style. This was the first time he heard such a decoration request. It was too extravagant. After a while, Mei Yun gradually came back to her senses. Her throat squirmed twice, and she slowly spoke. Mr. Chun, if the community is so high-end, how should the housing prices be priced? He is now worried about how much such a high-end community will be priced. After all, 1.7 billion has been invested. 8 buildings, 1 staircase, and 2 units, 25 floors. There are 400 households in total. Then at least one house has to be sold for 4.5 million to recover the capital. In other words, it takes 1 square meter. With this price and this location, will anyone really buy it? Chapter 480 Wei Yan's Thoughts. The price of the house should be 50,000 yuan per square meter. There should be some fluctuations for different floors. Chinemo said calmly. Since he couldn't sell it in a hurry, he must set the price higher. He originally wanted to set a heavenly level, but the system simply did not allow him to do that. The price of around 50,000 is already the highest price range allowed by the system. He also found out that the house prices nearby were around 6,000, and the rooms there were basically outstanding. I'm afraid no one would be willing to buy them. 50,000 and 1 square meter. Mei Yun was stunned for a moment and made a simple calculation in his mind. A house of more than 200 square meters costs 50,000 yuan per square meter. The price of that house is more than 10 million yuan. Will anyone really buy this? Mei Yun thought to himself, but then he thought about it. If it is really built as Mr. Chen said, selling it for 50,000 yuan per square meter seems to be very reasonable. At least in terms of quality, it is very reassuring. If it is really built, family members can buy 1 or 2 units here. It seems to be pretty good if you live on your own and raise it in the future. Any questions? Chinemo asked in confusion when he saw Mei Yun making a sound of surprise. It's no problem, Mr. Chen. Mei Yun hurriedly spoke. Since there is no problem, go ahead and apply for it as soon as possible. The funds will be transferred to the company's account soon. Chinemo sat back on his seat and waved. Okay, Mr. Chen. Mei Yun walked out of the office quickly, glanced at the time, and found that it was almost noon. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she thought of the food she had eaten in the company cafeteria in the morning. Those meals can only be eaten in star-rated hotels. But he can't usually go to a star-rated hotel to eat every day. The employees of the Tomorrow Group are really lucky because they can eat at the level of a star-rated hotel every day. Mei Yun sighed in his heart. Since it's almost 12 o'clock, I'll stop by the canteen tomorrow to have lunch. Thinking in my heart, after getting off the elevator, we walked straight towards the Tomorrow cafeteria. Enter the cafeteria. At this time, there are still 10 minutes until 12 o'clock, so there are no employees in the canteen yet. He skillfully took out the sterilized plate, ordered a meal, and casually found a table to sit down at. After a few minutes, there was a movement at the door of the canteen, and 4 or 5 figures were seen walking in from the door. Mei Yun took a look and saw that they were several managers from a company owned by the Tomorrow Group. The last time he ate here, they had chatted with each other. They were all very nice and enthusiastic. Before long, after finishing their meals, several people noticed his presence and came over. This time, I should call you Manager Mei. Li Xin took the dinner plate and sat opposite Mei Yun. At the same time, Wei Yin, Feng Chong, and the others also sat not far away and said hello by the way. It's Mr. Chen who's still showing off his love. Please bear with me in the future. Mei Yin said politely. Since the construction company was registered, he became the manager of the construction company. The next day, he was pulled into a group. After observation, he knew that the people in this group were managers of various companies under the Tomorrow Group. You're welcome. As managers of Tomorrow Group, we should help each other. Wei Yin smiled and spoke slowly. That is, our Tomorrow Group does not advocate intrigues. Everyone needs to help each other and create a good working environment for the Tomorrow Group. Wu Yu echoed from the side. By the way, after the construction company is registered, it's time to make preparations and start construction. Wei Yin asked. Well, it's basically settled. I need to go through some formalities before we can start construction. Mei Yin swallowed a mouthful of rice and spoke calmly. The formalities were very easy to deal with. It was an unfinished building that no one wanted to take over. Now he took over. In terms of procedures, no one would get in the way of his process. There will even be people who help him specifically to help him complete the procedures more smoothly. When he learned about these things in the unfinished building in the past, people there had already revealed such news. so he didn't have any worries when it came to handling the procedures. That's it. Didn't we say it last time? If it's Mr. Chin's real estate, we will definitely support it. When the real estate is launched, remember to notify us. When the time comes, I will buy one. If you live in a property invested by Mr. Chun, there will definitely be no problems in terms of quality. You can rest assured. Wei Yin smiled and spoke. It has been 7 years since he bought his house, and now it is time to change it. After all, his income has increased a lot now. His wife has already joined the Tomorrow Group when she was young, and is currently working as a clerical worker. After several salary increases, plus various welfare subsidies, she earns about 10,000 yuan per month. The current combined salary of the two of them is more than 40,000 yuan a month. This does not include rewards from occasional activities. For example, every quarterly sports meeting he and his wife participate in, and they will earn about 20,000 yuan. Then there are annual project bonuses, 13 gold medals, year-end bonuses, and other rewards. Now they can't spend this money at all, so they might as well take some of it out to improve their quality of life. Mei Yin paused when he heard Wei Yan's words, and thought of the price of the community built by Mr. Chun, and slowly looked up at Wei Yin. Mr. Wei, you said you want to buy the house built by Mr. Chun. Yes. Wei Yin nodded. I think you should think about this matter again. Mei Yin moved his lips slightly and looked at Wei Yin seriously. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Wei Yin noticed Mei Yin's gaze and felt something was wrong. It's not a big problem, but the house built by Mr. Chun is a little expensive. What price? Well, Mei Yin thought about it and simply recounted Mr. Chin's requirements for the built property. Listening to Mei Yin's story, Wei Yin and Li Shun gradually became shocked. They didn't expect that the price of the building built by Mr. Chun was so high. 1 elevator per household. There is only one apartment of more than 200 square meters. The total purchase price would require about 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan. This price, with their current net worth, seems not enough to buy. There was silence at the table. After a while, Li Shun suddenly came to his senses and spoke slowly. Mr. Chin's property is very good, and the price is very reasonable. I just calculated it carefully, and I think we can buy it, but we need a loan, and it will definitely take time to build a property. In addition, Mr. Chin has high requirements for these properties. I think it will take at least a year and a half. During this time, our savings will probably have accumulated to a certain extent. When the time comes, pay a down payment, and then use the Provident Fund to repay the loan. Chapter 481. The mouse is not good. Wei Yin and Fong Chong nodded in agreement after hearing this. 1.5 years is enough for them to accumulate a certain amount of savings. After all, working for Mr. Chin, the salary can be increased at any time. Of course, if it were any other real estate, they would not even consider this price. But this is Mr. Chin's real estate. Just by listening to Mei Yun's description, they can imagine what the community will look like after it is built. It will definitely be very luxurious. By the way, if we think we want to buy it, we can discuss the decoration with Wang Yang and let Wang Yang decorate the house to the way we need. When we buy it, we can move in directly. Wu Yu said with bright eyes. Since Mr. Chun wants each room in the community to have a different decoration style, why don't they go to Wang Yang and directly tell him a set of their own decoration plan, and then decorate the floor they ecchi. In this way, they only need to spend money to buy it. This is a good choice, but it's a bit too early to talk about it now. When the construction starts, we can talk to Wang Yang about this matter. Wei Yin nodded slightly. This matter can be done, and it will not affect any work. After all, Wang Yang himself is also going to do the design. Mei Yin listened to the conversation between Wei Yin and others, and his eyes flickered. He didn't expect that he had described the room so clearly. These people were just stunned for a moment, and they were not scared by the price of 10 million. He is now a manager, and his salary is more than 30,000 a month. This salary is already very high, but if you want to buy a building of 20 million, it may still be a little insufficient. But looking at these people, they're discussing the decoration of the house with great interest. It seems that they have no pressure on buying a house. What's going on? Mei Yin looked at the expressions of several people and asked in confusion, "Don't you think this room is a bit expensive? With our current salary, I'm afraid it's not enough to buy a 20 million house." The current salary is definitely not enough, but it doesn't mean it will be in the future, and there is more than just salary as a source of income in Tomorrow Group. Wei Yin explained, but seeing Mei Yun's puzzled expression, he spoke again. You have just joined the company not long ago. After a long time, you will know that there are many hidden benefits in the company. Is that so? Mei Yin nodded slightly, a little curious in his heart, wondering what those hidden benefits are, since they can buy a 20 million house. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. After finishing breakfast, Chinemo simply leaned back in his chair to rest. Now the box office of The Legend of the Demons is finally over, and the money from the box office has also been spent. Tomorrow, the 1.7 billion funds will be transferred to the capital account of the unmanned building. Everything is back on track again. I casually clicked on Extreme Survival on the computer. I haven't played games for many days. Today I can relax. And today is the opening day of the pet park. Play 2 games to relax, and then go to the corner pet park for a visit. After all, the pet park is so large and invested so much money. When the park opened, few people went to the pet company to play, and Pang Tao must have felt a little guilty. At this time, he needs to go over to comfort them. Now that the pet park is open, a large number of employees have joined the pet park, and the increasing number of stray cats and dogs are all increasing the capital consumption of the pet park. Therefore, only if the pet park is large enough, the more employees, the more stray cats and dogs will be taken in. The funds consumed by the pet park will continue to increase. In the end, the corner pet park is also a very perfect money-losing industry. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart with a smile on his lips. At this time, the computer has entered the game interface. 2 hours later, Chinemo looked at the gray-white game death interface. Survival time, 2:28 seconds. What a broken mouse. I can't even hit anyone accurately. He quit the game with a displeased look on his face and glanced at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's about time to go to the corner pet park at this time. He stood up and walked out of the office. The corner pet park? Pang Tao looked at the waves of tourists entering the pet park with a happy smile on his face. Brother Sue, has the number of people been counted at the ticket office? Well, the number of people before 12 o'clock has been counted, a total of 3,200 people, and the flow of people in the afternoon is much higher than in the morning. The ticket seller at the door estimated that the number of tourists today may exceed 8,000 people. Su Jingming stood aside, looking at the gate of the pet park in the distance, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. 8,000 people. Pang Tao made a simple calculation, and now the ticket price is 20 yuan. 8,000 people. That's 160,000 yuan. If this flow of customers can be maintained every day, the monthly revenue will be 4.8 million. He had made simple calculations before and found that the monthly expenditure of the pet park is about 2 million. The income of 4.8 million yuan directly gave the pet park a profit of 2.8 million yuan a month. And this does not include the peripheral products sold in the pet park, such as cooperative cat food and dog food, pet snacks, pet toys, and of course the most important, pet clothing. He believes, as long as there are enough visitors to the pet park, there will definitely be people buying these pet peripherals. Then the income of the pet park will increase. Mr. Pang, Mr. Su, you are here. At this time, Du Xiaoxiao had already walked over from behind and started playing with the live broadcast equipment in his hands. It seemed that he was about to start the live broadcast. How are the preparations for the pet fashion show going? Pang Tao saw Du Xiaoxiao coming over and asked. He remembered that Du Xiaoxiao had been on the catwalk in the morning arranging live broadcasts. The live broadcast seats and everything are ready. Hood Alive has set up a special live broadcast room, and after the live broadcast starts, it will be directly recommended on the homepage of the Hood Live platform. Du Xiaoxiao spoke slowly. She originally planned to live broadcast in her own live broadcast room, but the person in charge of Hood Alive directly told her that Hood Alive would arrange a special live broadcast room for the pet catwalk show and make recommendations on the homepage. In this regard, she doesn't have any problems. Hood Alive has opened a special live broadcast room for live broadcast, so she can free herself to live broadcast other content of the pet park. After all, after staying in the pet park for so many days, she already knew all the projects in the pet park. There's a lot of content that can be broadcast live. Thank you for your hard work, little girl. Pang Tao thanked him and then smiled. Mr. Chen will also come here today. If Mr. Chen sees such a lively scene in the pet park, he will definitely be very pleased. He did not live up to Mr. Chen's expectations. Nothing is difficult in the world. Only those who are willing can do it. What Mr. Chen said was indeed correct. Chapter 482, Du Xiao Xiao, live broadcast. Yeah, I guess this is what Mr. Chen wants to see. Su Jingming also sighed. Mr. Chen, are you coming here today? Du Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up when she heard the conversation between Pang Tao and Su Jingming. She was really curious about Mr. Chen of Tomorrow Group. Yes, he will probably come here around 4 p.m. Pang Tao nodded with a smile. Then I'll go live for a while. Du Xiao Xiao glanced at the time and found that it was only about 3 p.m. So she started the live broadcast and went straight to the pet park. As soon as the live broadcast was turned on, thousands of people instantly poured into the live broadcast room. It's finally on. Today is the opening day of the pet park. If I wasn't too busy with work, I would have liked to go and take a look. Xiao Xiao, what time does the pet fashion show start? I really want to see it. Xiao Xiao, I'm coming to the pet park today. Where are you? Oh, I'm also in the pet park. I was planning to look for Xiao Xiao directly, but the pets in the pet park are so cute that I gave up Xiao Xiao decisively and am now petting cats in the cat house. Oh, so many fellow Taoists have come to the pet park. How can I kill the anchor offline? Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Brothers, I'm at the entrance of the pet park now and will go in soon. The pet fashion show starts at 5 o'clock. Next, I will take you to visit the pet park. There are no projects open before the park opens. Du Xiao Xiao said as he walked into the pet park. After entering, he skipped the first cat houses. These cat houses have been broadcasted countless times in the past few days, and now there are tourists, and none of them are empty. You're not going to visit the cat houses today? Where is Xiao Xiao going? There is no open project yet. What is that? I'm a little curious. Oh, it should be the pet park. I am there now. There was no such place when I was live streaming before. Oh. Du Xiao Xiao looked at the live broadcast room barrage and smiled. It seems that the brothers who came to the pet park have discovered different places. Yes, it is the pet park. There can be many entertainment facilities and toys for pets, and there will also be professional pet trainers to watch over them. If you also ask, they can give your pets a simple training. Not long after, Du Xiao Xiao came to a large pet amusement park. At this time, there were already many tourists in the amusement park. Those tourists were playing with their pets in it. Du Xiao Xiao walked in with his mobile phone, and the camera was aimed at the various entertainment facilities in the pet park. If you want to have a better interaction with your pet, then this pet park is a very good place. You can ask the pet trainers here about some methods of training pets. And these trainers are very professional and will provide some training methods according to the personality of your pet. Another thing you can rest assured is that there is no charge for consulting those trainers. Soon, Du Xiao Xiao took them for a walk in the pet park. Brothers, the next place I'll take you to is the cat castle. In the live broadcast room. Hearing Du Xiao Xiao's words, the barrage suddenly appeared with questions. Cat castle. Haven't you been going to see it every day these days? Yes, I've been watching the cat castle for several days. How can I say that it is a project that has not been developed before? But the cat castle is indeed very cute from the outside. Didn't you say that you should go to see the unopened projects? Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Du Xiao Xiao explained. We went to the pet castle before, but we only watched from the outside. We didn't know what the layout was inside. Today the pet park is open, and the castle is also open. I'll take you to see the inside of the cat castle. After saying this, Du Xiao Xiao went straight to the cat castle. She had been to the cat castle before, but in order to preserve the mystery of the pet park, she didn't start a live broadcast to enter the castle. However, the pet park was already open at this time, and those tourists had also entered to visit. Then there was no need for her to continue to maintain the mystery. It took a long time to arrive at the cat castle. Du Xiao Xiao took her mobile phone and walked in directly. The pet castle has 2 doors, one inside and one outside. After entering the first door, you need to wear protective clothing and shoe covers to enter. It's basically no different from entering a cat house. After putting on protective clothing and shoe covers, Du Xiaoxiao pushed the door and walked in. As soon as she approached, she saw cats walking around in the castle, and there were many facilities designed in the castle for cats to play. Moreover, the decoration style of the entire cat castle is mainly pink, which looks very warm and dreamy. There is a two-story circular staircase around the inside of the castle, and an aisle extends in each direction, leading directly to the center of the castle. In the center of the castle is a spiral staircase. All the stairs are covered with a thick layer of linen fabric to facilitate cats to climb. Visitors who come to visit can interact with cats in this castle. Of course, the greater fun is taking pictures here. Du Xiaoxiao came to the second floor of the cat castle. Looking down from above, the scenery of the entire castle looks more dreamy. Oh my god, this castle makes me a man feel like a girl. I envy it. A cat's place is better than mine. This place is really good. It must be very beautiful to take pictures. I must go there another day. Miss upstairs, when are you going? Can we make an appointment together? Oh, okay. Brothers, I have taken you to see most of the places in the pet park. Now there is only one project left for you to watch freely. That is the pet fashion show, but the fashion show is at 5 o'clock, and you can't see it yet. After visiting the cat castle, Du Xiaoxiao took his mobile phone and left the cat castle to visit some other places. On the way to the east of the city, a black G-Class sped away. Chinemo sat in the car and looked at the scene outside, but soon he found a slight change. He remembered that the road was not so wide and so good when he went to the corner pet park several times before. It was basically a bumpy ground. It's just that I haven't been here for a while, but I didn't expect that this road would go directly from the bumpy ground to the asphalt road.